certainly paid off.
Okay, guys, I'm a bit late. डेढ़ राउंड थोड़ा सा लेट हो गया गाइस, माफ करो. आगे डायरेक्टली with the watch party of day 6 MIBR versus AGAL. आओ फटाफट से देखिए मैच का क्या हो रहा है. फर्स्ट राउंड ऑलरेडी AGAL ने निकाल दिया भाई.
I think the amount of space that Vangear had already taken, of course, only risking the Marshall.
गाइस लाइक करो और चैनल पे नया सब्सक्राइब करो फटाफट से. जब मैच हो रही है बहुत भयंकर.
I didn't know the full force of his opposition were walking up behind, maybe expecting that vice wall to be out towards C long rather than holding on to B. So they caught a good timing. Of course, for buy that Bucky can be risked, but anything else would be incredibly costly. 3 rifles in play that could be brought into the next round, and Tex has done incredibly well. 2 quick kills off the Classic. The remaining couple of players are not in a particularly good spot. They have to run in here because that spike has been tapped. Even still, though, they've turned it back into an advantageous position from Verno. Any additional kills would be great, but he comes up against the one healthy player. A rifle is still lost, but at least they get the round, which, considering what was invested, I shouldn't be saying that.
No, yeah, we should not be looking for silver linings in a round like this. That was huge work by Tex. Turns out he was the hunter in there with a Classic, basically getting it done with a bare knuckle brawl, and that's crazy to find the 2 of them that quick. It's not like the second guy could have been surprised that he was there. 2-0 for all gamers, but some bumps in the road early on. Still, they can course correct. They can ignore all those earlier issues if they find the W here. MIBR putting the credits on the line, and again we'll see that A main aggression a little lighter this time with 3. Nade going deep. It's going to force them back, and Aspas a little closer than they might expect. He's got his refract. He can fall right back, so he goes in for the pick. Finding nothing, and will concede at least a bit of that A main control.
MIBR तो full charged up खेल रही है.
Based on the current positions around Rubble, and have those rotations now.
एकदम ही aim ले रखा है भाई aggressive.
Players outside C.
The early decision from the attack was just play more of a death ball, but they had the wall covering for any push-up. And it does seem like MIBR are almost having to figure out where they're going. Prowler has gone through on B. You kept the aggression outside A. There was a jump spot onto C. Like, because they're playing so far back towards the spawn, it's making it troublesome. Clearing some of those early angles. Now, bear in mind, Zekken doesn't have a whole lot of support, but if he can hit a shot and get out of there, he's done his job, and that's exactly what he does.
It's the same approach as the pistol round. They're going to go late towards A main, hoping that that presence has been relinquished. They brawl for it, losing a player already, and then send by for the late lurk through B. They might even try to crunch B, but the problem is MIBR are so aware of this. They're not going to fall for the same trick twice, but with Mazzino down, now they're under pressure. No longer a surprise in the corner, but he's ready for buy. Catches him, finds another, and at least gives MIBR a chance in the 3v2. The plan is counter shipping करते क्या मारा भाई इसने? They can float back in. They can deny this, but instead taking their time.
अलग ही मारा भाई कुछ.
The walls in slowly. As all gamers have no real space to play with. They know heaven's clear, but they want a battle. They want to brawl early, and it will be towards Zekken, where one falls. The flood out washes the rest of the defense away. That's going to be all gamers losing out on the 3rd round, but still trading a couple of blows, and there was a real chance in the 2v3.
I think it was mainly Aspas in this round that manages to stop it getting out of control, because the fact they're able to take over that door control, leave it down to just him, and then he has to fight 2 players at once, basically from different angles, and it's only because it's a little bit disjointed. I think like Bai basically tried to trade off the initial shots, going, okay, he's fighting my teammate.
I'm Sifu, what's up, man? Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the 2 samosas.
That's where it comes apart.
GRQ swung in, looking the wrong way.
समोसा क्या है भाई?
एक सेकंड मैंने क्या कर दिया? Right, they knew Aspas was there, and I think it was just a microsecond of miscommunication.
तो समोसा जो है जी? चैट में समोसा भी आ रहा है, very realistic.
Aspas getting a second bite of the cherry, and the numbers being favored to MIBR on the way back through. Still, it was a clean retake. The defensive side, even a stinger on Mazzino in this round.
I think it's clear.
अरे बाप रे बाप, guys, Cypher अकेला A पे खेल रहा है.
After denying them A and
obviously AGAL already उस तरफ भी push कर रही है. Read हो रहा.
Players stacked up on C.
वहाँ को read हो रहा.
The Waylay ult ready and raring to go, and then they had the Cypher set up over on A as more of a delay. But again, it's very slow.
उस तो है new system very realistic.
Taking their time. This time
Very
slowly
late.
walking through that A position.
That first trip is predictable, but the second, we should see the smoke go down on the stairs and then the Neon try to slide through on the site. With it being so low, there's a decent chance that's going to catch her.
घंटे मैंगो लस्सी for 12 जो है जी क्या मैंगो लस्सी
quick enough to react to breaking it.
चार्ट पे क्या हो रहा है अचानक से ये क्या नया सिस्टम है गाइस
And a nade now. That might stop him from being able to
मैंगो लस्सी समोसा भाई रियल लाइफ में मिलता था ओला
is the nade. Tex still manages to find one, but the showstoppers fired his way, dodges that as well. And the numbers stay favorable for the defense.
Yeah, he did get one off the kill trip. He did find one that was revealed. Convergence path used as well, and Kira knows he has to try and execute off of that. JRQ's done well, so is Bai. Actually, they're fighting this back. The remaining two look like they were in trouble.
They just converted by this round.
The trouble.
Oman already जा रहा है बस stairs की तरफ. 1v2 guys.
He had an exceptional
Smoke भी
first game. Was almost a hard carry in a team full of superstars, but he's now trying to bait them in. Hoping that someone makes the mistake, someone goes looking in towards the spike, but they're not falling for it. Now baiting in for a second time, but it is Bai from behind that will close out the round. He's 7-1 right now, only being shut down once by being the star of the show.
I can't believe how confident they were right there. All gamers played that so cool, but he could have stuck it inside the smoke. They just
MIBR इतना advantage में थी, लेकिन नहीं. 1 second लगे भाई 4 बंदे को मरने का 1 second.
Given plenty of time, but in the end, they made the right call.
10-2 Pani Puri, very realistic.
All gamers. And after what was, you know, some
very realistic is this
round
YouTube.
2 was way closer than it should have been.
Very nice
feature.
feature.
Seen MIBR come up with rounds very early on. Well, now the defense is left down to an eco. Now all gamers should extend that lead even further, and this is a phenomenal start. Starting to think back to the game against Global Esports for MIBR, and it seems like a long time ago.
It's interesting as well because we are seeing MIBR winning a lot of the opening battles. The pistol round, even in the lower buy round as well. They've been able to get opening picks. And then all gamers have converted the 4v5 almost every single time. So it seems like them getting into the post plant is almost enough. And that was what, a 2v4 that they're able to turn back into their favor. MIBR are getting themselves in good positions, but the conversion just hasn't been there.
Well, they're certainly aware that Tex could be here, but Bruno might try to play the distraction.
Guys, Bandit लेकिन तो forward खेल रहा है भाई main पे, भाई crazy भाई.
Out of there.
Confidence का.
Still a success for him. The pistol on range like that. All gamers, despite seeing the cipher towards the C site, they decide to contact up here to play into it.
ये round तो गया guys, ये 1-4 होने वाला है.
Get some value out of the closer trip.
ये round गया. MIBR getting this round.
This one won't quite reach, so there is still a danger there. They've gone over it to start, and there at least a boombot will reveal the trip on the floor. That's the real danger averted, not that anyone could pounce on the back of it. Now pistols on the retake. Unless they can deny the plan.
Oh, hello.
Nate's gonna do some good damage. On
lucky boy. Very, very lucky.
1 HP, बाप रे.
Now I am looking at that 9-4. A lot of the time, 1 kill is enough to trigger it. We've seen that in the past, especially with pistols. Puts them down to low HP. And actually, the pressure being held on the other side. But now they should know that the majority coming in from the spawn. Paranoia sent through. Still not enough to activate that Nightfall. And you can see why. Slowly being picked apart. And one by one, the defensive side will fall. A good hold from the side of all games. Even Shrimp surviving on just 1 HP. But they won't mind. That's 4 alive.
Yeah, but honestly, Shrimp surviving is probably the most important factor of that, because if not, they might decide to put the Nightfall through, like you said. I think there's a good chance that they do, just spur of the moment.
And he couldn't put his through, which gave them the information that there wasn't anybody towards the waterfall.
A really nice play as well by Bai. His flash was perfect. The second that they came out to take the battle, I think it might have been the end of Kira if that hadn't have popped exactly when it did. And that's a number of rounds now where MIBR, despite early on showing signs of life, have been kind of shut out. It has been all gamers looking like they've got full control, and now a timeout is going to be called very early on. Remember, this map in this tournament started out so well for MIBR. They stepped onto the stage 13-2'd, if memory doesn't betray me on this one. Global Esports. And then from there, it was a labored overtime against Heretics. And I think that honestly took the wind out of MIBR's sails. They went into the next map and got absolutely trashed. So that kind of turnaround. It feels like, you know, most teams we look at is kind of wanting to heat up as the tournament goes on, whereas it feels like MIBR put their best foot forward in that first game, and then they took a bit of a stumble.
Yeah, I think as well, you have to think back even to the very beginning of the year.
आवाज कम क्यों आ रहा है?
Gamers not being a massively known quantity when it comes to the international stage. That event felt like a learning curve, but also people looked at, I think it was Gentlemates, and went, oh, they got All Gamers next. They're going to get through that game. And it was underestimating their opponent, and also All Gamers being a decent squad. Like, they've got some very talented players on their side. Now, sure, the names are on the other side. And, well, an early fake plant, but that fake hasn't really done too much. It's been spotted. It has pulled 3 players over, but again, they can get back. Verno under serious pressure, though, and now the response being attempted.
Oh,
it's not been connected by one, but it has been found by Mazino.
Yeah, Mazino was a bit too quick, got ahead of the rocket. But a kill's kill, that's all that matters. Tangir. Oh, he's going to be taken out by Aspis, and angle he checked just moments ago. Nightfall goes through, and a player up close, isolated, caught off guard, you would think, but GRQ somehow gets away with that kill. The spam taking him low, and Aspis taking him out. Leaves it to 3v2.
Krish bhai, welcome to the stream. Set Masti for 2 jewels. क्या है ये नया लफड़ा?
Quantity, the later play through mid.
Welcome, Ganesh bhai. Guys, like करो stream को फटाफट.
Play with. Oh, that's tough. Shrimps being caught by the seas, out of the round, and
Oh
damage done.
MIBR just got the round भाई. जिंदा रह के कैसे भी करके.
Holding on for dear
छिल गए लोग हर जगह से. लेकिन round निकला.
Made it through. It's the second round for MIBR.
ये क्या है नया मेरे को खुद को आइडिया नहीं है भाई.
In both rounds where Aspas has found the most impactful kills to sort of turn it into their
है क्या भैंस का? मैं खुद देख रहा हूँ भाई.
Deny what was an incredibly fast take, and sure the spam pushing players into his position. But they still expended an awful lot into this round, and of course for the attack side, having a few in a row, they should comfortably be able to buy back into this one. I think Kira's just having the thought of what to go for. This now needs to be the springboard.
है वैसे तो 0 kill पे very real.
Survive and give them a bit of
0 kill तो है.
To buy back up with, but they would still be in trouble in the next round if they were to lose all their players.
Well, we have certainly seen the patience from all gamers. A lot of these attack rounds have started like this. A full default in play. By this time covering the vice wall for that A aggression, making sure there's no early flank. That's a risky blast pack, but a lot of information garnered, but a player lost.
Aspas क्या भागा है भाई?
Aspas, of course, is no trouble. Being able to dash right back to the site, and for their trouble, all gamers get an orb, but they're a man down, and Shrimp down as well. It's a player who's really helping to clear these angles and get you into sites. Gotta go a bit more blind now.
Yeah, I feel like he still has been the guy that's been picked off quite often earlier.
Guys, MIBR ने already EMN ले रखा है.
He's currently 1-6 and having a bit of a
rough time. That means B or C hit
some
हो
of
रहा
their earlier matches, he was incredible.
Control ले रखा है पूरा MIBR ने map.
But that does also mean, as said, from the 4v5s, all gamers have done a good job at recovery. Into the site they go. Again, the trip is there, but it's been spotted. They haven't broken it though. They didn't break it. The boom ball went through, but it goes straight back online. That gave Tex a freebie, and now Aspas is the defender of the site.
मैं वेलकम बैक करिए बट भाई सॉरी स्ट्रीम देखने नहीं आ पा रहा हूँ काम में बिजी था कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं है कोई दिक्कत की बात नहीं
but it did make things a little bit easier for Tex.
Yeah, listen.
I think he's there.
लाइक करो वो मैटर करता है शामिल करें.
I actually looked over where you pointed.
You did. I was thinking.
I was like, Tex is there. I think he's.
तू स्ट्रीम में लाइक नहीं करिए सारी जगह लाइक करो.
Confused me. I did actually. I think I overslept last night, and now it's starting to catch up on me.
You look straight into a wall like, no, he's not.
Where is he?
No, oh wait, he's on the stage.
Okay, well, that was a confusing moment for me. But as I'm sure that last round was for all gamers, giving away the pick and giving Tex the opportunity, and it seems like MIBR capitalizing on
आगे गए दोनों मार के पीछे आ गए.
5 versus 3 right off rip. We said it's been these slower rounds from all gamers, but this was an attempt to change pace, to challenge for that A main that MIBR have been throwing utility at early, at least trying to manage, that all gamers have been leaving the vice wall outside and conceding the space, fighting late for. This time they go aggressive, and it does not work out, at least to start. They've got themselves A main, whoop-dee-dee, but I think the orb's about the biggest reward they've got.
The 2 for 1, well, 2 for 1 orb trade. Not the greatest deal on earth.
I'm taking it.
Again, they've ground to a halt.
La.
This double duelist 1-2
इधर जो
punch
पीक
is
देगा वही
one
चाटा
of
खाएगा.
the most terrifying on earth, especially facing into a high-low. You'd bet your house on one of them to hit it. And that's exactly what they've done. For Shrimp, well, he's alive later into the round. Nice work from Hero. They've got to be careful. They've already lost 1, 2, 4 in this game, and I think that's why we saw the pause. A 2v5, and they might have to use their second.
One more for Kieran. It's a showstopper, but with Shrimp down now, that paranoia perfectly placed. Yeah, his chances
Easy
go to 0.
4v4. वैसे मैप पे किसका ये देखना पड़ेगा.
Showstopper for the next round, but for MIBR after what was, as we said, round 2, there were
मैप पे
signs
क्या
of
किसका.
life. They won round 3.
Like and hype
started to
love
get
here.
shut down, and it seemed like all gamers were going to run away with this. Bai was having fantastic impact on the lurks in terms of denying.
इस MIBR का ही पिक है भाई लोटस.
I don't even think
और all gamers से already ले लिया भाई टाइम आउट.
As they could have, but it worked because when they pushed in, the flash was there to catch. Now things have stalled out.
अगला मैप स्प्लिट है. अरे बाप रे बाप क्या मैप पिक किया भाई लोगों ने.
Start to that one. I think it's no surprise that they go for the top.
Split Asian
Yeah,
map picks
I think similarly as well to what we saw from Creven, the last Lotus that we casted. Those trips are being really annoying. Like when they've tried to get into the C site or A, I think we've seen multiple kill trips, which a lot of the time you're going to be able to avoid, especially if you have the likes of a Raze. You can use that nade to good effect to try and get rid of some of the angles that you're pushing. But then, like, hitting it with a boombot, not breaking it, those are silly mistakes. And I think these are moments that you're going to want to see the coaching staff pick up, because then you go for a harder, more aggressive, let's just fight A, and you lose both fights immediately. That's a little bit more worrying. And seeing some of the superstars on MIBR, that's why there's so much sort of pressure, but also put in high regard on this team. These are players that from top to bottom we've talked about as superstars of their team. I even think like one of my favorite players to watch of all time is Mazzino back in the crew days. That guy has unbelievable individual talent. So you're then looking at the likes of Aspas and Tex getting going. Maybe you want to pause just to try and slow them down a little bit, which is easier said than done.
Well, Tex at least, it's been high impact off of his utility, be it on the A or the C site. Now he swapped up to the B site just to be more of a headache. Any adaptations that
ये round भी गया MIBR के पास. Guys 5-4 तो incoming because he को इनका.
And it does appear that all gamers are going for this approach. Look at where the Vice wall is, and look at where Vice is. The gap here is a seat push, and this is because they intend to be relatively quick. Making presence towards the A side, opening the door, sure. But I think this is a B split, which is the perfect round for MIBR when they have put all of their fortifying utility towards that site. They've got players in position in the form of Aspas with big utility, or big ultimates in the back pocket in the convergence path. As much as they're delaying, oh no, I think they've adjusted to A. The spike's going in, they're going to go for it.
They've ended up with a lot of space.
चार लोग यहाँ से आ रहे बाप रे बाप ओमन को मौत दिखेगी.
Defense are about to try and make a play through the smoke, which versus the pistols is definitely a bit of a gamble. And there is Shrimp. Said he's been the hero of a lot of rounds. It's only going to be the one as well for Aspas off the back of his ult. Burno a little bit further away.
Round convert कर
This
दिया.
contact through the smoke was hoping for so much more, and it gets almost nothing. It is a quick
Eco round निकाल दिया भाई.
Or quick close, I should say, for the attack side. And
MIBR ने GG कर दिया guys. End moment में GG कर दिया.
A response.
अरे बाप रे बाप.
But that's going to be a frustrating one.
Heavy loss.
Said, it looked like the setup was going to be correct. I think especially more of a default round that you get with a low buy is heading in towards that B site. But they get caught trying to walk through utility.
Yeah, you know, it's very weird because the whole round to me looked like all gamers were primed. Like that Vice wall is so weird to put if you're covering the B walk up. I don't know what they saw. I'm led to believe that they changed it mid-round. I don't know why, but it was the perfect read. A great play to get 5 on the board of all the rounds holding that smoke walk up. And now look at GRQ. Walked right through a position that they've been hating nonstop, but he just TPs across a little later. And the reward, Aspas in the ground, Mazzino following, and a showstopper to drop second. All gamers looked like they had slowed down, but they just took a break. They're right back to winning ways.
Finally see the Aspas AWP, but it gets absolutely nothing. Just shut out by a player walking across, and it was definitely something that they were not aware of. Verno trying to fight back alone. Bear in mind the economy of MIBR is not in a particularly good spot. And the Tech's going for a 1v5. I'll be honest, that seems really audacious. Holding onto the weaponry, at least from my perspective, holds a lot more value than attempting an all-in gamble of a retake.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. I think for the start of this, the thing we're missing compared to a normal setup,
as MIBR के मैप पे भाई AGL को ज़्यादा ही फॉर्म में लग रहा है आज। अदरवाइज बातचीत करो यार, चैट पर अच्छा लगेगा मेरे को। Keep the chat interactive ताकि एनालिसिस कर पाएगा अच्छे से।
Was enough for all gamers to step
अरे
in
आज का तो पोल डालने भूल गया मैंने।
Now a buy for MIBR that sees a weak weapon on Aspas, and Mizzino, but the rest on a full buy, and the adjustment is there. The dash up this time quickly clears rubble after the nade. They know that there's no one here, but all gamers have changed pace. No longer this direct approach. No longer looking to steal the map control or wrestle it out of the
prediction डाल अपने
hands
फटाफट
of their
से।
opponents.
Who
Instead,
will win the decider match?
breaks again, and I've really liked watching the variance of how they're approaching this. I think it's very hard for MIBR to read this pace.
Oh yeah, it creates an awkward line in the sand, especially when you have this double duelist. You want to be putting pressure on, so you're going to have early map control, but then they've been happy to sort of default back late into the round. At least in this one, all of Tex's utility is gone. 45 seconds left as they look to try and clear positioning once again. This time there is a player up close, but he's already been caught. Berno, we've seen him get cleared from this position, but they're looking to try and battle and brawl for this, really try and fight for this. And it even seems like they might have had the expectation that maybe they would just leave, but no. They're continuing this pressure and now going all the way back. They've played the late lurk so perfectly.
No more thorns.
That okay, they're eventually going to take their space, maybe worried that there's a trip,
How
as there
fake
has
किया
been almost
बाप रे
every
बाप
single
पे।
time, but there's nothing Tex can really do
How fake
about
किया।
this.
No, forced to give them the plant. As I said, this pace from all gamers has been a nightmare in this round, even more so, but it's showstopper! Oh my back here! That is a lifeline for all gamers. That could have been a double opener, but instead, the numbers, they say even for now. MIBR kept back, and with the op taking Mizzino out, and
Oh my god.
they have no choice but to concede. Surely, no, they press on, they
Oh,
press forward.
baap re, ace,
into
bhai,
Fangir.
ace.
A 4K for
Neon,
the
go
Neon
with the ace.
as all gamers push up to 7. A guaranteed lead at the
Baap
half.
re
And
baap.
what a resurgence from this squad.
I'll be honest with you, I thought he won them the round with the first
भाई
shot
Zeket को
that
कब
he
pick
hit,
off
and
किया
then
है
he hits
भाई।
3 more after that. That is a beautiful round from Fangir because
अल्ट छोड़ने से
Zeket
पहले
was,
दे
I
दिया भाई
wanna
ऑफ से
say,
शॉट।
0.2 of a second from eliminating 2
I think
players
he
on his
clicked it.
team.
I think he clicked the second he died. Like that was ridiculous.
It was such a fast reaction shot, and then everything else from there on was just perfect from Fangir. It's an operator that I don't believe he would have even bought. It was
आज
one that
वेर्नो
he
नहीं चल
picked
रहा
up
है
off
गाइस।
the course,
वेर्नो खेलना शुरू करेगा तो गेम
Aspas,
जीतना शुरू हो जाएंगे।
and then used it to their own demise. What was a level scoreline, came a pause for all gamers, and now they find themselves with a pretty hefty advantage. For the last one, might put them out of sight.
Mizzino claimed the orb outside A. Nightfall now for MIBR. If all gamers go for the B push, and listen, any other team, look at what the Vice Wall is. Look at where all 5 players were just moments ago. Any other team, I'd already be saying, and here they go, they're ready to break into the B site. But I've learned my lesson. I've learned my lesson.
फेड
from
हमारा
these
ए
guys.
साइड
They
खुल
play
जाएगा
a-
और फेड के पास ऑलरेडी
very
अल्ट है, so you have
weird
to
game.
stay alive.
I don't think I've seen a round like that. They give up all control, go late back towards it, look to
Oh,
fight.
bhai, mara mat
It's
bhai,
perfect, by the way. It's caught
Rolled कर
Mizzino.
दिया।
It's left him down to 46 HP. It's got the Nightfall out of them as well. Hey, this is such an annoying game to play against because for MIBR, of course, you want to go pushing up. Of course, you want to take space. You want to find information. And as you do, you lose Mizzino now. Your low HP player, you flood back out through these doors with no idea that a flank is on its way. The ult now popped, and look who's right
ओ
behind
भाई
you.
पीछे से पुश कर दिया,
Fangir!
आसपास को पकड़ लिया। बाप रे
Beautiful
बाप।
from all gamers. They are playing a cerebral game, and MIBR, they're not even coming close to getting a read.
That's just perfect. We
8-4
said it. They had
गया।
one bad round in terms
फर्स्ट
of
हाफ बहुत ज्यादा
timing.
गंदा गया भाई हमारे
Where
बैक
Bai
का।
ends up getting caught.
एजेल फुल होमवर्क करके आई
Since
आज।
then, since the pause, every single double back or wrap around has been utterly perfect.
एजेल को पता है करना
A
क्या है।
player that
बाप
goes
रे
from being
बाप।
the hard entry, goes
Crazy,
into a
crazy,
lurk,
crazy.
goes back to hard entry, back into lurk again. Like you've got to be sat there on the other side of MIBR trying to call this going, okay, they're pressuring A, let's take B. There was a guy B, let's go back, let's hold there. And you're just having to wrap around consistently. And then when you're finally in the fight, you go, okay, they are A, and then someone swings you from behind and kills 2 of your players.
I genuinely think of all the games that we've cast, of all the games we've watched so far, this map in particular, because we've cast even All Gamers before, and I wouldn't say this was anywhere near the level that they're putting up. This is some of the best calling on the attack. And I know that because I'm just trying to imagine playing against it. I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of the MIBR players and pretend that I could actually hit shots as well. And it's so annoying because they give you so many false signals. You're pushing early, you're seeing the space is clear. They fight back for that space late. So late that it seems that that's clearly where the hit's coming in.
ऐसे क्यों लग रहा है गाइस MIBR का दिन खराब है
to the other side of the map.
कल जैसे
Really impressive stuff from them, and again, this started out, I felt like
किसका मैच था
MIBR were
गाइस
the ones to take command of this series, but it has been anything but.
No, it's been very impressive.
कल जैसे NRG ने डोमिनेट किया भाई
And it also forced MIBR into basically doing
MIBR का भी दिन खराब लग रहा है MRB अभी भाई जाने वाले हैं बाहर
main problems I
with
had
good players
towards rubble.
कर सकते हैं लेवल का पोजीशन क्रेजी टीम वर्क भाई ये लोग पूरा रीड कर रहे हैं just reading player
play on that rubble wall either get
और एजेल को पता उनको करना क्या है
they were saving a piece of utility every single round to kill
भाई बेचारे लोगों ने अल्ट मारी MIBR की टीम से जेकर ने भाई अल्ट ही नहीं करने दिया
Well, this is the thing, they were doing that before they were
ऑप से मार दिया उसको
that spot, and that's why you can then have Omen TP across, because they throw their first utility, and then they don't fill that space in because they know that you're going to fight for it or at least throw utility there, so they play a little further back, and now your Omen's able to slip the net and get behind Aspas and take down the first Aspas op we saw bought. Like, I'm so
people with it.
Yeah, literally the next round use that same weapon.
4-8 guys क्या ये कन्वर्ट हो सकता है 8-8 में
even just from
ये पिस्टल
round
नॉट हो सकती है भाई
onwards, where I thought MIBR were getting back into things.
और MIBR ऑलरेडी प्लान बना रहे हैं पुश करने के लिए बाप रे बाप
good, and then for All Gamers they just ran away with things. Back to the pistol now. MIBR get to play out this attack side, and I'm curious to see how All Gamers approach the defense. You can see Vice set up, the wall is covering the A push. There's a flash.
ये तो घुस गया
Very long on B after that initial burst.
Got the sight. Put themselves in a post plant with little to no resistance. The attack side, though, are not just sitting back.
अरे लोग स्पॉन पुश कर रहे हैं भाई MIBR मारने के लिए और आसपास स्पॉट हो
On the
गया
other side, both players, in fact, have the information. The attackers fall back and almost force their opponents away from that position. Although saying that, buying now goes into a later flank. Paranoia is perfect. They're going to stand close, and that means that kills all too easy. Kira in position to try and trade some of this back, but the shots aren't firing. Eventually does get one, but the trades are just too thick and too fast. Leaves only one standing, and by the last man in.
One more round incoming, MIBR.
Lifeline for MIBR.
कर रही है comeback.
Yeah,
let's go.
Pistol, and I think All Gamers are running away with it, but claiming this should at least give them that little injection of rounds, close in the gap, provide that opportunity to fight right back. But to be honest, what I'm most afraid of isn't even necessarily the score line right now. It's that Fangir seems to have hit a gear that we didn't see him on throughout the last few games. And GRQ, 13-6, he has been a consistent factor for this squad.
10
he's shown up
there,
and Bai's been having a lot of space on those lurks.
वो फर्स्ट मैप पे ओटी लग रहा है
early flanks.
अरे ये कैसा ट्राई हार्ड है भाई AGL का ट्राई हार्ड देखो गाइस
I love the attempt on the classic buy, but MIBR, they've got that cam to clear.
I do think it's good, though, that now MIBR get the opportunity to set the pace. Like, I think Verno's been having a rough time trying to deal with everything that's been thrown at him from the all-gamer side. But now you get to define where those battles are. Even if you end up walking into a stacked site, at least you have the execution utility. Not bad from Bai already, though, of course, for MIBR. This is a slightly lighter purchase, just a couple of rifles alongside pistols and a marshal. They can, of course, buy into the next round, but it's mainly those couple of guns you don't want to lose, and so far, it's looking so good. They'll keep everything onto the board, get themselves up to 6, and then maybe even have an upgraded rifle or 2 to go back into this one with.
Indeed, for MIBR, things looking to pick up, but this is the real test coming up now for them. All gamers in with a full buy. Bangir playing the outlaw. Looking at the other side, there's not too many players that he can catch with that one shot, but MIBR are going towards A. There's going to be a nade coming their way. There's going to be a paranoia prep for GRQ. In fact, it's only the boom bot to start. Gear's keeping the nade a little bit later. It's a shame. This time we could see it would have probably eaten a bunch of those HP bars. Obviously have a different idea for later on. Still with the
आसपास आउटलॉ कर रहा है, टेक्स भाई मार्शल चला रहा है. Crazy
the information, but
X is almost dead.
yeah, he's been exploring the C site and he met the outlaw.
और टेक्स already low है.
Bear in mind, there's an outlaw on either side, but at least for now, the one it will maybe benefit even slightly more is Aspas, because there are 3 players on the other side that will take that as an operator.
I'm out of here.
Again, a slower pace with Bangir just trying to find out information. He gets it, spots multiple players on that side of the map, and now this somewhat ruse that's being sent on A doesn't hold anywhere near as much value. The defense are actually giving nothing. They're just sitting all the way back, similarly to what we saw on the other side. But it's whether or not they can bait the rotations the right way. And looking at a solo defender of GRQ,
भाई एजल प्लेस कर रहे लोग.
who's about to get some support, but will
ये फेक करके
too
rotate.
late.
उनको पता चल गया भाई, पूरी टीम आ रही है भाग के रिटेक करना. अरे बाप रे बाप. प्लांट तो आनी, पूरी टीम ऑलरेडी साइड पे रेडी है. वाओ.
He may well need it, but he's sticking around. He's looking for the
अरे आसपास से दे दिया. चल. ओह.
And Kira, a headshot on that second swing. Bought them all the space to get this
headshot दे दिया
and
उसको.
a man advantage under their belt as a result. MIBR have just been gifted the upper hand by Aspas.
Yeah, it's a
आसपास दी कोट भाई क्या मार दिया भाई चलते चलते.
Players to ever touch the game, and that double opener sets them up in aggressive positions. Fangit maybe hopeful to get something here, and now they've spotted the remaining player. It's the 1-2 punch, the bait taken, and Mazzino with an easy frag in the end. Fangit has no choice but to try and run for the hills. And what started as a bonus round that had a Marshall and some weaker weaponry, even the Outlaw in the mix for Aspas, which, well, clearly wasn't a weaker weapon, now turns into them currently having 4 rifles, some mass upgrades, and a fantastic start to the second half.
भाई आसपास ने कुछ गलत मारा भाई, वो राउंड दिखाओ वापस से प्लीज. वो भागते भागते आउटलॉ मार दिया भाई उसको.
With 1 bullet left in the outlaw, he had 100% confidence he was hitting that headshot, and for good reason too. Like,
oh
look at
my
this.
god, यार कुछ गलत मार दिया भाई इसने.
Does he know that guy's low? No, he doesn't have a clue. He thinks I need to hit his head or I'm going to 140 and probably get traded. But we got 10 seconds.
AGL ने और एक टाइम आउट ले लिया भाई.
Out there. It works and all gamers.
अभी टाइम आउट लिया था AGL और AGL ने उसके बाद के हर एक राउंड जीते भाई. अभी 7 पहुंच गए, AGL ने वापस से टाइम आउट लिया.
Glued to the reins. Now it's coming.
क्या मतलब गाइस, गेम खत्म कर देंगे अब. MIBR सीधा सेकंड मैप.
MIBR hot on their heels like this gets a timeout from that side.
The last pause they had was what took them from a 4-4 scoreline all the way to winning the half. Yep. This will be their second pause taken. And for Ed 101, this is an opportunity to potentially do the same again, like try and get them back. Because this is definitely not the end of the world so far, but I think you definitely see Aspas able to basically fight 2 players at once and come out on top, and you do start to worry a little bit that this map could slip away from them. And of course, for MIBR, this is important because they are going into what is their own map choice split coming up next, which I think is still a fairly comfortable pick for them. I was maybe surprised that we didn't see all gamers go a slightly different way.
Legitimated होने वाला है क्योंकि ये लोग इको कर रही है.
And they are still currently around behind, although
ऐसे भी
the
नहीं ऊपर से
signs
इको
of
तो
this
कर रही
attack
है.
side have been fairly promising.
Well, it looks like all gamers have got a decent read early on. They've gambled correctly. 3 players towards the C site. Prowlers going out on A, trying to distract, but MIBR unknowingly still walking into this stack. Paranoia is perfect. It's got so many, but that cage from Tex, that saved them all. There were 3 players blinded and easily about to be taken down. A single cage.
उसके बाटा मारा भाई आसपास ने.
To take a breather, to reset, to fight on their terms, and put a 5v3 on the board when the smoke fades. It's not going to look pretty for Kira. Even with 2, It's left Shrimp alone, weaponless, and against the odds.
3v1 भाई श्रिम्प कुछ अलग दिखा दे भाई आज टूर्नामेंट में कर दे भाई शरीफ से बूम बाम 3 बुलेट 3 हेडशॉट
an utter turnaround in a round where expectations at this stage are almost zero. MIBR
बहुत दिन हो गए भाई टूर्नामेंट में से कुछ देखा नहीं मैंने
with relative ease considering the initial setup looked incredibly dangerous. Now Zekken is already tagged low and will go down.
Okay.
But the remaining 2 players full HP and looking to try and play this together. 3 bullets remaining in that Sheriff, but the main problem is the time. Needs to almost be on that defusal already if they're going to get it to half and try and bait players in. And that is the goal. Another nice shot from Shrimp. The problem is the second player may be expected to be further away. It's a crazy shot again from Shrimp. Unfortunately, that clock was already gone. A nice amount of damage and a low buy round. And well, MIBR are a little bit lucky to get out with it.
Yeah, I think they realized at the end, if he gets it half, he has a chance. But if I
still
stop
he didn't get the round because spike defused the bar. But क्या था भाई उसने मार दिया 3 बुलेट तो what?
A millisecond either side, and this could completely change the game. And that's an
काला जादू कर रहा हूँ guys.
Kira did remarkably well to fight two up top. Lucky that
MIBR जीत रही है
the
game.
C's nade as the smoke faded, so 2 of those players weren't ready to fight.
MIBR जीत रही है भाई ये गेम मैं बता रहा हूँ भाई मैंने बोला कुछ अलग करके दिखा उसने मार भी दी 3 बंदे को
MIBR still have decent credits even after the bye.
इस टूर्नामेंट से कुक्ड भाई टूर्नामेंट कुक कर रही है भाई टू बी ऑनेस्ट क्या प्रेडिक्शन है भाई
and all gamers want to get aggressive right away. They've decided to try to catch Kira.
आसपास से वेट कर दिया वहां पे oh my goodness वहां Zekken को पिक ऑफ कर दिया भाई
the showstopper yet it's still a couple kills back in their direction. Fighting through the doors with great success.
Yeah.
All gamers have a man advantage.
If anything, Kira with the
अरे वेर तो चेक कर डब्बा हेलो नियॉन बैठा उधर
teammates. Nightfall now being thrown out as well.
ये चेक नहीं करेगा मार क्या वाला
sat in the corner but Vangia was still a relative unknown. The attack side looking to try and take space on the other side of the map, but of course in a massive deficit. Well, Tex might be in trouble between 2. I think the rifle might have been spotted. Just the tip is enough to give the game away. But Tex has managed to escape. But will he escape by timing? Couldn't be any worse. Just as he drops down. And now Aspas will walk into the same man.
8-9 भाई.
Not taken by MIBR just yet as a breakback is immediate.
Tartak prediction कैसा लगा मेरा?
That's essential for all gamers to stand their ground there. I think if they lose the lead and then end up on an eco, MIBR have all the momentum to just run
prediction
away
on
with
top,
this.
baby.
But standing tall in this moment, a bunch of problems there with like the Nightfall not hitting, and yet they're aware. They're filling in the gaps in those fights. The Showstopper being caught by the convergence path, but
actually saving, yeah,
it ended up working out favorably for them and for MIBR, trading out that ultimate. And they come into this one away from a showstopper. And I think Zekken finding that orb would be a death sentence. They look to defend it though on all gamers. They lose Shrimp.
स्पैम में मार गया भाई स्पैम में मार गया भाई नियॉन को मारने का वो मर गया स्पैम में ब्रो
almost lands perfectly but
आसपास ऑलरेडी 1 एचपी कहां छिल गया भाई
now has
अच्छा भाई क्या हाल है टैमर मत दो इन्हें टैमर खत्म हो गया जेल का MIBR का टैमर बचा है
you could see he was about to dive in and then goes oh there's 2 there no I'm not doing that anymore. Well, we can just play with the rotation. Second has just turned on this round, though. A shot through the smoke, a shot in a pixel gap through the door. Now the remaining 2. Again, there's been a lot of rounds where I feel like MIBR have had ridiculous advantages. But this one, I like how they played it. They have just paused. They've stood still. They know there's trips on the other side of the map as well. One holding B, one holding A, so they cannot be flanked without that information. And because they just stood completely still, the All Gamers players went, okay, I'm going to get aggressive on B, try and find info. Let's try and get something. And, well, they might get 1 kill at least onto Aspas. But other than that, it should be much, much tougher. Although I am looking at the attack side splitting up and looking for clues. I'm going to be honest, I don't like the current positioning of the MIBR players. They're giving chances. But in the end, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I mean, considering how
Shrimp
in a 1v3 with a Sheriff almost won the round, I wouldn't really be playing that confident, but spreading the net has its purposes. Find those players. Hopefully remove their weapons. A lost rifle for MIBR won't quite sting as much as deleting all those finances for all gamers, especially with how things have been going. Majority of rounds falling into those attackers' hands. But it looks like Fangir has managed to fly under the radar for now.
Well, that is the one thing I will say, though, is that for all gamers, they can rebuy no matter what. So if you lost too many weapons by getting aggressive, it would have actually hurt them more than if they took all of the guns away. So clearly,
तो कुछ गलत ही स्पैम मारा भाई, कुछ गलत, वो नियॉन को मारने का वो मर गया भाई स्पैम में.
On the side, but this was the second round. Again, we know that the peak potential of what this man can do. In fact, there's a man sat just over there who definitely knows the peak potential of what Zekken can do. Yes.
बस यही मैच ही 9-9 जा रहा, वर्नो खेल रहे हैं, वर्नो अगर खेलना शुरू किया ना, खत्म हो जाएगा भाई ये गेम ऐसी, one sided.
This is a much faster take coming out from Zekken. Showstopper, he's got the support of his teammate to at least hold on to the space. 4 players outside of this A site, and they've got to be a little bit careful, but it's only space taken, no lives.
Race to wait कर गया.
It's okay, crowd control was all they wanted. Now they can just fade away from where that ulti's coming through. 2 players still going to be caught by it. The Nightfall right back should slow down all gamers. Should, but it might not. The shorty up close here, a death sentence for Kira. He was 20 HP, swinging that angle, and Tex has torn them a new one. Although, hold on, it's not over just yet. The big swing in leaves all gamers ahead. It's a 2v2. They were behind moments ago, but now neck and neck in this fight, coming in from both angles. GRQ isolates the fight to start, and the swing in from Fangir is beautiful. All gamers looked like they were falling behind.
2v2 क्या निकाला भाई, AGL with the double digit of the game, baby. ये OT हो रहा है.
Well to hold every single position there.
करते के OT हो रहा है, 13-10 तूने बोला था OT हो रहा है. Trust me bro.
But they'd already claimed that space.
बस स्ट्रीम की तैयारी कर रहा था, बराबर.
Even with having some of that late
Guys, फटाफट से like करो. Because like करने से engagement बढ़ती है.
Try and hold on to. They're basically boxed in on that B site, and because of that, it made it very, very difficult to avoid any utility that was thrown through, any ultimates that took their guns away. The back and forth continues in that matter. Operator now in as well for Fangir.
Fangir के पास ult भी है.
Potentially the team
Omen के पास भी ult है.
might be the one to take the map. Smashes the wall. He's able to get out of there. He takes a lot of damage for it.
Yeah, down to half already. Zekken looking for a bit of space towards this B site. The crew right behind him, but they've heard the wall now. Whether to bait it out or it looks like push through it all together. Well, that was the idea. Few players have been isolated. Now left to just Zekken.
We're almost all in this together.
Yeah, it's been left behind by the gang. But a plan found, and no real contest from all gamers. They gave that to them. Happy to play the retake, and after how last round worked out, I'm not too surprised. But the difference is they pushed them out of those key positions with the Steel Garden. It's not there anymore.
Oh, different ults to be expended. Already, the overdrive. Getting second as well. Great work from Fangir once again. Up top is Aspas, needs to land some shots. Has Verno alongside him, and again, the trading is enough for all gamers. This B-site retake, sure, maybe they do need an ult or two, but this time it was the overdrive that did the work.
गलत लेजर किया भाई, ये गलत लेजर किया है भाई. ये क्या लेजर था भाई? Smoke through. उसी पड़ गया भाई Zekken को.
He sprayed 2 people down, took barely any damage for it, and is able to get out and reset for a big 5v3 retake. This is insane.
Accurately laser किया उसे laser भाई मतलब.
Spams catching. Verno really stepped up to the plate in this round, but it's them that get knocked out of the park. And for all gamers, this is all they need. 11-9.
लो जी second time out by MIBR. दोनों टीम के time out खत्म होने वाले हैं.
Very low buy.
Eco है guys, ये तो match point पहुंचने वाला. All gamers से ये तो निकालना पड़ेगा भाई MIBR को.
And the timeout from MIBR coming in here, they're going to discuss that. Is it even worth?
ये MIBR ने निकाला तभी कुछ possible है, वरना बहुत कट्टू कर जाएगा.
Potentially throwing the map away.
The tough spot. We mentioned it earlier when they started this comeback.
8 लोग stream देख रहे हो guys, chat dead है, क्या हो गया guys? बात करो यार. और कोई chat में थोड़ा हमें भी glimpse दो, पता चले.
All gamers are the ones that seem to
8-9 लोग stream देख रहे हो.
The extra little bit of depth. I think them running as a unit has really been working out. Like we saw in the first half with them playing with the almost ruse of their push and pull of the map, and then on the defense, their retakes have looked fantastic, even if it was a 1v3 in some occasions. The last pause of regulation for either side. I'll say that as well. It mentioned whether or not the impact from the coaching staff would be there. I think especially for all gamers, both times that they've taken a pause, they've gone on streaks of rounds. Be it coincidence or not, I think the coaching staff deserves some credit.
Oh, without a doubt. And I think that there has been a tangible step up from this squad, heating up as the tournament goes on. Aspas, though, comes in to shut
आसपास
one
घुस के
down.
क्या
Kira,
मारा भाई ये बाटा
oh, 34
अरे
HPs,
बाप
looking to still
रे
be alive
बाप
after a few shots landed.
तगड़े स्पैम बाजी
For
भाई
MIBR, they know there's potentially a weapon to be retrieved in there. I think they still want to hit this C site, but all gamers have battened down the hatches now. I didn't even expect to see Convergence Path put through, but they're committing it even on this lighter buy. They saved their credits to fight for the next round, yet
MIBR ने राउंड निकाल लिया
they're winning every battle here. A missed shot from Van
इको
Geer.
निकाल दे कैसे MIBR ने
Do you save here?
I think
For all
so, yeah.
gamers, it's not worth even giving them the extra weapons.
You don't want to give an AWP over. You don't want to give another rifle. They'll be able to get some upgrades here and there, but that round, again, was all Aspas. The fact that he's able to dive in, get an opener, get his ult, pop the ult, hit, I think, everyone that was on that site. It looked like they lined up. And then that SMG is nowhere near as weak anymore, because you have to hit an instant shot, and I just have to spray wildly while moving all over the shop. So, great round from him. And that has been the case in a lot of this map so far. Like, I think if you look at openers, maybe I'm wrong, but I feel like Aspas is going to have a vast majority of them with what he's been able to do with pistols, what he's been able to do with rifles, and it's been fight backs into the round from all gamers. Well, this time, they were unable to fight back. A singular ultimate has been able to turn the tide and give them a
इको
10th.
राउंड निकाल दिया भाई
I think it's crazy that MIBR came in. Like I said, they saved their credits. They had money for the next round if they lose this one. This was a buy what you can and let's win the next. And yet that kill gets the ult out of them, and that's what immediately turns the tide in their favor. 10 to 11. It's been Fangear finding a lot of success in the late rounds, but early we need some heroes for all gamers. As MIBR once again look towards this C site. GRQ looks to concede that space. He's just immediately playing on the backside. He's already in spawn. After what happened last round, no one wants to be standing on site when Aspas comes barreling in. Because of that, it should be a relatively easy plant.
Yeah, but the one thing that we've been talking about with all gamers is their retakes have been incredible. I like in this scenario, though, that Hex is going to be that dagger in the darkness, the late lurk, but they are currently still watching for it. Even though the plant is coming through on the other side of the map, they're being patient. A nice shot as well off the back of the nade. Forced an awkward position, and there's that patience from Fangir. It said one of the major dangers,
ऑप लेके वहां पे बी पे वेट कर रहा था कि यहाँ से पुश करेगा भाई रीड तो है और उस जगह डिलीट कर दिया उसको
Any shot he fires through those doors seems to be deadly, and Kira is low.
Well, they had the plant, but MIBR tried to spread their roots. All gamers come in. They've trimmed the shrubbery, and a great paranoia into the back. It hasn't got the player up top, though. Verno still able to provide that cover. Now the jump in, caught by Verno as well.
भाई भाई MIBR भाई MIBR
back into this
भाई
map. 11 to 11.
MIBR बता रही है why they pick up this map भाई अच्छी बता रहा हूँ क्यों लिया है उन्होंने लोटस this is the reason
combo to get rid of Mazzino.
11 मैं बोल रहा OT है कैसे गेम फर्स्ट गेम ही OT है भाई
but it's those three players just hunkered down at the back.
And it's Verno as well, who he was like 1 in 10 or something. He had a really bad start. And that's 2 rounds now I can point to and say, without him, they don't have a chance. They did end up losing one of those, but this one here, that's all him. He saved that backside.
Yeah, it stops. He protected the president. He kept Aspas alive long enough. Oh, 11 to 11. Stunned through a weaker purchase, but there is a showstopper. I don't know if it's going to be used in this round. No, it's not. Again, another opener.
इको राउंड है गाइस ये तो MIBR को इसलिए मिला
and he gets 3 in the blink of an eye. The
ये क्या मार दिया
of that attack force dissipates. And even a TP in behind. There's plenty of weaponry to be found for these defenders.
बोलते ही जिंक्स हो गया गाइस
No ultimates to play with. Verno will get his, but it's
बोलते ही जिंक्स हो गया कि ये राउंड तो MIBR का
this sort of moment.
103 खा गया वो एक स्प्रे में
He's just faked that out. That TP was purely for bait purposes.
They were pinging those rifles. They're saying, let's get them and fight our way back into this one. A buy up in the next for all gamers, but they might have to fight for OT.
Match point for the MIBR. अगर साइफर ने कर दिया ना यहाँ पे टेक्स बाय ने.
Be quick moving to sight. They're going to see him very early on. He'll cut off the first head of the Hydra, but plenty more remain. Tex, a chance in the 1v1. Has his cam, but look for the fire. Tex delivers MIBR to 12 with a huge clutch.
That's just insanity.
Again,
you look at this defensive side and you go, hey, should have had the play of the round. He genuinely might have wiped out the entire squad if he was given an extra bullet or two.
Because यहाँ पे ओमन ने साथ fight क्यों नहीं लिया?
That was perfectly played from Tex. A reposition, first player, you could forgive it. The second look to jump across as bait almost, and then gets wrecked. And then because of that, he has the time to flip it back. 3
match
in a
point,
row.
Guys, match point. अगर MIBR जीती तो they will get this map और else OT होने वाला है. जैसे मैंने कहा है.
They're not going to care. And for the defense, they now have ultimates.
भाई MIBR की रीड तो है. दे लो कि B पे 3 लोग खेल रहे भाई.
Take us to overtime, but
already spawn camping कर रहे हैं लोग double pick के साथ.
By those last couple of rounds.
They've been broken by Tex. I mean, what a Herculean effort in that last. Unbelievable play. Not even letting him get to half, swinging in early in the smoke.
3v1 round भाई turn up हो गया वहाँ पे.
Cool under pressure with MIBR. They've weathered the storm and found themselves to safer waters. At least an overtime guaranteed now. But 13 on the board early is what they want. Prowler again sent to B. We've seen this MIBR like to push and pull the map. For all gamers, they're left without a read, but the Vice setup on the A site should leave them a bit more confident to send forces in that other direction. The thing is, where's MIBR going? This is looking like one of those all-gamers rounds. They're playing across the map, grabbing their orbs, and it's a huge fake of the C site, but it hasn't pulled rotations.
भाई रेस तो पूरा C side ही ले लिया.
Yeah. And because of that, questions are being
asked. But it looks commit नहीं कर रहे.
Been used on the A side of the map. It felt like they had the right read, and honestly, about 2 seconds ago they did, but because there was no contact made towards Zekken, he's called for the rotations. 12 seconds to get that plant in. Aspas with an operator in a peculiar spot. Now they look to move. If they drop
no way, okay.
I don't know if they've got time to plant it. I don't think they do. All Shrimp has to do is survive, and they've taken it off that alone. 4 attackers will live to tell the tale of a singular kill.
Right in the nick of time.
That's crazy.
They picked the spike up with 3.5 seconds left. Just shy of what they needed. That is a huge play, and all gamers, they deserve an overtime with how they've played, and their attack side is really what looked the scariest. But Fangir, every step of the way, has been the shining light. The spark of hope for all gamers. Now they look to fan the flames in overtime.
They're going to see his face in their nightmares tonight. Like that. Genuinely. He couldn't have timed it any better. Like, literally, it's not possible. Gets it on the 6-second mark.
Because they already push कर रहे हैं मिलने के लिए. Oh, 4 बंदे ऊपर से भाई.
That should have been the end of the game. Instead, OT. Fangir's got to be feeling confident at this stage. It feels like every decision he makes turns to goal.
अब लोग भागेंगे भाई सी.
The attack side now looking to put the pressure back onto Tex. They suffered at the hands of his trips, and again, you can see how wary they are of running through that utility, but this time there's no kill trip in that spot.
MIBR have everybody in the waterway, ready to come flooding back through. Fangir will be the point of contact, and he'll fall, but who else is here? Who's next to fall? Who's next to challenge? Nobody. As MIBR find out, the plays come in the other direction, and a great view. He's passed the trip very early on, and as they now break it, it might be a bit of false security for Aspas. No, he's clearing it still. He's looking for this player, and he'll find him. GRQ down. Good work by Aspas to still be wary, even though the trip was broken so late, but he will be caught by Bai in the end.
God, they've got to be careful here. AG in the post plant, that was where they were truly deadly. Bai one away from an ultimate. Instead, they're going to look to get aggressive. Timing worked out for them, but Mazzino has his teammate covered, and now Kira is all that's left. MIBR
कर दिया भाई MIBR ने
not
पहला
been
राउंड.
broken by that previous round. They will now go up to 13. Another attempt at map point on the attack.
खत्म है ये राउंड भी खत्म है. MIBR ले रही है. लास्ट टाइम तो टाइम नहीं बचा उसको. क्या टाइमिंग पे भाई C4 वाले जो प्लांट कर रहा था ओमन को क्या गंदा मारा है भाई.
16-14.
ना उधर ही मैच खत्म हो चुका था.
16-14 against Heretics. I mean,
एजल का मोमेंटम गया.
2 rounds ago.
और एजल के पास अवार्ड भी नहीं है कि वो अपने आप को रीसेट कर सके.
I let you in the last time they played this map.
Indeed, yeah, that
और अपना रीसेट ही खो दिया भाई. मोमेंटम ही खो दिया. गाइस लैग करो. क्या इंसेन गेम हो रहा है. पहला गेम ही मतलब ओवरटाइम. इसके लिए तो लैग बनता है डेफिनेटली.
Blowing our socks off here. Leagues above the rest, but for MIBR, Aspas is impressive as ever. But the desk highlighted it, hunting down Tex. Was what this was all about, but he proved to be more predator than prey. Dive in from MIBR. They haven't spotted Fangir. And now they have, but it's a little too late. He'll still get 2. And with GRQ adding to the equation.
इतना अच्छा पिक निकाला था भाई आसपास ने.
Genuinely. Again, just
No, man advantage चला
he
गया.
almost gets another triple kill in a defensive round. And while Tex is thinking so much about how he can get past the wall,
भाई
he ends
हो
up
गया.
getting peaked.
40 HP पे तो नहीं कर पाएगा.
Aspas has been good. Scratch that. He's been great. He's been so good in opening positions, but how much can he truly hope to find with 39 HP and 3 players? A plant? Sure. Even that might be all he gets. The nade puts him down to just 4 HP. He can't afford to take any damage along the way, trying to dodge the boom bot, but even finding his opponent's going to be difficult. Nice shot on the first. That's the ultimate, but the spam is enough. We go again with Bai finding another double. And 13-13
Now this is where it starts to be a bit of deja vu for MIBR. Last time around, a similar story. It went the distance and then some. And this time, again, the snake in the grass of Fangir to start this round. The reveal came in just a smidge too late. He'd already got 2, and GRQ, fighting from that open door, was able to trade out to make it an even bigger advantage. Going into the next OT, for all gamers, the question is, will Fangir slow down at some point? And the answer so far has been a resounding no. Presence to the A side.
मेरे को ये मैप पे गाइस फिनिक्स बैठा देखना. फिनिक्स क्योंकि भाई यहाँ पे फटाफट और उठाएगा. अल्ट उसकी बहुत जल्दी है यार. दूसरा राउंड मार
by all gamers, and you expect a very direct hit. Tex is going to have his work cut out for him in holding this first burst of aggression, trying to snipe one out of the air, but he'll be forced to play the retake now.
It's a little bit of damage. Spike to Kira. 1 away from the showstopper. Could play a part in the late round, but it's Spam actually takes down GRQ. That's a man advantage now. Another opening kill for Aspas to add to the growing collection. Already though, Fang is there again, and even with the fallback, finally has fallen down, but there's that showstopper. And now Tex is all that resides once again, and it's Kira to close. 3 kills for the Rays. Lead taken. And the first map point now for all gamers.
Their first chance to close out this series, as said, it felt like they deserved the overtime. It was a crazy first half from this squad. The calls on the attack left MIBR guessing, and they never found the answers that they needed. Now they call a timeout in a series, in a map that they had the chance to close out more than once.
गाइस फंगीर के किल कितने हैं भाई?
To fight for survival.
उधर आसपास में 30 किल पहुंचने वाले हैं. भाई उसके नीचे ज़क्कन है भाई.
27 there, but Fangir, the one drawing all our eyes. He has looked like the star of the show just in that last round from the top rope.
Denying all that
space that they were attempting to take back through. It's been so fun to watch, and I do keep waiting for that moment where he slows down. I think the worst I've seen from him is a single missed op shot, but the round before he got 4, so I'll forgive him.
I'd almost be a little bit nervous as well if I'm MIBR to take a pause, because you think back and it's been the all gamers pauses that have gone straight into round victories. I think again, Ed 101 has been sublime, and whatever's been said to these players, be it from losing a streak of 4 rounds in a row to immediate winning 3 of the next 4. The same in the first half as well. 4-4, 8-4 half ending after the pause. He's been impeccable. And now, well, all they need is one. And MIBR have gifted that pause over to the other side. I will say all gamers had the same opportunity to take a pause, but evidently whatever's been said by the players, he didn't feel like it was necessary on his side.
Well, all gamers, they've really grown into this map. They certainly did into the attack side. Now their defense to be tested from what we've seen, especially for Fangear, but the squad overall, every leaf has been a flower, and now they bloom late, but just in time. MIBR look to go direct to the A side, and this is not ideal for all gamers. A four-man stack up on C. They had read the favorite site of this attack side, but things change here in overtime. Here after the pause. The A side is wide open. The Vice utility is there, of course, but nobody to do anything off the back of it. The door opens and the Thorns activate. This may send MIBR back towards this B side. You don't really want to play that Vice setup, and you don't know how many players are there. It could be easier to go for the split, but that will work in all gamers' favor if it's attempted.
The terrifying thing as well is, if anything, if you're MIBR, you want those more contacty plays, because the retakes coming out from all gamers have been their best work. Nice shot from Tex, though. He was under serious pressure and manages to get rid of Fangear. He's been the tip of the spear in all of the retakes. Think about it. Using that overdrive, getting in their face. Him being gone could give them another opportunity.
क्या ये 14-14 हो पाएगा या guys 15 लेकर AGL गेम खत्म करेगा अपना?
Well, now a 4v4 and it's all gamers' chance to break back into this. A C's nade thrown down below, a slow at least to buy some time, and the paranoia does the same. The clock keeps ticking, and now Kira finds the first shrimp with another. Okay, the numbers stand, and MIBR are left with just second, standing against the rising tide of all gamers.
1v3
on the spike, the swing needed now. It's already half. He'll get the first, but he won't get anything else. All gamers wash MIBR
ने खत्म कर दिया.
15 to 13, taking the lead and taking the dub moments later.
It's another nightmare that's probably going to keep MIBR up at night. A second defeat at overtime on Lotus in just a matter of days. But it shows the resilience of all gamers. We said it at the beginning of the game.
All gamers ने lead कर दिया भाई यहाँ पे map obis.
With high caliber players who
MIBR के map पे crazy
भाई. Go up against this squad and feel like it's going to be an easy road. And every single time they prove it doesn't matter the opponent. They are able to take it close. They're able
all
to
gamers
battle
और आज की NS
and well, in map number 1, they're able to take the dub.
वो
भी चीटू का against कुछ अलग खेलने वाली है. ये साल जो खेल रही है ना भाई टीम इतने अच्छे प्लेयर्स के सामने डोमिनेशन भाई क्रेजी नाइस वेरी नाइस राउंड
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. Great call, and yet again in overtime, it's heartbreak for MIBR on Lotus. They fall to AGAL, who clutch it out. And I just need to go back to round 22, 23, and 24. Those final 3 in regulation, they were absolutely crazy as we welcome back Kukuka in big time. Both teams having hero moments, number disadvantages, crazy headshots. And still, go to overtime, it goes all the way to AGAL.
And that was a fantastic game to watch. That's what we talk. When you talk about heroes, when you talk about the storylines here at AWC, look at a man like Fangear. This guy came to play today. After the last, after the rest of the group stage, everyone's talking about GRQ. Everyone's like, oh, GRQ might be the guy for this whole gamers team. He comes in and goes, no, it's all about me, guys. Take a look at my neon. Look what I can do. Look how I can make this operator work. MIBR had no answers, and they have, when we talk about the all-star operator players, they have the guy. They have Aspas.
It is him. It do be him. Seriously, what a fantastic show, and what a dominant also start of the map. Do not forget, at the end of the day, as we said, they are coming in as being the underdog. MIBR should be the favorite here, but we have to say, all gamers, not for a second, not in this match and not in previous matches, have shown any kind of fear to the opponent that they have in front of them. And what a moment also to be here and be able to witness the way that they were playing it, the way they were celebrating once they managed to get into overtime and get and save that spike plant that was absolutely insane. From then, the momentum was on their side.
Yeah, I mean, I think they stole away so many rounds. My mind goes back to that 5v2 retake MIBR had, but they got shut down because the individual prowess on this AG team. I think MIBR couldn't hang with them in the server there, which feels insane to say when we look at the names on this MIBR squad. Now, don't get me wrong, Aspas really pulled his weight. So did Tech, someone who's had a little bit of a slower tournament, but he did a great job on that Cypher. But ultimately, it's not enough here on Lotus, and this is MIBR's map pick.
Yeah, and I know Verno is IGLing this squad, but he was at 1-9 in the first half.
Tough.
It's very difficult to get yourself across the line. He finishes 10-19, so carried a little bit more, at least going 1-1 in the second half, but it was such a slow start from him.
Seriously, the resilience that all gamers is showing, if you add that on top of getting in the head of your opponents, like for example, Verno must have not been having a very good time at the beginning of that map. If you add on so many of the circumstances that they were able to turn around, where they were one man down, did not matter. The reflex came in very fast. Something also that Tom was highlighting, how Fangir was so proactive even when it was time to flood, when it was time to retake. Again, so on top of their game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just so impressed. I think especially the macro in that first half for all gamers. I think when people talk about the CN region, people often don't mention macro, right? It's sort of not what they're known for, and if anything, they're put down about it internationally. But I didn't get that impression at all. And even when we watched all gamers against Heretics, I feel like game planning is very, very strong. I'm very enormously impressed with this roster.
Man, what's happening with Lotus?
It's always OT.
If you want to be here forever, pick Lotus, because there has not been like maybe one team, wasn't it? Well, BBL, no? Bar.
Yeah, there was the play those last couple of rounds there with the 3K that kicked it off, but then Tex clutches it out. And then, of course, the stun during the plant gets the kill, waits out the timer, does AGAL to force overtime. And then Aspas getting this opening kill here in overtime. You're thinking this is it, but AGAL battled back on that round as well. It was a fantastic map of Lotus here.
Again, it's all gamers, so the shooting is going to be absolutely incredible. That is, the show is guaranteed when they are on the stage. It doesn't matter if it's against Team Heretics, now against MIBR. I think that after getting and saving that round, Fangir was like, I am not losing this.
Yeah.
I can tell you that.
These are the type of games that make me love Valorant. When you have those moments where someone is able to step up, be that hero, I love watching it unfold on the stage. MIBR have to find a way to bounce back here, or they will be eliminated from EWC.
And as always, like I like to do on my desk, I do the callbacks. And you said earlier, we talked about GRQ, we talked about Shrimp, we gave shout-outs to Kira, but you're like, Fangir is the guy that normally is here for this roster and hasn't had that opportunity yet, but he does so here today in that first map.
He showed just how capable he can be. That's what we saw from them at the start of the year. That's what we were all expecting to see in Santiago, but they couldn't make it work over there. The one win, but ultimately not enough for them. But right now, if he can continue this form that we're seeing from him right here, I think his name will become bigger and bigger. One map away from playoffs now. He might have a shot to do this on the biggest stage.
KC Academy, what can I say? It's all the talent comes from EMEA. We just nurture all of them. It's good to see though the Fangir, because as you're saying, the beginning of the year it was his realm.
Yes,
he played so incredibly well, and he was the difference maker in this team. Everybody tries to speak English for him. He's learning a little bit, here and there, but he's definitely worth the effort.
Well, MIBR now down to their last loss before leaving EWC 2026, but their guns can change their fate. Will they be able to do so? We'll find out after the break. You're watching EWC 2026 Valorant.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
時しようよ準備快適早まだまだないこの世界を楽しんでみたんだ
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
The final opportunity for VCT China to have representation in the EWC playoffs is up to AGAL, and they're on the right start. 1-0 over MIBR. Los Digan here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. That was a lot of acronyms that I just did, Big Time. However, there is no question about what I mean, which is MIBR. I have their backs against the wall and need to figure it out.
Yeah, look, this is a fantastic roster. We all know it. We all know how. Everybody knows these names if you know Valorant. And this is a squad that should be amazing. This is a squad that should be winning. It's a squad that should be lifting trophies, but they're not managing to do it. It looked like maybe EWC could be different after that opening game, smashing through Global Esports, but then they dropped to the lower bracket. Now it's ultimately backs against the wall for this superstar, high-powered squad, perhaps going out to all gamers of all teams, which is not something you would ever expect on paper.
Stop disrespecting all gamers. They have all of the gamers. They're here to win, okay? No. I get it, because I think that we've had this happen previously in Valorant, you know, where we have squads that have very good names, players that have performed incredibly in the past. And I think that there is a very big difference between not winning trophies, not this, that, to getting grouped.
Yeah,
That is a big difference. And you can say whatever you want. You can speak about form. You can speak about whatever. The years have been fairly similar. If you were in top 4 in the last global event, what were you doing? What were you doing? Like, what is the excuse?
Sat at home.
To not give it your everything here. All gamers is doing it.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. I think for me, it doesn't even matter how the rest of this series shakes up. All gamers have a new fan in me today. I will be watching quite seriously from now on, because I think they've shown that they can hang with the very, very best. I've been so impressed with the macro, the IGLing, leadership, the backroom staff. The game planning is rock solid, but then also you add onto that the firepower, the flashy plays, Fangia's ability with the op, GRQ, when he's on top of the world, he's looking brilliant. So I think this is a squad that can really make some damage here at EWC.
Especially when you have a lot of the big names have already gone out and now are making space for a name to be made, like for AGAL, when Fnatic doesn't qualify for the tournament, when Paper X goes crashing out, when RRQ doesn't have it going as well. Now is an opportunity for AGAL to step up.
Yeah, not to mention EDG and XLG, right? They had fantastic performances over in London. They re-put CN back on the map, but it's those two that are already out. They don't have that chance. Now it's all gamers having to fly that flag for VCT CN.
Let's go split second map of the day. यहाँ पे डिफेंस बचा रही है हमारी ऑल गेमर्स अटैकिंग पे है MIBR. यहाँ पर हो रहा है पिक डबल कंट्रोलर बाय AGAL. Initiator press guy, double duelist, no sentinels again. MIBR पे no sentinels, going with the same comms. Very realistic.
They won on it against Global Esports. They already have a little bit of a rep. To me,
Full
it has to be
comms.
about keeping the confidence. We were speaking about GRQ, the cheeky plays here and there. Guys, we need to learn how to open angles together. We cannot, one opens, the other one TPs, and there's a third one that just jumps later onto the side. We still need to work on those synergies. I know that the pressure is very, very high onto them. They're still going for the picks, do not get me wrong. And of course, all the pressure right now is on MIBR.
Yeah, I love it that in this map now, the backs are truly against the wall. It's a pure mirror matchup. Fangia is going to be head-to-head against Aspas on that jet. Everybody's going to know how to play this comp. You know what the other team is gonna want to do. It's all about execution. It's all about who's performing in the server. No excuses left here.
A mirror match here in map number 2 as we head on over to Split. AGAL 1 win away from booking their ticket into the playoffs. MIBR got to dig deep. They were close on their map pick, but now have to come up with the upset. Let's send it on over to Tom and Mitch.
Thank you, D-Gon. All gamers, one map to the good, stepping into Split, Tom. This is definitely a step up from them. MIBR, a team that I think almost everybody expects to see in playoffs, but now they're in danger of going out in the groups.
Yeah, I think especially when you look at the group that they're in, I think getting to this stage, you'd put them up against All Gamers, and I think, again, if you'd not watched much of All Gamers or only seen the little bit at Master Santiago, you might be going, okay, yeah, they beat one team here and there, but then they weren't able to take anyone else down. Well, this squad is looking legit at the moment, like a lot of depth of talent. I think especially we didn't see the best game from Shrimp, but there were definitely other players that stepped up while he was fantastic earlier in the tournament. Bangir just had probably his best map of the tournament so far. And we look at the other side and like Aspas was still performing well. Tex had a great map. It wasn't enough to get them over the line on their own map choice. And now coming into Split, still it is their opponent's choice. But I think it's one where they have looked relatively comfortable in the past, like going head to head with some pretty good teams regionally. It's just whether or not, like, if they're going to have enough to take us to a third map.
It's crazy to lose a game as well. Like in that last one, MIBR went +10 on opening duels between Tex and Aspas. Yeah, like it's wild to have it spin back in favor of All Gamers like that, but we said Fangir was that savior who pulled back so many of the rounds for them. MIBR started
अरे पूरा साइड छोड़ा हुआ है भाई रिटेक करने के प्लानिंग पे भाई पूरी की पूरी टीम भाई AGL
to go meet the rest of the squad, and those smokes, you know, they're not going to last forever.
ऑलरेडी छिल गए भाई यहाँ पे MIBR की जो टीम छिली पड़ी है.
Nick of time, the plant. Without any advantages found, though. They were hoping that someone from All Gamers would give them a
तीन बंदे पुश कर गए.
and now they have to go looking for it. Deep push in towards the spawn. And they've got a foothold now. Now it's more on All Gamers to fight back.
Oh, they know they've lost screens. And reclaiming that is going to be difficult. Bai was waiting for them to try and make the move round to heaven. Now the plant is not the greatest for the side of MIBR. In fact, I would say it's a pretty poor one already to half. They need to get a move on. They're just looking to try and defuse it in front of their noses, and nobody gets anywhere near it.
Directly. Oh my
MIBR
god.
was so ready and raring to try the wraparound, but the plant just wasn't for that position.
That's the danger. They planted for backside. The smokes were fading by the time that they pushed in. There was a couple seconds left on them, but not enough to go planting up for heaven. A piece of utility to disrupt, and all of a sudden you're on the back foot in the round. So instead, they take a safe plant and try to use those sky flashes to fight deep into the spawn. Sure, it works out, but like you said, the plant isn't for there. And the second that All Gamers get some presence on the site, get boots on the ground, it already flips things massively in their favor. That is a big pistol pickup. Fangir again showing that he's still got chops in this mirror matchup. And an eco coming out of MIBR. That's a spam on the back of the tap. GRQ doesn't get anything for it, and hold on. Now he's in danger. Never mind. He'll go down eventually, but the work has been done.
Yeah, comfortable in the end. I think the one thing I'm loving the most about Fangir is I think there would be a lot of people who go into this game and go like, look at the careers of the players on the other side. Like, these are players that have been to champions, that have won champions, won masters. Like, there's so much depth in terms of who has been there, done that, got the t-shirt. And Fangir doesn't care. Not even for a second. Like, he's like, I'm going to full stick this, and if you guys are nearby, cool. If not, I don't care. Like, it is just a confident player, no matter who he is up against. It's got to be tough to play against. Now, bear in mind, a few rifles kept over into this round, an SMG for Bai, but there's definitely some vulnerabilities, and because of that, the defense are going pushing.
All Gamers not scared of their opposition, that is for sure.
Push
it's a
bhai.
blitz, but Mazzino was ready. Plenty of backup there. I don't want to see him push that with the spike, and thankfully he does cancel that aggression. Might be time to flee, but MIBR show no signs of running away, of turning tail. Instead, they're looking to fight their way back through. The dog's going to make it awkward. The stun on Shrimp ends his life after one. Good trades for MIBR to start. And the main thing about this is it's dangerous when that low buy comes running at you. It's dangerous when some of your players can potentially be isolated, but MIBR stayed calm and just clumped together to deal with it, obviously with the exception of Tex, who was the flank control.
I liked as well that Verno was just happy to go, I'm going to power
Easy round
my
by
own teammate. He's close enough that it doesn't matter.
2-1 ये
and I
वापस
don't
same
want
last
to
game की तरह
die.
होने लग गया guys.
So clearly happy to hold their ground, and hey, I don't mind it from all gamers. Like, you got a weaker buy, you got SMGs. I don't even think they had one like full price rifle. So just go for something risky. You catch them, you have a far higher chance to win the round.
Also, I think it's good limit testing as well. Like, you do something like that and you just see, what did the opponents do? Like,
how
do
did
they
they
hear
react?
4 of us rushing and they instantly run to the A site? Then we know that a little bit of early aggression could potentially push them into our heavier setup if we want. I think it's a really good idea to get aggro, but MIBR contained that aggression beautifully. That's a rifle now, and he's just going to pop the snake bite and run for the hills.
दो गन गिर गया भाई.
In terms of a low buy, you get out with an extra gun. You drop 2 of their guns. For MIBR, they'll probably be quite happy with that as well. 3 players alive versus the low buys. They've definitely had some troubles here and there with losing players to pistols. So I don't think either side are going to be too disappointed with that one. But there you go. There's the paranoia. Just go there. It's like, screw it. If they're going to run at us, they're at least going to be blind while they do it. But this is where the game really should get going. Rifles across the board. Even a outlaw for Fangear being put into play. Does seem like there's heavy shields across the board though, so it's not going to be an insta-kill. In fact, he's not going to land the shot at all.
Fangear's movement to get out was nice,
Okay,
but Verno was hot on their heels.
Verno with the plays.
They have made this one look incredibly easy. Running it down on that A site and taking every
open
fight
plant
with great
दे एकदम.
success. And another sign that's important, Verno.
Last game में से score चल रहा वापस से guys 2-2.
Really tough start. The desk talked about it as well, but well, he certainly didn't let that knock his confidence. You could see him straight up into heaven for that brawl, and GRQ finds Aspis at least. It's some sort of reinvestment needed for MIBR, but they're happy to throw themselves at this just to remove the weapons, at least to start. Aspis was. Seems like a bit more patience on the rest of the squad. And I like that. They've already got 2 players that are fully invested into this round. So if we do lose a few more players, it could definitely get costly and sort of ruin that leg up that you've given yourself. Give all gamers a chance to steam back into the lead. So 2-2 we go. And the question is, for the defensive side, like, saving 2 weapons here, it puts them in a spot where they could force buy around it, especially with the validity of, like, a judge on this map, for example, playing up in heaven. But I think, playing around those rifles and saving up for the next is probably
the other thing as well, I want to bring it up with you mentioning Verno. I think that ultimately, on the attack side of the last map, he was okay. It was the defensive side where they were being pushed and pulled across. So the fact that they've got that attack side start might actually help him out individually.
इनका पास settle ले बोल के देखो सब हर बार वो लोग ही hit कर रहे भाई. MIBR crazy है भाई.
I'm taking space alongside Aspas and being a thorn in their side rather than trying to figure out what the opponents are doing. And while you mentioned it, it is more of that half buy. 3 rifles in play. One of the pistols already dropped to the deck, and the B side completely under the control of the attack.
Fangear's trying his best to get a pot shot or 2 off. And indeed, a walk up from Bai is quite aggressive. Being caught by Aspis for free. Of course, when you have those pistols, sometimes you try to take your timings. Got to catch someone by surprise, but that hasn't worked out this time around for all gamers. The 2 rifles that they've got left, a decision, perhaps you could carry them through to the next. And they're at least doing that with one of them. Kira's on the A site, and I don't imagine he's going for the latest flank of all time. But for Fangear, he's been good every time. He wants to make it costly, because look at MIBR's credits. Already in an extremely good spot. Winning this round with all 5 alive is going to make this dangerous. The imbalance is going to be stacked against all gamers. At least they carry that 1 rifle through.
Yeah, and I also want to say I like the compositional switch that came out from MIBR, because obviously you look at it on the other side, it's not like they've reinvented the wheel or anything, but I do just look at these agents as comfortable. Like, I love seeing Aspas on the Jet. I think we have done for years. I think Zekon on the Raze also just gives both of them this more sort of aggressive tandem. I think Verno swapping, I believe, with Mizzino, like one of them now playing the Initiator. They do this anyway, with depending on what the Initiator is, but putting him onto the Omen, we already saw
Leo
the
jo
impact
time out
that
pe
it
chali
can
gayi
have
bhai
with
AGL
him
already.
being
Very
5-1 on
realistic.
the board. This looks like a very comfortable composition for MIBR. And even just some of the early rounds, the fact that Aspas is, again, he's taking that aggressive space with the dashes and the follow-up. It's very similar to the previous map, which worked great. Like, that was the bit of their gameplay that was fantastic, was when they get the entry, when they get these more direct plays, their execution is fantastic because the guy at the tip of the spear is one of the best entry fraggers in the world.
Now, like you said, all gamers have been having a lot of success off the back of these timeouts, but this one does feel a little bit more difficult because on the defense, how it's panned out for them so far has been, well, they haven't gotten to play strong retakes, barring those first two. They are constantly having to save. They're constantly having to call it off with 2 players left alive, even there in a 3v5, because they only had the 2 rifles. 1 guy's going to save. They haven't been able to avoid the early aggression with... Sorry, they haven't been able to avoid the early aggression at all, and they haven't been able to deal with it in those heads-up battles. Think about the A-site full buy. It literally looked like MIBR walked into an eco. In fact, I think it would have been more dangerous against an eco because there probably would have been more players there. So for all gamers, it isn't just about finding the solution. It's about avoiding that early burst, not losing 2 players in the initial aggression from MIBR, and all the while MIBR now come in and pump the brakes themselves. I imagine they're expecting to see some pointed aggression from the defense now. Okay, we can't sit back and wait. We have to instead fight for mid, or we got to push A main, or we need the info early. But that hasn't been the approach. It seems like they're just taking much more passive positions overall.
It might be a change-up because of the operator. Gives you a little bit more of an avenue to find those opening picks a little bit quicker. Mid seems to be the point of call for Banger, and it's something that we're yet to see in this game. Already, he's been smoked off, but he does not care! He's just faster than anybody else. Straight into mid. Tex didn't even get a chance to blink, and he's already gone. The read they have, though, is wrong. The flash might just give the game away. Instead, the execution coming through from MIBR. This time they don't have that tip of the spear. It's Zekken to try and fill the void, and he's gone down immediately. Shrimp doing well, and in fact, everybody stepping up to the plate. He's taken a lot of damage, though, but so is Mizzino.
And now the opposite position. They sit and they wait, knowing
Avan kya haal hai? Welcome to the stream, brother.
knowing that Mizzino is in main, but
Mizzino
he can't
low
afford
hai.
to leave this. He is so
Nikal liya bhai, AGL ne 3-3 ho gaya
It's
bhai.
on to Verno. 5-1. A big step up from the performance earlier on, but he has to plant. Before that, he wants a pick, and that will be the end of him from what we can see. Fangir swung in, but the rest of the squad did just the same, and all gamers, they managed to seal a pretty convincing round off.
I'd love to see that from Tex's point of view. Because it's literally like there is a half second where he reveals himself through the smoke, insta hits the shot, and it makes things so difficult because then you have the immediate gamble of the third player over onto the other side of the map, and then the flash that comes through that gives them all the information on the other side. Sure, those 2 players still had to do well, but you don't have that 1-2 punch of Aspas and Zekken.
10 बजे सोने गया था मैं.
It was just Zekken that went in first, and
तो वो जोड़ पे गया.
definitely became a little bit more troublesome.
बहुत ज़्यादा sleep deficiency पे चल रहा
Right away, MIBR going for a much more pointed attack. The B side under threat. Kira had a rough time so far, and the Seeker seems to have sent him out of the site. He's now smoked off, and in fact, GRQ is going to come meet him. They want to play a full retake of this B site, and again, that has been the problem. When they try to stand their ground, MIBR washed them away. So instead, they'll look to fight back, which was really the upside for their defense on Lotus. They were very good at the retakes. Blade Storm from Aspas to deal with, though. Could be a different story, and the showstopper certainly will.
Gets rid of any chance of having smokes on the retake. That's going to make it a lot more difficult. Denied the dog, but needs a little more. 2 quick kills coming up for the defensive side on the way back through. Even still, though, Zekken's there again, and because of that, he has a nade. Up above comes Fangir, but it's only the one. Trading evenly once again. Leaves it close, and down to just Verno!
Verno ने निकाल दिया भाई. Verno ने निकाल दिया भाई. Finally, Verno अगर खेल रहा है तो game जाएगा. Ladle.
He's 8-2 now. Yeah, that's definitely a different flavor than what we saw from Verno starting out the previous map. As you said, it might change when we swap sides. That's where the pressure was put onto him, but seeing a slow start here would be even more worrying. Giving them a lifeline. In 2 buy rounds now, Verno has been the difference maker for this squad, and considering they've only got 4 on the board, not 4 buy rounds, 4 rounds overall. It's no surprise that he's our highlight. All gamers. Right back in with a full buy. Right back in with the operator. But 3 players towards the A side. And it looks like, again, MIBR are going to play this very pointed aggression. That's why the op is such a good counter because they're contacting so many of the early angles. But if it's in the wrong place, the rest of the squad will have to answer up. Kira does well to get one, but the trades firmly in favor of MIBR.
It's back to basics. It's what this composition does best. You have the jet, you have the raise, you have a sky for the flash, and you're in.
वही कर रहे हैं ट्रेड ऑफ कब से वही कर
Viper's pit for the post, and this becomes an incredibly harsh retake, especially when you have an operator. That operator goes from being your most valuable asset to a weakness. And in the last round, they had a Blade Storm. Well, they don't have that anymore. Bai's trying to find
3v4 bhai.
All exploited by Mazzino instead of the remaining couple. Do you want to throw the operator into this? Now that's
save करने वाला है. अब save करने वाला है.
Too far gone. It's a consolation frag and a lead extension for MIBR.
Yeah, this is their way back through. A strong attack side already on split from MIBR. Some of the quieter players in that first
चलो भाई
half.
MIBR आगे lead पे जा रही है. Let's go.
Finding their rhythm early on, and I guess looking across though, for Fangir, for Aspis. Definitely taking a step back. It makes sense when you look at the jet on this map for Fangir, or for Aspis, sorry, playing on the attack side, but you look at it from the perspective of Fangir.
First game.
Yeah.
Second map.
And I do think that in my mind, that's not so much a danger as it is
First map
to matter of
AGAL जीत गए already.
that rhythm again.
Wrong place, wrong time. That's been the issue so far.
Bottom
His
up
operator was in position when he swung mid. Perfect. But it almost feels like he's reactionarily moving. So, okay, they've been fast the last couple of rounds. Let me go B. Now they're not doing that anymore. 3 players walking up A. The spike about to rejoin the rest of the players on that side of the map. And sure, you get the early warning system of those sky flashes, but it only tells you that somebody is there. It doesn't go 5 players. They don't have a clue, so they can't gamble everything over. The deep position allows them a 3rd player, and while second, maybe a little audacious.
Yeah, most definitely. With Aspis down as well, it's a fantastic pickup by Bai. MIBR falling like flies, 1 at a time they face, and 1 at a time they fall.
2v5. Flawless होने वाला है क्या?
Texas up against numbers.
Flawless होने वाला है.
Won't even get close. A double jump peek onto Mazzino. Well, certainly got the shot out of him. To be fair, he could run to the B site for the plant, but he'll have to get through a few players for that to even be a possibility. I do agree, for Fangir, it feels so unlucky. You look at the last round, he's on the A side, he's ready to pick them. And I do like the approach. What's working for MIBR? They play contact up to the choke points, then they burst out of the choke points and overwhelm you. How do you counter that? You hold ahead of the choke point with an operator. They walk into you, easy pickup. Fangir's done that every round. And every round, he's been sat there while his teammates on the other side of the map go, yeah, we got nade, we got paranoias coming, there's a dash.
आजू-बाजू में बैठते हैं ना, calls अगर ये दे रहा होगा तो maybe उसके वहाँ से repeat हो रही होगी.
And we see him there in the late round have success. Just wait till he's on the right side of the map.
Maybe this will be the one. It's looking like more of a mid.
भाई मुझे कैफिन की बहुत ज़्यादा ज़रूरत है भाई.
MIBR. Of course, last time they played this map, it was the attack where they managed to an 8-4 versus Leviathan. I believe that was in the qualifier to make it to this event.
अभी रुक जा, कुछ बोलता हूँ, कॉफी है तो ठीक है वरना हमारा पड़ेगा एनर्जी ड्रिंक.
Previous massive winners. Already, Verno, who has been the best player so far for MIBR, is gone from this round, and not only does that cause the problem of your top fragger going down, but also your smokes, your paranoia.
कल के स्ट्रीम पे कहाँ थे आप?
Leaves you with limited utility with this double duelist, and we're right
कल वाले
back
मैचेस से हुए भाई.
that contact.
ना एट्रिब्यूट लगा, एट्रिब्यूट तो कुछ नहीं था भाई.
It's blinded a couple, but nobody actually reacts off it.
I think that's going to give the game away. The smoke is delaying slightly, but this looks now like an A hit. The fake goes through towards the B site. That will
second 2 राउंड कुछ अलग ही मारा है. बिना मारे फाइट किए ऐसे ही मर रहा है भाई पुश करके.
MIBR And towards the A side, 30 seconds left. They still have to get past by.
और एक टाइमिंग हो रहा है यहाँ पे बाप रे
menace for this squad. The snake bite stops the wrap around, and he'll catch the spike on the way across. Now they've got Kira to deal with and the TP from GRQ. 15 seconds to get that plan through.
अरे ulti नहीं करने दिया उसको.
MIBR looked like they were against all odds, but now it's back to even.
Kira could have just played the time, but that felt like an attempt to be a hero, maybe not realizing that Tex was still up above, and instead gave them a way back into the round. The duo that was so impactful over on Lotus. But can they drag home around? It's patient from the attack. They're not giving anything. You can even see it. Fangir is expecting a wraparound. Fully looking towards the heavens.
वाह क्या dash था भाई शर्ट का मजा dash क्या delete कर दिया भाई वहाँ से
every single movement ability that before
काम पे
his
था अभी भी
eyes
काम पे हूँ break
ended
लिया
up with the death
कोई
of an all-gamers player.
Yeah, great work by Tex as well.
मेरे को लग रहा है AGL का tech pass आने वाला है जिस हिसाब से वो छेड़म छाड़ी कर रहा है ना डब्बे में
all the while waiting for the wraparound to come in.
और डब्बे के पीछे पड़ गया वो
did not look like it was going to come even close for MIBR. 2 versus 4. A player waiting on the A side. The TP taken from GRQ.
आ गया बोलते ही आ गया technical pause.
No, because Bai was actually getting picked off in the cross.
बोलते ही आ गया भाई tech pass.
And to end up with control back in your favor there is definitely something that's going to put a smile on your face.
भाई मेरा भी कल आईएम बंद हो गया था भाई 10 साढ़े 10 सुबह भाई सॉप अप किया पूरा प्रॉपर तब जाके चालू है नहीं पेंस का नहीं हो फिल्टर क्लियर करना पड़ता आईएम का फिल्टर ब्लॉक हो जाएगा आवाज नहीं आता अरे ये क्या बर्फ वाला पानी लिया है क्या डायरेक्ट अंदर बर्फ जमा हुआ है मुझे वही बोल रहा है
There really is nothing they can do, and all you have to do is get one.
पानी के बोतल में बर्फ जमा था अंदर
that he's there at that point, right? They knew about the TP from GRQ, or at least they could assume it. They knew about Bai, but they hadn't spotted Kira, unless I'm mistaken.
Tech pause क्या है? Time out, हाँ, technical pause रहता है. But इसमें तुम कोच के साथ बात नहीं कर सकते. इसमें rules है. तुम teammate के साथ बात कर सकते हो, but not with coach. Coach के साथ नहीं बात कर सकते. Technical pause पे. Technical pause पूरा game ही pause हुआ था.
I don't hate the showstopper with like, what was it, like 15 to 18 seconds left.
नहीं कोच से बात नहीं कर सकते. तो कोच तो को बता सकता है ना कि गेम कैसे चल रहा है. कोच को पता चलता है ना कि गेम कैसे चल रहा होता है. टर्नओवर.
I think that's actually what Tex did.
इसमें एक नॉर्मल टाइम आउट होता है और एक टेक्निकल पॉज होता है. टेक्निकल पॉज तेरा तभी होता है जब तेरा कुछ इक्विपमेंट में जी जाए.
But it's a good recovery. And finally one of those cut rounds actually going the way of MIBR. I think back to the first map and a lot of the time it was there.
उस दिन के फर्स्ट गेम में भी टेक्निकल पॉज ही हुआ था इतना बड़ा 2 घंटे का. कुछ होगा था इनका टेक्निकल इशू.
And then all gamers were able to fight back. Half equal.
भाई ये देख के अच्छा लग रहा है अभी वर्नो खेल रहा है तभी वर्नो फर्स्ट गेम खेला ही नहीं था.
This is already a pretty decent half on the attack. But they're going to want a little bit more. And right back to regular programming. It's looking like a fast A hit.
मेरे को 8-4 लग रहा है पता नहीं क्यों. ऑल
He's in the right place.
Taking down Tex somehow. A spam straight through, and it's going to be a 5 versus 4 in the post plant. All gamers, as we've said, very confident when it comes to those retakes if they can get on the site.
8-4 at the 7-5.
And if not,
rush me chat.
There for the next. Good work by Shrimp. He's been so consistent in this half, and he's kept the advantage in their court. That little sneaky spot by Aspis will be checked.
डबल पीक किया है भाई डबल पीक किया है भाई उधर रे बाप रे बाप.
GRQ could find the headshot and leaves
that bullets
all alone.
3 बंदे 9 bullets
Was against 4. The first is his, but time ticking. He can try to use that to his advantage, but finding these picks should be nearly impossible. Boxed in.
Shot.
Nice work. And then A thrown out. Goodbye time. He's evaded the shots to start with, but the op will find him in the end. As tight as it will be, there is enough time on that clock for all gamers to push up to 5.
It's a nice attempt in a scenario that definitely felt impossible. And I think you might have been sat there at home going, yeah, these guys are talking an awful lot about if Fangir was in the right place at the right time. And I don't know what they're on about. Well, this is the example.
भाई ज़क्के ने क्लच मार देता ना.
An opening kill.
हो जाता आज तो भाई उम्मीदें खड़ी हो जाती मेरी हर जगह.
This guy, when he is in position, has been a real problem.
Is it 6-6 or 7-5? क्या लगता है तुम्हें? I will buy.
Time of if he's in the right place at the right time.
मुझे लगता है कि
a chance for a 6-6.
7-5 जा सकता है.
Maybe not the greatest defense.
6-6 बोल रहे हैं.
But if they go in level, they won't mind. That's an immediate showstopper, and it's close.
AGL
Bai is down to 40 HP, but
it can be 6-all.
Will live to tell the tale. Is he going to get back into the vibes? But I don't think he can.
No, he's going to let it fade. With Aspis holding up close.
भाई आसपास तो शिला पड़ा है भाई, हील कर दे रे बाबा इसका.
Risky fight. The judge invading with the decay, but Aspis on the other side. Not a gamble they wanted to take. Forced back by the grenade as well.
Nice shot.
Does really well.
Again,
Oh,
3K.
triple for Kira. He'll fall in the end. Tex and Verno still have some life left to give. But an AWP waiting for an over.
और क्या टाइमिंग था ये? ऑफ फेंकने का टाइमिंग तो सिर्फ पीक और ऑफ फेंक
It's a little bit of an oopsie. Now look who's posted on the angle, or who was. It's Tex right down below. He's managed to slip the net.
I've got your trail.
The Seekers will find
ये
him.
गलत हो गया भाई.
Ooh, that makes it a little bit more awkward. 35 seconds, they've still got time to play with. MIBR are hoping that somebody makes a mistake. That might have been it. A quick double for this attack side.
क्या मारा बंद दोनों को?
Shrimp still expecting further aggression. And
Guys, 3v2 से 2v1 हो गया यहाँ पे 1 सेकंड के अंदर.
Are they about to try and hightail it to the other side? It'll be very late. No, they want to make sure that the spawn is clear.
Back it and they put this round at the
Another
back.
smoke.
तेरे कास्टिंग कोई नहीं पूछा भाई, चुप
Another
कर दा.
attempt to get that plant in. This one will be stuck, and in the meantime, Shrimp is going to try
अरे
and spam.
spam देखो.
That was the
Time
planter.
नहीं है.
This time, Tex now has to stick it all the way through. His opponent gets a chance to reaggress.
ओ भाई क्या हो रहा है ये स्मोक को गेम. ओ भाई 7-5.
From Tex to escape and close the round.
MIBR ही के है दे.
Tempered Shrimp, but it will be MIBR to go in with a lead at the half.
Yeah, I think Tex finishes that one with double digits in terms of kills, and I think every single one was high impact.
आधे घंटे पे कुछ नया आया है चैनल पे, देखा कि नहीं देखा? गिफ्टिंग सिस्टम कुछ तो है, पता नहीं क्या सीन है. टैकल कर रहे थे भाई स्टार्टिंग में, अब द स्ट्रीम में पता नहीं क्या था.
MIBR now with a lead at the halftime. That's got to be a big upside for them to bring us to a map 3. It feels like
बराबर
the wind's in their sails, but
बराबर.
I won't be finding myself counting all gamers out. Remember how this started. They were not able to deal with the pressure. Well, that's not going to be the case for them anymore. No, they get to dictate that pace. And considering it's still a close half after them being deactivated in those kind of round 3 to 5, still anyone's game.
Yeah, it's worth saying that both teams on the previous map were able to win it out.
यहाँ पे एजे लीड पे है करंटली. अब MIBR ये मैप लीड पे है, बट 2 नंबर से भाई अभी डिसाइड पता है क्या होगा? अभी डिसाइड ये पिस्टल राउंड ही करने वाला है सेकंड हाफ में. ये पिस्टल राउंड जो जीतेगा समझ ले वो गेम जीत जाएगा.
The more direct entry style
ये पिस्टल
is
राउंड में
working
हमें
wonderfully
headshots
for
पे
them.
headshots भी देख
Even
सकते
still,
हैं,
though, I think
देखने को मिलेगा.
MIBR not winning the pistol and coming up with 7 rounds. Sure, there were, I think, multiple either 2v3 or 2v4s that they had to clutch out, but it's definitely looking like a better scenario for them rather than I would say in the last map where they needed that 4-0 start to have the closer attack side.
क्या लगता है बिट्टू?
Feels like the competition a
John
bit
Wick वाला
tighter.
क्लच देखने को मिलेगा ये
That was a
मैच?
great
अच्छा भी
round
लेट्स
as
सी
well,
भाई.
we saw on the replay.
फर्स्ट मैप पे देखने को मिला था भाई. मैंने एक राउंड में पता है क्या बोल दिया?
Considering he was a 1v4,
वहाँ पे 1v3 चल रहा था और उसके पास खाली पिस्टल था, बाकी तीनों के पास गन थी.
taking out a player.
मैंने खाली एक ही चीज बोला कि अगर इसने 1v3 अगर हेडशॉट मार दिया 5 बुलेट पे इतना इंसेन हो जाएगा ना. और उसने पता है क्या किया? वही कर दिया.
बिट्टू भाई प्रेडिक्टेड ऑन टॉप.
मतलब प्रेडिक्शन क्या था भाई मेरा? और तीनों को हेडशॉट मारा, तीनों को हेडशॉट मारा उसने. तो पिस्टल से हेडशॉट मारा तीनों को.
On both sides of the map.
बिट्टू कोच ही बन जा भाई.
भाई क्या बोलूं भाई.
इतना अच्छा
Now we come
प्रेडिक्शन
in.
मेरा भाई. MIBR
और उधर मैंने प्रेडिक्शन दिया कि वो गेम ओटी होगा और ओटी भी हो गया.
I think for them, they're down by 2, but they know this is a chance to close
ये
this
गेम का
series,
प्रेडिक्शन मेरे
take
को ऐसा
it
लग रहा है
2-0,
13-10.
send MIBR home and lock in playoffs. And a pistol round
MIBR 13.
could put them right back to neck and neck, considering how the attack
Although ये
last
pick
map.
ये मैप पिक
as
एजीएल
you
का है,
said, MIBR not
लेकिन
out of the
MIBR
woods
के मैप
yet.
पे एजीएल
This
ने मारा है,
pistol
तो मेरे को लग रहा है कि
could
अभी
make it a
एजीएल
bit
के मैप पे
more
MIBR
comfortable
मारेगी.
for the defense.
बट ये पिस्टल राउंड ही बताइए अभी क्या करना है. मैं तो बता रहा हूँ ये पिस्टल राउंड जो जीतेगा वो मैच जीत गया.
Only representative of China left.
खिलौना भेज दिया.
खिलौना वो भी कुत्ता ही है भाई.
Look to join 100 teams and
गॉड का.
NRG,
ओ अल्ट नहीं दिया.
maybe even G2 later in the day. It
Alter नहीं है, वो
could be
कुत्ता है.
4v4 in terms of
कुत्ता का POV
Americas
देख रहे थे हम,
versus
guys.
EMEA. Depending on
वो
how
कुत्ता काट लेगा उसमें भी
these
एचपी चली आती
two
है.
last games of the groups go, Zekken is already going to spot a couple, but this is a ruse again. This is exactly what we spoke about when it came to Lotus. You have what looks like an all-in play early, even give information to the other side, and then they have this slow walk up.
भाई कितना स्प्लिट खेल रही है भाई, कितना स्प्लिट खेल रही है एजीएल. बाप रे बाप. और ये ऑलरेडी साइड पे बैठा हुआ है. हीरा.
Ruse on ruse on ruse on ruse, and I can't really blame MIBR for being in the wrong place. Yeah, they're going back.
अरे ए साइड मिल गया उनको
Same as what we saw
भाई
on
दे दिया
Lotus,
कॉल
Tom.
जेट
All
ऑलरेडी टी स्पॉट
gamers
पुश कर रहा है
were
बाप रे बाप
pulling the threads using MIBR like puppets.
Yeah, there you go. You see it from Mazina go, okay, they are
उनको
now
पता चल
on
गया
A,
भाई
but now they have a backstab of their raise and a second one in the form of Shrimp.
Exactly. Normally it's Bai who's left behind to play those roles, but all they have to do here is
रेज और
delay.
भाई
This
स्काई
is the
पिक्स आने
problem,
वाले
though.
हैं
If MIBR
ये
do
लोग
go
सैंडविच होने
direct,
वाले
if they go quickly into the site, those flanks won't matter. The position at least of the
अरे
plant is for Heaven,
नो
but Aspas and
आसपास से दो
Heaven
मार
on the
दिए
site immediately. GRQ trying his best to slow them down. The Heaven position needed from
आसपास with the
Shrimp, but he
3k
will
भाई
not
पिस्टल
find
राउंड में भाई
anything.
MIBR जीत रही है भाई
And MIBR, that's what I said, right? They're grouped up. They're in that
Yeah.
clump. So when it comes to the retake, they're not waiting for the guy that's
Okay,
coming from
yeah.
the south side, that's in
Pistol
sewers, the
round
flank.
goes to
They don't care about any of that. They're ready to go the second
अभी भी
that they
क्या
get to the
लगता है
choke
आपको?
point.
I really
बोल दिया मैंने
like
already
that
तेरे को,
first
10-13
round from MIBR because that was their major problem on the last map. Was
Oh, yeah.
they've gone this way.
भाई
then that
क्या
way, then
मारा
this
इन
way.
दोनों को
I've
बाप रे
rotated on
बाप
spawn
रे
and I've been killed by a late flank. They then implanted a player on B as I lead B. I get killed by that guy, and then it's like, okay,
भाई
now we
मेरा
have to
फेवरेट
use
प्लेयर है ये
rotate.
आसपास
Instead, okay, all five of us wait somewhere in the middle of the map. We
भाई
then rotate
3 साल
all
से
together,
मैच
even if
MVP
we
है
trade
जस्ट
one
सिंह
for
मैच
one,
MVP
we'll
बोल रहा
come out far
टूर्नामेंट
more
MVP है
even
पूरा
than before.
काल रन के
And then in this case, Aspas
भाई
hits
वरना
2 immediate headshots.
वो रिकॉर्ड नहीं ले पाया
That's
उसका
holding.
वरना इज
They
अ
are
गुड
now
प्लेयर
the
बट द
panicking
थिंग
team
इज कि
and not us.
आसपास इज द मोस्ट वैल्यूएबल प्लेयर ऑफ द टूर्नामेंट 3 साल का कंसेक्यूटिव है इसका
It's going to be a full eco
भाई
from
पैसा भी
all
क्या है
gamers, as you'd expect.
1450
Classics across the board.
क्या बोलते हैं
Paranoid
और
back
ऐसा भी
just
नहीं है
to
कि
take
हर एक गेम
fence.
खराब खेलता हर एक गेम में मारा उसने हर एक गेम में
तो हमेशा
Already a
ट्रेड
bit
ऑफ्स
of an
लेते हुए
investment, even with that piece of utility thrown through. And now you've
Varno
lost
is a team
Varno
player.
for
अरे,
this round. No
all
smoke
out होता
set
तो
going
बचा
on with
भाई,
GRQ
low है।
down, but if they can find another pick or
जाएगा
two,
वो
it'll be damage done. The thing is, for MIBR, the buy isn't what we see a lot of the time, where like you have a lot of bulldogs, or you even have some
फैंगर को
players playing low buy for the panels and so on. It's SMGs.
वो
It's
स्पॉट हो गया अबे हाइपर
commercial.
स्पॉट हुआ स्काई से
Losing these for the next won't be the end of the world, and I think 2 picks probably won't.
उत्कर्ष
get
भाई कैसे
any
उत्कर्ष
scrap
भाई
on
नहीं
the
हो रहा है क्या
brow
आज
of the defensive side.
उनसे
Needed to
connect
be a little bit more than
वो
that.
लो
but
है
it
नाइस
doesn't look like we'll get
इजी
any more
इजी
than
विन
that.
फॉर MIBR
Last man is Shrimp. Spike in his control at the
झिंगा
very
क्या
least.
करेगा
and
झिंगा का
There we
झिंगा
go. I was
बिरयानी
gonna
बना
say
भाई
Zach
अगर इस
must
जक्कन को
be
मार देना
aware
गन मिल जाएगी
he could be coming from screens, and he looked at it and now backs off. They'll
Vice
they'll
Test mode
concede
पे
that
जाते
space
हुए
and punish him when he
झिंगा
walks out a little.
पर
तो
वो
वैसे करो
Punish him and walks out a little
nah
further. Catch him in the doorway.
Great for life
Nice
what's up
work.
brother welcome welcome
MIBR with
damn
9.
all that trickness by
Good
AG
job
just to
of
get
avoiding the real dangers
that over on
around
his
mid there.
side
Yeah, I think this looked like a round of just like, let's make sure we get the
but AGL
conversion.
is
Everybody has
well
a
prepared
weapon.
today
We have a chance to farm up
आस
orbs. We can
आसपास
go for
के
something
आसपास
risky
कोई
in
नहीं
close range. Like I think
यार
Split
under
allows
there are
you to
better
do
players
that.
but
Like you can
आसपास
play some angles
हर
where
एक गेम में ही
first if
मारते हैं
anybody has light shields, that Spectre can do a lot of work. Same with the Stinger. But also if they don't, if I sit on a
इस
tight
बार के भी
angle, I have a chance
मोस्ट
to win
वैल्यूएबल
that
प्लेयर में
matchup.
अगर
So
सबसे बड़ा
it means
EWC
that
का
the
टूर्नामेंट में कोई है तो
likelihood of
इनकी
winning
टीम
this
से ही है
round is a lot
MIBR से ही
less
है
than if you go for all the
I guess
rifles.
Verno ये सबसे
But
टॉप
also
है
it means that
वरना
you're not
टेक्स
gonna
दोनों में
have
से कोई एक है
crazy costly rounds if you lose those rifles.
Yeah, you're not going to have weapons recovered by the opponents that are really that scary up against you.
गणेश भाई
And with
कैसे
the way the economy's going,
गणेश भाई
got
लैग
an
बैक नहीं हो रहा है
operator as soon as they want it.
इंटेंस
and
मैच
then
हाँ ना
it's
इंटेंस मैच चल रहा है
All
भाई
light shields.
Indeed.
guys do like the
For
stream
all gamers, there's
जो देख रहे हो आपको पसंद आया तो like
especially close range. Like those SMGs are now going to find a much easier
says
fight
here
when
to
push
my
comes to
brother
shove.
कि भाई
Look how
और push
they're
करेगा
set up as well. Initially, there was the attempt of a crossfire in mid, but there is still that setup towards A main.
MIBR का हर एक प्लेयर गाइस सेफ ही खेल रहे हैं सब एक एक अपने अपने पोजीशंस पे भाई कोई ओवर एग्रेस नहीं कर रहा कोई पुश नहीं कर रहा सब एंगल होल्डिंग कर रहा है
2 mid, Spike outside A.
tactically
Is
खेल रहे हैं ये
really going to be a split there.
इसके
and
info
that
निकल रहा है।
info should be pieced together by the defense by now.
ये लोग इन्फो ले रहे हैं बट दोनों टीम स्प्लिट खेलते हुए
स्प्लिट ही खेलेंगे भाई दो अलग मैप
Gone
है
back on A main,
I mean,
I
दो अलग
suppose.
different
Pretty
side
clear
है
of the flash and B.
Yep.
Very soon, all gamers are going to have
पता
rotations
चल गया ये हो रहा है
underway or a flank underway. It's time to pick up the pace.
Oh, tight low angle. There's
ओह
nothing clear.
टेक्स को चेक नहीं किया
Tex is the snake in the grass.
Oh,
The
भाई।
chance to do so much
Oh,
damage
भाई, दो
first
खा गया।
and the second as well.
Oh,
This gives
Fangor-
Aspas an
Fangor down.
opportunity.
Okay,
Barman's legs
okay,
down.
ये भी
That's
दो
where
खा
the
गया
Spectre
Aspas।
is all the more deadly. He's landed his shots and left it all
बाय
onto
बाय का
Bai.
भाई
And they don't have to peek. They can just wait for him to go for a plant. There's only 15 seconds. He doesn't have much on the clock to play with. He's being flanked as well. There's still a flash available, and he desperately needs someone to fight him. And when they do, Mazino wins the fight at range. A fantastic round from Tex. And I'll be honest, that duo of Tex and Aspas is not necessarily one to look at their roles and go, they're not going to play in tandem. But the way they play off of each other is genuinely fantastic.
Yeah, and this is the thing. When you leave the clock that low, you're pushing in towards the site.
But
still, there was like 40 seconds left. They have enough time, but it's that tiny little gap from Tex.
MIBR का NS के नहीं था। कर्ष अगर तू सोच रहा है MIBR बहुत गंदा हारी है, MIBR गंदा नहीं हारी है। MIBR टाइमिंग से हारी है बस।
Something has to clear it, but it doesn't. And that narrow gap left. That's the thing. Every time that Tex has been in that position.
MIBR का ML क्यों लिखा है? MIBR का वो होगा ना अभी MIBR dot loss grenades कुछ तो collaboration बोला। दो अलग कुछ तो है उन लोग का। MIBR अकेला वो नहीं है।
Look, that last map, Lotus in general has been a problem for them in the last 2 series.
नहीं मतलब वो लोग भी बीसी के सामने बैठे हुए भाई, 2 मॉनिटर लगे उनके सामने। कोच और असिस्टेंट को साथ में बैठे हुए तो वो लोग कोऑर्डिनेट करते हैं लोग। क्या चल रहा है पूरे गेम में, क्या कर रहे हैं? इनका कोच नहीं बात कर रहा है लाडल, उनका कोच बात कर रहा है क्योंकि उन लोगों ने टाइम आउट लिया।
They did manage to sell the fake, but MIBR were too quick on the retake. And I guess that's the other question: is have MIBR adapted to that slow style? Because they
आसपास गणेश भाई इसमें ज़क्कन भी है, ज़क्कन को भी भूला मत भाई।
The thing I like there from Aspas is the patience.
ज़क्कन, वर्नो, माजिनो ये लोग बहुत अच्छे प्लेयर हैं।
To make the play and then goes for his own. Like it's good synergy.
Starts in right now.
Well, now a chance to farm up all towards the ultimate.
MIBR की overall team is equal to RCB भाई.
You can see Kira shying away. Does seem like Kira's more of a ruse in this scenario though. 3 players already taking deep control. Second, well aware of the position that has been lost. And the closer they get, the more deadly their weapons become.
ले गया भाई।
Nice work from Bai. That's Tex.
अरे सारे वेंट कूद गए, सारे वेंट कूद गए।
Doesn't go down in time for Zekken to catch them on
Sound
that
like इनको भी आ रहा है।
But he has called for the rotation. He's heard it. Verno now knows to give up that heaven space. Smoke in to make it uncomfortable, but the dog clears everything behind it. Flashback out. Could come through though. Look at this sneaky little position from Mazino. Oh! That triple again! MIBR! And all gamers can't quite adjust. The ace might be stolen, but it's all smiles from Mazino. Is MIBR looked to take this in dominant fashion. That was such a nice setup. He got in that smoke just at the right moment. And no one was looking for it.
बाप रे क्या गलत मारा भाई, स्मोक पे तो स्पैम में मर गया भाई वो।
Play like this. But I don't think it's going to do any harm. And that's the thing, like you're able to come back in moments where it looked like it was about to slip away.
भाई
11 to 5.
भाई 13-10 भाई मैं 13-10 बोला, 13-10 में मेरे को लग रहा ये लोग खत्म करेंगे, फिनिश ऑफ MIBR
from all gamers.
कोशिश लग रहा है क्योंकि आसपास ने आप उठा लिया।
That ended in overtime, a map that showed
आसपास with Jet with Op is a deadly combo भाई।
But their own map choice of split is looking like more of a blunder. Now the operator purchase of Bangi, him being 1 away from Bladestorm as well.
अरे गणेश भाई
gives them opportunities, but his counterpart in Aspas has also
knife.
brought up that operator. And
Every knife of Valorant is above 4,000.
Swings and roundabouts.
उतना महंगा भी नहीं है। उतना पता पूरा बंडल आ जाएगा।
5 on the clock and the op now rings out, but the shot doesn't
नहीं
land.
मारा।
All gamers at least know
37 to MIBR my prediction। ठीक है।
What to do with that is the question. 55 and they're spread in the default.
गाइस फटाफट से चैट पे सट्टा लगाओ क्या कर।
Viper's pit A with the op.
अरे मतलब प्रेडिक्शन बाबा।
Like the easier choice and it was.
Guys सट्टेबाजी करना।
और स्ट्रीम टिप करके फटाफट से वो रिकवर कर देना।
Players towards the B side. Aspas on his way. The operator will be here by the time the push comes in.
तूने आसपास का वो देखा है?
Very much defended.
Confidence देखा एक बार? आसपास का बोल रहा हूँ इसका।
Tex waiting with 2 players on the other side.
बाहर निकला वहाँ से शॉटगन भाग के अंदर आया।
That's a huge pick from Bai, but Aspas being in position, deadly as ever. The blade's drawn, but he's put to bed. Trades for now, keep it
2v2
workable for all gamers. They'll even get the plant, and that all being dropped. It might be the mistake that cost them the round.
Leaves it on to GRQ.
क्लच कर सकता है।
Safe to say he's had
क्लचेबल है ये।
moments throughout
क्लचेबल है।
so far, but This one might be enough to cling to life.
दे
He
दिया
spots up the
1v1
Oh,
That's the easiest one done, but the wraparound already
Omen
coming through
going in.
closer than maybe expected, and the blast
No
back
way.
is good enough.
वो सैचल ने
Just
काट दिया भाई पूरा
completely
कांड
discombobulate
MIBR.
GRQ's
for a
aim.
clutch.
MIBR with the
That's
match
12
point
now for MIBR. One
match
away
point
and
we
7
are
in a row
going
needed
third
for
map
more
guys
gamers.
Asian जा रहे हैं हम लोग decider map
But you know what, Mitch? If they take a pause here,
Ancient.
I might just believe in the comeback.
I know that, Tom.
Ancient
You've been a day one believer of the new 12-5 meta.
Well, after they did it.
अबे Ascent है ये
Day one. I remember
Ancient
that.
नहीं है
First time they did it,
What?
you said, "Oh, this is a good idea. This is exactly when I want to see that one."
Yeah, no, the first time they did it. No, sure.
But
Ascent.
no, there's not going to be a
currently
time out
split.
here.
पहला
No
था
moment
Lotus.
to breathe. Instead, perhaps Ascent is on the horizon for MIBR.
भाई आप खेल रहे हो टीम बैलेंस सेकंड कैरी हो रहा है क्योंकि पूरी टीम मार रही है सेकंड को मारने की जरूरत ही नहीं है उसके
Gamers, but I doubt they choose it again.
अब लग रहा है ना भाई वी डोमिनेट कर रही है भाई लॉबी
Gear. Blade
Oh,
Storm
shot.
is good for one, a clean opener. They should get the plant off that.
अल्टा कर खत्म हो गया तो ये हो जाएगा भाई इसका.
With no ultimates online.
अल्ट खत्म नहीं होता भाई तू मारेगा चाकू वापस आ
And a blade storm.
पूरा राउंड के लिए रहता.
Makes it
हां
quite
चाकू तू अगर बंदे मारता रहेगा चाकू रहेगा
difficult. Back in.
काय को रहता?
I
काय
am
को
looking
रहता?
at Tex as maybe the one.
5 चाकू मिलता है
player
अगर तूने एक बंदा भी
has a
मार देना
gap.
उससे तो वापस 5 चाकू आते
It's how long that gap stays open for. How long does
वाह.
GRQ face the
Oh,
wrong way? Well, the
पीछे से
entire
मार
time.
दीस.
And Kira actually hasn't reacted either. Just moves
अगर
into
सारे
the
चाकू
corner
तूने एक साथ
instead,
मार दे तो चाकू वापस नहीं आएगा
not wanting to rush to take that fight. But
सेकंड
Second
निकाल
just saved his
बचाया है
teammate.
भाई
That couldn't have been better timing. Fangir though.
इस जगह से राइट क्लिक मार के देखा
Simply had
चाकू हटा
enough
दे
of the
सारे
blades, wanted to go back to the SMG and well,
Oh.
either way, whatever it is, it's working. Verno left
Okay.
to try and fight versus 3.
ये
It's
चले
going to
निकाल
be
रहा
shrimp to close. The first
AGL drop
of what
goes
needs to
to
be a
AGL.
7-round
But-
streak has been found,
but-
but even still, it
एक ही
felt a
round
little bit
जीते,
shaky.
way
Haven't seen
too
that
early
one in
to
a long
say.
time. The
AGL can lose this round
triple kill,
quite
double kill with the blades, and then
Unless
just,
and
I don't
until
need
they
these
have
anymore.
something
I don't
that
wanna
they
play
can
with
pull out
this
of the
anymore.
pocket
right
and they
clicks
can
him
be
into the
like,
ground. That's
yeah, we
enough
can
of
win
that.
this. What do you think?
Look at this. Yeah. I guess he expected the re-swing from bottom ramp, so he's
अबे वो जेट ने राइट क्लिक मारा ना
right
I
और राइट
like
क्लिक
it,
मारेगा तो
yeah,
स्नैप चले
a
जाती
right click. Like, yeah, maybe back like in 2021, that might not even land still.
That looks so funny. Well, 6 rounds in a row, it's a big task. Up against a squad like MIBR, players like Tex, like Aspis, showing up in these moments when they're needed
Cross कर
the
गए
most. They have delivered. Even when they're not
सारे
needed the
क्रॉस कर
most,
गए
they've
भाई
delivered.
हेवन ही आ गए सबके सब
An Ascent may have to be where that bounce back happens, but let's see. Momentum
Ola.
can only carry you so far. A start from Mazino as they look to
Shot,
shut this
bhai,
one down.
shot.
It seems like mission
Mazino holding with the
complete.
3K again
Last man alive. and-
all
What
No,
can
he'll
Shrimp
हो गया
do?
खत्म गाइस
deeper
खत्म
into
we are
the
going
zone
third
at
map
least, but what do we
We are
do
going
from
third
here?
map or 1v4?
Surrounded in every sense of the word, no lane open to him.
हॉट टैब है श्रिम्प के पास
A minute on the clock, and if he wins this, I believe in the 6 rounds.
पूरे
in a row.
डंका
I
मार दिया
believe
आसपास को
in the comeback.
He's cornered. And they're
हॉट
not
टैब
letting
इसके
him
पास
out.
आराम से थोड़ा रीसेट हो जा सांस ले भाई
Even
श्रिम्प
the
You
lower
can do it,
HP
baby.
Aspas is now being healed up as well. It's not like you're saving
Think
that
so.
heal for a rainy day. He is going to bypass his way towards the side, but instead he has to face Mazino, who hasn't really missed a beat in this round.
Okay.
Finally, he shows
1v3?
his mortality.
अल्लाह मर गया मर गया
Speaking
मर
of
गया मर गया मर
mortality, a man with surely no more lives to be had eventually will fall. It is
There you
Tex to confirm
Nice.
a
1-1.
13-6 victory from a tight OT loss on their own map choice. That was incredibly
1-1.
clean from MIBR.
Yeah,
Andres भाई तुम्हारा prediction भी नहीं रहा भाई 13-7 बोला उन्होंने 6-13 में खत्म कर दिया MIBR ने
They tried the same plays on the attack.
ना मेरा भी prediction चला मेरे को लगा जाएगा 10-13
But MIBR this time were ready for every trick that they had up their sleeve. Now we go all the way to Ascent, somewhere that
Hard map जा रहे हैं भाई
isn't
आज
really what we
दोनों
get to
टीम लड़ रहे हैं भाई
see. Variety
गाइस बाय द वे याद
goes
रखना
out the
AGL ने
window,
MIBR के पिक में
considering
हराया
the matchup there.
और
I think it is
MIBR ने
gonna come
AGL का
down
पिक में हराया
to those head-to-head matchups. It's going to come down to if Fangir can find that same form as map number 1, because here map 2
Bhai,
belongs
Ivan.
to MIBR. Before we get into our third
Ivan.
map, it's time once more to go back to the
Ronaldo.
desk with Dico.
रोनाल्डो अरे आसपास दोनों सेम है भाई, अब तक एक भी टूर्नामेंट नहीं जीत पाया वन ऑफ द बेस्ट होने के बाद
Go to Ascent. It's about the guns going ablaze and less about the strategy there. And we will do exactly that as MIBR
Wrestling
take
बता रहा हूँ.
control of the second half and run away with it before AGAL can get back on the board. So it is 1-1.
और वो बंदे ने पता है सोलो टीम कैरी किया, सोलो टीम कैरी किया टूर्नामेंट में पूरा,
Big time. And Kukuka on that last
फिर भी जीत नहीं पाया.
And that was more of the MIBR America's.
Oh, I see something यहाँ पे कुछ तो कैन वन रखा है भाई.
Needs to achieve it with all those names on the roster. That's what we wanted to see more of.
Yeah, I
ध्यान
think
रखा
that
कुछ तो.
it got easier as the map was progressing,
Yeah.
especially when we swapped.
ठीक है.
Good to see that
ठीक है.
Texas carried a lot of the team for today. Good to see, especially that in those last rounds, Massino found a little bit of a bounce back.
छुपा
He did
दिया
not have
है,
the first good map.
overlay
The
के
first
साथ.
half, it was very shaky. But I think that by the end of it, they would have never been able to close it without the confidence that
वो
he
उत्कर्ष
got.
आया चैट पे एनएस के MIBR बोला और MIBR जीती गाइस. देख लो कितना बड़ा पनौत बैठा है चैट पे. देख रहे हो ना तुम लोग?
Well prepared, and it didn't feel
I mean,
like
say,
the gamers could really find
Utkarsh,
the answers,
MIBR on top.
especially in that second half, like you say. When they get over to
जो वो
that
तीन
attack, they
consecutive
really
headshots
do
मारा
begin
ना भाई.
to struggle. Started out well for all
छोड़ दे.
gamers. I thought this.
इधर माजिनो ने राउंड निकाला, उधर ही उनका मोरल टूट गया. वो वहाँ पे मारा ना एक साथ चार बंदे को उसने, चार बंदे मारे उधर.
अच्छी बोल दे
Yeah, I
भाई.
think as well.
उधर ही
when we
momentum
were
टूट
speaking
गया
about
लोग.
this last half that we were seeing and how dominant MIBR was being. We think about the flooding, right? Think about literally the last round that we saw being incredibly quick in not letting them
30
set for
second में
coastline,
होने वाला
barely
है
even
guys, तो
getting the spike down. If
खाने के
they
लिए जो
even
भी
managed to
popcorn
get
वॉपकॉर्न
up
लेके
to
आओ,
that
it's gonna
point,
be an absolute
difficult task
cinema
also
of
to
the
Hard
keep
match
them
gonna absolute
mentally,
cinema भाई.
especially with
दोनों
how
टीम
back
ट्राई
and
करना है.
forth
पॉपकॉर्न लेके
this
आओ,
map
कोल्ड ड्रिंक लेके
also
आओ और
started
आराम
for
से
both
बैठो
of these
स्क्रीन के
squads.
सामने.
Yeah, I think
1
also,
मिनट और
I
22
love the
सेकंड है आपके
in
पास.
general.
1 मिनट और 22
I like
सेकंड
it
भाई
a
बहुत
lot
टाइम है, अभी 2-5
from
मिनट तो
MIBR.
लेंगे
We
सारे.
look at who's able to play what. It looks
वो लोग जाएंगे
very
वाटर ब्रेक लेंगे,
Aspas,
strategy
Jet,
discuss
Second
करेंगे,
Rays,
फिर
big,
आएंगे.
big names, but all the supporting cast comfortable. You know, we spoke before. GRQ, he's having to play this Omen. Is it as good? And I will say, on
चलो
this
bye,
map,
bye, bye,
at
bye,
least,
Arut,
it
bye.
didn't look like these were
अरे
the
अनिल भाई
most
बाय नहीं बोलना
comfortable
था.
roles.
पॉपकॉर्न
I
लेके
felt
आके बैठना
moments
था.
where
अबे
there
कहाँ
was
है उनका?
fluency with all of the utility, which is what
Oh,
you
काम
want
है
to
तो
see.
चलेगा
But
भाई.
when we move across to Ascent, fingers crossed that that will be a different story. But it's hard to know.
Yes, and on that
What do you
Ascent,
say, Beto?
GRQ did play
this
Phoenix,
will
top
the
the
US
lobby,
of the
300
take the win
ACS
for
plus.
this
waiting
round.
all
I
day for
just
this.
want it.
You
Bye,
wanted
bye.
all this.
The young kid GRQ on the Phoenix.
What do you
yes.
want to say?
I know Kira is
the
normally
US
the
of
duelist,
EA
but
take the rock
please
for the
give him
win.
the opportunity to do so because that's your tournament lives are on the line. We've seen what he can do.
I think there's even more interesting
That was
things
brutal.
to talk about when we talk
Died
about
like a
Ascent.
dog.
भाई ये राउंड पूरा टर्न अप कर गया पता है, पूरा राउंड टर्न
That
अप.
was
against
quite-
Heretics, the results
Oh.
very different. And MIBR that thought that they found a weakness to exploit, and Heretics that definitely bounced back. on
यहाँ पे
that
सैचल
map the
फटता
second
नहीं है इसके
time
टांग
they
के पास.
played it, having an almost flawless
ओमन
defense
मारता.
against MIBR.
भाई, ये लोग
For the
pixel
side
देखते
of
हैं, भाई,
all
headshot
gamers,
मार देते हैं,
RCRC and
सच्ची में
playing with
बताओ
the
तो.
duelists, having GRQ almost doing
बिट्टू.
everything that he wanted to. It's going
लोग
to be
pixel देख के headshot
definitely
मार
an
रहे हैं, just
interesting
saying.
one for the
भाई
side.
इनका
I
रिएक्शन
will
टाइम
say
भी तो
for
देख भाई
MIBR,
कितना
though,
फास्ट है.
winning this map too in pretty comfortable fashion is exactly what they
मैंने
मैंने एवरेज निकाला था भाई. मैं एवरेज में कोई तो एक प्रो के क्लोज पहुंच पाया था. मेरा 149 का था अभी तक का. एवरेज मेरा 180 गया था. फास्टेस्ट 149, एवरेज 180.
moving
Reaction
forward
time.
with that
Ah.
momentum now, taking away
Millisecond.
opponent's map pick.
Yeah, that's always the thing that you're afraid of when you lose your first map.
इस साइड आ रहा है. उत्कर्ष किधर है तू?
Sleep for the
है
day,
किधर?
or
मैं
will
बाहर
they be
बाहर
able to
क्या?
bounce back and have a strategy prepared for the other team's map pick. And
भाई
here
दोनों
on
ने एक दूसरे के
Sport,
map pick
the
पे मारा है भाई
answer
उठा
was
के.
resounding yes by MIBR Los. They're going to go ahead and regroup
Great
as we have
offside.
भाई
our
सामने क्या
elimination
वीआईपी सीट लगा है क्या है ये? मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा
This is
है.
it.
प्लेयर्स लोग के
Very
फैमिली वाले
good
लोग आ
squads.
रखे हैं यहाँ पे देखने
One
मैच.
of them will move on to the playoffs. One of them will go
Audience, I
home.
guess.
We'll
Audience
find out
arena में
after
आएंगे.
this short break. You're
Audience
watching
ऐसे नहीं है.
EWC 2026.
So I guess उनके ही रहेंगे friends, family, I guess. Short break है.
अभी कल ओपनिंग है ना तेरा EWC का. कल वॉच पार्टी तो है नहीं गाइस. परसों से अरीना पे मैचेस होने वाले सारे, तो उसके लिए टिकट्स ऑलरेडी बुक्ड हो चुके हैं.
और ये किधर हो रहा है? US?
पेरिस. ये वैसे होता है सऊदी में है. लास्ट ईयर सऊदी में हुआ था बट अभी वो बना रहे ना
क्या?
सिटी बना रहे ना लोग, गेमिंग सिटी सऊदी में, तो उस चक्कर में पेरिस शिफ्ट किया.
अरे वही bonjour croissant.
खाना खा रहा हूँ.
Play
ठीक है भाई आज
is in our DNA.
मैं रुक जाके हेड पूछ रहा था क्या है सीन है कॉफी का.
Whenever we let it
मिला तो
out,
भाई मजा आएगा.
it
थोड़ा मेरे अंदर भी
becomes
एड्रेनलिन आ
ours.
जाएगा. मैं हंस किया.
ऑर्डर कर ले.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
पांडा झुलस गया था गाइस।
ए पांडा को कुछ नहीं बोलने का। पांडा को कुछ बोला।
पांडा झुलस गया था।
अरे अनीम।
भाई एक टाइम था हम लोग भी देखते थे सब भाई, अभी देखते ही नहीं है भाई। मैंने लास्ट कार्टून पता है क्या देखा था?
क्या?
डोरेमोन। तो आज कोई कार्टून देखा ही नहीं।
अरे नहीं, मैंने पता यूएस में हम लोग देख रहे थे डोरेमोन को मूवी। हम लोग सब देख रहे थे, देख के हम लोग सो गए।
मैंने डोरेमोन की मूवी तो नहीं देखी जितने डोरेमोन मैंने देखी।
भाई हम लोग ने लेजिट मेरे रूम में वॉच पार्टी रखा था। सब मतलब बेड मैट्रेस सब नीचे रखे फ्लोर पे, और हम लोग ने पीसी का ये स्क्रीन उठाया और भाई हम लोग वही देख रहे थे, क्योंकि हम लोग इधर ये चल रहा था।
आई नीचे चेयर गिव करना।
बराबर, मेरे पास खुद का ढंग का चेयर नहीं है, मेरा पीठ इतना दुखता।
गणेश भाई सीक्रेट लेग पे चेयर अगर स्पॉन्सर हो जाता।
बिट्टू भाई अगर आपको स्पॉन्सर्स मिल रहे हैं तो भाई इधर भी बोलियो।
एक सीक्रेट लैब का चेयर मुझे मिल ही जाता था। क्या हो गया गणेश भाई?
Hi, I'm Zekin. from MIBR.
ये कौन?
We'll be playing against a
Zekin.
mystery opponent in a 1v1 set.
Zekin and which team?
MIBR।
This is good.
पहले सेंट्रल्स बता, अभी MIBR में।
Hidden already. Yeah. Who would use the Phantom?
अरे माँ।
And he's beating my ass.
इसके साथ खेल रही है?
Oh, he's deeging me.
1v1 कुछ तो कर रहा है। अब इसको गेस करना है कि सामने इसके ओपोनेंट में कौन से टीम का प्लेयर खेल रहा है।
Phantom Deeg.
अपना वाइटी देखा क्या?
From not my region.
समझा नहीं मैं गणेश भाई।
He's jumping. Wait. I saw his knife. The only person I've seen use.
गणेश भाई with this 100 jewels वड़ा पाव भेज दिया भाई। गणेश भाई थैंक यू फॉर द वड़ा पाव। हाँ कुछ तो भाई नया पता नहीं क्या चालू है यूट्यूब पे। ये क्या है ये?
ज्वेल्स क्या भेज रहे हो भाई? सोना बेचो भाई।
कुछ तो आया भाई ये यूट्यूब। गणेश भाई ये ज्वेल्स मिलते कैसे हैं?
Hello. Okay, knife. Let's go.
You're gonna punch me with your water fist.
Oh, gift का option.
Come here.
अरे भाई।
चल इसकी बात करता अच्छा क्या? चैनल को छोटा समझो क्या? पहुंच यूट्यूब तक है जस्ट सिंह बता रही हो।
ओ
यूट्यूब गेमिंग हमारी स्ट्रीम देखता है जस्ट।
मेरे पास अभी 50 ज्वेल्स है फॉर लिमिटेड टाइम।
गणेश भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 2 jewels अगेन एंड द समोसा वेरी रियलिस्टिक भाई। क्या है ये? मतलब मेरे को
अरे नहीं देख 50 ज्वेल 95 रुपीस का है।
हाँ
100 ज्वेल 479 का है। अभी 50 ज्वेल जो है ना लिमिटेड टाइम के लिए फ्री में मिल रहा है। तो अगर मैं तेरे को भेजूंगा तो तेरे को आई गेस वही है स्ट्रीम ट्रिप का ही है। नहीं
मतलब 95 रुपीस मेरे को मिलेंगे तो ऐसा बोल रहा।
लाइक कार्ड फाट के उतना।
हाँ मतलब वही 95 रुपीस मिलेगा उसमें से कटेगा 40।
यस मैंगो लस्सी
गणेश भाई ने बोला कि फ्री का 1K ज्वेल्स मिला उनको वेरी रेयर।
अमीर है ना भाई सोबो में रहता है इसके लिए।
मैं रुको फोन से चेक करता हूँ क्योंकि पीसी में ऑप्शन नहीं आ रहा है। ऑप्शन अब तो फोन में है।
भाई बस कर गोल्ड कॉइन वड़ा पाव वाइब है सनशाइन वाटरमेलन
and just great to see the personality between them.
I mean, any excuse to see
फोन में आ रहा है
regional play is what we're all about. I think one thing a lot of people.
भाई मुझे तो नहीं मिला है कुछ भी, मेरे को 0 jewels दिखा रहा है।
Developed in COVID, the regions developed separately. The metas are very different. Everyone hates the MEA. It's all.
अबे ये क्या है? 22,500 jewels का एक स्टिकर।
22,000 पता है क्या है?
12
Somehow you hate us?
तो अबे तेरे 8,000 ज्वेल्स तेरे 9,500 रुपए का आते हैं।
Is that the best you could do?
Almost लाल सुपर चैट है।
And you still disappointed.
What's the Big time. You're a stat
ये
guy. What's
ये
the
like
specific
super
record
sticker
here so
जैसा है.
far
टिक
at
टिक
EWC?
टिक.
So we're moving on to Ascent here. Map number 3.
हम समस्या मुद्रा for 2 jewels. ठीक है भाई गणेश भाई. Thank you so much for sending यार. ऐसे गिफ्ट्स भेजते रहो भाई. अच्छा लगेगा यार. I love gifts.
Or not. You're
Arey,
not supporting baby. You're like
Ganesh
such a
bhai,
big friend.
husky
I
भेजो
will
ना,
say
husky.
about that video.
Husky.
Love to see also those two from MVP to MVP. You know, like Zekken in Madrid. Like I just think that it's good to have history and have players that, although the game attracts a lot of new youngsters that can shoot. It's good to see that players can actually stay throughout the
ऐसे गिफ्ट
year
भेजते रहो. अच्छा
at the
लगेगा
top.
मुझे.
And especially when
गणेश
we're
भाई तुमको
moving on
1K
to
कैसे मिला?
Ascent
मुझे तो
and we're
0 है
speaking
भाई.
about
मेरे पास है ही.
Zekken, we have to re-highlight the coolness. A massive bounce back there on the second map. I don't think that
मुद्रा
they
भेज दिया
really
तेरे को.
needed
Bhaskar,
that
thank you
much
for अरे
different
भाई
from
गणेश
that
भाई
first
thank you
map
for
at
the
the
10
end of the day.
jewels man.
Another Lotus, another overtime. A map
जो
that
अलग ही
could have
चीज आ गई है
gone
भाई
either
YouTube में.
way. But everything ends
वाह
here in
इवन
Ascent.
वाह.
As we were saying, both
Thank
of
you for the
these
10
teams
jewels भाई.
showed
Gold
their
कौन भेज रहा है
cards
भाई?
against Team Heritage.
Guys, we are going for the decider map. यहाँ पे MIBR with the defense and AGL with the attack.
Yeah, look, MIBR only got 2 rounds.
आसपास पहले ले रहा है भाई.
Be okay with this coming
Double
up
duelist,
in the
single
future.
one sentinel, one
Once
initiator
again,
obviously,
over the side of all
and same team
gamers,
except chamber and sentinel. I mean chamber और cypher में फर्क है बस. That's it.
गणेश भाई ने 6-7
And Phoenix avail में.
He will.
I mean, Kira's already on the
गणेश भाई thank you for the 6-7 jewels man. वेले और फिनिक्स पे है. बाकी चेम्बर और साइफर बाकी टीम सेम है, सेम टू सेम.
during
ठीक है.
this tournament, and so I'm very excited to see what he can do up against Aspas and Zek.
Economy here is super important.
मैंने स्टार्टिंग में गाइस जब वेले आया था तभी तुम लोगों को क्या बोला था? वेले है. इसको जो खेलना सीख गया ना कोटेड है भाई. क्या?
With him having the chamber and whatnot, it's going to be easier to get an
फिनिक्स
operator in
ये ना.
hand. But when we think about Aspas,
इसका नाम भूल जाता. और फिर
the rest of the
first
players as well, to
ये
even
नियॉन है.
catch a flank,
ये लिख के आ रहा नीचे नियॉन. नियॉन सोवा चेम्बर.
मेरा स्क्रीन इतना बड़ा नहीं है तो मैं ब्लर
Oh.
नहीं कर रहा.
misuse it, the round should go for MIBR.
Yeah, over on the side of MIBR, there are no
Cypher.
changes from what we saw coming out last time.
Sona.
This means they board reviewed. They felt like it was some, different types of mistakes. It's not
उसका
a
नाम
comp
सोवा
issue.
है
They
कि
think
सोना
they
है?
have everything they
सोवा
need to
सोवा
make it
निकाल.
work here. But can we see that improvement?
सोना मेरे को
Otherwise,
भाई
they will
मेरे
be
को
going
neon.
home if they played this map like they did.
तूने जो
against
तू
Team
जो डायलॉग मारता है वो ओमन का है. I am the end.
AGAL, only one can continue through. 2 teams from Americas has already
और
qualified.
I am the hunter वाला वो सोवा का डायलॉग.
So far, whereas AGAL are the
ये आवाज
final
ओमन का है. ये आवाज
for
ओमन का.
BCT China to have representation
Voice actor
in
ही कहते
that
हैं.
playoffs, but they've got to earn it. Who will step up and who will rise above here at EWC 2026 Paris? Let's find
एक
out as
second,
we send it on over
आवाज
for
ही
the
नहीं आ रहा.
final time
हाँ,
to
गेम का.
Mitch and Tom.
नहीं मैं कुछ बोल रहा हूँ वो पिकअप ही नहीं
Thank
कर
you,
रहा है. रुक जाओ.
Degon, the final map of the series.
PRB,
All
bye,
the
Ganesh bhai,
way
third map
to
चालू हो रहा है.
Ascent.
Let's go,
All
baby.
gamers stayed alive on map number 1, but signs of life started to disappear in the previous Tom. MIBR coming in.
ओ भाई ओए तूने माइक की आवाज इतनी क्यों बढ़ाती?
Feel about all gamers composition. They're bringing
आवाज
आ रही है one that I
हाँ आवाज बराबर आ रही है बट माइक की आवाज बढ़ा
looking
दी.
at this Phoenix, at the Neon, at the Chamber. Do you think that will give them the edge here?
To be honest, the bit I love about this.
मैच चल रहा है, चल चुपचाप. माइक का आवाज कम कर. कहाँ ना कहीं का.
Playing Phoenix because they swap it up directly. Like it's Kira really likes the Raze, so he'll play the Raze, and GRQ really likes the Phoenix.
Guys, क्या लगता है AGL कैसा भाई अटैक करने वाली है?
When they came up against Heretics.
क्या फर्स्ट हाफ एकदम डोमिनेट ही करेगी या कट टू कट रखने वाली है? अशरफ भाई क्या हाल है? MIBR जीतेगा? लेट्स सी. मेरा भी वोट अशरफ भाई वही है MIBR की तरफ. Because the GOAT is playing Aspas.
Not going to go that way at all. I think the fact that MIBR have gone back here shows that was more of a blip on the radar, maybe being boomed after taking a defeat earlier in the tournament. This is a different scenario. They've just dominated a map. They come in with
भाई ये मैप एक लौता मैप है पूरे गेम में जिसमें भाई मैच पलट सकता कभी.
very level game.
वही पर AGL के पास एडवांटेज है क्योंकि उन्होंने सिलेक्ट किया था ये मैप.
After that first
नहीं ये मैप किसी ने भी सिलेक्ट नहीं किया. ये टूर्नामेंट ने दिया.
damage done.
डिसाइडर मैप.
पर AGL का ये एडवांटेज है क्या ये मैप में? MIBR का
ये अबे किसी का भी नहीं है, मैं बोलता रहा हूँ.
ओह इक्वलाइजर मैप.
इक्वलाइजर मैप है. तो मैप कभी भी कुछ भी पलट जाएगा. जो टीम बेटर खेलेगी वो जीतेगी.
Stalemate across the map. Flashes and stuns traded out in that short fight.
कोच से एडवाइस लेते
Still
हुए.
no clear direction for the attack just yet. Fangir just moments away.
भाई साइफर ने रीपोजिशन कर लिया यहाँ पे. इसको आइडिया है, चेम्बर को आइडिया है, यहाँ पे खड़ा है वो ऑलरेडी.
Easier fight.
चेम्बर ऑलरेडी लो है. पीक देके मारेगा ये. मारा. Oh 1 HP.
Landed the jump peak with 40 HP is crazy.
Fangir.
And he's left down to 1.
They're pincering though. The flank coming in, and the defenders know this. I like this from Verno. He knew if he sits back and waits, he's going to get pressure from behind. The dart is going to help him out massively. The paranoia nullified. Verno is having a crazy round once again. All his teammates are looking to try and wrap him. Kiro has given an opportunity, but they're both so
MIBR got the round, baby.
Easy for MIBR. Verno, a hero once more in the early rounds.
Yeah, huge work by Verno. I don't know how that reveal didn't get broken. It allows a second pulse out, and that, I think, gives him the upper hand in the third fight. Indeed, yeah, panic. Mistakes made there as Verno holds the line. I like the idea.
Artisan मेरा same mouse pad
It was a stalemate for so long, but they were ready to be main. They were ready to fight on short. More so ready to fight.
Most of the player Artisan use
And the second that push comes in through mid, they're like, okay, now we gotta go. We go back, we're dead, but we go forward, we have a chance, and that chance converts to a round win.
Is that a round 2 Odin?
इसका ये जो गन यूज कर रहा है उसका ये वाला इसका वैंडल मेरे को अंडर बने गिफ्ट किया Anishmat, तुम कब करोगे?
It's a nice strategy, I have to say. I love it. You look at the trips that are in play here, the idea if they go straight through a flood, you're going to
स्टोर अबे हर एक दिन स्टोर चेंज होता है स्टोर में 4 गन आती है एक नाइफ आती है
Then you've got that reveal that would come off the back of it.
ओडिन खोल दिया उसने ओडिन खोल दिया है भाई
A moment to aim but not to pull the trigger at least.
चलाया जा रहा है वो चलाया जा रहा है
Okay, they've managed to bypass his angle, but he's given it up.
खोल दिया है
Has second for support. The only other real
nice.
for Mazino. He ended that last map. I think it was
like flawless
7 or 8.
भाई लेकिन सेकंड राउंड में वेरने ने ओडिन लिया है बाप रे मानना पड़ेगा भाई
That does make me a little bit more
बहुत महंगी गन है बहुत महंगी गन है
It does seem like every single member of this squad has started to rise to the occasion. I know that at times there's been a lot of criticism of
second round में guys कौन लेता है भाई ओडिन
And well, a very clean second round coming out from MIBR.
से पता चल रहा है कि MIBR
hasn't been lost.
ताबड़तोड़ देने वाले हैं लोग
Back in to what is a bonus round, which I'll be honest, you don't normally see an Odin in a bonus round.
No, you really don't. It's a problem to deal with. It is a different setup though from MIBR. This time Odin's going to be sent towards the B side again. It's going to be that heads-up duel with Fangir, who has lost 2 in a row, which I wouldn't want to fight him at this point. Not feeling the odds that he loses another, but hold on, Aspas is walking up on him. Fangir landing the shot.
और outload if हो गया हो
Fool him once, maybe even twice, but an old saying in Texas. I know it's in Tennessee, maybe in Texas. A chance now for 3 for MIBR, seeming less
Sorry, what's
likely.
the saying?
Fool me once. Shame on. Shame on you. Fool me, can't get fooled again.
I thought from Tennessee it was. Are you from 10 IC?
बहुत ओवर एग्रेसिव खेल गया भाई आसपास को
Because you're the only 10 IC.
That was actually.
थोड़ा ऑफ होल्ड करके खेलते तो भाई थोड़ा अच्छा लगता भाई.
You're in Tennessee.
Exactly.
ज़्यादा क्या के मार दिया.
That's the only saying I know from there. Fool me once. I don't know where that's from.
That was exquisite. Okay. Well, all gamers on their way to the A site. There is a big setup waiting for them here. A lot of trips, as they've just found out. An easy spam for Mazzino. That's not the only one. There's another kill trip on the back and the camera. Landing a tag and maybe a little bit more. The door's gotten in the way. Saved the day for now at least. Tex, well, as difficult as he normally is to deal with, they've got him in 1. And now the Op Odin retake. They might not want to go for this anymore.
Okay.
Verno, he's giving them a chance. It's so
और ये spam लगा नहीं बच गया.
Shoelaces taken off of Shrimp.
दोनों तरफ spam बच गया भाई.
Q tagged heavy as well. Down to 1. The Odin spam would be enough. He needs to tuck in that corner. He needs to find a safe haven. And Zekken doesn't know how desperately low that player is. He'll still be peeking in with the op, and it's a death sentence.
He's very low.
Verno, 5 and 1. The ult to deal with. He's found him to start with. The spam can take him down with ease. And now but the mag runs dry. All gamers just about finding the round.
दो बड़े weapon गिर गए third round में.
Weird one because normally going out of the bonus round, you sit there and go, okay, that's not great. But they had an operator and an Odin, so
and the op went in the hands of the opponent.
बहुत over aggress कर गया भाई आसपास.
A bonus at that point. It had a lot of bite too. I think Mazzino did fantastically well to play off of the utility that was thrown in front. But they actually do still have enough to buy him with another operator. Sure, it's at the cost of Mazzino, who's been their best player so far, so maybe a little bit surprising to see him have to take the bullet. But then also, the operators on the other hand for Fangir, which I wouldn't want to give him that for free.
बिट्टू क्या
हाँ?
prediction है?
Oh, Aspis is going to be sent back.
मैं नहीं बोल सकता, but first half में तो कोई इतने बोलूँगा 6-6 I guess.
Want them safe passage through middle, although Fangir's
I say
looking to
it's gonna
fill
be
in the
like
space
5,
after. He
7
can't cross
or
anymore.
Like for either team.
Not without looking for
मुझे
a
6
fight.
लग रहा पता नहीं.
So short's going to be
मेरे
his
को 5-7 लग रहा है.
responsibility. All gamers
Disadvantage
need
वही
healthy
रहेगा.
for an A player.
If he pings him, then there's a chance that you could maybe get
भाई
a
B
kill
side खाली
fallback.
छोड़ा हुआ है ट्रैप के भरोसे.
Instead,
रीड तो है भाई.
Fury thrown out, almost seemingly off nothing, and that's an early
दो
double
कोल्ड कहाँ
burner.
है भाई?
He's been playing incredibly well so far. And one,
अड़ से दो मार दिया भाई.
no, Aspas feeling confident, goes for the repeat, the swing off his contact from Tex.
MIBR को
and
रीड
this
है.
trap setup has
चलो
worked,
क्या करने
I
वाले?
want to say more than perfectly. That
फिर
is
आप भाई कुछ
as
कर दो
good
आप.
as that could have gone.
फिर आप हैक के
And
मारे.
this has been the case. Looking at the last map, you said it. It's an unusual pairing, but Aspis
Nice.
and Tex get so much
Amara.
work done together. Kira, you are dead to rights here. Big stun landed.
But that Tex cam was just enough for the contact of the Hunter's Fury. Because you've got to be sat there as the attacking side going, why the hell have they randomly popped top mid? Who Hunter's Fury?
यहाँ पे
Straight into
दो
top
मार
mid.
दिए सर
But
से
it's
दो.
because they could see them on the cam. Like he's able to get just that little pixel of information and go, look, there's guys here in a narrow laneway. If you line this up, you're going to get a couple of opening kills. That's really lovely stuff coming out from MIBR.
Yeah. A sneaky little play that ends up sending all gamers down to an eco. Round number 5. 2 away from Fangir, having a big old gun to work with. So there's definitely still dangers, and they didn't notice.
भाई आया कहाँ से ओपन?
Slide right past. Zekin down and out. A rifle into the hands of the attackers. Mazzino, he's got a player behind him. He doesn't have a clue. The buy's already passed. It's 2 players striking from behind, and well, now all of a sudden it's a competitive round. Those rifles not recovered just yet. They can be. They could be. If not for the instant rotations coming out of MIBR, the timing here on that main peak could be everything, and Tex has already cleaned house before the swing comes through.
Clean shots भाई, clean shots.
All revealed as well.
यहाँ तो आप लगी है तो जान ही नहीं देगा.
Looked like that was going to get seriously dangerous, and then Tex basically dropped in alone. Like it was a little bit risky, but because they didn't have
Plant ही नहीं करने दिया भाई, plant ही नहीं करने दिया.
Unfortunately for all gamers, I think one of the first players he drops is the spike underneath bow, which as a place to drop the spike, it's about as bad as it could be.
भाई भी वैसे नहीं थी ना,
Where the
गन भी
remainder
वैसे.
are. Still a little bit of initial damage coming out from the side of all gamers, but this defensive side is looking good so far from MIBR, and you have to bear in mind last time they played this map, they only managed 2 rounds total, so yeah, safe to say it's going a little better.
Indeed. A 4-1 start, and the wind is in their sails now. For all gamers, oh, that paranoia has landed, but doesn't look like they're going to continue the push on MIBR, sitting back, sitting safe up against these rifles. Now, one of the things I'm curious to see, because Lotus, it was much easier to push and pull that map. They attempted it on split, but MIBR did not fall for it anymore. They had the responses, they had the reactions, and now here on Ascent, I'm curious to see how this attack side will shape up.
नहीं ना CQE X था. But वो सब लोग अपना अपना कीबोर्ड रखते हैं, बड़े default कीबोर्ड
with a bit of control towards the A side.
मैं default कीबोर्ड पे
back
खेलता.
in the other direction, but again, MIBR haven't moved. They are sat still. An operator in a position that I don't think they could have ever expected. The angle on the GRQ and a big player remove. Still the Cypher setup pushed through as well.
Yeah, they've got the TP to the backside, they need it. There goes Mazzino. That will now be a 3rd player defending this site, and a question of whether or not they want to fall back. No, they're going to try and pressure into what is now a pretty hefty setup. In fact, I think Mazzino even cancelled. He was like, you know what? I'm going to TP, then realized that Aspas has already rotated in and went, I don't need to. Let's hold up the other side of the map just in case. A player tagged up as well. They know exactly where they are, and they've got 20 seconds, Mitch.
Well, I think Mazzino would have committed that TP if not for map number 1, if not for the attempts in map number 2. Like, you see that push, you see it stagger for a moment, you think, okay, with the other side, I'm going to fake the TP across, they'll push in, we'll clean them up. This time it was a more direct play from all gamers. The problem is, as they decide to say, they're not allowed to. Zekin.
उत्कर्ष क्या लगता है प्रेडिक्शन? अब टाइम आउट लेगी AGL. अब टाइम आउट लेना लिया.
देखो मैं जो है फैन तो हूँ वैसे MIBR का,
Hi in April.
लेकिन मैं चाहूंगा
Based off
चाइना की टीम
probably
जीते.
celebrations of
ठीक है.
no one wants to hear that.
China #1.
Yeah, see?
And we still will
See, there you
we'll
go.
never know.
No, we know, we know.
I guess we'll never know.
ले लिया टाइम आउट.
He doesn't have a gun, we definitely know.
Might drop them.
See, as said, my read of body
might
language
drop them
and
before the-
celebrations. Oh,
before the
yeah,
timeout.
yeah.
It's
All
possible.
right,
Drop
cool.
them to teammate. Yeah,
Anyway.
भाई
Moving away
फर्स्ट
from
मैप था.
which is idiocy.
उत्कर्ष तूने मिस किया फर्स्ट मैप.
Defensive side building, and now those pauses that we spoke about in map #1 become imperative.
4 का केडी पे खेल रहा है वो टेक्स.
Sure.
टेक्स वरना 4 का केडी पे खेल.
It was a pretty horrific attack side and coming out from MIBR, and a great defensive side on the other side of things, with both Shrimp and GRQ having a performance to remember. But as of right now, they're getting shut down.
पहला मैप
Before the
MIBR
round even
हारी,
seems to get
दूसरा
started, like
जीती
they're
है.
looking to try and take control. They're failing.
अबे पहला मैप भी MIBR जीत जाती. पहला मैच पे MIBR में OT का जो राउंड हुए ना भाई इंसेन भाई. इंसेन कुछ राउंड्स देख लिए मैंने.
कौन सा था पहला
लोटस.
फिर स्प्लिट फिर असेंट.
वो 14th राउंड पे अगर वो प्लांट हो जाता ना उत्कर्ष मैच जीत चुका था MIBR. प्लांट ही नहीं करने दिया भाई. प्लांट ही नहीं करने
ओमन
दिया.
है ना ओमन जो है ना ये कीड़ा ये बढ़िया खेलता है. इसे देखा है मैंने.
ऑफ डेफ होने वाला किधर तो ऑफ डेफ होने वाला कहीं पे बहुत तगड़ा. भाई एग्रेसिव पुश एग्रेसिव.
चेंबर आप कर रहा है. चेंबर आप कर रहा है. और अंडर में पकड़ेगा. अंडर में पकड़ेगा क्या?
कुछ नहीं किया. जॉन करेगा चल.
अरे
बॉल बैक दे दिया.
बॉल बैक दे दिया.
भाई इसको मॉली से चला दिया यार मेरे को.
They've got some life
बॉल
left
से
in
चला
them.
दिया.
Caught by the ult they might have been, but
भाई जैकन अभी भी जिंदा साइड पे.
1v2.
अबे वो दे दिया ना उसने.
भाई का वॉल बैंक देके बैकअप दिया भाई आसपास से. क्रेजी बाप रे बाप.
टाइमिंग हो गई. टाइमिंग हो गई.
उड़ जा पीछे लाडल. अरे
भाई जैकन को भाई आसपास में बचाया भाई.
भाई बहुत गंदा बचाया. मुझे आसपास का व्यू भी देखना है.
बॉल बैक दे दिया भाई.
मुझे आसपास का व्यू भी देखना है. आसपास का व्यू भी इन्होंने रिकॉर्ड ही नहीं किया यार.
अच्छा ये दोनों बाजू बाजू बैठे हैं आसपास और ये दोनों डुअलिस्ट एक साथ.
continuing to be a safe pair of hands, and the problem is you look at their
भाई
hey, it was a low buy.
टेक्स कैरी कर रहा है टीम को.
They use overdrive, they use
ही
running
भाई.
back, they use hunter
रिटायरमेंट टाइम आ गया. सेकंड और आसपास का
win.
हो जाए भाई. सेकंड और आसपास को रिटायर हो जाना चाहिए.
रिटायर का उल्टा अच्छा है ना. लोग फ्री हैंड खेलेंगे ना अभी.
प्रेशर में नहीं खेल रहे.
हाँ डिपेंडेंट. हाँ डिपेंडेंट में नहीं.
जब प्रेशर में खेलते थे तब मारता था गोटेड आसपास एकदम.
Now they start to fight inside of B main. Aspis loses his TP back. He's a player
अब ये देख. और देख लिया. और दे दिया ड्रोन.
और EWC Valorant में टैक्सी सबसे टॉप पे है अभी.
Now look who's stuck in mid. Mazino has to stand his ground, has to stand tall, and that he does.
आज माजिनो कुछ अलग फॉर्म में खेल रहा है.
They were so pigeonholed on trying to deal with Aspis. They forgot that he might have had help.
Even still, that is Mazzino over delivering.
Yeah, 100%.
You're supposed to keep him alive. Instead, you've taken 2 bodies in response. That's got to be infuriating. As said,
लेगा.
this
सेकंड एक को तो
is
लेगा.
the best we've seen MLBR look so far this tournament. Sure,
Flash
they had those blowout games initially, but everybody can have a round, can have a moment. And that's exactly what they're doing now. Aspas, the man who was saved, has dropped the spike into middle. The remaining 2 players are running around like headless chickens.
Open field पे भाई.
Just get that spike back, and instead they are caught from every single angle. 7-1 in the lead. MIBR are running away with this.
Yeah, things have
मेरा
really
prediction तो
changed
GG हो
since
गया.
that first map where throughout the entirety of it, all gamers
Defense sided
were
map है भाई.
competing or even at times
Defense sided map तो है,
especially
लेकिन ये
on the
map
attack,
पलट
looking
सकता है
like
भी
the
attack
better
में.
squad. Top
वही तो
down,
कह रहा
win
हूँ.
round.
डिफेंस
That
साइडेड
was
मैप
how
है
it
ये.
was going every round.
मेरे
It
हिसाब
was, I
से
think,
8-4
+4
स्विच होगा.
overall for the team, but you had 2 players combined
देखते हैं
plus
बाकी.
10 in opening duels on the side of MIBR, and they lose that map. It was Aspis, it was Tex,
लाडले.
putting up numbers. All gamers
अभी
dealt with it
कल
every
या
step
परसों
of the
की
way.
बात है.
Now GRQ
12
goes
to
on to
comeback
favor
देखा आपने.
12 to
Still,
comeback देखा हम लोग.
we're not seeing that
और
flag.
वो मैच
The
जीते हैं
reason
वो.
it was close was because Mazzino
मैप
was
जो था.
0-6 in opening duels. And now he's in the argument for being their best player.
Second
Like,
goal,
if you talk about a
damage goal.
turnaround, he just single-handedly
ड्रोन भेज दिया है.
destroyed them in that last. Well,
ड्रोन को मार
भाई
दिया है.
पोजीशन देख रहा है
and
उसकी.
this is the purchase. No ultimate still. And look at the pressure that's being
अरे!
put on. They've eliminated Fang.
भाई,
Now, what I
hello?
will say
आसपास
is
घुस के
that
मारा
is
उसको.
the delivery of a
लेकिन गन
fairly
मिल गई अब
hefty
इन्हें।
upgrade in terms of
2 गन
weapons.
मिल
They
गई।
get to keep the rifle
ए,
and then get
वैंडल तो
given
भाई
an
थी
operator.
9
हाँ
पे।
चेम्बर पे थी
That
बट
trade was worth
गन
it.
मिली
No,
गई।
normally
अबे
you're
वो
gonna see
मिली ना,
players
ऑफ
drop
मिल
that
गई
off
भाई।
first, go in
गार्ड
with
फाड़
the
देगी
shorty
अकेली
and
ऑफ
then
पूरी टीम
refract
की।
back. Of course,
ठीक ठीक आराम से
Aspis
रिलैक्स
is
रिलैक्स।
feeling it at the moment is the best explanation I can give. 7-1 up, but a little bit overzealous. Up against an eco, downright silly. But that's
Great
what happens.
delivery,
सब कुछ
sir.
सोलो पे
Oh,
डिपेंड
yeah,
करता है।
absolutely.
Honestly,
पर
क्या
वो
मतलब
क्या
वो
कर
ऑफ ही
सकता
गेम
है?
खराब कर देगा।
you'll get more than you bargained for.
Problem is,
यहाँ पे अगर ये
they still
सेटअप
need to
देख रहा
push
तू,
out through this,
हाई
and
लो।
breaking in with the operator of all weapons might not
दोनों
help all
भाई
that
नियॉन
much.
बच जाएगा, नियॉन बच जाएगा।
On the choke,
बाकी का
the
मरेंगे।
spam
एक
from
नियॉन
ले,
निकल
both
गया।
players
नियॉन ही
comes
है।
by.
पड़ गई।
He tried to
पड़ गई
slide
नियॉन कोई।
through, but so many bullets came his way, it didn't matter. GRQ having to recover.
What
on
spam भाई
Two
spam।
players through the
भाई।
smoke on this initial push. GRQ tagged low again, even
उसी को
after
ले
his
लिया।
heal.
उसको
He's
पता है
on
बोट हाउस पे कोई तो है।
23 HP.
Yes.
And they've barely any time left. This plant should be impossible with an Odin still in play, and it will be. Time running dry.
नहीं भाई, गुड राउंड,
Chances for
गुड
all
गुड राउंड भाई,
gamers
गुड राउंड।
are running out.
AGL का बहुत
8-1 in
अच्छा
the
राउंड था
lead
ये।
are MIBR.
I always find this one.
एक और राउंड में उन्होंने कितने बंदे गिरा दिए भाई, इनके 3 गिरा दिए।
His age. Like, because in that moment you
Yeah,
could
we swap
forgive him to
over.
go, oh, if
नहीं,
that
नहीं,
guy's
अभी नहीं है।
like 3 of my teammates, I can
अभी
probably
3 राउंड
just
बचा।
go in and kill him. But he's like,
आसपास
no,
जो
I'll
देख के
wait
गया ना
4
उसे।
seconds, and then it's like 3.7
भाई मेबी से पता है बटन
seconds,
दबा
he's
रहेगा और
like,
रिएक्ट
and
ही नहीं
now
हो
I'm
रहेगा
fighting.
बटन।
Because I know that he
TP
can't
के लिए।
pull the spike
सकता है,
anymore.
हो
I'll just
सकता है।
sit in the back line and make sure this round is over, and then I'll be
भाई
a little bit
3
greedy
round।
with the kill. It's just smart
मतलब
stuff that
almost भाई
basically
11 तक
makes
जा
it
सकता है।
impossible for GRQ to get anything sure. He's got that run it back online. They have been farming
वापस
up
वापस
those orbs from all the way through the game.
भाई
We
मिड पे
are
कोई
yet
पीक ही
to
नहीं दे रहा
see
जब से
that
उनको
same
पता है कि आसपास
heroic
मिड पे ऑफ
play
कर रहा है।
that he was pulling out versus Heretics.
अबे साइफर का सेटअप देख रहा है कितना डीप लगा है
After a
उसने।
very competitive first
वो आने
match,
दे
I
रहा है
feel
भाई
like
साइड
these
पे। वो लोग
last
रिटेक
two
कर रहा है
have
पूरा।
left something to be desired from all gamers, the last remaining hope.
पर वो भी तो है ना बी हिट ही नहीं किया। अभी जो पहला राउंड था ये बी हिट किया।
And here comes
अब यही
the
हिट कर रहा है।
GRQ,
Cypher
it's
position
delayed
बता
for a
देते ना
moment.
उसका
Flash lands nothing. Reveal is there, and it's shut down right off rip. Dive through. Bye-bye. No one's with them.
मार दिया।
And bye-bye indeed, it seems.
अरे लगा ही नहीं वो
Gamers,
शॉट।
we need someone to step up to fill these shoes as players drop.
भाई
across
सेकंड
the
भाई
line.
सेकंड भाई।
10 HP, and he survived that fight.
भाई पूरे लॉबी में सेकंड आसपास ने मारा है।
And with
सेकंड आसपास ले गए भाई।
9-1 on the
सिर्फ
board.
दोनों ने मारा है।
Any
दोनों
hope
बकचोदी कर
left
रहे हैं।
for all gamers.
भाई
That is the second round I've now watched where Zekken 100% should have died.
He was
So,
dead to
but
rights.
bear in mind, they knew he was in
Okay,
that
side
corner
में tight
since
हो
the
रही
run
हुई
it back. So that was
One
when
more
they still
time
had
out?
their
लिया।
entire
One more
team
time
and
out?
their team
हाँ,
online.
टाइम आउट है
They
भाई।
then peek him from
हाँ,
short
ले,
as
one more time
well,
out.
while swinging him at the same time. He ends up with 3 kills. and
क्या
then the
9-3
fourth
कर्स
player
आ रहा है
runs and
क्या?
just goes, nah, I'm killing him, and just runs
भाई
full
मुझे OT
swing and
देखना है
gets
गेम।
killed by Aspas because
मुझे
he's
ये
so
OT देखना
tunnel
है।
visioned in on just getting a singular
9-3
kill on the
चाहिए
second.
बाबे, 9-3
Look at the
चाहिए।
scoreboard. I think the
अगर
bottom
ये
fragger
game
right now on
ये गेम
MIBR
O2 I
has
would love to
9
see it
kills.
भाई।
There is no
मजा आ जाएगा।
pull off हुआ ना
underperforming.
इन लोग से
And
AGL से pull
this
off
is the
हुआ
team that was
तभी
promised.
होगा
This is
OT।
why at the beginning of the year you're
क्योंकि
almost
अभी जैसा
laughing
लग रहा है।
मैं
at
एक
the
मिनट
fact
AFK हूँ।
that Zekken has managed to go and join Aspas on the same
This is
team.
of the
You're
stats
almost
जा रहे हैं ना,
looking at the fact that
but
they've
ऐसा
held
लग
on
रहा
to
है कि
Burner and
भाई
built this
MIBR has this in the
superstar-studded
bag, but
roster.
it's too early to
And it's
say in
not
this
quite delivered, but
tournaments।
when it does work,
क्या बोलता
this
है?
is what you
देखते हैं,
get.
let's see, let's see।
It feels like they are fighting a literal war.
ठीक है,
Every
MIBR
single
full
they do, they
confident है
just
मारने के लिए अब तो।
head first into it.
MIBR
It's
is
been the
quite
same for the
confident,
last
is
map
quite
as well.
AGL को
First
सोच समझ के
half,
खेलना पड़ेगा।
It was a chance to be
Plushies.
6-6 if I'm not mistaken, and then we swapped sides, and
Pokemon
MIBR
Tigers।
ran away with things now on this.
ये लोग
map,
मिड पे देख पीक ही नहीं दे रहे आसपास के डर के वजह से।
At least, but I did think that like I liked the comp. I
अबे
liked
भाई
seeing him play
MIBR
last
भाई
time. I think GRQ
MIBR का वो
especially
कौन
is a
सा
huge
player
step
है
up, and he wasn't
भाई,
bad.
हाँ वो
So
ऑफ
far
कर रहा है
this
देखना
year,
इधर खड़े को ऑफ कर रहा है
imagine
मिड
that
पे।
ceiling's
तो
gonna
पीक ही नहीं दे रहा कोई मिड पे। अभी ये
raise.
ओमन मारेगा देगा टॉप पे
Looked
से पीक
better
जाता है
than
स्मोक
Aspas,
डालते ले।
which is one hell of a feat. But now it looks like he hasn't even started playing. Indeed, nobody. I think got one round of the board.
Spam में मार सकते हैं?
9-3, the best
नहीं।
scoreline that they can hope and pray for, and even then, the divine will have to answer.
अरे
and
मिस
then
कर दिया shot.
Perhaps he has. Aspis has made a mistake.
Okay, by instant trade लिया है भाई
Rare miss on one side, but
भाई
then
back
an
up
immediate
भाई
fill
मैं
of
यार
the
back
blank
up भाई
smoke. Tries on the
भाई
wraparound.
second
Look
भाई
how
second
confident
भाई
is. He's running at them.
Ole
Maybe he shouldn't be. Fangir
1v1.
quiet so far, but now a chance against one of the
भाई ये लो है
world's
बहुत लो है
best.
आसपास भी लो है वैसे तो
Got nothing left though. He's
ये बहुत लो है भाई 7 HP है
He used his last
ऐसे भाई क्या
headhunter
हाल
bullet
है
just to try and escape. And now with 7 HP, what he can hope for is that either
आसपास को पता है
Aspas
किधर
makes a mistake or he can get towards that site and find a gun. But you can
अबे
already
बहुत
tell
लो है
that
पता है
the
एक गोली और मर
information has
जाएगा
been
वो.
given over. A rifle in the hands of
इसको
Aspas, and it really does just become
हाँ.
a game of chicken. And at least for the moment, it seemed like
वो क्या जिगल दे रहा वो?
the Brazilian had the right idea. Or maybe he still does. He's going back towards Spinake. It's been long enough. Both players decided to move at the exact
spike
same
में ये
moment.
गिरा है.
Moving.
आसपास रीड कर रहा है इसको.
Aspas is low enough that the Classic could just do the work, but his opponent at this
Time
stage
नहीं है.
might end up running out of time. That's going to be the bigger problem. He has to now get in and get that plant. And in fact, Aspas was starting to believe that this was a move towards the other side of the map. Instead, now, he's got to go running back towards B.
अब थोड़ा डिफिकल्ट है यहाँ पे राउंड निकालना.
For Fang here, but he's not going to take the risk of even placing, and he doesn't know how close Aspas is. Of course, Aspas went to A thinking the spike had maybe been taken. He hadn't seen it for so long. As time ticks away, the info not yet given away. Aspas, he'll break the trap. He'll step forward as Fangir swings in, and Aspas lands the shot.
7 HP था यार, कुछ नहीं कर सकता था वो.
A hole deeper for all gamers, burying them under round
भाई
after
dominating
round.
lobby भाई MIBR 10-1.
End the half with 1.
या एक और भाई.
It's looking more and more likely.
Dominate कर रही है भाई, double digit पहुंच गया MIBR already.
From Fangir, this round shouldn't have been particularly close, especially after Zek had
भाई.
gotten so desperately low and just seemed to
क्या
have to
backup
get
दिया
to
वहाँ पे
right.
आसपास
This
को, पता है लोगों
correction
ने.
with a singular bullet left seemed like it might have been enough, but in the end, the final boss. Look at the scoreboard: 11-11, 11-11, 10. Like there really has just not been a missing piece to the MIBR puzzle.
अरे पुश कर दिया लोगों ने भाई. हेलो. Oh my god, double push किया. अरे मर गया आसपास.
Bai is having to just try and hold on for life, and even an escape route doesn't exist. They are being surrounded, choked out, and they think maybe
11-1. इसके पास C4 भी नहीं है. Spot हो
is
गया
this
ये
the
तो.
open site? Is it the one that nobody's holding? No, it isn't. There's still 1, now 2, now 3 and a 4th.
वैसे तो इसके पास अल्ट है, भाग सकता. ओह.
It was Verno to close 11-1. The team that faced off against GE is showing up once again.
Yeah, listen, I don't think there's many teams out there that would look at, especially an elimination
11-1 कर दिया भाई.
match at the same time.
Only 2 rounds to win, guys. MIBR अगर पिछला round निकालते खत्म हो जाएगा ये.
Definitely don't want to face MIBR in this form. You know how strong of a player someone like Aspas can be. We've seen Tex from the very get-go be activated, but now Mazzino, Verno, they're there alongside him. Zekin looks like he's unkillable. The amount of times I've seen him take what for anyone else would be a death blow and keep on moving. Even at times having Aspas as his savior with the op wall bang.
I'll be honest. If he hadn't died a couple of rounds ago to the Headhunter, and you'd said to me, oh, he was in God mode by accident, I'd go, oh, you know, actually that makes sense, because there were rounds where, yeah, he gets wallbanged like that while being spammed out by an overdrive. The round after where he gets 3 kills while stuck in the same corner for a whole round, and then a player runs at him just to kill him, and Aspas goes, did you forget about me? Like, come on, guys. Like, please don't forget the guy who has a champion's gun buddy. But even still, even with every once in a while a glimmer of hope, it gets shot down. This was probably one of the best opportunities they had, and even still it didn't go their way. And right after that, a complete decimation. 11-1. It was a good defensive half last time out for all gamers, but at this point, every single round is like hanging off a cliff edge.
Well, yeah, a pistol round will end the game. More or less any round after that will end the game as well, even if you take it. All gamers have to be perfect. Maybe at 12-1 we can see a pause. I do think though, like, the game that they played on map number 1, they made MIBR at times look like fools. They caught them off guard. They played double to triple fakes that worked almost every time. Bai was lurking in mid and catching so many players off guard. But once MIBR realized what was happening,
let's go MIBR, let's go MIBR.
Discuss, okay, how should we react to those kind of plays? How should we react to them pushing and pulling?
MIBR mostly देखते.
Ever since
कौन उनके पास सेंटिनेल्स उतना अच्छा नहीं है, चेम्बर है. चेम्बर ज़्यादा होल्ड नहीं कर पाएगा.
To shift into now,
they need the fan gear.
They need the fan
तो वो लोग सब एक साथ घुस रहे हैं. अबे एक को मारा, अब दूसरा मारेगा ऐसा.
Sangir
होल्ड नहीं कर पाना, साइड घुस गया, लोग को मिल गया साइड.
I don't know what that means if you're still going for a car analogy, but who cares about that at this point? Anything that will work has to come through for all gamers. An opening pick is about the best scenario.
Bhai Zekken, hello.
But Zekken just looks like he's hit a completely different gear, a different level. In fact, an even scenario.
Okay.
Nice work from GRQ, a player revealed, but they are losing as they go. Just the two players underneath. The flash is perfect. And a second round will come through. The lifeline has been garnered. And more importantly, GRQ getting most of those kills gets him closer to that ult.
Yeah, perhaps a consolation prize, but you never want to count yourself out. Remember, this isn't a situation where they can bracket. There's no extra layer. There is no safety net to fall into.
अच्छा पिक ऑफ किया था स्टार्टिंग के 2 MIBR में.
Long way back home for all gamers. This pistol guarantees them at least a bit of runway. And I was waiting to see if, as confident as they feel, they go in for the crazy force buy here, but MIBR are looking to get this over as quickly as possible in a more conventional way. And take the eco. Fangir an opportunity to pick up a couple more orbs, but it's really GRQ you want to see with a few coming out of this. The buy in the next for MIBR could be the beginning of the end. Keeping this clean as well is exactly what they want. All 5 alive for all gamers.
Yeah, especially when they have to do that. You can't be playing a conventional bonus round where you're risking it here and there. And for Fangir, getting a few additional orbs, it's not going to help him in this next round, but if he could do the work with the operator, he might be getting one for free. The problem is he lost all of his shields. So he's gonna come back with an operator, but no shields alongside it. It's a thin line between another round onto the board and his opponents with an operator on the attack.
The buy has been bypassed.
Oh,
he's just shot, but I don't think they've noticed this yet. Never mind. They turn on a dime, catch him off, but the trades keep on coming in favor of all gamers until they don't. Verno dropping Shrimp. To the site. Needs a 3 versus 2 in the post plant. And there's not much to help all gamers get back into this. The operator would love a pick, but I think they've spotted it now. They've seen that big gun. A paranoia for Kira can perhaps, in fact, it could catch them all if it's at the right angle, but waiting to get into position before it's fired through. It'll find one towards the backside. Clean pickup on Aspis, but Tex was not blinded by it at this point.
Save कर ले भाई, save कर ले भाई.
11-3. You need the round, but the time should be too far gone. And by now it most certainly is with 2 left to get. It's all about orbs. It's all about punishing.
उनकी गन गिरा रहा है. नहीं गई, ऑफ भी गई.
But nothing to be found. No op saved.
ऑप चली गई.
Verno gets 12-3 on the board.
Match point MIBR guys यहाँ पर.
Yeah, maybe he thought there was no way out, but I think at that stage, saving the operator holds so much more value than a singular kill. Like, that round was already over, and definitely mistakes.
MIBR qualify हो रही है भाई.
A bit more. I think Shrimp walking back into the side. Completely lost it. It just seems panicky.
Upper bracket नहीं, हम qualify रही है.
Why the tournament life is
playoffs के लिए चले
on
आएंगे.
the last representative of VCT China.
इसलिए 2 मैच ही हो रहे हैं ना सिर्फ अभी.
And it looks like
अभी 4 मैचेस हो रहे थे ना.
America's might be getting one more team
तुमको फ्री फंड में मारा है.
In towards the playoff stage. They are, however, a man up for now. Not a bad start.
Man to the good. Zekken down as well, the immortal man.
He bleeds.
Finally. Early pickup, but still some weaknesses here. They're certainly not out of the woods. Paranoia Prime fired through.
But not
the second player. Luckily, Aspis is quick to get out of there. He heard a shot coming at him from behind and bailed. Bai's now rotated in to help the squad, and Spawn still cut off by Kira with the flank up by Fangir. All gamers have MIBR boxed in with a man
भाई
advantage.
सिटी में ओमन को भाग के ए चलेगा ना ये लोग भाई जीजी हो जाएगा
Run it back if they need it. GRQ sat at the back of the site, and that's exactly what he's going for now. Just try and make things even more awkward for them, even just a singular pick. But no, he's denied by text. The problem is,
टाइम कम है
should now know
अब ये
that
करना
there's a
पड़ेगा
decent amount of players at the back of this site. Aspas desperately low already, and Bai will hold his ground. The move towards the other side of the map doesn't even seem like an option anymore. They've only got 15 seconds to try and make this move, and although eventually we'll see a player lost, it's not going to matter too much. Although,
अरे पकड़ लिया
got that team
अल्टी भी
off, there
गई
was a chance at a plant, but
अल्टी भी गई भाई
Yeah, they just got there in time.
अल्टी भी
Take
चली
him out
गई
before he slipped into the shadows. Another opportunity for the streak of rounds for a legendary comeback against some of the best that the world has to offer for all gamers. They proved themselves on map number 1.
अब खत्म करेंगे MIBR मोस्टली अगर इको नहीं है तो
For any team
इको है ना इसके बाद खत्म कर देंगे
against MIBR in a row from this point forward.
पिस्तौल खाली पिस्तौल के साथ खेलेंगे कुछ भी नहीं खरीदेंगे
I don't think he's going to be safe in that.
आसपास में खेलने खरीदा हुआ सर
सेव अप करेगा
I don't hear it pop.
yeah, I think with the fact that they don't.
अगले राउंड में खत्म कर देंगे MIBR
Lose a player or two and the panic will kick in, but the outlaw's perfect.
Yeah, all of them are one shot to the outlaw anyway, but
Let's accept Aspas.
Interestingly going for that. Here
Thank you.
in this
ओए
round.
साइफर घुस गया इनको इन्फो नहीं अरे मार गया साइफर
Oh my god!
ओ भाई
What is
मुझे चेम्बर को भी
happening?
मार दिया
They were stepping for the last 5 seconds. The man's deaf. He's unplugged his headphones. It's a 5v3. And Aspas the dawn of this
Ego
series
convert
looked
कर
so
दिया
bright for all gamers. They pushed MIBR to the limits, but as dawn turns to day, a dark night
Oh
on
my
the horizon.
God, 50 निकाल दिए भाई इन लोगों ने
They're going home, and MIBR push through to
50 निकाल
playoffs.
दिए MIBR ने
It seemed like it was going to be a worrying day
Crazy.
for MIBR with that first map. They had
MIBR
themselves
for the win
in a pretty decent position, and then we saw the fight back
Crazy,
from their
man.
opponents. But on map 2 and map 3, this is the MIBR
हाँ,
we
इनका coach
hope
है।
to see here at EWC. A
पीछे
brilliant
assistant coach है आगे
performance,
लीड कोच है
adaptations in map 2 and map 3. Honestly, it could have been an email. That
भाई
was so quick with how they were able to get through
ये
their
क्या था
opponents. They look very, very good in this matchup.
थोड़ा
They
casual हो गया
absolutely do. What a bounce back. I mean, all gamers plan on map number 1 work to perfection. Their preparation paid off. But
भाई
the
इन्होंने इको राउंड
adjustments
कन्वर्ट कर
from
दिया बाप रे
MIBR were
बाप
there. From the second we stepped into map number 2 on split, we saw
Crazy
those
भाई
issues
crazy
fixed. In the
guys
pistol round,
we are going to the
MIBR
next
were
map
ready for what
I
was
mean
thrown
not
at
the
them.
next map
From
next
halfway
match
forward, it became
NS
more
versus
and more
G2
dominant. But this
वहाँ पे
last
फीलिंग आ रही है
it
G2 जीते
shines a light
I
to
hope
just how strong
But NS भाई
MIBR can be. A
underdogs की
big
तरह खेल
team
रहे इस
now,
बार
locked in for playoffs. And that's all the time we've got in the game. It's time to throw this one back to the desk with the beautiful, the wonderful Deacon.
Thank you very much, Mitch Man. As it is
ओ भाई ये कौन सा
MIBR
कपड़ा है भाई कितना अच्छा लग रहा है VCD
done here
2020
against AGAL, and as he so eloquently said, crushing the hopes of a VCT China representative in the playoffs. It also means it's 100% win rate so far, qualification rate
लेंस देख
so
उसके हाथ
far
में
here
लाडल
for
कैमरा
VCT
देख घर जाएगा
Americas. They are 3 for 3 and will go 4 for 4, attempt to in our next series. But it's time to celebrate MIBR Los hitting the right notes and finally achieving that potential we've been waiting for them to see.
It's good to see that it is in ascent, right, as well. To see that phase, to see the bounce back from what we saw against Team Heretics. All of the players, I believe, showed up. Bruno, I think that throughout the series, redemption arc complete.
Yeah, I mean, I think I love that they went back to Ascent. I think it shows good prep work and fantastic coaching from
if you
this
can
squad.
play Ascent.
But I think when you get destroyed on a map like that, I love that they go back to it because it means that they felt prepared and it felt like also all gamers showed their Ascent as well. That shows to me that they feel like they have a very confident read. And I think when I watched this game, that's what it felt like. Every move all gamers tried to make was so confidently shut down because they had all the information. This was prepped well ahead of time and great IGLing there. I think I really want to give flowers to Verno because That map 1 looked very poor. It looked poor. We were, saying, sat there at 1-9. Is he going to be able to pick himself back up into the game? He did a fantastic job individually in this map 3, but calling structure rock solid here for MIBR.
There were also a lot of unforced mistakes for the side of all gamers. I know that in the last round it seemed a little bit tragic. Love to see the voice. They'll love to hear the voice that Mitch was given to that situation, because I think that was going through all of our heads.
Yeah.
Like, oh, come on, no, not this way. You can battle through after the series that you've given us today, after what you've given us throughout the tournament. This is the way we're gonna say goodbye to you. Bit sad.
Yeah, I want to go back to the Verno point just because it was a difficult start for him. The 1-9 on that first map, first half, and then finishes top of the lobby here in the match that matters while still calling the game for the rest of the squad.
I think that also something that we didn't get to mention in the first one is that in head-to-head duels against Fangir, he was like 8-0 to Fangir. I said, like, Verno was like, I can't kill this man. He's coming at me. I shoot. My weapon don't work.
Yeah.
But that didn't happen for the rest of the series.
I mean, it's great resilience. That's why these are top-level players. That's why these are players that, when this roster was built, we keep saying it, was expected to lift trophies. Great names across the board. A fantastic organization behind them. I think they truly showed their potential today, locking themselves into that playoffs.
All right, well, we can hear more now about MIBR Los' last series with Tex standing by right now with Janiro.
All right, Tex, that's another win. Assuming a weight off your shoulder now that you've qualified for the playoffs.
Feels so good. I can't even lie. It feels so relieving.
I'm not gonna lie, you guys also had us in that first half. So I want to talk about Lotus first things first. What went right and then wrong and then right again and then wrong again?
Yeah, I don't know. These Lotus games are getting a little too close. I don't know. We have it, but we don't have it. We're making some weird mistakes. We even figured it out right after the game what we were doing wrong. So it should be better for the future. But yeah, just a lot of momentum. They honestly played really well as well. So yeah, props to them.
Would you say being able to figure out what went wrong on Lotus allowed you to adapt for the second and that third map? Because the last one, respect.
Yeah, so they have a pretty similar playstyle in all of their maps. So honestly, figuring out what we're doing wrong and how they're going to play in the future is really important.
And then now that you're heading into playoffs, of course, you've had a couple of learning lessons, I assume, so far from the group stage. What's been the biggest takeaway that you think will make the biggest impact once you are in front of a crowd?
I don't think the crowd will bother us too much, but I think we really need to focus on ourselves. We're our biggest enemy, honestly. So once we defeat that, and which we did today, it looks good.
Speaking of focusing on yourselves, you individually had a really good performance even on that Lotus map. So what do you think allows players to really just lock in when they are on the stage competing?
Honestly, my teammates make it really easy for me. They have a lot of confidence in me, and I honestly am fueled off of confidence. So my teammates hype me up, they tell me nice shots, and I feel comfortable.
All right, that sounds like a lovely group environment. I'm going to say congratulations once again. Thank you so much for the interview. That's it from us over here. We're heading back over to the desk.
Thank you very much, Ginny, as it is Tex who has been a rock for this squad, plus 21 in this whole series. You know, we talk about the firepower that Aspas brings, that Zekin brings, but Tex just so solid throughout.
Yeah, I mean, I think these kind of some more supportive players, they're a big name duelist in a big duelist meta will often get talked about, but it's the quiet players, the support players that I know, they're the guys I like the most. They're, when they start to fry, that's when teams find this next level. So full credit to Tex and the squad for bringing this one home. They will be advancing to the playoffs on the big stage now, and they're getting the job done for Americas, doing fantastically as a region here.
This is when I say that Tex also comes to me.
I'm back, boy.
Every team. Yeah, I can always spin it because there's always some talent coming from our way. I think that it is important about figuring out how they play and how they replicate it in the rest of the match. I think that one of the things that has characterized, especially the old gamers that we saw today, is how quickly they skyrocketed. They escalated their own mistakes. It's like there was no one to de-escalate the situation. As in, somebody makes a mistake and everybody triples down onto that. MIBR takes advantage of every single one of them.
By the way, guys, one more announcement. कल कोई भी watch party नहीं है. कल क्योंकि EWC की opening हो रही है तो ceremony होने वाली है. तो yep. कल हमारे channel पे YouTube पे ही impact stream होने वाली है. So let's go. Regular stream जैसे होती है वैसी stream होगी. So don't worry.
Even if they are quite young, they really know what it's like to compete internationally. For all gamers, not had as many reps at that, and I do feel like it showed today.
Yeah, and as I always like to do, the callbacks here when we're right and when we're wrong, and this was a time where I was wrong. GRQ got his hands on the Phoenix. I was very excited to see it. It just, him and the team didn't quite have the same setups and the same impact to put him in positions of success, but still.
अब अभी थोड़ा बारिश रुका है पता है, बट भाई बाहर जो ड्राई हो रखा है ना.
I do think that it was also the capabilities that MIBR had to bring back some of the rounds. In so many of them,
मॉइस्चर और भाई मेरा तो पूरा खिड़की विड़की के ग्लासेस भाई पूरे मॉइस्चर से हो रखे हैं.
And MIBR were the ones that were able to really play together and turn around the situation.
Yeah, I mean, look, coming from someone who was a former coach, right? You know, a lot of people talk about those pre-round strats, right? But really, that breakdown in the middle of the round when it gets scrappy, having the good enough fundamentals to be able to get that out, that's where you earn your salt, to be honest, as a good support staff, good IGLs, good leadership, developing those fundamentals, and I really feel like MIBR had that in spades today.
All right, well, with that victory, that does lock up Group D for us as we take a look at the bracket one more time to close it on out here on this Group D before we turn our focus to Group C. It started off with Heretics and AGAL to kick off not just this bracket, but their starting tournament. It was such a fantastic game. MIBR Los taking care of business against Global Esports. 5 rounds. You heard us hammer that one home. AGAL defeat Global Esports, who woke up and won a couple of rounds there, but still didn't win a single map. And then afterwards, we had the upper bracket. Pretty great series between Heretics and MIBR Los, and now we have our two teams moving on in. It is those two teams.
अबे 7:30 बज गए.
That was the fair result for this bracket here.
भाई टाइम कहाँ से निकल गया पता भी नहीं चला भाई.
Love to see all gamers make it. I actually do think they had a good tournament overall.
It would have been fun.
It would have been really fun, but I think MIBR have that experience. I feel like if one of these teams is more able to make a deep run, it would have been MIBR. So I'm happy to see them in the playoffs where I do think they can do real damage.
I'm always down for an underdog story. I think that is literally the one singular best thing about sports, is seeing someone that you do not expect that much to win, or especially going up against Goliaths such as this one and managing to get the victory. I think that is seriously the thing I like the most about sports. This time around, it could not be, but at the same time, we were speaking about the highlight that this MIBR roster is in itself and how we want to see them succeed. I agree. For them, having a deep tournament run could also mean them adapting to bigger teams, seeing players unleashed on the bigger stage, and that is something that we have to be excited about.
All right, well, with that means Group D is done and dusted, and it's our final spot into the playoffs up for grabs. It's a rematch of day number 1, the champs of NA against the final hope against Pacific. It's G2 Esports up against Nongshim Red Force. We'll set you up with the pre-match after this short break. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
भाई एनएस का कुछ भरोसा नहीं, आज कुछ भी कर सकती है भाई गेम में. अगर फॉर्म में चली ये टीम, भाई G2 पूरा बैंड बजा देगी ऊपर से नीचे तक.
ठीक है,
तो उस दिन जिस हिसाब से हम लोगों ने इन लोगों का कमबैक देखा है ना भाई, आइबन तू मान नहीं सकता कि ये लोग 12-2 भाई कर सकते कमबैक. अरे बाप रे बाप, ये लोग हार रहे थे और 12-2 से जो कमबैक किया, ओवरटाइम करके जीत गए. और वो लोगों ने पता है कितने राउंड निकाले सिर्फ उसके बाद? एक राउंड ओपोनेंट टीम. तो सोच ले भाई क्या हिसाब से खेल रही है लोग.
तोड़ दे भाई, गंदे खेले
भाई सामने वाले का मेंटल तोड़ दिया भाई.
भाई मेरा तो रेस कट कर देता अगर ऐसा होगा तो.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage, Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
गाइस दूसरा पोल हो चुका है। अब अपनी वोटिंग चालू कर दीजिए फटाफट से कि कौन सी टीम जीतने वाली है, एनएस या G2 ऑन द सेकंड मैप, ऑन द सेकंड मैच एक्चुअली, नॉट मैप। क्रेजी। उत्कर्ष बोल रहा है। आइवन कैसा लग रहा है फ्लाई साउथ को देख?
अच्छा,
गेमिंग में भी एयरलाइन आ गया, देख रहा है?
हाँ वही आएगी अभी धीरे धीरे।
अभी ये भी आएगी, देख इसके बाद फ्लायर याद अगले साल से जितना मेरे को लग रहा है।
अब तो जा सकते हैं।
आइवन में क्या हो रहा है जरा देख।
यही क्या लीडर
आजकल ये लोग क्या करते हैं भाई? छी भाई।
हाँ
भाई ऐसे अगर मैंने किधर सांप देख लिया ना आइवन, मैं जो भागूंगा,
अरे हाँ
मैं जो भागूंगा तू सोच भी नहीं सकता।
भाई मैं स्नाइपर लेके सांप को हेडशॉट मारूंगा।
इसको देख लो गाइस। ऑल भाई मेरे यहाँ का उल्लास रिवर था ना
भाई, एम प्रैक्टिस अच्छा रहेगा।
अबे मेरे यहाँ का उल्लास रिवर था ना, पानी घुसना शुरू हो गया कल्याण में।
ओ भाई हो गया,
जी हो गया भाई। अबे दूसरा वैसा ही बन गया भाई कल्याण। जी
हो गया भाई। जितने भी ट्रेन्स का भाई मुंबई आने वाले नहीं है पैसेंजर
भाई, जी हो गया भाई। लग गया भाई, कल्याण के लग गया। कल्याण वालों प्लीज बी स्टे सेफ। हाँ जितना हो सके दूसरे को हेल्प करो भाई। दिस इज द टाइम गाइस जहाँ पे हम सारे मुंबईकर्स एक साथ आते हैं भाई।
भाई कल ही हम लोग देख रहे थे भाई, वो मिति बोल रहा हूँ, उल्लास रिवर कितना भर गया था
भाई। जी हो गया भाई, पानी घुसना शुरू हो गया। भाई ये पानी में को घुसा ना, मैं लेजेंड बता रहा हूँ, कहाँ जाएगा किसी को कुछ आइडिया नहीं
भाई। छोड़ दे वो रिवर तरफ भी नहीं।
अबे मेरे को कॉन्सेप्ट बढ़िया लगा पता है इसका, गिफ्ट का जो आया है यूट्यूब पे। बट द थिंग इसकी पता है इसका, पता है क्या होना चाहिए? जो एक्सपी मिल रहा है ना, एक्सपी कन्वर्ट होकर ज्वेल्स होने चाहिए थे। समझ रहा मैं क्या बोल रहा हूँ?
समझा।
तो लोग पता है चैट पे एक्टिव रहते टू गेन एक्सपी, लेकिन बहुत ज्यादा एक्सपी होना चाहिए। जैसे कि फॉर एग्जांपल तेरा 100 एक्सपी हो रहा था, तेरा कम से कम तेरा वहाँ पे बढ़ रहा है तेरे पॉइंट्स 10 ज्वेल या 5 ज्वेल।
पर यूट्यूब वो नहीं करता ना।
हाँ यूट्यूब वो करेगा नहीं, पर ये कॉन्सेप्ट अच्छा था पता है। गाइस फटाफट से स्ट्रीम को लाइक करो, चैनल पर नए आए हो सब्सक्राइब करो। मैं जरा फटाक से आया क्योंकि अभी मैच चल रहा है 5 मिनट, तो 2 मिनट में। अबे आइवन,
क्या?
मेरे यहाँ पे अक्रॉस द रोड, मतलब जो मेन रोड है ना जहाँ पे ब्रिज बन रहा है, कल देख वीडियो में देख रहे थे जहाँ से दीवार शुरुआत हो रहा था, वहाँ पे बिल्डिंग गिर गया भाई।
अरे
वो बिल्डिंग हमारे बिल्डिंग से ही पुरानी थी भाई, गिर गई।
हो गया भाई।
अभी खबर आई। और पता है गिरा तो गिरा कैसे भाई, जो फ्लोर रहता है ना, सीढ़ी जहाँ से स्टेयरकेस उतरता है, वो पूरा अक्खा पार्टी टूट के गिर गया। तो चलो बिल्डिंग में तो लोग अटक गए। चलो घरों में तो वो लोग सारे अटक गए भाई, उतर भी नहीं पाएंगे तब तक फायर ब्रिगेड नहीं आएगी। और दीवा वाले फायर स्टेशन में वो नहीं है, लैडर वाला रहता है ना फायर ब्रिगेड, वो है ही नहीं।
ओ भाई हो गया फिर।
या तो मुमरा से आएगी या तो यहाँ से आएगी, अपनी पलावा सिटी से आएगी। उत्कर्ष किधर गया भाई? लाडल गायब किधर होगा?
क्या पता।
अरे मरिंड्रा पे सिग्नल ही गिर गया, बाप रे बाप, कल इतनी हवा चली
भाई। मेरे इधर एक झाड़ गिर गया।
वेरी रियलिस्टिक भाई।
भाई और वो झाड़ के नीचे हम लोग इतना मैंगो का झाड़ है भाई, पूरा झाड़ ही गिर गया। वो झाड़ के हम लोग भाई, मैं जब स्कूल जाता था ना तभी खेलता था वो झाड़ के नीचे, वो झाड़ ही गिर गया भाई। मैं जब ही छोटा था। अब सोच
भाई, मुंबई सिटी भी चाहते कि भाई मुझे झाड़ नहीं चाहिए, तो वैसे भी काट ही रहे हो, एक काम करता हम खुद ही टूट जाते हैं भाई।
भाई 20 साल पुरानी झाड़ थी भाई।
भाई इस बार बहुत झाड़ टूटा भाई मुंबई में। किसी ने एक्सपेक्ट भी नहीं किया ना कैसी विंड चलने वाले घर। तो लग रहा है भाई इनकमिंग 50 इयर्स भाई ये भी जापानी बन जाएगा मुंबई, कभी भी कुछ हो सकता है भाई,
क्या पता।
धनुष क्या हाल है? FSC BT गेमिंग, व्हाट द हेल है जी? नाम तो है।
अबे यार ये अभी भी वैसे ही है। ठीक है भाई,
बात तो चल रहा, मैं तेरे साथ हूँ धनुष, आई एम विथ यू। अच्छे बता रहा हूँ, ट्रस्ट ये जो है ना भाई, कुछ बोलूंगा नहीं मैं अभी फिलहाल, जब रात को किक पे करेंगे शिप तब बताता उसको।
मैं शायद सोने चले जाऊंगा, मेरे को इतना नींद आ रहा।
अभी चले आ?
क्या अभी चले जाऊंगा ना, वही हो गया फिर, मैं उठने वाला नहीं।
अबे उल्टा अभी सो के 10 बजे उठ जाता, 10:30 बजे तक एक नैप लेके। अच्छा आज को करेंगे, मस्त खेलेंगे अपन।
मेरे को स्पैम कॉल करना नहीं तो।
हाँ मैं कर दूंगा।
हेलो हेलो,
स्पैम कॉल हम लोग कर देंगे। चलिए आ, सो ले, नैप ले लेगा। उत्कर्ष भाई आप तो गए और यहाँ पे भाई MIBR गेम ही जीत गए, बताओ।
अरे भाई कॉल आ गया था एक,
इको राउंड ही कन्वर्ट कर दिया लोगों ने गन राउंड में।
Picking up calls during stream is not funny.
ठीक है भाई।
I never said it was funny, I said it was urgent.
It was not urgent.
उत्कर्ष भाई मेरे यहाँ तो बिल्डिंग गिर जा रही है भाई।
हैं?
हाँ बिल्डिंग गिर गई।
कहाँ पे गिर दी भाई तुमने?
थोड़ा आगे गिर गई, मतलब मेरा जो मेन रोड है ना, मेन रोड के उस पार गिरी।
ठीक है।
ये बताओ भाई, तुम्हारे वहाँ मैंने सुना वो सीलिंग में पानी वानी भर गया।
सीलिंग में पानी?
अरे तो वो नहीं बनाया था क्या मुंबई पुणे लिंक?
हाँ उधर पानी नहीं भरा, उधर पहाड़ गिर गया, उधर पहाड़ ही गिर गया पूरा।
लैंडस्लाइड हुआ
पूरा लैंडस्लाइड हो गया उसके ऊपर।
चीचा अगर सीलिंग में पानी आ गया ना,
सीलिंग में पानी आ गया समझ ले खत्म हो गया भाई मुंबई।
भाई हम लोग जिंदा, मैं तो जिंदा नहीं बचूंगा।
देख रहा है फ्लेक्स करने का तरीका इसका कि मैं
सही बोला है उसने, सही बोला। सीलिंग तक पानी भर के खत्म है भाई हम लोग।
भाई मैं सच्ची में समुद्र के बहुत पास रहता हूं भाई। अगर वो फ्लडिंग चालू हो गया ना, मेरे इधर तो नहीं होगा।
The Americas sitting at 7 and 3.
पानी के
Will
नीचे
they
बोल
be
रहा
able to go 100%?
भाई मेरा पहला माला डूब जाएगा।
Let's find out together
मेरा
as we
पहला
break it
माला
all
भाई
down.
इधर
Kukuka
पूरा
and Big Time here
इस
for you
फाउंटेन है करके
to
हम लोग बच
kind of
जाते
give insight on these
जो
squads who are
मतलब
now
मेरे
on
के
stage and almost ready to
सामने
go.
है तो खत्म भाई।
I'm a super big.
अबे तो जर्सी चेंज कर ली है?
This is crazy hate.
G2 को जर्सी पहन के आ गई।
Crazy hate, it's crazy. Yes.
I
भाई
swear it is. You
Baby Bay, अरे
Look,
तेरी।
we all love Baby Bay here. We all love Baby Bay.
एक सर होंडा स्पॉन्सर है क्या? G2
Some people love Baby Bay.
मैं हूँ भाई, मैं हूँ NF सपोर्टर भाई इस मैच में।
I'm here for Pacific.
ठीक है ठीक है भाई, उस दिन की तरह कमबैक होना मेरा हो गया भाई आज। मैं अपना सर पटक दूंगा मॉनिटर में।
2-0 NS क्लीन स्वाइप करेगी आज।
हाँ अच्छा। फिर कोहली नाव लेके आएगा, कोहली के लिए अच्छा करना है। अभी नाव हर जगह चल रही है भाई, और आज थोड़ी बारिश रुकी करके पानी उतर गया
भाई। जस्ट सेइंग, दिल्ली इस बार कम डूब रहा है, अभी तक नहीं डूबा है दिल्ली यहाँ पे।
बिहार वसे में भाई रैपिडो में भाई स्पेशल सर्विस निकाला है बोट।
ठीक है भाई।
अभी जो भी बुक कर रहे हैं भाई बोट आ रहा है।
एक जगह G2 को होंडा ने स्पाई, होंडा का लोगो नहीं?
होंडा का नहीं है ये।
किसका लोगो है?
होंडा का थोड़ा और ऊपर होता है, वो जो है ना वो चोंच सी, थोड़ा और ऊपर होता है।
माउस पैड तो है भाई सच में।
I remember the story about the
अबे G2 का कुछ वही है क्या जो पहले से है? चेंज नहीं किया लोगों ने?
नहीं G2 का सेम ही टीम है, बस वो चला गया ना, वो था आईसी था ना इनका पहले डुएलिस्ट। वो निकाल दिया और एक वो निकाल दिया दूसरा बंदा।
इसके बदले रिप्लेस किया था ना जोगेम और इसको किया ना।
G2 is a team that always manages to reinvent themselves, to look for the next wave of Valorant, to just keep innovating with incredible.
क्या लग रहा है भाई जोगेम?
And just always top in the Americas region.
जोगेम और बेबी को रिप्लेस किया। I will just hold up. मैं कॉल करके
I am willing to sacrifice having all the Americas teams in play.
बवाई।
We do not get any position.
क्या अब आइवन तूने इतने मैच देख लिए, क्या तू भी वैलोरेंट खेलेगा?
भाई I love to see आइवन ने, पता है आइवन को थोड़ा बहुत अभी गेम समझ चुका है।
मैं समझ
They're in the final of Masters Bangkok. This is their best chance to lift the trophy. They looked amazing.
क्या रैंक थी भाई तुम्हारी?
It's a full Korean squad of T1. T1 are the ones who get the win.
भाई मेरी आयरन 1 थी भाई।
प्लास्टिक होनी चाहिए तुम्हारी।
But they bring out there, and I know
ठीक है।
empirical evidence is kind of on my side here.
Exactly. I'm going with the underdog then.
डालो भाई, डालो, खेलेंगे भाई तुम्हारे साथ। कैरी करना।
The underdog coming into this encounter. I do agree. The face that we're seeing from Nongshim reminds us of the brilliance that we saw at the beginning of the year.
मैंने एक जन के बैग में कुछ देख लिया।
They haven't lost against G2, exploiting
कर
every
जनाब।
one of the weaknesses. So
मैंने
the
नहीं देखा।
changes that G2
मैंने कुछ
made into
देख
their
लिया।
maps fell short against a Nongshim that was all through and through better prepared.
Yeah, I'm so happy to see this.
RB भाई, RB मारेगा RB।
The start of the year was unbelievable for them. They didn't lose a match to Pacific.
सो जा तू सो जा भाई।
And they didn't
Bye-bye,
lose
bye-bye.
the match. They couldn't have been better. It did take that dip in the middle though. The meta changed.
भाई मेरे को जितना पता लग रहा है कौन मारेगा, एक्सरॉस।
But now I feel like they're finding their footing once again.
एक्सरॉस और दाम्बी ये दोनों मारेंगे।
Dambi on the neon anymore. Extros is a fantastic second man in. I want to talk about Ivy as well.
Yeah,
this guy
he is
was
the man.
he was sensational for the team, and he always is. I think this is a very stacked.
भाई legit faker लगता है, पता है Ivy?
It's probably slept on after a slightly disappointing Pacific.
I think they slept on themselves.
I mean, I wouldn't disagree with
the
that.
potential was there.
I wouldn't disagree.
The wings were there, and they were like, "How
आज से
about?"
डोटा भी शुरू होगा, पता है ना?
No, and it's like.
भाई डोटा मैंने पता है 2018 में देखा था, जो डोटा का प्रोडक्शन था ना इंटरनेशनल करके उनका टूर्नामेंट होता है, उसका जो प्रोडक्शन था ना भाई,
आज से डोटा शुरू हो चुका है, लेकिन डोटा भाई 3 हफ्ते जाने वाला है।
भाई बहुत कॉम्प्लेक्स गेम है टोटा, बहुत कॉम्प्लेक्स। तेरे उसमें 4-5 हजार घंटे चले जाएंगे और तेरे को पता भी नहीं चलेगा तू कहाँ पे है। तेरे को बेसिक गेम ही समझ आएगा, समझ रहा है?
मैं इसलिए सीखा ही नहीं कभी हो गया।
सेम भाई, सेम रीजन कि मैं डोटा, लीग ऑफ लेजेंड्स ये सब नहीं खेला। क्या चल रहा है ये?
It's like trying to run underwater, and then when you run on land, you're so fast. They play without Danby on the neon.
तूने एक चीज नोटिस किया, टेबल ऊपर नीचे होती है?
हाँ, ये तो पता ही है। अबे तूने वो क्लिप नहीं देखी क्या?
मेजर टेप लेके आता है।
मेजर टेप लेकर आता है।
चलो भाई वीडियो में सबसे पहले फ्रैक्चर उड़ा दिया।
फ्रैक्चर बैन हुआ है।
अबे
सेंट बैन कर रहा है।
सेंट बैन कर दिया। अल्ले
भाई
मैप प्लीज देखना पड़ेगा भाई।
G2 का डिफेंस है उसमें, ठीक है?
वो भी G2 का ही पिक है वो।
हाँ। अब इनका पिक क्या आ रहा है? हेवन पिक आएगा इनका।
सनसेट, अरे बाप रे बाप।
हेवन और लोटस बैन है क्या फिर अब? अरे
बाप रे।
लोटस बैन कर दिया और अब हेवन
स्प्लिट उड़ेगा। हाँ, हेवन डिसाइड।
हेवन डिसाइडर है, ठीक है।
बाप रे बाप।
2-0 भाई, NS 2-0
भाई बहुत गलत दो मैप है ये। दोनों बहुत बड़े मैप है भाई, ब्रीज और सनसेट।
सनसेट तो नहीं है भाई इतना बड़ा।
बड़ा ही मैप है तो मिड एरिया बहुत बड़ा है भाई। लगता है भाई रोटेशन करते करते ना डिफेंडर साइड के लोग पहुंच जाते हैं, पता है, एक साइड से दूसरी साइड।
So it's always a nice little bit of mind gaming when these first two maps are going to be exactly the same. So a lot of weight goes on to the coaching staff then, in my mind. If you're going to run these games back,
sorry.
हाँ, mid to A करना थोड़ा fucked up है भाई।
These games back, it really does mean that the coaching staff from both sides feel like they've learned from that game and will have a read now. So it's read versus read.
I expect this game to go to a third map, and I think that we all should be on the same boat, not only based on the past matches that we've seen from them, but also from the form that we have seen. But to me, seriously, the most important is that breeze. We were speaking about and laughing it off.
अब ये देखना पड़ेगा एजेंट पे क्या करने वाले लोग।
Kept going A, but the massive hold the G2 had on that side of the map was exploitable. So we cannot blame that in the slightest. They have, however, kept playing it and got another rep. They have fixed some of the mistakes. To me, still the one player to look at is Jogamo and how much he's suffering playing on that.
सही में भाई, Jogamo भाई, अगर Jogamo बजा, अगर उसने मारा, कोई कुछ नहीं कर सकता।
भाई बंदा योरू नहीं खेल रहा, योरू प्लेस देखने थे भाई।
योरू का मेटा चल आ गया ना।
अरे नियॉन क्यों? ठीक है, डबल कंट्रोलर। ओके,
डबल कंट्रोलर, डबल इनिशिएटर।
इधर भी डबल कंट्रोलर। हाँ, इधर डबल इनिशिएटर लिया हुआ है। सिंगल ड्यूलिस्ट खेल रहे लोग।
अरे 0 वो है सेंटिनल।
हाँ सेंटिनल भाई, पिछला मैप इसमें भी नहीं लिया, MIBR उसमें भी स्प्लिट मैप पे नहीं लिया तो लोगों ने सेंटिनल।
मतलब ये अटैक साइडेड है भाई पूरा। कंट्रोलर से स्मोक करते रहेंगे।
एक चीज मैंने तो देख लिया AWC में सेंटिनल का मेटा मार रहा है। अब वैलोरेंट को सेंटिनल लेके आना पड़ेगा।
I also like the harbor a lot. I think that in this map there's so much versatility.
सेंटिनल में भाई चेंबर को बफ कर दो।
So many walls on the side of Nongshim. You have the Neon, you have the Phoenix, you have the Harbor, you have the Viper. It is incredibly annoying to deal with that, and that's probably why you want to go in.
हाँ, सेज पिकअप हो रहे थे, पर मेटा चला नहीं ना।
मेरे हिसाब से सनसेट में आएगा सेज।
The first knife because of the nerves to the initiators, it kind of loses value.
PRX होती तो 100% आता।
भाई PRX कुछ भी लेके खेलते हैं।
Fight forward in a main. If you give a main extra.
PRX का तो मेरे को सनसेट का एक राउंड पता है। वो जो B साइड पे वो डब्बा होता है ना।
हाँ, डब्बे पे चढ़ के उन्होंने उस पे वो चढ़ा हुआ था, जिंक चढ़ा हुआ था। हाँ, जिंक चढ़ गया था।
जिंक चढ़ गया था। दवाई ने वॉल करी, 2 बंदे जो उसने मिड में खाए।
देखा था वो।
Look for that area of the map, especially in the first 6 rounds.
Agent select has been completed, but you could see Baby Bay pointing something out there with
भाई,
the lights. So
Viper Harbor और Viper Astra.
He actually didn't want to pick Neon.
Crazy है भाई।
What a misclick.
Oh, the light was in my eyes. I picked Neon. I didn't mean to. And also, Jogamo just happened to lock KO as well, and that just happened to be the same composition. We'll get you an update in just a little bit from a competitive standpoint on that as we wait to see this one here.
I will say for me, one thing that I don't think is touched on enough in this G2 comp is the use of Astra. We've seen a couple other teams try Astra, and I do think
NS
it's a
का
really
जो
nice
है
fit across the
IGL
map. I
Phoenix
think
खेल रहा है.
on that attacker side, it unlocks B a little bit more, which is
X-Rossi है क्या? X-Rossi IGL है क्या?
The theory is that you should be able to fight a main a lot more aggressively. You can place those stars to kind of limit the attacker's movement.
Yeah, but you're speaking about the attack. They first need to get onto that attack in a healthy enough.
भाई मेरे को ये लोग का हेयर स्टाइल बहुत अच्छा लगता है भाई. लोग पता है बाल भाई क्या रखते हैं पता है?
And as you're saying,
Straight बिल्कुल.
हाँ भाई. और इनके ऊपर अच्छा भी लगता है. हमारे ऊपर कद्दू लगेगा भाई.
भाई मेरी माँ मेरे को कहती है कि कितने गंदे बाल हैं, बाल कटवा के आ. मैं बाल कटवाता हूँ, एकदम बच्चा लगने लगता हूँ. मम्मी बोलती है बढ़िया लग रहा है.
Very much so. I mean, I think this is a map Nongshim just continually loved because they understand that A side so well.
भाई लीफ तेरे को बकरी जैसा नहीं लगता?
With X-Ross.
हैं?
It's him that took
बकरी
over
बकरी.
on
भाई लीफ की ऑपिंग भाई.
It's a role that fits him incredibly well. For those of you who don't know, before he came to Tier 1, he was
लीफ चेंबर प्लस ऑपिंग कॉम्बो बहुत गंदा है, खतरनाक है भाई.
लीफ नहीं, मेरे को दूसरा बंदा याद है. कौन था वो जो Cloud9 में भी था यार?
और सीनेड?
नहीं नहीं नहीं, सीनेड नहीं.
Red Force,
एक और बंदा था.
Masters Santiago, G2 Esports, the conquerors of VCT Americas, the pride of VCT Americas, and again, so far throughout the EWC 2026 Valorant.
भाई बेचारा लाइट बंद करने बोला, लाइट ऑफ ही नहीं हो रही.
5 playoff spots claimed by EMEA, and 3 out of 3 potential so far here for Americas. Will G2 make it a perfect 4 out of 4, or will Nongshim finally rise up for the Pacific, who the rest of the squads did not show up? In Global Esports, RRQ, and very surprisingly Paper Rex, there's only one still remaining here. And we will start with that breeze as we hand it on over to our casters for the call.
वो लगता था भाई चेंबर में मेरे को बहुत ज़्यादा goated.
Thank you very much, Digan. Yes, here we go. Ready to get into the action just about. Breeze again between these two squads. A rematch not just from Master Santiago, from an early
आज का पहला मैप है ब्रीज पीक.
C9 का भाई IGL पता कौन है अब? Zelsis.
अरे बाप रे बाप.
What have they learned from that is the big question.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot to learn there. Of course, it's.
तो मुंबई व्हाट्स अप? एमएसटी इसलिए नहीं खेल रहे क्योंकि वॉच पार्टी चल रही है ना EWC की. EWC भाई इस बार मैं पार्टनर हुआ ना स्ट्रीमर, को स्ट्रीमर, एज अ को स्ट्रीमर. नॉट पार्टनर, एज अ को स्ट्रीमर. स्ट्रीमिंग कर रहा हूं. तो मैं कल होने वाली है वैसे, डोंट वरी. तो कल EWC का सेरेमनी है.
देखनी है तो आपको कुछ करना पड़ेगा उसके लिए.
किक पे जाके फॉलो करो एक्सक्लेमेटरी.
आपको किक पे करना होगा सब्सक्राइब.
चालू भाई मैच. उत्कर्ष भाई फर्स्ट प्रेडिक्शन फॉर फर्स्ट हाफ.
For this new G2 comp,
first half by prediction 8-4 NS.
अरे बाप रे बाप.
Tough ask to go up against Dombi.
मुझे 7-5 लग रहा है G2.
No matter who you are in the world.
ठीक है.
So a couple players that we're looking at really.
पिस्टल तो भाई G2 का है.
See if they could slow Nongshim's roll.
भाई छोगे में क्यों खेल रहे बाप रे बाप.
अबे अभी देखिए वो चक्कू फेंकेगा पूरी टीम.
चक्कू फेंकेगा टीम तो होगी और भाई देख क्या करेगा अंधे पे अंधा. उसे फ्लैश ही ले रखा है, उसे फ्लैश ही ले रखा है.
एक ही लिया और किया लिया.
भाई अबे वाइपर क्रॉस पे आ गया ऑलरेडी. वाइपर ऑलरेडी क्रॉस पा चुका है. होली शिट. ओह माय गॉड.
3 kills found, only X-Ross able to peel 1 back, and now Ivy, all of a sudden, the last one standing. 0 point not to connect with a swing out, he will be over.
मुझे लगा चौथा भी मारेगा.
Able to find the second kill.
क्या बोला मैंने भाई, पिस्टल तो G2 का है.
भाई क्या 3 मारे उसे बैंड से ठप ठप ठप.
भाई ट्रिकल कंट्रोल देखा, फट फट फट.
मेरा था पहले वाला बंदा दिखता तभी मारना शुरू कर दिया.
Absolutely brilliant those shots.
तभी तुम लीफ नहीं हो ना.
That is not easy to do even when you're offered the time.
भाई मेरे को लगा चौथे को भी दे दिया, पता है फिनिक्स को भी.
भाई नियॉन को तो गंदा मारा भाई. हार्बर और उन्हें तो पता ही नहीं था. नियॉन ने तो काउंटर स्ट्रेफ किया लेकिन फिर भी दे दिया. पुश आ रहा है, ए पे पुश आ रहा है.
Easy 2-0 start for them. Good amount of firepower here as Baby Bay just looking to take the space outside of A main.
Only one bandit invested here for Nongshim. Ivy, who is a real menace on a lot of maps against G2.
ये कौन सी जगह से मार रहा है बे?
हाँ उधर से मार रहा, उधर से गैप है ना.
Baby Bay Tuck right in.
भाई कैसी लग रही है नियॉन स्लो वॉक करती हुई.
Kind of ready for it. They're at least gonna spam him out of there, but didn't really.
प्लांट होगा क्या ये बता. राउंड तो नहीं जीतेंगे.
नहीं
प्लांट होगा कि नहीं.
प्लांट तो नहीं होता भाई.
नहीं मेरे को लग रहा है प्लांट हो जाएगा.
Sliding out of that, through that wall rather, and Valen will quickly dispatch him. Plan ready to come through, grab well to try to hold Ivy in position.
मैं पता है प्लांट का क्यों मना कर रहा था क्योंकि एस्ट्रा था पर एस्ट्रा ने वहाँ पे डाला ही नहीं वो चीज. एस्ट्रा ने कहीं और डाल दिया वाला.
वो पता है क्यों? क्योंकि लीव को दिलवाएंगे ना और पॉइंट प्लांट का. समझ लो बाप बे.
The last one will jump out. We'll stop it from being a flawless, but Trent, only one not really bringing a weapon into this outside of the sheriff, so defuse to come in and G2 start things off.
लीव भाई देगा ना अपना ऑर्ब. देखना उसकी अल्ट कितनी जल्दी आएगी.
Reads on some timings. You can see there's a little bit of practice and preparation, anticipation of how Nongshim.
ये जाएंगे अब B और ये राउंड भी हारेगी NS. 3-0 होगा 3-0.
So really just very solid understanding prep. It's tough to beat a team 2 times in one event. G2, very, very good. Comes to their practice and their ability to adapt. MIBR 3-0 already. Much better start than we saw the last time out.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little bit of a warm-up for him.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if he gets one more kill, he's already halfway to his kill total from the last time they played on this map, so.
The chamber is a little bit different than Neon.
A little.
So there's some adjustments to be made. Quick little walk, clear down through elbow, and this should give G2 a lot of comfort and a lot of information that this is still going to be an A-side lean from Nongshim, especially as they do hear that drone. So players now starting to get in transit. Ivy trying to watch for that flank. Cuts him off for now. Valen just going to go getting inserted at double doors. Stop that Viper from being able to flank through. For now, though, site will be taken. The plan to come in. Shogs previously used, won't be able to find much of anything there, but Ivy not winning the fight. Leaf is able to take him down. Early advantages again for G2.
And Valen gets spammed up. But G2 maybe just gonna have to try to play for a few exits here. We'll see though. They've got
भाई ने पूरा साइड ले रखा है भाई. ये लोग जहाँ से भी घुसेंगे वहीं से पड़ेंगे इनको. एक-एक एंगल पे भाई लोगों ने होल्ड किया हुआ है.
3v2. Oh, अरे माँ 2v2.
It's still good damage
found.
Need to get onto this defuse ASAP if they want to have any chance of winning this one out. But Leaf now knows that it's going to be over, so we'll just get taken down. We'll see if we can find anything additional in the back of this, but he will not. 2 players surviving. Still good damage for G2, but Nongshim get on the board.
Yeah, so even though you're playing a bit of retake here,
you know, RB and Kaijel. Oh, never mind.
How important it's going to be for G2 to not give up those easy A hits or just kind of have plans around it. You're playing for retake, very difficult against this Nongshim comp.
भाई Jogomo 4-1 बाबे. Jogomo मारेगा आज.
When you're getting flashed, trying to clear a little bit of extra space towards those.
अबे मैं तो ये बोल रहा था किसी एक बंदे ने रिव्यू किया था पता है सुपर स्ट्राइक का. उसे पता है क्या बोला कि वैलोरेंट के लिए है ही नहीं है माउस. क्योंकि इतनी फास्ट है कि वैलोरेंट में तू हल्का से भी क्लिक करेगा तो भाई गोली चल जाती है.
ठीक है.
So here's MIBR hoping to find that lurking player from the side of Nongshim, but actually
मतलब हल्का फेदर प्रेस पे भाई ट्रिगर कर देगा.
Has the lurk and he's kind of got his hands full. He can't really clear too much space. The recon goes pretty deep. He's just gonna peel back. So Nongshim, I think probably pretty aware.
फिलहाल के लिए भाई B की रीड तो है.
हाँ रीड तो है. वो लेकर ही बैठा था कि वो पुश करेंगे. मैं रेडी रहता.
ले गया.
मर गया उससे बाप रे.
Kill to come in, ult to expire. Now Leaf just poking forward, finds RB
oh,
down dead. Extros now needing the rescale forward, but as these walls fall, so too shall he. Francis
3v1 और backstab आ रहा है.
तो क्या आ रहा है backstab.
But can't really do anything about it. Jogomo has the jump 5-1 and 1 on this KO and 3-1 now on the scoreboard.
Yeah, really impressive
Anti-eco
stuff from G2, showing that they're willing to contest that A main a little bit more and have good ideas on how to hold the B executes.
भाई खिला दो यार हमें भी Valorant.
You know, maybe just relying a little bit
पायमैन ही नहीं आते बताओ.
कर दूंगा मैं bully, दिखा दूंगा मैं भी अपना Radiant gameplay.
Ivy Just try
रैंडी एंड गेम प्ले दिखाओगे
भाई सच्ची बता मेरा कल से ना वालो खेलने का मन कर रहा है कल
was a
से
spam shot while he was
भाई
walking through.
रैंडी एंड गेम प्ले दिखा दूं क्या मैं
That snake bite
क्या बात
goes down to it, so you're back onto an eco.
हाँ
ओ दे दिया अंधे में दे दिया
क्या था ये अर्ली पिक ओ भाई ओ भाई
Back up forward for another extra kill, but will end
गन
up
मिल गई
taking
इनको
down. Weapon potentially to be grabbed. RB will be able to slink forward.
अरे दे देगा
Vandal into hand.
नहीं निकल गया मेरे को लगा दे देता अगर ये मेरा माइंड फक हो जाता
Fan out into mid. The drone.
अबे मास्क पहन के खेल रहा है ये
Try
हैं
to spot someone. Ivy will give them a glimpse.
And they opt not to
बाप की
challenge
तरह
him
है
this time. Just gonna instead
शर्म आती है भाई कैमरा शाही है वो
try to play it a little bit safer. See if maybe they can
भाई
outlurk
बी पे
the
पुश
lurker
आ गया
here.
बाप बे
उन्होंने बी ले रखा है भाई उनके पास पूरा कंट्रोल है बी का
They need to make sure
अबे
that this
सोवा
hit
का
goes
पुश
through,
आ गया
knowing that there's likely going to be two left
अरे
at
रुक गया
least.
अरे आ गई कॉम्स
अबे लोग काइंड ऑफ प्रेडिक्ट कर रहा है ए पे बैठे हैं लोग
कॉम्स आ गई भाई ए पे ही बैठे हैं
ले बॉल पे आ गया
Lead the charge.
कल के मारेगा क्या ये निकल के मारेगा
लग तो रहा है
It's a grab ball on the top.
मारेगा लेकिन ये
It's well read by Valen.
देखते हैं
Baby Bay. About to be under some pressure this time. And no scope, not going to be able to connect. Ivy barrel stuffing is able to find that headshot now. Can take that outlaw into hand.
भाई 3v3 राउंड कन्वर्ट कर दिया
नहीं राउंड कन्वर्ट नहीं हो रहा
One shot.
ये देखना बैक स्टैब ला ले
Push forward though. It's going to be Trent taking that contact. Takes him down. No damage to be suffered. Two players to try to hold the line here for Nongshim. Get around back into their favor, but it's another kill for Leaf.
भाई उसको वापस से पॉइजन से मार दिया
Follow up as well. He is on fire
भाई
already.
क्या डाल रहा है भाई वो
G2 starting things off 4-1 to head of the next buy. Some
8-2 चल रहा है
here
लीफ
for Nongshim. Do we
और
see a
अल्ट है
timeout?
उस पे
चार की केड़ी
I think they should. I think you're going to have to talk here pretty
क्या
quickly
ये
about how you
8-4
want to
उल्टा हो रहा है
address
क्या
this. Like,
एनएस
do
के
you
खिलाफ
wanna
हो रहा है क्या 8-4
try to take some more aggressive A main fights?
गुरपाल भाई क्या सही फाइनली मुंबई से लंदन की 12 आवर्स की फ्लाइट कंप्लीट करके आ रहा है वेरी रियलिस्टिक
to try to make sure that it's not just going to be a free run into the front of A. Instead, Silkanon gonna let this run down at least one more round to see if
भाई
RB
बी पे स्टैक है उनका और ये लोग ए पे हैं
here on both sides.
साइड छोड़ देगा इसके बॉल के वजह से
Result and Francis is all available.
पापा ने बॉल डाल रखे ना तो बॉल कैप्चर साइड छोड़ देंगे रिटेक करना ले
Plan is
अरे
behind that, but it's a similar 4-1.
स्पॉट कर लिया
अगर ये पकड़ लिया एक इसने तो इनका राउंड है अरे नहीं पकड़ पाया नहीं पकड़ पाया
आज वेट किया उसने
रीड आ गई एक ही
It's a nice check with the knife too before they make that move. Really smart stuff.
एक्स्ट्रा में प्लान डिनाई भी करा दे फ्लॉ डाल के अगर है तो
ना प्लान तो करवा देगा
Again, that space could be given up on A, taken by Nongshim, but now here comes the retake starting.
यो पॉइंट भी है
Not quite in the range of that.
हार्बर की अल्ट आ गई लेकिन
able to send out the wall.
कुछ हो ही नहीं पाएगी
नहीं एंटी रिटर्न वो आ गई ना
Chasing forward, try to catch them off guard here, perhaps. Oh, tucked away.
What?
Jogamo will end up falling. The no command now expired, so no res to be had. Francis able to find Leaf. Trent peeling one back down. Elimination.
अंधा कर दिया
अरे माँ नाइस शॉट भाई एक्सरॉस भाई शॉट
भाई क्रिस्पी
Quick little transfer over to the side, cleans up Fallon as they will find their second round win.
And this is one of these rounds.
भाई फेवरेट चैंपियन है वो मेरी जो उसके पास है फेवरेट चैंपियन
हाँ वो वैंडल ना
Yes, you have the comfort of
one
having
of the underrated Vandals
to give you a little bit of extra space to get Dombi next to Orange, but
क्या नाचा भाई जॉगोमो
a lot of value
बहुत अच्छी चलती है पता है बहुत अच्छी चलती है
Nice little start though.
भले से इसमें आगे
Nicely,
VFX
I
आ
can
पता
take him out of the round.
अबे भाई मेरे को बढ़िया लगती है भाई ज्यादा VFX होता है ना बहुत ज्यादा कार्टूनिश लगने लगती है
Still going to be carrying over a bunch of ults. Exros into a second, run it back. Francis still holding on to the hunters. Fury,
फिर
Dombi
से
into
एक
an overdrive.
उनका आ रहा है वो वाइपर की अल्ट का वेट कर रहे हैं वो भी हिट ही नहीं कर रहे उसकी वजह
Match with
से
a lot of their ults too. Pit available for Leaf.
Scanning ahead.
See if he's not in a position to drop it early, so happy to maybe think about it as a retake option. Still G2 giving up that front A space again.
अबे पहले यहाँ चढ़ जाते थे हटा दिया अब इन्होंने यार
हटा दिया
They're so good at these A takes that they don't care.
ये वाला पार्टी भी अलग कर
They
दिया
know what
पहले
they're
नीचे गिरते
doing.
थे डायरेक्ट
They'll just keep doing it.
पूरा ही चेंज कर दिया रिवर्क किया मैं
Have been able to
देखना
really
इस जगह को भी कितना गंदा रिवर्क किया
But they see one there and it's taking their time. They really aren't too sure. They're looking for some of those aggressive push-outs. Seen them a couple rounds now from G2, so being very cautious, making sure that Ivy's not in a position where he's going to get just dusted on his own.
Start already. Just be the
Ganda flash.
Will be tabled for now. As X-Ross sprinting around the back of side alongside Dambi, just scouting as much as he possibly can, but nothing to be seen. Nongshim know that there.
अरे स्पैम में मर गया. हेडशॉट पड़ गया भाई स्पैम में.
क्या पकड़ पाएगा यहाँ?
पकड़ लिया.
पकड़ लिया.
I mean, yeah, he just got away with murder.
भाई 2 अल्ट खोल दी भाई.
Unbelievable. Hunter's Fury sent the
cover भाई.
ओह भाई जोगेमो.
Jogamo goat भाई.
That Hunter's Fury, a lot of weight going to be put on his shoulders with this one. Snake Bite sent previously. The fuse going to be interrupted. Jogamo down to 8. The burst coming through the hold to begin. Spray over to the
No way, bro.
Envy, bro.
No way.
4K form in the round.
Ivy, bro. Ivy.
Monster.
No way. What a good clutch,
Very
भाई.
quiet beginning, but that is a massive way to get right back into this game.
Yeah, I mean,
What a good clutch भाई. देख के मजा आया. भाई ये क्या मटका पड़ा भाई.
क्या मटका पड़ गया भाई.
क्या मटका लगा है भाई.
Make sure that nobody's
यहाँ Jogamo ने जो 2 लिए ना ये.
Really established. Why? So you have that Hunter's Fury, a safe position for it to cover that post plant. So, you know, Nongshim, a team that's well known for their, you know,
क्या ये एंटी को निकाल पाएंगे? लीफ अल्ट पे खेल रहा है अपनी. अकेला बी पे देख. बाकी पूरी टीम ए पे है.
To do it, RB's been around for a damn long time, so you best believe.
गुरपाल भाई एमएसटी से मतलब है EWC से कुछ प्रॉफिट नहीं हो रहा भाई मुझे.
Dambi this time slow creep up, but another flash at the ready.
Oh, there's going to be the exchange. Here's the transfer. The cleanup too. Lobo will be able to find a shutdown with that stinger.
Good trade.
Wants to maybe try to recover that, but instead will end up falling to the wayside. As Trent similarly going to be caught in mid. Ivy starting to get these lurks going. As he scales forward and will be able to intercept Leaf as well.
ये तो डिफ कर रहा है भाई आईवी सीधा लीफ के साथ कब से. इसको ही पकड़ रहे हो.
दो राउंड से ही तो हुआ है.
उसको ही पकड़ रहा है. हाँ उसको ही पकड़ रहा है.
But also he can just
Viper dip or what?
They know he's coming and they still can't stop it.
Dambi कुछ भी मार गया भाई. कुछ भी मार गया. सामने स्लाइड मारते मारते 2 ले गया.
वो भी फ्लैश था. फ्लैश ऐसा भी नहीं कि फ्लैश था. फ्लैश था.
Just sliding on in. No fear. Tough one, yeah. I know G2 has to feel like they might have had a moment where if they could have killed Dambi there, maybe it could be a different round. Maybe you can get that Thrifty to go, but not meant to be. This go.
अब देख वाइपर की क्या फाइट होगी. वाइपर देख कहाँ खड़ा है उसे पिक करने के लिए.
लॉन्ग रेंज फाइट होगी.
The op online as well for Baby Bay, but for the moment, I mean, it's being avoided.
जब ये शिफ्ट वॉक करते हैं इसके साथ कैसा सा लगता है ये भाई. नियॉन.
मून वॉक कर रहा था.
One time and it didn't work. You say, okay, well, let's just keep hitting A over and over again.
If they change this to just a one-site map, Nongshim would be perfectly fine.
अरे पकड़ लिया. चाकू से पकड़ लिया 3 को.
We agree.
उन्हें पता नियॉन भी यही है.
Who needs that? Although they might be rotating back this time because I think they figured out there's quite a heavy stack here again. And even though they've been able to best the 3-man stack at A at times, they're trying to make them think they went the other way.
अबे कोई भी टीम मिड का कंट्रोल खेल ही नहीं रही इसमें.
I'm a little bit worried about Baby Bay. Look where Ivy's gotten to.
इसे मिड का कंट्रोल नहीं रहा बिकॉज़ इसमें मिड तो 2 तरफ आ सकता है ना. यहाँ से भी निकल सकते हैं, यहाँ से भी निकल सकते हैं, सामने से भी आ सकते हैं.
अरे शॉट.
इसलिए मिड नहीं ले रहे. यहाँ पे मिड लेकर मतलब नहीं है.
Gonna be headshot on that push and Jogamo right up in between the pyramids finds it. Push through.
Jogamo भाई.
मैं क्या बोला था फ्लैश कर करके मारेगा खाली अंधा करता रहेगा बड़ा. अंधा था ब्लाइंड.
केओ के तो फ्लैश बिल्कुल सीएस वाले हैं.
टाइमिंग पे फेंकेगा ना सीधा पॉप होगा एकदम मुंह पे.
How they used to play Breeze with the Harbor comp in that they throw all this util at the choke, right?
टाइमिंग पे उसे कैसा फेंका पूरा पॉप होगा.
There's probably an Astra util in there
अरे
somewhere.
खड़ा हो रहा है भाई.
हाँ खड़ा हो रहा है भाई.
With a counter punch while you're trying to make your execute. This is something I really liked that Valen used to do a lot with the Harbor. Now they've kind of got some new ideas as well baked into this to really shut down.
अरे अल्ट लेके आ रहा है भाई Dambi.
Gonna have to make Nongshim consider other parts of the map.
No, it's all a ruse. It's all to try to make them think that they're going to be, make them think that they've rediscovered
Surely this time.
NSA round हारी, NSA round हारी, अगला इको होगा.
Knife only catches on Francis, but now
पकड़ लिया बे.
now
KO
it's
के knife पे
G2,
पकड़
you
लिया
should be like, okay,
फ्रांसिस
they're
को.
coming this way again, surely. Right? You have no info in mid though. I mean, you have no idea.
IV का game है, पूरा IV का game है.
Ness would suspect that he's going to be maybe trying to drone out of that position, but the strike is going to be coming in a hell of a lot faster than they can afford. So Ivy, curious how aggressively he wants to play this. Could go for a very deep backside pit.
अरे माँ, ये क्या ult करी है?
Going to occupy a bit of space around Orange as well as the mid doors. Really just funneling all of G2 either
ये क्या
on
ult
the
है रे?
flank, which Francis is watching for, or just from the
Map
spawn.
control लेने के लिए.
Stun will connect, but Jogamo going to be put down to the floor. The res can come in and is. Balance able to find that, but there's the backstab. Francis arriving out in the mid. He's able to find that kill. Now suddenly
3v1 ये तो नहीं हो रहा.
sucked within the smoke.
अरे पकड़ लिया.
Finds Ivy, looks for a little
भाई
bit more.
पकड़ लिया था almost.
Nothing more.
पकड़ लिया था भाई.
शायद भाई क्या हाल है? Welcome to the stream.
They will keep it neck and neck.
Yeah, so
भाई 5-5 हो गया.
actually this does end up kind of working, but also G2 loses a bunch of information control on the map, trying to make these aggressive moves early, and Nongshim's able to take just a short pause to use it against them. Some really
ये
good
लोग
back and
कैसे
forth
माउस
in the
पकड़
shot
लेते हैं
calling
भाई
right
ऐसे
now.
ही.
Really
मेरे से नहीं
impressed.
पकड़ा जाता. मेरे को पूरा माउस
Some of
पकड़ना
the
पड़ता.
adjustments being made. RB again finding another little micro change in some of their macro. Get the round win, but Valen's been good about
अरे
counter
B hit आ
adjusting.
रहा है. ठीक है.
Putting in a lot of good prep for today. EWC going to be on op duty in mid again, this time up from window.
Just when the spike started,
Fix का wait कर लो.
further up cannons.
ये बनाएंगे ना mid to A करेंगे दो बंदे, बाकी दो बंदे main से घुसेंगे.
Surely this time.
सब नियॉन के ऊपर है. अगर नियॉन ने वाइपर को यहाँ पिक किया ना, तो हार गई NSA राउंड.
It's a tough spot to be in for Baby Bay though.
Oh. Lucky for Ivy. Can go for a full speed swing, but Baby Bay immediately is pivoting over. That 0 point should have spotted out quite a bit, and Balance done it again.
What?
भाई Valen भाई कुछ भी भाई.
Fragment will fly to stop the flood.
खाली जा रहा है, spam कर रहा है, headshot लग जा रहा है.
That smokes down on either side, but also the reckoning out of the equation for Nongshim.
Game sense भाई, game sense.
I suspect that was going to be a big part of the plan to try to take this site.
Yeah, so Nongshim's going to try to send an extra player over with Ivy this time. Create the extra angle. May work a treat.
Oh.
He really wanted to get in there, but that
भाई
was a
छोटे
really
को
nice
लगाओ.
recon dart. It slowed him completely down. Could it clear it?
I mean, the overdrive's just gone now, but Ivy finds the timing through mid doors. Jogamo going to be struck down. Trent spotted, and he's just a hair off from being able to find
Tough
Tommy's
लड़ता.
head.
Save करना चाहिए मेरे हिसाब से G2 को.
2v4, the operator in position, but given the weapon investment and the cash that G2 don't have, I think you just have to give this one up. Leaf is not coming to the rescue. He knows that this is going to be a save. Baby Bay's just trying to see if he can find a pick and then rotate out. If they find out where he is, I can see Domby sprinting right at him, so he will keep it quiet. Drift away. Nongshim will gain the lead.
Yeah, so, I mean, it's still a similar answer for Nongshim in terms of mess around on the map a little bit, take a pause, make them rethink their ideas, then eventually go back to A once you've kind of maybe confused them a little bit, but it's sending that extra layer over in towards mid. Not sure it was necessary. Ivy was actually pretty much on point there regardless, but you know, Nongshim round around making little micro adaptations, adjustments, make it difficult for G2 here. G2 again tried to go for that choke point punch and lose Valen quickly, and they just don't have enough of a response. Again, able to slow down the overdrive, sure. There's so much more behind that Nongshim.
लाडल 6-6 होने आया तो फर्स्ट हाफ
7-5 भी हो सकता है बड़े भाई.
हाँ,
बाई
हो भी
नहीं है
सकता
ना
है
7-5. G2 की बाई नहीं है. तुम्हारा प्रेडिक्शन सही निकला, बस टीम गलत निकली.
टीम गलत निकली.
With that harbor smoke at the front of B.
भाई Domby ओडिन लेके आ रहा है. ओडिन प्लस नियॉन, ओडिन प्लस नियॉन.
What the fuck?
लेजर करता हुआ घुसेगा भाई वो. अरे दे दिया उसको ही. पहला पिक ऑफ किया है.
Gets that kill. Blazewell now going to be situated. Molly into the nebula just to try to make sure that everything
भाई
is cleared
फिनिक्स
out.
का स्पेस क्रिएट किया भाई.
Spike can be brought
ऑप
forward
से
and
रीटेक
planted, but
मुश्किल
they're
होता
still
है,
taking their
देखते
time
हैं.
with this one are Nongshim.
अगर रिएक्शन आसपास जैसा हो तो फिर तो मुश्किल नहीं है
भाई. तो आसपास जैसे सब नहीं है ना. बुड्ढा है बेबी पे तो.
Still just checking on that backside corner.
भाई ये लोग को कितना स्पेस दे दिया भाई साइड पे ले पकड़ लिया
Xross taken down. Baby Bay able to find the kill, but a quick peek and a quick kill. Francis finds the headshot, gets some more damage. Baby Bay down
Almost.
liver.
हाँ 5 HP है वो
5 health remaining on that Neon now.
ले
अरे जॉगो में ले गया जॉगो में ले गया
Was able to find Francis. He's put himself on an island. Out of util now. Is Nongshim are just gonna have to win this with the rifles. Jogamo spotting the one. RB trying to collect that elimination.
जॉगो ने ओडी उठा लिया लाडल और उसको पता है कि एक बंदा कहाँ बैठा है ऑलरेडी
साइड का पता ही है
अरे आईवी ने वहां से गेम ही खत्म कर दी भाई
आईवी भाई भाई नियॉन का जो काटा है इसने
आई 75
तूने देखा कैसे मारा है अपनी पिस्टल गिरा दी वो उधर कूद के हुए आया और फिर मार दिया अरे वाह
75 माजरा
Even though it looked like maybe Leaf was just gonna close the door on him, but Xross able to get the counter spam through the smoke to go. A little bit of a preview. This is the opening pistol where Leaf, pretty sick bandit play. And a good start here, and obviously a much better defender side than we saw last time.
Oh, for sure.
Because they didn't win a single round.
Yeah, I mean, there's a hell of a lot of improvements here for G2, but still curious about, with this run back, with Nongshim continuing to just hit this A side over and over again, finding more and more success from it, and we didn't get to see a timeout call at all from Josh RT. Decided to just let it ride. Granted, from the defender side, this isn't a bad scoreline.
Not at all.
But we need to see a really impactful attack now, if that's going to be justified.
It's got to be better than what we saw last time, because they only got 5 rounds on their attack side in the previous matchup. So, yes, I think from what I've seen on this defender side, I think from Josh's perspective, I'd be pretty confident that, hey, my boys are following the game plan pretty well. It seems like they have a pretty good read on their opponents for the most part. Yeah, some rounds in there maybe you'd like to have back for sure, but there is a sense of the game plan, and it seems like they're pretty locked in overall. So, sure, let it ride.
We'll see. G2 can find that second pistol here on the map, or if it's going to be Nongshim building up the streak even further.
Or maybe his timeout button's broken,
Frantically slamming the damn. Hit it too hard and now it's not working. So.
You can just blame Alex. It's the same coach's booth. It's him. It's his fault.
Really, for G2, a bit of comfort, but not going to be feeling relieved. You're not going to be feeling truly comfortable at all until you're through this series with the win.
Yeah.
Loser goes home. The winner will be advancing forward into the playoffs, playing on the big stage.
I mean, if you can get this map to go, you got to be feeling real good about
it. They full focused.
Do not like the way that Nongshim played it. Do not like their aging.
पानी भरने गया था.
But we'll see. Maybe they may.
Hi guys.
Hey guys.
I hope. My hope of hopes. See a little bit more consistency. Francis, clear the drone and under.
ये लोग भी same कर रहे, same strats. A hit कर रहा है.
Not even
A flood भाई. उनका B का B. अरे कहाँ तक space ले ली इसने? अरे माँ.
अंदर तक जा गया भाई एकदम ही भाई bridge तक पहुँच गया भाई वो.
Playbook from Nongshim and say, yeah, hitting A seems
Side control देख रहा है G2 का. माँ पूरी team mid पे बाकी उनकी.
Phoenix को मारने गए ऊपर link पे बाप रे.
That's out of bridge. Fallon cleans up down B now.
भाई Valen कुछ भी मार रहा है भाई.
Looking for timing, but
Timing हो गए.
Also swing up towards bridge. And now they're completely surrounded.
भाई पूरे sandwich हो गए NS.
Fighting on multiple.
जहाँ पीक देंगे वहाँ से गोली खाएंगे.
Ivy will fall and RB now has to do it all. G2 looking well slated here.
Main का नहीं पता ना इसे.
Get themselves right back into this to tie things up.
अबे defuse भी नहीं कर सकता.
Clean anti-eco. It's a solid tap there from RB, but it's a matter of time before one of the players will
7-all incoming, baby.
One round away.
All right, giving themselves a real shot in this map. Love the aggressive post plant play from them. A very different.
दोनों pistol G2 ने निकाले हैं.
And a lot of different ideas. They're being much more proactive on the map. And that's really catching Nongshim off guard.
भाई G2 और NRG का भी I guess pistol निकल रहा था ना वो दिन.
Coming up towards bridge there, absolutely unexpected. You wouldn't think, maybe they'll send one, two like that, especially a G2. think, you know, they're a team that likes to play that fun.
अरे YouTube का नया फीचर देखा कि नहीं देखा उत्कर्ष भाई? गिफ्टिंग आ गई।
क्या गिफ्ट?
Here today.
वो ज्वेल्स गिफ्टिंग।
Firepower and I am
ठीक है।
all about it.
मेरे चैनल पे आज ही आया।
This time Gamble stack on to A, looking to be correct for now.
पीयूष भाई पहुंच के बाहर हो गए तो कल ही पता था गणेश भाई।
Right now, I mean, Leaf maybe with
रोनाल्डो रो दिया। पता है क्या बोल रहा है रोनाल्डो? बोल रहा है कि मैं फीफा नहीं जीत पाया लेकिन मैं यूरो जीता था ना 2016 में, वो मेरे लिए बराबर है।
ठीक है भाई। 7 तारीख को 7 नंबर की जर्सी आउट है। और आज थाला का बर्थडे भी है।
7-7।
There's no deep flank through mid. Leaf starting to stray away. Join in with the rest of the team.
मेरे को ऐसा क्यों लग रहा है गाइस? रोनाल्डो हारा इसीलिए क्योंकि थाला का बर्थडे था करके।
भाई होल्ड तो है इन लोगों का अभी तक।
आगे चलेंगे देखो लो।
40 seconds remaining. It looks like that's going to be the pivot call now for G2. Rerouting over to
गणेश भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 5 ज्वेल्स। गेम शो लव यू यार।
डाम्बी को तो पकड़ लिया। अरे यही आ रहे मिड से।
मेरे YouTube के चैट खोल अभी देखो दिखेगा वो चैट पे तो गणेश भाई ने भेजा।
टाइमिंग ओ माय गॉड फिनिक्स की टाइमिंग हो गई।
भाई बाप रे मल्टीपल पिक ऑफ।
फिनिक्स की टाइमिंग हो गई नहीं तो फिनिक्स ले जाता उसे।
अगर आज अर्जेंटीना भी आउट हो जाए तो स्पीच पे अरे
इजिप्ट है भाई, इजिप्ट से जीत जाना चाहिए वैसे तो, लेकिन हु नोस कुछ भी होता है।
प्रेडिक्शन में दिखा रहा है फ्रांस जीतेगा। ठीक है प्रेडिक्शन गणेश भाई तुम्हारी क्या कहती है यहाँ पे क्या होने वाला है? सेकंड हाफ प्रेडिक्शन स्पीच भाई।
सेकंड हाफ भाई तेरा 13-11
NS 13 अच्छा।
Kind of almost walked into the trap, but Nongshim pulled the trigger on it just a little bit too soon. I think they actually could have had G2 dead to rights if they wait
G2
just a little bit longer.
ठीक है।
He's done a lot of damage to him, and
9-13
they were just a little bit too trigger happy.
G2 ऐसे कुक करने वाले। G2 का पिक है ना वैसे भी
for that mid round to move in towards double doors, but as Valen I'm probably going ooh I almost sent the boys into the grinder. So let's try something.
NS जिता देगा जोगेमो को।
NS जिता देगा जोगेमो को है?
NS जीतेगा ये क्या लिखा है? NS जीतेगा देगा जोगेमो को। गणेश भाई कौन सा नशा है भाई?
Just gamble.
Going for it again, maybe a push in the mid.
ये राउंड डिसाइड करेगा।
मैं बता रहा हूँ बे। वो दे दे मैंने ऑलरेडी प्रेडिक्शन।
Boys were in Paris, not Monaco.
डाम्बी को तो दे दिया एक मटका बॉडी पे।
Throwing the check, G2 free to scale.
भाई उनका फिर से 20 टैक और ए पे आ रहे हैं वो लोग।
और G2 का ऑलरेडी बोनस राउंड है तो लॉस भी होगा तो इनको इकोनॉमी बेयर कुछ नहीं होना है।
It's got to be full retake now, and I mean,
भाई आरबी का गेम है भाई।
Spawn that you may be able to just kind of.
Trent hears all this.
Yeah, that's so many footsteps.
अरे
रीड भाई
ये क्या रीड थी भाई?
Wise to that. Meanwhile, RB was still able to find an elimination as well.
अरे ले गया।
Trying to barrel stuff, but RB
4v2
away with another before.
कुछ कर पाएगा?
राउंड कितना गंदा जल्दी चेंज अप हुआ है। अरे जोगेमो का बैकअप दिया भाई वहां से। हेलो ओ 1v1
Oh my god.
To do a 1v1, Ivy sprinting, tapping, the swing coming in.
Oh my god.
खड़ा हो गया जोगेमो।
अरे भाई
17-9 पे भाई जोगेमो।
भाई मतलब जोगे भाई है मतलब है भाई।
Looking significant.
जोगेमो है आसपास के बाद अगर कोई लगता है ना भाई प्लेयर फिर ये फिर कैंग है भाई।
His flashes have been really good, but the gunplay has been even better today for him.
कुछ अलग ही लेवल का प्लेयर है भाई।
On the KO.
I mean, at its peak, it's a 2v5.
मैं होता मैं भी यहाँ टाइम आउट लेता।
अरे
Yeah. I thought the round was done.
17-9.
NS तब तक एक भी टाइम आउट नहीं लिया ना?
दोनों ने टाइम आउट नहीं लिया एक भी।
G2, they want to try to up the pace, not going to go for the more precautionary
अरे दे दिया।
थप्पड़ मारा है।
That could cost them everything, but Trent barely able to stabilize and take down Dambi.
Good start है अभी तक।
गणेश भाई thank you for the 10 jewels मेरी जान love यार।
At least the one passed over. Trying to assess where they want this to go. They will Leave it in the hands of Exros after all.
भाई देख रहा है डिफेंडर अटैकर बन गए अटैकर डिफेंडर बन गए दो बंदे लेकिन उनके स्पॉन में
देखना लोग भाग कैसे रहे अबे मिड ने से पकड़ेगा देखे रोटेट करके अरे बाप रे बाप लीफ का गेम है पूरा सुना है किस लीफ को इफ आई एम नॉट रॉन्ग
नहीं मेरे हिसाब से नहीं सुना
काम दे गया भाई प्लांट पे तो गलत दे दिया सिटी वालों ने सिटी का प्लांट है
लीफ आ रहा लीफ
सिटी का प्लांट है अरे 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 अरे
भाई गुड एंटी को भाई
takes down Jogamo but nothing more to be found. Looked like it was going to be the thrifty confirm but G2
Ganesh bhai thank you for another 10 jewels yaar love you क्या हो गया गणेश भाई बहुत पैसा आ गया मुझे लग रहा है
A very different G2 in a lot of ways. They're being so aggressive post plant, willing to take some risks, willing to make fast counter moves. Now this time Nongshim on this eco does something that you see all the time, turns up the tempo, tries to go for the big swarm.
ले आ गया
I'm actually going to take a time
आ गया
out.
इसका पहला टाइम आउट
Someone does.
मैं वो था मैं पिछला ही लेता पता है
Coming into a big buy as well. You're potentially going to have that operator for
ये अब लेनी चाहिए बिकॉज़ अब बाय है ना प्रॉपर
things that certainly
नहीं मैं पिछला ही लेता भाई मोमेंटम भाई एंटी को उन्होंने ऑलमोस्ट कन्वर्ट कर लिया था
ठीक है मजे उठा लो ठीक है गणेश भाई ठीक है आई होप ऐसा प्यार मेरे को हर एक स्ट्रीम में मिलेगा तो बहुत अच्छा लगेगा यार गणेश भाई
take some control, split it up 2-2.
गणेश भाई आप किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो आज इजिप्ट को या अर्जेंटीना को
Maybe somewhere a floating player out there like Francis.
Just saying आपकी जो है लॉयल्टी दिख जाएगी यहाँ पे भी
Tommy in particular is using that operator but they've not gone for it yet and they also haven't had very many opportunities to try to get one online.
No.
अभी 1 घंटे में मैच है बेटी
I think it still isn't fully
आज 3 मैचेस है क्या तो जल्दी क्यों चालू
for them and for him. I mean as good as he was.
आज 2 हैं 2
the other day.
तो जल्दी क्यों चालू रहा
पता नहीं
रात को होता
They have it now.
Yeah. I
अभी 9:30 है फिर 1:30 बजे है 1:30 बजे तो उसका है स्विट्जरलैंड कोलंबिया
कद्दू मेरा खत्म होने के बाद एनएच के ज्वेल्स पर अर्जेंटीना को सपोर्ट करेगा
Yeah. But here this is the first time they've had money for it.
तूने नाइफ का लाइनअप देखा छोके को कहां पे जाके गिरा हो
लेकिन तोड़ दिया वो नाइफ
completely avoiding it. They are going to go into the heavier stack side of this map.
Like some of this from G2, they've thrown up a bunch of smokes in mid to try to deny info over to Nongshim, but Nongshim went 3-2 from the get-go.
Oh, shot bhai.
Francis start things off, shuts down Baby Bay right as the
Baby Bay को delete किया है भाई.
To clear a neutral win as Francis going to be further spotted out, fragment over to backside, another going to be layered in. For those flashes at back pillar, Ivy. And hold his own, but Exros getting the spot out, relays that over immediately. And Domby will be able to find value, catches Leaf on that deep.
Jogomo का है गेम, Jogomo का है, Jogomo pick करता ही नहीं.
Gonna be held at bay, especially as RB does
लेगा
that.
दो को. Flawless है क्या? Flawless है क्या?
Just Exros killed through the
एक मारेगा, नहीं एक स्निक में मारे गए.
Still on board for a flawless, which would be a huge
flawless
way
में
to
पैसे कितने मिलते हैं और?
Get them back into this game, and
flawless आ गया.
will be able to find the third and final. So flawless round confirmed. Nongshim. Once again,
फ्लॉलेस का वैसे चेक नहीं
behind G2.
फ्लॉलेस में कुछ मिलते हैं एक्स्ट्रा पैसे 300
आई गेस प्लस हां प्लस एक प्लेयर का 300 मिलता है
doesn't mean much of this round. It's more that Nongshim just sticks to their early round read, the 3-2 setup.
भाई क्वार्टर फाइनल्स आने वाले हैं मेटी बहुत मजा आता है टूर्नामेंट में जो मैचेस है ना और भी गांड फाड़ इंग्लैंड वर्सेस नॉर्वे Spain versus Belgium, France versus Morocco.
That slows you down so much because you know that snake bite and some of the other utils is going to be following, and it's just going to be so much harder.
भाई आरबी के 11 असिस्ट टॉप फ्रैग क्या चल रहा है भाई?
SG2 Nongshim runs double. They have like an extra layer if they lose one of those two.
भाई इको राउंड में भी हिट कर रहे देख. घुस गए दोनों.
They're going to try again though a little bit faster.
Solo है ना वो?
The players on the side of the side to drop them from Baby Bay.
Jogomo पे गन है भाई.
As Francis will
लीफ ने गिरा दिया
G2 ले गया. G2 ले गया
एक को. G2 trying to make this happen, but RP swoops around from behind is able to find one.
प्लांट आ गया.
और लीफ मार रहा है. लीफ खाद गरम हो गया. लीफ खाद गरम हो गया.
इको निकाल गए.
6 bullets remaining. Now down to 5.
लीफ खाद गरम हो गया भाई.
G2 trying to find the timing on that catch. He managed to make it happen. Gets the reload and swing out.
ले गया भाई 50 निकाल गए भाई रोहित भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 11 months मेरी जान बिट्टू भाई आप बारिश में डूबे तो नहीं भाई मैं तीसरे माले पे रहता हूं
Valorant for me, and it's the play call at the beginning of the round.
मैं तीसरे माले पे रहता हूं मेरी टेंशन
Not going to be ready for the fast B hit. It's the last thing they're going to expect based on.
और तुमने कभी देखा छड़ी कभी डूबते हुए
so far? It's like we're either going A or we're doing a delayed hit B.
छड़ी कभी डूब नहीं सकता यार भाई G2 पहुंच के डबल डिजिट
Sort of. They go in there.
कर स्लाडल
देखते हैं
Get some space, have a good flash to clear the back of that space. RB almost plays
भाई
spoiler.
50 राउंड निकाल दिया अब तो भाई मोरल टूट चुका है बहन इसका
All of G2 are there, and he cannot
डाम्बी को जो दिया
वो सेकंड किस थे ओह माय गॉड
अरे जॉगमो ने पिक कर लिया लेकिन
जॉगमो को भी ले गया
अरे लेकिन जॉगमो अल्ट से चला गया
हां इंस्टेंट ट्रेड ऑफ
अरे आईवी ने पुश कर दिया 3v2
हैं
अरे
वो खुद के बॉल भी अंधा हो गया
हां
A tough read now for G2.
G2 पे एडवांटेज है अभी क्योंकि एनएस का एक बंदा लो है
अरे
टाइमिंग अरे टाइमिंग भाई ऑफ लो मिड डोर से ऑफ लो
आवाज से उड़ सके तभी से
Yeah, I mean, I think doubling down on the fast pace.
अरे हल्का सा राइट में मारा
down that operator so quick, but then Baby Bay doesn't fully clear the corner. I think there's a little bit of confusion because of that. He checked it, but he didn't look far enough to his right to really confirm. It cost them quite a bit.
भाई जॉगमो कैरी कर रहा है भाई 21-13
overdrive.
वो प्लेयर हमेशा ही करता है भाई
The previous round. Well, he's just going to dive on in.
Sending it now. Not spotting anything. Francis, who sends out a shot. Might have been a bit of a misclick there either way. It's a drone and we'll have that neon rerouted. Meanwhile, Ivy trying to hold forward with a full blind.
अबे फ्रांसिस ने रिकॉन हक दिया वहां पे
Gets that snake bite out. It's still going to be 2 kills going over to G2. RB only.
तूने देखो सर रिकॉन कहां मार दिया था स्मोक के अंदर
Again, look at the try to refill this space.
अबे वो ड्रोन कर रहा था वो रिकॉन हो गया
Can he find Baby Bay? No, he cannot. That elimination comes.
भाग गए अभी छोड़ के भाग लिए
2v2. His peek from window could be everything, but Baby Bay just turns back, plants his feet, and holds his own.
वन टैप्ड भाई
बी जाएंगे वापस बी जा रहे हैं
Very well.
लीफ प्लांट करेंगे और लीफ के पास अल्ट है हां
I think if you're G2, messing the pit here even might be good enough.
टाइम तो बहुत है इनके पास 50 सेकंड
You still are going to have 3 more ultimates to work with going into the next round.
Yeah, I think it's pretty worth.
माइंड गेम्स खेल रहे हैं पता है वो वहीं रुक के क्योंकि इसे पूरा क्लियर करना है
इसको हर एक कॉर्नर क्लियर करना पड़ेगा
Seen him at all. He's got a full util.
हां ये ए पे टिल्ट कर रहा है वो बी पे आ गया बी पे अल्ट कर देंगे वो
He's going to be looking for a backstab.
अब पीछे सारा मेन है
Players in transit towards A. Then used to think this is going to be B.
I mean, I think you have to pit.
अरे नियॉन पे बॉम्ब है लेकिन पता है प्लांट नहीं होगा अभी
हो जाएगा
बैक साइड प्लांट होगा
बैक साइड प्लांट देखो तो अल्ट कर दिया ना
हां बैक साइड अल्ट करके प्लांट दे दिया
Back side plant. Try to make this nigh impossible for X-Ross.
मेरे हिसाब से ड्राई पिक पे मारने चाहिए दोनों को अल्ट करके थोड़ा दुविधा हो गई यहाँ पे
अरे मां अल्ट में है ही नहीं कोई
ओह अरे जीत हो गया
एक का शॉट दिया है लीफ को ओह माय
What a monster! What a hero for Nongshim! As X-Ross.
भाई अल्ट भी वेस्ट कर दी और दोनों भी मर गए
That is unbelievable.
इससे पहले पैट्रिक पहले ही ड्राई पिक में खेल लेते
Absolutely crushing.
अबे वो माइंड गेम खेल लेते उन्हें लगा तो बैक साइड ही आएगा तो अल्ट में अभी तक वॉक करके आओगा पता है उसका ये था
This is a nice little execute, able to get that extra little off angle created. No, Baby Bay swinging.
Baby Bay को तो डिलीट किया है Baby Bay ने तो डाम्बी को नियॉन डिफ भाई नियॉन डिफ
लास्ट बुलेट लगे एक्सरॉस की पता है हट ही रहा था वहां से उसको फायर कर देने
के बाद
टाइम आउट आ गया G2 का बाप बे
मेरा गया प्रेडिक्शन
I mean, he did hit a crazy good shot. You have to kind of
13-9 था मेरा प्रेडिक्शन चला गया
13-11 था मेरा just saying
that is just unbelievable
कैनॉल कर दिया यहाँ पे भाई
into the immediate timeout call.
रोहित भाई प्रेडिक्शन लगाओ किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो आप जल्दी से फिर बारिश शुरू हो गया मेरे यहाँ पे
बारिश तो मेरे यहाँ भी हो रही है आज दोपहर से
अब मेरे इस साइड में जो पानी है ना, नदी का पानी, वो एक एरिया में घुसना, पर्टिकुलर एरिया में घुसना शुरू हो चुका है।
You're playing against that, but
ठीक है।
somehow, some way, Extros
मैं नदी से बहुत
manages
दूर
to
रहता हूँ।
separate 'em.
Yeah, I mean, they just hit that timing where they're close enough to the corner that he can isolate that fight. And so it's just, yeah, it's tough. That's, you know, when you take a risk like that, you think you're going to catch
भाई
your
जीटू की
opponent.
भाई दोनों टीम में इकोनॉमी नहीं है, जो टीम हारेगी गई, जीत हो जाएगा।
Maybe expected Extros to be to the site a little bit
डिसाइडर
faster,
राउंड
in
है।
fact, and that they maybe could catch him.
टाम्बी ब्रो की ऑफ पे है सब कुछ।
सीधा मैच पॉइंट पे पहुंच जाएंगे, सीधा मैच पॉइंट पे पहुंच जाएंगे, जो भी जीतेगा राउंड।
Goes that no command for Jogamo. He's in mid. He's just kind of standing there.
लेकिन ट्रेंट पे अल्ट है पोस्ट प्लांट के लिए।
Real scary.
वैलन पे भी अल्ट है।
I'm scared.
Cosmo Divide now to be called in.
हो गए ले, वैलेंट का अल्ट आ गए।
Give up the space, give up the sight.
पूरी ए साइड ले ली भाई, 5v5 रीटेक।
फुल रीटेक करने वाले लोग।
5v5 रीटेक है। मेरे को पता नहीं, फीलिंग आ रही है G2 राउंड।
अबे भाई लीफ देख अभी भी कहां पे है, और वहां पे देख बीमेंट पुश हो रहा है वाइपर का। अबे लीफ पकड़ेगा, लीफ
पकड़ नहीं पाएगा, मेरे को लग नहीं रहा।
ओए टाइमिंग हो गई, टाइमिंग हो गई। जीत हो गए, हार गए, जीटू हार गए।
भाई टाइमिंग है, पूरी
जीटू हार गई
टाइमिंग है।
राउंड, जीटू हार गई राउंड, ट्रस्ट मी ब्रो।
Cleared out. It's under the side, baby bait. Rerouting. Ivy still circling closer and closer to these players over at main. Valen, however, still going to be able to find one. Francis.
4v4 अरे देख रहा लीफ देख रहा।
अरे
दे दिया।
जो मैंने तीन मार दिया साइड पे। हेलो
अरे वाह, ले गया वो, ले गया।
Rotates out to try to hold on to this gun. Jogamo will
भाई जॉगमो ने तीन मार दिए साइड पे।
win the round, regain the lead.
Well, this is exactly one of the rounds
What?
that you love to
उसे
see.
तीन मारे कैसे
I talked
इंस्टेंट?
about it earlier.
पता नहीं भाई, अबे अल्ट वल्ट हुई है पता है सोवा की।
On-site crossfire setup post plant. Yes, they're watching for the late lurk and things like that, so they're hanging some
भाई एक
players
साथ
out
दो
in
जगह पे
spawn
फाइट
a
होते हैं,
little
बहुत
bit
गुस्सा आता है
longer to
भाई।
linger.
हाँ ना,
That is
दूसरा POV
so
देखने नहीं मिला।
रिप्ले भी दिखा नहीं रहे भाई। 25-15 भाई क्या है ये?
उल्टा पता है ये टाइम पे पता है क्या होना चाहिए, दो डिफरेंट स्प्लिट्स के आने चाहिए कि इधर भी लफड़ा और उधर भी लफड़ा रहा है।
for sure. And you put Nongshim on
तो रिप्ले भी नहीं दिखाया भाई, बुरा लगा भाई।
by. It's going to be one rifle in Ivy's hands. He keeps it over.
और फ्रांसिस को शॉक डार्ट पड़ेगा।
मां चोद दी उसकी
भाई, शॉक डार्ट पड़ेगा भाई।
They're going to
मैं तो जीटू को सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ। ठीक 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 ठीक।
two towards mid.
इको कन्वर्ट है क्या ये?
नहीं,
Curious about where exactly
एक्सरॉस निकालेगा एक,
Nongshim's going to try to
और आई भी
cheat
निकाल
a
सकता है
little bit to take space, and they don't see it over at elbow, but a quick
और आई भी ऑलरेडी मिड पे पकड़ने के लिए वेट कर। ओह पकड़ लिया।
Still deadly. Still a lot of work to do. Recon the backside and Jogamo.
लेकिन ये जॉगमो निकल गया ना पीछे, ये देख पकड़ेगा भी।
पकड़ लिया। Now they find out in the worst way
अंधा हो गया वो।
Quick little
ओह
shot
माय,
by Ivy.
दूसरा भी ले लिया।
Back. Finds that kill still operating alone though, and it's going to be Trent. Front of sight.
अबे लीफ पकड़ा क्या पीछे से? अरे
I don't think he got the confirmation on Leaf as well in mid.
एक्सरॉस आ रहा है घूम के।
Down to Exros.
नहीं,
लीफ
चेक
को
करेगा।
टनल मगर से पकड़ लिया ना,
लीफ उधर ही होल्ड
जीत
करेगा।
सकती है।
नहीं, लीफ उधर ही होल्ड करेगा।
Just trying to be so
पकड़ा गया।
cognizant
देख लिया
of
लीफ ने।
many angles. Leaf will strike, swing around the back. Dambi able to find that
2v2 IVP, गन आ गई है इन पे।
So outgunned.
पूरा ध्यान नहीं उन्होंने खींच लिया।
Relay bolt chucked in, pushing into the fast lane, making sure that he is not scaling forward. All this to try to play in RB, but Trent
1v1 100 HP। GG
एंटी रे।
GG भाई।
A 3K for the
नहीं भाई है, भाई है, भाई
है,
है
बट हो गया, खत्म कर दिया जीटू। ट्रस्ट मी ब्रो, तू लगा ले।
Take down Nongshim on Nongshim's map pick.
जीटू खत्म कर
The
रहा
thing
है।
I love about G2 is
जीटू
that
खत्म कर रहा है भाई।
they always give you a different look, round over round. It's so rare that you're going to see them kind of do the same thing twice and a half, unless you know they've conditioned their opponent that they
Confidence.
can double
Time out
down
आएगा,
on that.
time out।
This one,
अरे
नहीं आ
ले
रहा।
लिया टाइम आउट।
quick
नहीं ले
check
रहे।
up elbow,
अरे
and
माँ।
then a push in towards the front of beat.
एक
Almost
इन पे इस राउंड में वाइपर पे अल्ट है,
spotted by the Sova utility
और
initially.
सोवा पे अल्ट आ सकती है नेक्स्ट राउंड।
देखना वो लोग इसलिए मिड, वो लोग देख कहाँ पे रुके, स्पॉन के पास रुके। वो लोग ने किया ही नहीं, बी ना पुश करना, ए एग्रेस किया।
There's a Viper's pit for you.
हाँ तो ठीक है ना, उन्हें तो पुश करना ही है ना, उन पे अल्ट नहीं है। और सोवा पे नेक्स्ट राउंड अल्ट आ सकती है अपना फ्रांसिस जो है।
बेबी ने एक जगह पे और प्ले लेना हो जाएगा।
देख क्या कहते हैं, आरबी पे भी अल्ट आ जाएगी, एक ही चाहिए उसको।
The thing really on the map is Star over at double doors in mid, right in front of Exros there. That doesn't tell you much. They're pretty much going to perma put that smoke down. I think the
बी की पूरी इन्फो मिल गई
भाई 45 सेकंड हो गए हैं भाई
बी की पूरी इन्फो मिल गई है
Trent, throws the dart. You're not going to get any contact off of that. So Leaf can at least hold the
सब
line
नर्व्स
here.
का गेम है भाई कौन कितना होल्ड कर
To
सकता है
establish your presence a little bit as G2 take a little bit of map control. Start
ये
to
वाइपर को
figure
फोड़
things out.
अरे
What a pick for
पिक किया
Danny,
पिक
though.
किया
Yeah, long range with that Phantom. Took a couple bursts, but eventually he's able to find that. Both now situated RB. Like in front of the Viper wall, trying to see if he can find out anything at the same time. This drone.
अरे वो सोफा अलग फेंक कर रहा है
He's trying to sell a bit of a fake. RB trying to
ले
find
गया जोगमो मिल गया इस साइड
Find a shot. Jogamo again, the
मिल
one
गया
to
इस साइड
deliver. Noise is being heard, and Ivy's going to be outdone. Trent never rotated. Stayed stagnant.
नहीं हो रहा अब तो रीटेक नहीं हो रहा
अब नहीं होने वाला ट्रेंड भागता हूं मिड से अरे ला
नहीं हो रहा रीटेक भाई
भाई 1v4 किया मैं कपड़े उतार दूंगा
नहीं होगा भाई जॉगमो जिंदा है लाडले नहीं हो रहा
ये अगर 1v4 करता मैं कपड़े उतार देता भाई
बुड्ढे को देख रहा बोला मैं हूं अकेला काफी
They were prepared for Nongshim to go back to Breeze.
And it's really on that defender's side where they made some really nice adjustments to get some rounds.
तो क्या बोला उधर एक मैच खत्म कर देंगे लोग शीटू तुम मेरी बात नहीं सुनता ना भाई
भाई नियॉन का पिक आया था भाई नियॉन का पिक था उसके बाद वो आरबी मर गया ना वो साइड पे वो जीजी हो गया
A 13-5 on the first outing. Now we get ready to go.
T2 ही करते 1v4 होना चाहिए था मजा आता अच्छा रोहित भाई अच्छा रोहित भाई याद रखिएगा G2 हारी G2 हारी
नहीं भाई NS21 चाहिए भाई
कम से कम 20 गिफ्टेड मेंबरशिप रोहित भाई जस्ट
13 to 5
नहीं 20 गिफ्टेड मेंबरशिप से ज्यादा भाई किक पे फॉल मेंबरशिप आनी चाहिए भाई और
किक पे सब अच्छा तो किक पे गाइस रोहित भाई का भी सब रोहित भाई 5 गिफ्टेड किक पे
and they stick it out. It was a very, very close series of back and forth.
रोहित भाई भी लाइक मैं चलता हूँ
goes the way of G2 and they are up 1-0 and one match.
अच्छा था मैं स्ट्रीम में नहीं था.
An all-Western affair in the playoffs of EWC 2026. Welcome back, Kukuka, and big time on that last one. And big time, you just winced there at the very end as RB on the harbor holding down the site just gets a little too
यार उत्कर्ष भाई एक सीक्रेट लैब्स की चेयर अगर
get information gets picked in the site's wide open no harbor for retail
मेरे एड्रेस से भेज देते
तो सीक्रेट लैब्स पता है ना तुम्हें इंडिया में सिर्फ इंपोर्ट होके आती है
हां मालूम
I mean like that's the one thing you can't do on harbor is you can't die before that spike is getting planted. We did see them play
अबे इसे फिर जर्सी बदलती कितने कपड़े बदलती है ये
नहीं पहले से ही ये पहनी थी ब्लेजर
अबे जब मैंने देखा था तब इसने वो
कपड़े पहने हां बीच में से जर्सी डाली थी इसके ऊपर
I loved it that they came out of the gate swinging. They fought for A main. They listened to me. You're welcome, G2. That's all me. They fought in A main. They used that Astra stuff well to be able to condition Nongshim. Nongshim managed to recover that pretty decently as well overall, but ultimately
भाई लीफ ने यहीं पे पता है मैच बना दिया अभी जब उसने मारा स्टार्टिंग में
far too much in
ऐसे पहले राउंड में पड़ जाएगा ना भाई 3 को हो गया
udah for your region. To me,
ब्रिंडेड हो जाएगा पता हल्का सा
Yeah. Just send them home. But I love to see also that Jogamo was unleashed the way that he was. Today, it's not only the having
भाई
goals for going
कोई
for
जिता है ना नहीं जिता है जॉगमो ने जिता है भाई ये गेम
to use the utility and where to actually be
one sided भाई
for Nongshim. Not only
अब
that,
भाई तो बोल रहा वो योरू का मेटा हट गया बोल के अगर वो योरू खेल रहा होता ना
for G2 to
पागल कर देता अपोनेंट को
योरू की जगह वो खेलता है ना बेले
Do not get me wrong, it did go the distance
तो
and it wasn't perfect.
अपना कौन है वैलन के मटके स्मोक
थ्रू हेडशॉट लगे पट 2 राउंड
भाई स्पैम में नहीं हेडशॉट
It's only been a few days.
That's the thing for me. I don't think this
इनके टीम में किसे टॉप रैंक है एक्सरॉस
I think they still had good ideas.
एक्सरॉस या आरबी इन दो में से कोई एक है
It wasn't perfect, but it was still solid. I think they lose both pistols. They lose a bonus. They can't get momentum in the game, and that is backbreaking. But I do think it's G2 that showed dramatic improvement on this map to get the win now. But as we're going to move across the sunset, I need to see Nongshim find the same level of answer, or they will be going home. They couldn't get it done here on their map pick.
I think that they also learned
अगला मैप सनसेट है बाप रे बाप
how to take advantage of them, how to surprise them.
Colorful map.
Leaf and Balin on the defense.
Sage,
Amazing
Gecko.
The way that they were playing.
ये आएंगे मेरे को लग रहा है एक टीम में
trying to read them time and time again.
Gecko आएगा
Very good showing from G2. We said we expect this series to go.
वैसे Gecko का पिक रेट मैंने इतना कम देखा है भाई इस बार के EWC में इतना किसने लिया नहीं
team get in this first map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I kind of feel like they needed this into the series. It's hard to know, but it's
usually uske flash की जगह पे वो ले रहा है, Sky ले रहा है.
They need something better on Sunset.
Yeah, just speaking about this Breeze one more time on G2 side, this is that unique composition that they pulled out earlier in the tournament. They had the second match to try it against.
Sage तो नहीं आ रहा भाई.
They did not. They stuck to their guns.
मतलब क्या कह रहे हो? Sage सिर्फ PRX की बस की है.
Sage तो नहीं आ रहा भाई. Sage को खेलने के लिए भी दिमाग ही चाहिए.
Player to hit 20 plus kills in the round. It was just a very, very solid showing from him, given the fact that he's the one flexing the agent.
Yeah, he's got that dog. What do you say? He's jogging well. He's got it. He's always.
इससे better तो फिर तू वही खेल ले, क्या बोलते हैं?
We criticized him when we first saw him play this KO. We said, "Is this the right call?"
But the reason why we criticize him is because like we know he's so good and he can be such a big win condition.
भाई लोग का headshot देख के ना.
For him to be comfortable.
एक तो अंदर इतना एड्रेनलिन आ जाता है ना कि हम भी मारेंगे भाई.
भाई.
फिर हम गेम में जाते हैं फिर लाइका दिखा देते हैं गेम.
भाई पता नहीं मेरा क्रॉसर ना होता सर पे ही है. गोली माँ कसम पता नहीं कैसे.
A lot of it was about letting him be a little bit more aggressive. They don't want him to be this incredibly supportive.
ऐसा लगता है भाई गर्दन पे लग रही है मेरी.
आप पता है क्यों हकते हो? आप क्रॉस कर रहे थे. अब अगर सेम वो शॉट खड़े होकर मारोगे तो हेड पे लगेगी.
अनमाइंड कर दूंगा क्राउच. कि भले ही कंट्रोल दबाऊं भी होए ना.
नहीं होएगा ही नहीं हो.
We have to talk about it now because it's one win away, a full potentially.
क्योंकि मेरे को लग रहा है भाई मेरा जो छोटी उंगली है वो कंट्रोल दबाती है.
Wrong. That just seems wrong here in terms of.
और Valorant में सबसे ज़्यादा मैं shift दबाता हूँ.
Had such a variety of teams all
shift तो भाई मेरे से इतना नहीं दबाया जाता.
But if G2, as you're saying, is to win,
मैं 80% जब भगता हूँ मैप पे. मेरे से नहीं होता shift.
From EMEA and 4 teams from Americas making it into playoffs. So as you're saying,
हाँ यही नहीं चाहता ना मैं भाई.
Valorant in 2026.
Yeah, look, it's abnormal.
EWC में सिर्फ और सिर्फ वेस्ट की टीम हो, एक भी ईस्ट की टीम ना हो.
The top 4 at Masters London, 1 from each region, but that would not be the case here at EWC.
All right, well, we'll find out if that's the case or if Nongshim can bite back not only for
भाई
Pacific
जितनी भी टीमें गई है ना ऊपर प्लेऑफ्स में भाई बहुत तगड़ी टीम्स है भाई.
2026 Valorant.
बहुत तगड़ी टीम है उसका. 100 Thieves, BBL, NRG, Team Vitality, MIBR.
अगर आज NS हारती है ना तो मैं चाहता हूँ 100 Thieves जीते AWC.
और 100 Thieves ने अभी तक इतने गेम नहीं खेले जितने गेम दूसरी टीम्स खेल रही है. 100 Thieves सिर्फ 2 गेम खेल के ऊपर पहुंचे डायरेक्ट.
वही कह रहा हूँ मैं चाहता हूँ फिर 100 Thieves जीते पता है.
बाकी सब का वाइटलिटी BBL लोगों ने तो भी एक मैच एक्स्ट्रा खेला हुआ.
Qiddiya City, powered by play.
भाई मुझे एक चीज जानना, कीडिया सिटी में इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कहाँ से आएगा?
तारों से.
अरे
तुमने सिटी स्काईलाइंस ही खेला क्या भाई तुमने?
अरे वो नहीं बोल रहा हूँ लाडल. कौन सी कंपनी देगी वो बोल रहा.
आराम को.
इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कंपनी है
भाई वो सब कुछ कंपनी है. ऑल इन वन.
भाई उधर गेमिंग बढ़ रहा है, सऊदी में गेमिंग बढ़ रहा है, दुबई में गेमिंग बढ़ रहा है भाई. क्या ही बोलूं भाई. तू देख रहा है मिडिल ईस्ट कंट्रीज में गेमिंग बढ़ रहा है भाई.
भाई इंडिया में भी बढ़ सकता है अगर लोग मोबाइल से अपने बाहर निकले तो. दे थिंक मोबाइल गेमिंग इज द ओनली गेमिंग. मोबाइल गेमिंग भाई बहुत छोटा सबसेट है भाई ई-स्पोर्ट्स में अभी.
दे थिंक बिकॉज क्यों पता है क्या, मोबाइल एक ऐसी चीज है तू जो ले सकता है और कैरी कर सकता है. पीसी को नहीं कर सकता ना तू हर जगह कैरी.
भाई तो मोबाइल एक सबसेट है ना. मोबाइल गेमिंग अभी 10 साल पहले शुरू हुई है. पीसी
मोबाइल लोग सुन और एक चीज है मेन फैक्टर कि मोबाइल लोग ईएमआई में खरीद सकते हैं, पीसी नहीं.
भाई लोग लैपटॉप से भी शुरू कर सकते हैं ना, वो भी ईएमआई में आ जाता है.
वो लेना नहीं ना लोगों को.
Qiddiya City, powered by play.
वही तो दिक्कत है. इनफैक्ट मार्केटिंग स्ट्रेटजी की भी थोड़ी दिक्कत है भाई इंडिया में.
सबसे बड़ी दिक्कत बताऊं मैं क्या है. लोग एक पल को, मेजॉरिटी बोल रहा हूँ भाई, एक्सेप्शन हर जगह होता है ठीक है. इंडिया में मेजॉरिटी लोग भाई पीसी पे गेम खरीदने में हिचकिचाएंगे.
हाँ वो भी है, वो भी एक मेन फैक्टर.
बीजीएमआई, फ्री फायर इनमें स्किन लेने में बिल्कुल नहीं हिचकिचाएंगे. बिल्कुल 1% नहीं, 1000 रुपए की स्किन ले
लेना. वैलो में मुंबई में तूने देखा ना, कोई लॉबी में तूने देखा किसके पास ऐसा की स्किन ही नहीं है, सबके पास एक ना एक स्किन होती है
भाई. और जबकि भाई मैं ना, मेरा इसमें थोड़ा अलग है. मेरा कॉन्सेप्ट रहता है भाई, मैं उस पैसों का गेम खरीद लूंगा जो खेलूंगा।
कुछ लोग है तेरे जैसा है, ऐसा नहीं बोलो नहीं है। मैं भी पहले वही सोचता था, बट अभी देख कैसा ना अभी अर्न कर रहा हूँ तो मैं बोला व्हाई नॉट।
भाई कोई गिफ्ट वगैरह करे कि लो भाई तुम मेरी तरफ से स्किन में खेलोगे, तुम बढ़िया खेलते हो, वो बात अलग है।
मेरे को भी अगर होगा, अगर रोहित भाई ने अभी डेफिनेटली बोला बिट्टू भाई आज जो भी आपके स्टोर में स्किन आ रही है, आपको जो भी पसंद है, आपको जो लेना ले लो, मैं करता हूँ स्पॉन्सर, तो फिर मैं डेफिनेटली कर सकता हूँ।
कोई ऐसे बोले कि मेटी भाई ये सुनो, तुम जो इतने गेम खेलते हो, इतने देखते हो, समर सेल चल रही है, मेरे पे ये गेम खेलो आप अपने दोस्तों के साथ, सबको मैं स्पॉन्सर कर रहा हूं।
अभी स्टीम वॉलेट गिफ्ट करता हूं बिट्टू भाई को, अभी मेल पे भेजता हूं,
अभी स्पॉन्सर कर रहा हूं मैं सबको। आप 4 कॉपीज लो इस गेम की, मेरे को खेल के दिखाओ।
स्ट्रेट कोई ऐसा व्यूअर होगा हमारे चैट में जो डायरेक्ट बोलेगा बिट्टू भाई आपका ईमेल चेक करो, कुछ भेज रहा हूं।
ऐसे बोले कि डाइंग लाइट द बीस्ट आ रही है, देखो आपने डाइंग लाइट खेली थी, ये डाइंग लाइट द बीस्ट भी खेलो, लो 4 कॉपीज लो।
डाइंग लाइट द बीस्ट भी हमें देखना है,
ये लो 4 कॉपीज लो भाई, वो बात अलग है भाई।
फिर पता है ऐसी मोटिवेशन आती है, पता है फिर अच्छे गेम्स खेलने।
फिर तो भाई मैं लिख के दे रहा हूँ, एज अ चैलेंज ले लूंगा, मैं उठूंगा नहीं, मैं स्ट्रीम करूंगा अपने गंदे से पीसी में, मैं स्ट्रीम करूंगा, 1 सिट थ्रू में पूरी गेम खत्म करूंगा।
मैं सोच रहा हूँ एक गेम करने का, पता 1 सिट पे भाई, बट मेरा इलेक्ट्रिसिटी और इंटरनेट मेरा साथ नहीं दे रहा ना अभी।
मैं कह रहा हूँ माफिया कर, पता है उसमें किक पे जा, किक पे 1 सिट डाउन स्ट्रीम माफिया।
भाई मेरा लाइट साथ दे दे तो कुछ हो जाए
सर्दियों में तेरी लाइट कम जाती है ना।
हाँ सर्दियों के टाइम में लाइट नहीं गई थी इस बार, एक बार नहीं गई, पता एक बार लाइट नहीं गई।
हाँ तब कर लियो तो
ना लाइट गई ना इंटरनेट का कुछ लोचा हुआ है।
नहीं सर्दियों में पता है क्या है, सर्दियों में इलेक्ट्रिसिटी रिक्वायरमेंट इंडिया में फिर भी कम होती है जितनी गर्मी और मानसून में रहती है।
अरे इस बार इसीलिए इलेक्ट्रिसिटी का लफड़ा रहा है, झाड़ गिर रहे हैं, मेंसिल बोल रहा है झाड़ गिर।
ठीक है क्या हुआ?
रोहित भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 850 स्ट्रीम टिप। डब्लू रोहित भाई, रोहित भाई बट थोड़ा सा कंट्रीब्यूट कर सकता हूँ। रोहित भाई लव यू यार।
है भाई, ऐसा कंट्रीब्यूटर सिर्फ एक ही क्यों है, लेकिन
लव यू यार रोहित भाई। डब्लू इन दी फ्रॉम माय साइड भाई।
अब रोहित भाई बताओ कौन सा गेम देखना है आपको?
रोहित भाई तुम बताओ कौन सा गेम देखना है। रोहित भाई तुमने ये बोला है बिट्टू भाई वालों में स्किल लेस, तो वैसे वालों में इतना खेलता नहीं, बट मैं डिफरेंट गेम ले सकता हूँ जो तुम्हें देखनी हो। बताओ कौन सी गेम देखनी है, अभी कभी खरीद दूंगा। ये स्ट्रीम खत्म होगा, अगर ये गेम जीत गई जीतो तो मैं गेम खरीद रहा हूँ। बताओ कौन सी गेम लेनी है।
I just still can't believe that you just heel turned after giving him so much stick for being a bad friend and not supporting our former caster teammate here in Baby Bay. You had the jersey out earlier and now you're just playing both sides.
I am so full of it. Everybody that knows me knows that I support no team. Like I support everyone. I support whomever wins. I like the underdog.
तो औरत वाली बात कर दी ना इसने, I support no one.
I have no horse in this race. I want the better team to win.
Wait, did you just
उसे सही बोला है, she want better team to win.
You know how intense I am.
भाई ऐसा नहीं होता ना सपोर्ट।
मैं तुमको देखने आता हूँ, तुम कोई भी गेम खेलो, मैं स्ट्रीम पे रहो।
ये करिए ना डब्लू बात,
ये बात ऐसे व्यूअर चाहिए मुझे, ये मेंटालिटी के व्यूअर चाहिए भाई मुझे।
भाई
वो सेज ले लिया,
क्या कह रहा था? सेज
ले लिया। अबे डबल सेंट्रल खेल रहे लोग,
चेंबर सेज बाबे।
Okay, so this is breach. Do you want to defend yourself?
It's a very
भाई इन पे तो हील ही हील है G2 पे। स्काई
सेज भाई क्या है ये?
और वो क्या खेल रहे हैं?
अबे भाई ये लोग को देख, डबल इनिशिएटर खेल रहे हैं। डबल इनिशिएटर, हाँ डबल इनिशिएटर।
भाई ब्रीच है लेकिन पता है
मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा ब्रीच का काउंटर ये लोग करेंगे कैसे?
भाई ब्रीच इनकी भुस्सी भर सकता है।
ब्रीच के काउंटर के लिए इनके पास सिर्फ नियॉन की स्टन है, स्काई का फ्लैश।
लेकिन भाई फर्स्ट हाफ में अटैक इनका है एनएस का, अगर इनके अटैक में राउंड नहीं निकले
भाई ब्रीच कॉम्बो नियॉन पता है ना, सनसेट मैप पे डेडली कॉम्बो है वो।
हाँ अबे वो तो मैं समझ गया, लेकिन भाई डुअल सेंटिनल भी तो है ना बाबे।
भाई डुअल सेंटिनल पे सेज कितना साइड बचाएगी? सेज बी पे खेलेगी, ए पे भी अगर खेलेगी तो एक ही साइड, तेरा एल्बो खुला रहेगा, या तो एल्बो ब्लॉक किया तो मेन खुला रहेगा।
सेज तेरी मिड खेलेगी।
field by G2 and even
भाई कुछ तो crazy gameplay देखने वाले भाई.
from the defense. I wonder
Mostly message नहीं कर पाता क्योंकि ऑफिस का काम करता हूँ.
is going to be
रोहित
enough.
भाई,
There is a lot of stunts as you're saying. There is a lot
रिस्पेक्ट
of
बढ़ गई है भाई बहुत ज्यादा आपके लिए, टू बी ऑनेस्ट. एक तो तुम और दूसरा अनिरुद्ध भाई, दोनों की मेंटालिटी जो है ना, मतलब गेमिंग को लेकर बहुत अलग है भाई. यही मेरे को चाहिए भाई मेरे ऑडियंस में.
लेकिन तुम ऐसी ऑडियंस बना ही नहीं सकते ना. ट्रेन आ जाते हैं लोग.
अरे भाई मत कर भाई.
ट्रेन में भी बोलते हैं भैया ये व्यू दिखा दो, भैया व्यू दिखा दो.
ये बोल के मेरे मेरे को ना पेट पे दुखता है, पता है जब पे वो लगता है तू मेरे पेट में लात मार रहा है
भाई. सच
खाना कैसे खाऊंगा भाई.
सच भाई दुखी देता है, दर्द ही देता है भाई. अभी भी कोई आया था ना भैया ट्रेन कर दो.
हाँ ना मैंने ट्रेन कर दो नहीं बोला था, उसने बोला ट्रेन क्यों नहीं कर रहा.
भाई एक ही बात है भाई, ट्रेन आ गया ना, कर दो. क्यों नहीं कर रहे हो, कब करोगे, एक ही सवाल है. जैसे रोहित भाई ने बोला खेल ले यार कंट्रीब्यूशन, तू नया गेम दिखा मेरे को. ट्रेन बहुत देख लिया मैंने.
ये चीज नहीं सुधार सकता.
Change the composition back to very old flavors.
Yeah.
Is that going to be enough?
Great question. You know, you kind of hope here as
अब एक सेकंड, बिल्ली वाला अबे माउस पैड इसका है, ट्रेंड का है, वो यूज कर रहा है.
This isn't going to be where you say.
मेरे को लगा भाई बेबी बे का है, उसकी लड़की का माउस पैड ले आया.
I talked about it even during Breeze because it was already on my mind that I need to see a different comp from Nongshim on Sunset. Did not like what they were
Sunset में गाड़ियां चलती हैं.
हाँ ब्रिज है ना पीछे, अबे ट्रेन भी चलती है.
Not only more in their wheelhouse, but I think suits going up against G2.
पहले भी तुम ट्रेन कर लो.
A great job of
अरे बता रहा था, बस बता रहा
था. The chamber uncomfortable. I think as well having a little bit of extra oomph to kind of fight Trent Sky. There wasn't much that Nongshim had in the bag with their previous comp that could keep the
भाई सेज अकेला बी पे खेल रहा है. ओह माय गॉड.
एक सेकंड, अबे ओवरले ग्लिच हुआ है क्या सीन है. एक सेकंड, अरे एक सेकंड, अबे ब्रीज इसका पिक था क्या है ना, एनएस का.
अबे हाँ सनसेट G2 का. ओह माय गॉड. लेकिन यार मेरे को तो ऐसा याद है कि ब्रीज जो है G2
या तो मैं भी ओवरले ग्लिच हो रहा है.
आओ VLR पे देखते हैं.
Give them a little bit of space, allowing Baby Bay to push forward, but I think he heard or spotted Ivy, one of the two. He's on the hunt.
Quick slide forward into the A site.
नहीं
अबे चेंबर ने साइफर को सुन लिया.
Paranoid going to be sent through.
पकड़ा गया. ओह
NS का पिक था भाई.
Ivy no HP है.
Cannot finish the job.
NS का ही पिक था. अरे बाप रे.
NS का था.
Start to rescale. Get this space back, but how much impact is going to be able to have is the question. Has that ghost for the team?
भाई चेंबर साइफर को ही पकड़ रहा है, लगा हुआ है.
Looking for some kills, but Dami will be the first one to fall. Francis shortly thereafter, but RB rushing forward, classic in hand, is able to find two. Ivy now.
Yeah.
Swing around the back as it's just Baby
1v2.
Two bullets in the head. Hunter.
अरे.
They cannot get the classic out fast.
RB ने 4 मारे.
4K
Classic
for
से
RB
भाई.
will get the pistol win for Nongshim.
Yeah, RB just sending it in there. Just going.
भाई
वो जो क्लासिक से मारा ना, वो क्लासिक में
राइट क्लिक करे ना, राइट क्लिक करे ना जैसे स्मोक में घुस के.
भाई वो क्लासिक में हैक्स है भाई इसमें.
I can use that to my advantage.
Z बंडल के ना, पता है ना कोलैबोरेशन.
That's exactly what happened. It was very, very nice from him. Some good ideas from G2 here, but the fact that Baby Bay not able to get that
भाई लेकिन बेट पता है किस पे लगी हुई है. NS पे लगी हुई है बेट.
ऐसी एक्सक्यूज मी
बेटिंग जो रखी है वो NS पे रखी है.
क्या जनाब, थोड़े चिलैक्स हो जाओ ये सारी चीज.
इसमें इलीगल क्या है भाई.
मत बोल.
अबे फ्रेंडली बेट बोल रहा हूँ भाई मैं. तुम्हें क्या लगा.
अच्छा
हमारी बेट नहीं लगी क्या, NS पे लगी हुई है भाई.
अच्छा
तुम
मैं तो G2 पे लगाया, मैं तो G2 पे लगा.
मेरी NS पे है.
वो ये कौन सी मार्शल की स्किन है. हेलो हैं
लिया बे.
ये वो गुलाब वाला. अरे भाई ले
जॉगोमो का फ्लैंक आ गया.
इसे गन बड़ी देख.
स्पाइडर भाई मकड़ा.
स्कॉर्पियन है, मकड़ा बोल रहा है. बिच्छू है बिच्छू.
क्या पिक ले पाएगा सेज.
अबे लोग पिक्स के लिए खेल रहे शायद लोग जीतने के लिए नहीं कर रहे इनकी गन गिरा दे
going to be struck down on that approach in domain. Time starting to tick away as Dambi will be able to find the two at the back of sight.
Dambi the
Francis
eco fragger.
cleans up Leaf, so about as clean as it can get. Marshall going to be carried over, all the key weaponry retained. Nongshim find the 2-0 start.
Yeah, they're able to eventually suss out the correct read. Sure, there's the Sky Flash in the mid, gets you the kill. That's really all there was there for G2. We're looking to maybe get that early head hunter kill and try to use that to scale into some success. Let Baby Bait go for those quick one and done peaks.
आरबी ने टॉप फ्रैग किया था पिछले मैच में लेकिन आरबी आईवी और एक्स क्रॉस इन तीनों के 17 किल्स थे
भाई G2 का रीड देख G2 का रीड देख ये लोग ऑलरेडी स्टैक्ड अप और ये मर गया स्पैम में
Stuck behind that box and Dambi able to wall bang him down. The shot from Baby Bay not going to be connecting.
बाप रे बाप
भाई फ्लैशेस देख रहा है उनके
बाप रे भाई घुस के मार रहे भाई घुस के मार रहे भाई
बोनस कन्वर्ट है भाई ये तो
They will be converting this bonus.
इस पे लीफ पे है कितने राइफल गिराता है ये
एक गिरेगा मैक्स ओमन का गिरेगा
एक तो गिरा ही देगा हां
To prep for their opponent's map pick, suspecting that this.
भाई मेरे को बिल्कुल नहीं पसंद है वैंडल भाई स्किन आर्मोर्डर कुछ तो है इसका नाम बहुत ही बेकार है भाई
भाई
आवाज ही गंदी है इसकी चलाने में मजा नहीं आता
वैसा है भाई इसके आगे वो समझ रहा है मीली वेपन लगा हुआ है
हां
फ्यूचरिस्टिक मीली क्या ये इसे भी पकड़ेगा आईवी को
ना नियॉन पकड़ लेगा मतलब अरे पकड़ लिया बे नियॉन आया नहीं अब मारे गए अरे नियॉन को भी पकड़ लिया
नियॉन को भी पकड़ा
बट इनका बोनस था गन गिरा पे क्या मतलब
अबे इकोनॉमी रहती है ना इकोनॉमी फिर भी
पर ऐसा भी तो नहीं है ना कि लीव भी गन पकड़ा दे किसी और को वो भी नहीं कर सकता इतने पैसे नहीं मिलते
some of these setups and how they have counters to maybe some
क्या
of the
flashes दिए इन लोगों ने अभी
where they didn't before.
और Sage already expensive character है
got the breach in there this time so that quick hit that Jogamo
ना Sage का full buy पता है I guess 4700 के आसपास कुछ आता है
isn't going to work this time because
700 का ही भाई आया है उसका वॉल और दोनों और 700 के हैं बस
they had like a paranoia it wasn't much
Sage की अल्ट आ रही है लेकिन एक पॉइंट
Now a bit of a third attempt with that carried over hero Vandal in the hands of Leaf. One charge away from having that res online. Ivy's going to be spotted nice and early. Jumps back across in the tiles to safety. Meanwhile, the exec getting ready to come through on the A site. Allen going to be forced away.
तो कब घुसा सीधा मुंह पे अरे 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 अरे
दे दिया भाई
तो कब पकड़ लिया वहां से
and RB can only find one.
Thrifty आ गया oh my god
को राउंड निकाल दिया
Thrifty for G2 to get their first round win and if you're Josh RT if you were considering that timeout you're not doing it anymore.
Nope, definitely not. Nope, don't need to. They just had to be a little bit patient. Play for the retake, get a great flash to go, a good paranoia there too. Hitting them from both sides there are G2. Really nice. I mean, Nongshim never even had a chance to react. Francis had a rolling thunder.
ये राउंड बताएगा कि 3-3 है कि क्या है
अभी बेबी की गन गिरेगी अगला इसमें ऑप लेगा
was going to go for the op here. Had enough money for it. Opts to just hang on to the right.
भाई ब्रिज फाल्ट है
He had been cutting funds. I would keep it.
साइड देख छोड़ा वो लोग ने अल्ट के वजह से देख देख
So it kind of had me my interest peaked.
मेरे को लग रहा है लेकिन वो पता है पोस्ट प्लांट करेगा अल्ट
this round. Maybe just since he scooped a gun up off the ground.
या ही नहीं अल्ट
They pass one over. Oh,
ले गया
स्पैम में मारा भाई दीवार थ्रू
Trent dead. He was one of the big
वैलेंट गेम प्ले अब आरबी दिखा रहा है और दिया
across the board with that pop flash through the smoke. Not going to be the safest res ever, but still are going to be going for this one as relay.
और उठा दिया उसको अरे जोगम बैकअप
Does meant to take down RB, but the trade is going to be there. We're back into a 4v4 as the rolling thunder will crash across.
दीवार बन गई मित्र
तोड़ दी दीवार तोड़ दी है
Flash out Dambi widely avoiding that.
और ये हक दिया
Dambi ने दिया
वाले नहीं ओले 5 HP 8 HP 2v1
Trying to pile this one together. Trent able to find that elimination.
Ball bang दे दिया
now getting ready to swing, striking.
ओ बाप रे बाप
It is a clutch for Nongshim to maintain a 3-round lead.
There's actually so much to talk about in this round, but it all happened so fast. There's the rolling
भाई
thunder. There's
जॉगो
the
मोगा
res.
कवर
There's
तो
the
था
cover. The res with the neon slide. There's the wall.
उसने मारा भी
from Leaf
और वो मरा
to
भी,
lock in this entry
लेकिन वो
to
रेस
set
हो गया और
G2
उसको कोई
up
मारा
for
भी नहीं,
potential
लेकिन फायदा नहीं हुआ, रेस का अल्ट का फायदा नहीं हुआ.
defuse, but it's a wrong guess on which way Ivy
Defuse नहीं
had
कर पाया.
gone. They just assumed he had wrapped back to Link, but he actually was just staying behind A the whole time.
ले लिया
Tough to
उसने
read in
अब.
that situation, but nicely done by
6400
Ivy.
रुपए.
Patient, wait for his moment to strike. Zombie flashed up. Doesn't want to.
सेज का एक फायदा पता है, सेज का एक फायदा है कि भक्ति अगर लोग आएंगे ना स्लो अप डालेगा सब
That
खत्म.
prowler. Let's see if he wants to keep
अटक
reconfirming
जाएंगे.
with the dog. He's going to
पूरा
see a
push
lot
रोक
if he
देती है ना.
does. High-low setup.
Couple shots out, gives Dambi some pause. Slows it down for now, and Ivy just trying to cause some disruptions in mid.
And because of Baby Bay's op, you can lean your strong side into A now. This is really comfortable for G2. A site simulator all over again.
A side simulator?
Seekers.
क्या?
Just don't clear them. Extra.
It's a decent amount of
They're
information.
yours.
Meanwhile, Valorant on the scale forward is able to find Francis spike on the floor, but down
अरे वो बैकअप दिया बेचारा मर गया लीफ.
ट्रेड आया.
It's a beautiful relay ball.
Being out, oh, Hat's gonna be spotted.
अरे भाई पकड़ा गया.
Something Ivy. As he tries to enact that flank. Nabi, however, slow approach, pop flash, confirming his presence, and Valorant has the counter swing. Meanwhile, Plant is going to be coming through.
Neon पकड़ लेगा इसको.
Alone.
अरे
needs to win that fight.
हक दिया जॉगो ने.
इससे मार दिया डिफ्यूजर पड़ जाएगा.
Maybe trying to get into safety, but oh,
अरे निकल गया. अरे पकड़ लिया.
Now they know exactly where X-Ross is at. The swing,
दे दिया भाई.
और दे दिया smoke through.
भाई स्मोक से निकलने से पहले दे दिया उसने.
Fire it. It finds that kill, and G2 find themselves the second round.
Yeah, this is exactly how G2 wants to draw up their defense. You get into that op with Baby Bay.
अरे ये मॉनिटर कौन सा है? 540 हर्ट्ज है क्या?
360.
600.
You get the confirmation.
भाई लेनो वो भी 600 मार्केट में घुस गई है.
Even though Dombi
Yes.
almost gets away
बाप
with
रे
2,
बाप.
doesn't quite. They're still able to keep them contained outside of A.
देखो कि समझ नहीं आती लेकिन कौन सा पीसी है जो 600 एफपीएस दे रहा है 50 80 50 90.
पता नहीं भाई.
That overdrive, so does Jog.
वो भी वैलोरेंट जैसे गेम में जिसमें इतने सारे वीएफएक्स एक टाइम पे होता है.
Accoutrement of pistols for Nongshim though. Pretty similar thoughts here early. Little bit of extra help towards B this round though.
क्या ये इको निकलेगा?
हाँ. ऑफ कर रहा है भाई. अगर दाम भी इस पे आके चढ़ गया चेंबर पे आके चढ़ गया तो जी जाएगा. ना पकड़ लिया उसको.
Makes his exit, Leaf posted up on top of 10 spot.
भाई लीव भाई तो 4 सेकंड गेम प्ले कर रहा था.
10 spot बोल दिया भाई इन्होंने.
Paranoia here. Now RBs goes out. Saves some
अरे
cover.
बाप रे बाप.
Find the kills. RB will get taken down at backside.
उसको डिंक मारा सर पे बेचारा मारा ही.
वो घोष थी ना अगर यहीं शेरिफ होती तो मर जाता. अरे वैलेंट 2 ले गया.
अरे साइड में चेक नहीं कर रहे. ऑल
Francis can't find a damn thing.
फ्लॉलेस आ गए तो.
And some of it the heals, but frankly, none of the players in
ले
G2
भाई
really ever
G2 का पैसा तो आ गया अच्छा.
All surviving with quite a bit of health. They will deny a thrifty attempt. They get it flawlessly done. Now they're one away from trying to tie things up.
You know, what's funny is in the back of my mind, I'm thinking, you know, Valen doesn't have a smoke. That's kind of a tricky crossfire. You might lose a couple players here as G2. And then he
ये तो ठीक है लेकिन यहाँ जो उसने वो दिया वॉल बैंग हेडशॉट वैलेंट ने.
Absolutely great stuff from him. G2 again getting into that op, so crucial on this defender side to start locking rounds down. Now they're going to reposition Baby Bay a little bit.
सेज के पैसे थे कितने ऑर्डर सबसे ज्यादा लॉबी में?
Nongshim
1700.
maybe kind of sensing that.
भाई बहुत एक्सपेंसिव कैरेक्टर है सेज.
Big stack.
700 की यूटिल 1000 की शील्ड.
We're shut, but he has the rendezvous.
Taking the top mid. Could even go for a repeat from there. But will still
shot भाई shot.
हाँ मार रहा है बे. फुल मेरे से चेंबर खेल रहा है.
Prowler didn't catch him. They went and thought that maybe they could do a little bit of peeking.
यहाँ पे इन्फो निकल गई है.
Ivy also had eaten some damage. Swing out. Joggo trying to.
Joggo में अल्ट थी यार.
Tambi will eventually find him.
Was ambitious.
टाम भी पलट आ गई है अब. लेकिन करेगा नहीं वो अभी.
Catch him off guard.
अगर ये लीफ को निकाल लेता ना यहाँ आईवी. अरे.
Jog is as Jog does.
Yeah.
मैं मिड ऑलरेडी देख रहा है अभी फंसा.
Sometimes great.
ऑलरेडी मिड मार्क करके रखा हुआ है, मारा इसको क्रॉसर पे घुसते ही मरेगा।
जंप स्पॉट करा अगर इसने तो बच सकता है।
एक नहीं दे रहा।
Hops over the crosshair. I don't think he's going to be
Mara.
getting away with it, but
Oh my god, nice shot भाई।
I think Baby Bay hit him. It's just so much of the box ate through that. Unless he'd taken damage.
ये थोड़ा demolish कर दिया भाई आईपी ने।
from Leaf before.
Oh, okay.
Just not quite on the mark with it, but two players quickly in position. Valen and Trent trying to get this retake going. As Overdrive is going to be popped, slide to the back. It's going to be
Trent भाई।
find two, but now Leaf going to be
spot हो गया लेकिन 2v1 spot है।
Spotting him out on this approach, and against that quandary, you let this round go over to Nongshim, go back, recover the operator. Do you try to play this out? A caliber of Leafs player, the player of Leafs caliber, absolutely possible. Making this one work. He's going to have to find them pretty damn soon. Now knows where they all are. Ring around the rosy here with Francis. Running low on bullets, so just 4 remaining in this match.
खेल गया वो।
Played. He's out.
खेल गया गोल रानी।
Francis just dancing on him.
पानी कर गया भाई।
गोल रानी
Maintain the lead.
Yeah, even though the initial mid pressure.
भाई आईवी ने जिताया राउंड, just saying.
Feels like it's going to be around.
भाई मैं लीफ के ऊपर पता क्या करता, बहुत पहले गन स्विच कर लिया था मैंने क्लासिक में इसको क्लोज मारने के लिए।
But they're just so good individually, and Jog kind of goes for a risky play.
भाई वॉल बैंग मारा है, अरे मां।
Wins that big 1v1 up against Baby Bay's op.
उसने बहुत लेट क्लासिक निकाली, इसको बहुत पहले निकालनी चाहिए क्लासिक। that was a vandal shot मारा, क्लासिक से बर्स्ट मारता मरता तो।
One of those rounds.
आ गया भाई, टाइम आउट आ गया।
Individual.
भाई ट्रेंड ने ट्राई किया था राउंड निकालने का, never mind.
Nongshim able get ahead in that regard in a lot.
लेकिन भाई G2 पे 3 अल्ट है। बेबी पे अपनी अल्ट पे खेलेगा, जॉगो अपनी अल्ट पे खेलेगा।
Maybe wanna
दोनों गन की जरूरत ही नहीं, उनकी अल्टी काफी है। और चेंबर को वैसे भी गन की जरूरत नहीं है, उसका हेड अंडर ही काफी है।
अब सवाल ये है क्या जॉगो मूव पुश करेगा अपनी अल्टी के साथ या वेट करेगा साइट में?
उत्कर्ष भाई फटाफट से फर्स्ट हाफ का प्रेडिक्शन दो।
स्कोर क्या हो रहा है अभी? 5-3
3-5 हाई
है ना, 5-3 हो रहा है ना, 6-6 मेरे हिसाब से।
8-4 4-8
8 अपना ये एनएस और उनका एक ही राउंड, ठीक है। मेरे हिसाब से 6-6, लेट्स सी।
8-4 लग रहा, पता नहीं क्यों। या तो 8-4 है तो 7-5।
एक चुनो जनाब।
8-4
इसने अपने इससे क्यों मारा? क्लासिक से मार देता। आईवी पिक होगा।
अरे मारा ही नहीं वहां शॉट। अरे
जॉगो ने ले लिया।
अरे सेज इतना आगे जाके बॉल बना के आया, अरे वेरी रियलिस्टिक।
Read him like a book. Beautiful.
Flash over the top, Leaf watching from alley, gets the spot out. Sends out that slow orb.
बहुत गंदी चीज है भाई सेज की स्लो ऑफ, बहुत गंदी चीज है
भाई। रीड है भाई ए पे इनकी। अरे डॉज कर दिया।
एक ही स्पॉट हुआ, लीफ ने उड़ा दी।
Connections, Leaf. Hell of a shot, takes down Downbeat. 3 players now left for Nongshim as sees.
शॉट ओ भाई बैकअप कर दिया पैकअप।
Just the one casualty. G2, the timeout
5-4.
looks a treat. One away from tying it up.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, a lot of this is just more back to their default, the 2-3 from B to A. And then a little bit of a reposition for
अभी
Baby
सेज
Bay
की और नियॉन के अल्टे बाबे।
If he went for that swing again. And then Leaf hitting some filthy shots.
तेरा प्रेडिक्शन भी सही हो सकता है, बट मेरे को लग रहा पता नहीं।
On the Sage.
मेरे को लग रहा है G2 gonna come back on this map भाई। फुल फीलिंग आ रहा है अंदर से।
Res available. Didn't need to use it in that last round. I guess the good news for Nongshim is that you're not giving over ult charges, but you're on an eco. It's a very
मेरी फेवरेट बाटा है वो।
The big picture.
साकली बाटा।
Francis has another Rolling Thunder. Are you gonna
ट्रेंट पिकअप होगा क्या?
Oh, Trent's in trouble.
बाप रे बाप रे बाप रे बाप रे पड़ गया, स्पैम पड़ गया।
पिकअप हो गया।
अरे फ्रांसिस को स्पैम पड़ा।
बच गया, वो कंटीन्यूअस दिया नहीं ना। बेबी बे को देख रहा है, आउटलॉ चला रहा है। लेकिन अल्ट आ गई भाई फ्रांसिस पे अब। अरे दे दी कर गया पुश। तीनों पिक ऑफ होगा। वैलन अबे वैलन की इन्फो नहीं है ने
पता है
अबे इन्हें ये पता है वो यहीं पे ये साइड पे खेलता है, ये नहीं पता कहाँ है। निंजा होगा क्या?
नहीं हो पाएगा।
मेरे को लग रहा है निंजा होगा। थ्रिफ्टी आ गया भाई।
वैलोरेंट मैंने एक चीज तो देख लिया भाई, मतलब निंजा होना बहुत ही रेयर वाला चीज है भाई। जैसे सीएस में हो जाता था, इसमें नहीं हो पाता भाई। इसमें घुस जाते हैं स्मोक थ्रू अंदर
हाँ ये
अगर इसमें ऐसा होता है कि तू स्मोक के अंदर घुसा तो अंधा हो रहा है ना, तो विजिबिलिटी कम हो जा रही है, तो फिर बीटी था भाई।
दिखता नहीं, हाँ दिखता नहीं वो जैसे सीएस में होता है।
तब बहुत गंदी बीटी आती है। टेक पॉस कहाँ से आ गया भाई? ये तो आउट ऑफ कॉन्टेक्स्ट, आउट ऑफ सिलेबस आ गया भाई टेक पॉस। ये तो सिलेबस में नहीं था भाई। अबे वैलेंट ने क्या भाई किया? ऐसा ऑफ बाइक रही क्या?
बेबी वे कर रहा ना आप।
2200 रुपए स्पेंड किया उसने।
able to clear a bunch of space. They can use the neural theft. They can align for the rolling thunder. Get that thrifty to go. Beautiful.
आओ तब तक फीफा का लाइनअप तो देखें।
किसका टेक पॉस लिया? किसका हुआ कांड?
It is going to be another very close map. It is back and forth the whole way and
भाई अल्वारेज स्टार्ट कर रहा है आज। Let's go. Let's go.
Their ethos.
इसका टेक पॉस हुआ भाई, गेम क्रैश हुआ शायद किसी का।
As G2, I think if you get this next round, you're feeling pretty okay.
Yeah.
But hard to say for sure.
Yeah, I mean, we don't always follow the same trends here, but this is the third time that these teams have ever played against each other. Twice at this event, obviously played against each other at Master Santiago for the first time. It's always going to 3.
मार्टिनेज नहीं खेल रहा भाई आज अल्वारेज खेल रहा है उसकी जगह। Let's go। और फॉर्मेशन चेंज करी उन्होंने, 4-1-3-2 खेल रहा है, ठीक है।
Buckle up, find these next 2 rounds, and then start things off with another pistol.
I mean, there's enough money here for G2, but this round's key because this is the one where you can get the op.
G2 round हर चीज जाएगा।
Yep. No tour de force after this one. Should it drop? Push forward.
अरे
Valorant able to find one. Looks to just
पहला पिक निकल गया।
So the rendezvous there as well. So both players. Thieves at the night.
ये दूसरा भी निकल गया।
आईवी को भी ले लिया।
हो रहा है 6-6 हो रहा है।
And the timeout call again.
6-6 हो रहा है भाई।
It's just round after round. Someone else has a new counterpunch dialed up. Shadow. This time it was G2's turn. They're even going to be able to heal Valen up a little bit here.
ये देखना भाई उन पर अल्ट कितनी है? 3-3 अल्ट है।
There's a lot behind this. Jog even has his ult if he wants to rip that. There is not a lot that Nongshim, other than Francis' util, can do about it.
Sprint coming in after shock to try to hold
दे
Flash.
Crazy भाई, डिले दिया है भाई।
Working decently,
और
but
शॉट भाई।
First player gone, now Francis fallen. RB would have to do it all, and it's just not going to be planted for
ये
him.
करेगा भाग जाएगा।
Backpedal out, save of the weapon. The rest of the squad going to be able to get the purchases through.
चाकू है यार ये वाला।
He needs to retain that gun.
ठीक है।
G2 once again knocking on.
मैंने तो चलाया ना।
ठीक है।
Make this a 6-6 half of themselves.
Yeah, it's a beautiful little setup at the beginning of this because oftentimes Dombi, if he's given free space outside of the orb, he's gonna try to crest the corner to check for information before he throws the relay bolt.
तालियां मार रहा है भाई, ये तो कोहली है भाई।
He has the
कोहली है भाई ये।
Get up there, spray that angle down, and then TP.
This will decide 7-5 or 6-6. मेरा
6-6 है।
Understanding of their opponent's tendencies.
ये भी G2 निकालेंगे।
Now is it gonna be Nongshim's turn again?
रीड तो है भाई एक ही।
Still gonna be there. Baby Bay is like, nope, never mind.
वो फाइट भी नहीं ली, देख इनशॉट डीपी मार दिया। भाई ट्रेंड तो फुल ड्राई पिक में खेल रहा है भाई, सीना चौड़ा करके।
से पहले
हाँ सीना चौड़ा करके भाई लड़ रहा है। ओए ये क्या टाइमिंग हुआ?
शॉट ही नहीं ले पाया वो।
हाँ क्लिक ही नहीं किया, उसने स्विच कर दिया।
RB is frantically just dancing his way back over towards relative safety. Still some damage to be suffered. TP's around the back. Oxide plant.
3v3. लेकिन पता है लीफ उठा देगा एक को।
Get the spike in play. Turn from the flash, Ivy.
बंदे किरे भी कहाँ हैं? देखना ओपन में गिरा हुआ है।
अरे माँ।
इस भाई पिक से प्लान कर रहा था, दे दिया।
जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ी लीफ को। भाई अल्ट की जरूरत ही नहीं पड़ी ना।
They make it 6-6 at the half.
I just again we saw it in the
यहाँ से
previous round. I didn't really get to
13-9
mention it
close
'cause
हो
there hasn't
जाएगा।
been enough time. These have been pretty
सेकंड हाफ मेरा प्रेडिक्शन है ओटी, पता नहीं क्यों
2 rounds ago
39 क्लोज हो जाएगा मेरे हिसाब से।
देखो,
39 नॉक
क्या G2 30?
नहीं भाई, एनएस भाई।
in towards that box works a treat
देखो ओटी लग रहा है।
अपनी ईस्ट की एक तो टीम हो यार प्लेऑफ्स में।
देख मैं बता रहा हूं, अगर ओटी हुआ एनएस जीत रही है।
baby base chamber, it opens up the map so much more for them to be aggressive at the choke of A main or have little traps set up along the way.
अब तो लफड़ा होने वाला है मित्री।
अब तू ये देखना अटैक में इनके लौड़े क्यों लगेंगे, क्योंकि डुअल सेंटिनल है।
वही मैं बोल रहा हूं, वैसे नहीं चैम्बर खेलता है एग्रेसिव, कोई इशू नहीं।
भाई लर्क पे अगर पिक्स निकले ना तो ही गेम है, नहीं तो नहीं है।
चैम्बर को लेकर भी एग्रेसिव घुस सकता है, पर उसे पता क्या है, फिर उसमें ट्रेड अप करना बहुत मुश्किल है, क्योंकि तू तो भाग जाएगा डीपी मार के, तेरे साथ जो घुसेगा वो मरेगा।
अबे नियॉन चेंबर घुसेंगे ना तो नियॉन ट्रेड होगा, चेंबर ट्रेड करेगा उसे। ये रहेगा एंट्री का इनका। और अगर हील लो वो हुआ तो भाई सेज और स्काई तो है हील करने के लिए।
स्काई हिल देगा, सेज स्काई को हिल करेगा।
I agree. I feel very confident about G2 right now. The way
एनएस का मोमेंटम टूटा है भाई तगड़ा। हां मोमेंटम टूटा। पास उसको करके।
I mean, it is a better attacker side than they had last time, in a way, but it's also not in a way because of what you said, Achilleos. They won those first 3, right? Then after that, they only get 3 more.
They give up a thrifty.
Yeah, and that's
it's just you start pulling on that thread, and start unraveling.
And the last time out, they only got 2 rounds on their attacker side on Sunset. Now, granted, G2 did win the pistol there, and then kind of it went 2-1, 2-1, 2. But still not super confident. And G2 good enough on this attacker side, at least previously. Again, very different comps, but they got 5. We'll have to see if Nongshim's defender side is still up to snuff. Without that Sage in there, that's the big one.
All line into the rendezvous, Baby Bay. Making his exit, pop punch to the corner of the scale forward. Downbeat, dead, Extros on an island, isolated. And swallowed whole. Another kill, Francis now, a flash from behind. And Chogamo is just so damn fast. He's killed a third. And I think it's safe to say, G2 are winning this pistol.
Nah, dog.
I mean, Ivy. One of the map. This was the map, I think, where he got the ace.
It was.
And despite the loss, but I don't see him pulling another one out of his hat here.
No. He had a Vandal and
tuck back and go down to the spike.
Very different scenario.
And what brutality to find nothing in this pistol.
भाई चौकोमो घुस के मार गया भाई सबको।
हैं?
हाँ, 3 के हैं चौकोमो के।
But it's a clean tap from Leaf. Continues to deliver with that.
Flawless, देख रहा है गोली भी नहीं चला पाए, 0 डैमेज दिया इन लोगों ने।
बाप रे बाप।
And take the lead.
This is simple stuff from G2. Wait for Nongshim to overcommit
अबे
towards the orb on A.
एनएस को तो खाली रिटेक करना है, that's it.
Throw out a relay bolt, throw out a paranoia in that order.
उनके पास तो एजेंट से वैसे की रिटेक हो सकता है इजीली।
And you could just give them no hope. That's beautifully drawn up, beautifully executed.
भाई सेज में जो अटकाया ना डाम्बी को खुले में और फिर जो जॉगमू ने निकल के मारा भाई साहब।
भाई सूसू करते आते आते भाई राउंड भी खत्म हो।
Practice those over and over and over again.
इस मैच में लीफ कैरी कर रहा है। अरे मां।
So good as a player.
रीड तो है।
अबे लीफ को क्या प्लेयर समझ रहे हो तुम लोग?
अरे रीड तो है।
But Giacomo going to be traded out. Trent, however, keeping them in this round, and look at the damage suffered. Extros and Francis both down to slivers.
Oh my God, वो क्या बॉल बैंक था भाई?
Slow scale forward.
अबे वही ना हीलर है ना उन पे हील कर गया पूरी टीम को।
अरे
इको कन्वर्ट हो गया था नहीं तो इनका ऑलमोस्ट।
वो क्या बॉल बैंक मारा भाई उसको रेंट ने? ऐसा मेरे को शॉट पड़ेगा मैं तो डिप्रेशन में चली आऊंगा।
हैकर घोषित कर दूंगा भाई।
ये ऐसे शॉट पड़े भी है भाई, वो गेम में मोरल भी टूटा है भाई, नो डाउट। और ये एक ही लॉस की गेम है जो मुझे ना थकाती है पता है।
ठीक है।
कास्टर तो गेम ओवर बोल दिया भाई कास्टर गेम ओवर बोल रहा है चैट भाई मैं तो ना सहता भाई एनएस
ओए भाई
कास्टर बोल रहा है एनएस जस्ट प्रूव देम रॉन्ग भाई आई बिलीव इन एनएस बिकॉज़ एनएस ने 12 टू कम बैक किया तो मतलब इतनी जल्दी उनका मोरल टूटेगा
मैं टाइम आउट लेता यहां
लेट देम फाइट इसके बाद का इको करने के बाद ले वे टाइम आउट ज्यादा बेटर है अरे जीजू अरे घुसे
ऑलमोस्ट
घुस गया भाई बाप रे 1 एचपी हो गया
ठीक है आरबी नाइस
हो गया ये क्या होगा 2-0 9-2-0
तीनों को मार सकता है ये वन शॉट अच्छा यही एक था जो इसको नहीं मार सकता वन शॉट
Ganesh bhai thank you for the 20 jewels love you यारो GG's
गणेश भाई ये चीज ट्रेन में करो ना
गणेश भाई ये चीज स्किट पे करो क्या करो यार
It seems like the rain is never going to stop outside. They'll grab the umbrellas and they'll come out and play.
भाई एक्सरॉस 411
की केडी पे है
एक्सरॉस 411 भाई पिछले मैच जो मार रहा था इतना
और ट्रेंड 1.8 की केडी
Paranoid the chase, but Dambi this time going to be taken down over at Tiles. Trent with the
अंधा कर दिया
He finds his second RB dead. Ivy feeling
भाई पीछे से बैकअप भाई सैंडविच हो गए
Chocobo gets Valorant and gets them into a 2v2. The spike now going to be dropped.
अबे C4 ड्रॉप हो चुका है जीजी's वो लो है लेकिन उस पे से फ्रांसिस
दोनों वन शॉट है
एक्सट्रॉस पे गार्डियन वन टैप दे और दे दिया बोलते दे दिया हां पर दोनों को वन टैप दिया है
गार्डियन भाई गार्डियन
को वन टैप दिया वन टैप गार्डियन का पता है ना कितना डैमेज 194 हेडशॉट
अरे वाह
चीर देता भाई वो डायरेक्ट
I mean I think G2 needs to kind of take one
नाम ही तभी वो है भाई गार्डियन
where they're going to hold back towards spawn a bit
भाई ट्रेंड ने स्टार्ट तो बढ़िया दिलाया था
there's that extra unaccounted for later
फ्रांसिस भाई का
and that means that Trent is
गार्डियन तेरा सस्ता ऑफ है भाई टू बी ऑनेस्ट
it's not good enough
अच्छा बेटा किक पे घर से अरे
just too much storming
ये टॉली कह दी
so they're just going to overload
ओटी वाइब आ रहा है मैंने तो देख तेरे को बोल दिया मेरा प्रेडिक्शन ओटी है
मेरा 13
ओटी होगा तो एनएस जीतेगी भाई
although they have a weak buy a lot of stingers the G2 special
G2 stingers what a
Ganesh bhai thank you for another 10 jewels यार love you यार
Trent still does have that Guardian
Ganesh bhai 1000 इधर ही भेज दो क्या आज डन सीन
Francis 2 away from having that Rolling Thunder online
अरे गणेश भाई ना मान रहे भाई ज्वेल्स पे ज्वेल्स फेंक के मार रहे भाई गीला कर दे रहे मुझे ज्वेल्स से
गणेश भाई सुपर टिप
looks like Nongshim firm control for them
they're stalled
अगर G2 हारी गणेश भाई स्ट्रीम टिप पानी चाहिए 1000 रुपए की कम से कम
अरे बाप रे बाप
Trent eventually will be overwhelmed Ivy finding one down
अरे शॉट भाई
एनएस ले लिया भाई एनएस ले लिया भाई क्या बोला था कास्टर्स लोगों ने क्या बोला था दिस इज द एंड अच्छा
दिस इज द एंड बोलते 3 राउंड लाइंस आए हैं
3 राउंड भाई विदाउट टाइम आउट लिए जस्ट से
gonna see a pump of the brakes I would think
पता है अब पता क्या होगा ये इतना एग्रेसिव पुश कर रहे थे G2 उनका वेट करेगी और
वेट करेगी हां वेट करेगी
मिड में वेट करेगी और
मिड पे भी पूरा पिक का वेट करेंगे हम सिंगल पिक ऑफ करेंगे ठीक है एक करके उड़ा देंगे
लेकिन भाई इस बार ये बी कर रहे हैं बी और मिड पुश एक खाली छोड़ दिया ओ माय
हां पीयूष भाई घर का डॉक्यूमेंट्स ही मांग लो हां वो भी चलेगा मरीन ड्राइव का घर से अरे भाई घुस गया स्पॉन घुस के मार दे अरे दादा
अरे वॉल कर दी
अरे अल्ट खत्म हो गई
अरे मां चोद दी मैंने क्या बोला था
बाप रे बाप
आईवी मारेगा क्या
अरे फ्लैश आया
क्या बोला था मैंने तेरे को ये पुश करेंगे और इनका
टाइम आउट आएगा
जी
अब टाइम आउट आएगा अब टाइम आउट लेना चाहिए इसको मेरे साथ
G2 absolutely punishes them for it
I mean the bonkers part about this is Nongshim
भाई यहाँ पे इसके अल्ट रुकती ना लेजर कर देता
prepared for this the off the rip the stun is hitting baby
अगर यहाँ पे इसके अल्ट रुकती ना बीच में खत्म तो चाह रहा हूँ वहीं पे वो चीर देता भाई ऐसा लाइन मार के
exactly what Nongshim expected. And this time, though, G2's able to hold on. Just a nice timing on that wall there by Leaf. Really heads up.
देखो जो आपको पता है ना यहाँ पे एक ये मैप पे एक जगह का नाम बोबा है।
Once you see that out, you know that you've got them all contained.
हाँ तू बता तो रहा था बोबा बोबा हाँ।
यहाँ पे उसका कैमरा लगा था साइफर का ऊपर। वो पीछे वाला एरिया बोबा है।
ठीक है।
इधर बड़ा सा लिखा है बोबा।
Just too rabid, too hungry, too bloodthirsty.
देख लिया उन्होंने ऑपर को।
That is very true.
The noodles are spicy.
ऑफ डिफ हुआ क्या मिड पे?
ऑफ है ही नहीं मिड पे।
हाँ नियॉन ने लगा रखा ना मार्केट में।
मार्केट है ना।
हाँ
वो तो टॉप मिड देख रहा ना।
वही बोल रहा का चेंबर आया तो आगे फॉरवर्ड।
ना ना नहीं आ रहा। वो मिड पिक का वेट कर रहा है।
Spotting out. Maybe telling the whole story though. Could just be that chamber.
भाई फिलहाल के लिए एनएस का रीड तो है।
एनएस का रीड भी बट एनएस को निकालना पड़ेगा अराउंड बिकॉज़ उन पे इकोनॉमी नहीं है। अबे ये क्या आरजीबी हो रहा है?
The fact that you even get a little bit of confirmation there means that you're happy to start leaning
भाई ट्रैप खोलने के लिए देख रहा है वन साइडेड कैसे रखा है उसने।
घुसेंगे ही नहीं ये ट्रैप के थ्रू, एक केज के थ्रू घुसते ही नहीं है, तू लगा ले शर्ट। वो लोग घुसेंगे ही नहीं।
भाई
लियोन घुसा
मिड में पिक हो गया।
ले
दिया ऑपर ने दिया।
वो केज के थ्रू घुसना मतलब मौत ही है भाई।
Looking to rescale back up into the site. Ball raised to swing through. Ivy.
What would Dink इतना कम HP किया? Heal भी उठा लिया।
Safe angles. Some neural depth. Revealing these players' locations. Paranoia not really going to be getting the connection that they would have wanted, but they still have the overwhelm, and now it's just Baby Bay out from main. Through the smoke. A strong and necessary response round from Nongshim.
गुड राउंड भाई गुड राउंड
up to 10.
Yeah, good read.
लेकिन भाई क्या कहते हैं अपना जो G2 है ना उनके अल्ट फार्म होते हैं भाई। एनएस अपने राउंड अल्ट पे निकालता है।
It's going to be a bit of a different approach towards that B main angle. That prowler was all he needed. And immediately I see the breach starting to cheat over towards top mid. He even gets a kill up there. Gets killed up there, but it's all the right pieces in the right places.
अब 3 अल्ट है इन पे। बेबी पे अपनी अल्ट पे खेल रहा है।
Eventually get Ivy's ult to really seal the deal. Tour de force.
बैकअप अबे बी पे अकेला साइफर खेल रहा है सर।
Underneath that one way.
रीड है भाई फिर से रीड है।
Nice shot from him onto the ulting Jogamo.
और बी पुश कर दिया उन्होंने।
Deep doesn't confirm anything, but that's just because all of Nongshim had tucked in. I mean, look at Exros here. He's chilling in spawn.
He's checking for that TP.
अरे देख ली ऑप।
Needs to make sure that Valorant is not going to be on that backstab angle. Meanwhile, jump peek around the corner. Tombi considering it.
उनको पता चल गया हो रहा है। आ गए देख सब आ गए। अरे नियॉन जोगेमो क्या है दे और अल्ट मार दी।
Rolling Thunder invested just to try to buy some time. Jogamo able to drop that off the box and points that after shock, and now the Nightfall is going to be called in as well. Swing of the corner and Exros.
Second ult.
Find the kill.
मैं पूरी टीम वही थी भाई बहुत अच्छी अल्ट हुई हैं दोनों।
Okay, expired.
तेज ने कॉल तो दे दी है
यार।
Doesn't have that res.
No.
क्या आरबी पकड़ा जाएगा सेज के द्वारा?
Directions here unless Baby Bay finds a pick, but it's so risky.
भाई वैलोरेंट ने सेज वाले ना बूट्स बनाए थे भाई शूज। भाई मेरे को लेजेंड वो चाहिए था पता।
Immediately going to be broken at alley.
जो लोग भी वैलोरेंट के पार्टनर स्ट्रीमर से ना उनको मिले थे पता।
Push forward, going to be coming in about
वैलन 2 ले गया और लीफ भी ले जाएगा इसे अब।
हाँ आरपी लो है।
Sets up the smoke, fakes the TP, the spike now going to be planted. He's scaling off of that one. Leaf with a double take. Sees what, and he's still going to be there.
ले गया लीफ
उसको।
ले गया लीफ।
Now having to do it all. Fadeaway shot. Clean up Fallon, but nothing more to be found.
भाई मैं बोल रहा हूँ OT है ये। तेरा प्रेडिक्शन क्या था?
दो बड़ी अल्ट मेरा 13-9 था।
हाँ खत्म होगा तेरा प्रेडिक्शन।
भाई 2 बड़ी अल्ट यूज हुई और फिर भी राउंड हार गए।
Following right behind that sky flash. No fear.
होल्ड भी किया टाइम बाय किया सब आ भी गए थे बट नहीं कर पाए। यहाँ पे इसको फ्लिक पड़ जाता ना खत्म था।
जोगोमो ने जो मारा
ना भाई स्लाइड करके फरारी पीक भाई सीधा।
That crosshair placed sooner. He had Exros dead to rights after the nightfall.
The cost of that play is immense. The operator,
Francis
the rolling thunder, the from the shadows, the nightfall, all had been committed to no avail for Nongshim.
That's true.
देख रहा है वेट कर रहे हैं भाई वो एनएस के पुश का एनएस के पुश का ही वेट कर रहे हैं। अगर ये राउंड एनएस ने निकाला ना 12-10 है भाई।
The concern is because G2 won the pistol.
दिल पैसे है भाई
जो टीम जीतेगी उसका अगला राउंड है 100%। बेबी पे भाई बहुत लो है।
टीम पे पैसे भी उतना
लेकिन हील हो जाएगा दल्ला।
We'll get him right as rain, but armor will be lost.
That's still a lot of damage done. Jogamo has gotten up in the top mid, and Dombi thinking about it.
Smoke on the other side. Prowler going to be going in. They both sent towards X-Ross's direction, but Jogamo still trying to get this entry into Boba.
अरे उसको लगा एक ही बंदा है। बैंडिड मारा।
It's a good amount of damage though.
गन आ गई अब।
Armor behind it, still only
लेकिन फ्रांसिस लो है भाई अब।
Not a cozy position for the breach. Spike again playing
अगर
on B for G2. Warning shot.
लीफ है भाई, लीफ निकाल लेगा, जीत जाएगी G2 ए राउंड।
Now they have the full confirmation. Counter swing not going to be coming in, and Leaf just can't quite find that spray to connect. Should have maybe had Domby dead to right. Same time, Fastlane going to be situated. Ivy eliminated. And X-Ross having to do it all once again, this time in a 1v2. The footsteps going to be heard, and Baby takes the fight, takes his life. And
economic crash हो गई।
again are now in the lead.
12-10 भाई, 12-10। मैंने बोला जो राउंड जीतेगा वो जीत जाएगा।
इकोनॉमिक क्रैश हो गई। एनएस डोंट भाई वॉच मत जाओ, मुझे हेवन देखना है तुम्हारा। भाई आई लव टू सी हेवन मैप इन esports भाई।
Not able to get a kill, he's able to clear up
पास भी
all
अच्छा
of
करना
that
पड़ेगा।
mid into market. You can come in from B main then too, sets you up for that flank attack and gives you a nice post plan.
इससे पहला टाइम आउट ले रही है ना सभी।
Really smart play there right at the end of the round by Trent to not try to take that fight, to know that he has that op behind him, tuck into the safety of the spike plant cubby.
अगर ये टाइम आउट लेने के बाद एंटी ई को निकाला एनएस ने, इनकी मां का
फिर तो हो गया भाई। ओटी कंफर्म ही है फिर तो।
भाई आई वांट एनएस टू विन भाई।
मैं खुद चाहता हूं, मुझे हेवन मैप देखना है भाई अब।
हेवन नहीं भाई, 2-1 जीते भाई एनएस, बाहर ना हो, G2 बाहर हो जाए।
अरे ये तो पॉसिबल नहीं है उत्कर्ष भाई, आपने गलत बात करी।
भाई एक तो नीचे है भाई, ईस्ट की टीम भाई, सारी वेस्ट की टीम ना भाई। चारों टीमें जो है भाई जो रीजन से क्वालिफाई हो रही हैं, वो EU और US NA।
लेकिन तू वो भी देख, जितनी भी टीम खेल रही है ना अभी प्लेऑफ्स में, सब टीम में प्लेयर अच्छे हैं, सब टीम में। वाइटलिटी बोल, बीबीएल बोल, सारे प्लेयर मारते हैं भाई।
अरे आईवी
ये ने बंदे पीक दे रहे मेरे पास। अबे नियॉन पुश का वेट कर रहा है। हाँ साउंड आएगी यहाँ पे, पुश करेगा देख वहाँ पे डायरेक्ट। ब्रिज चल डाल के देख, कर दिया। पकड़ लिया जॉगलो।
पिक तो आया।
Paranoia chucked through, but it's going to be exchanged on both sides. Nami still widely stranded there at tiles. Now flushed out as Trent finds the kill, and Leaf will be able to get RB. Ivy just not going to be fast enough nor accurate enough on the draw.
चिम्बर अभी यहाँ से आप हटाएगा ही नहीं।
अरे लगा दी, इस पे लगा दी।
हाँ नहीं हटाएगा वो।
गन सेव करेगा ये।
भाई मेरे हिसाब से इसको बंदे मारने चाहिए। दो तो खाई जाएगा, गारंटी 2 खाएगा। भाई सिटी चलिया 2 खा लेगा तू। सिटी चलिया मेरी जाओ ना, मार्केट चेक होगा तू लाडल। हो गया चेक,
फ्लैश आ गया।
अरे पता चल गया, गोली चला दी।
अरे नहीं, शोल्डर स्पॉट हो गया था।
Making him have to think twice about trying to set foot on this site.
एक को तो खाएगा ही, ट्रेंड को तो खा लेगा।
2 खाएगा तो। अरे
swing out, claims him. 12 to 10, match point in the hands of G2.
Hey, don't tell me.
हो गया भाई 2-0।
Don't tell me दोनों मैच 13-10 हुए।
Yeah, and what a moment this would be for G2. It's been
इसके लिए बुरा लगा भाई, but they played well भाई to be honest.
And this is one of the teams that has given them grief 2 times. And to be able to now bounce back and get that potential 2-0 here, you're looking at that, you're 1 round away from it. How sweet that
भाई ये ट्रेंड का वो देख 21 11 11
of EWC 26 to boot.
उधर वैलेंट का 14 सपोर्ट भाई, असिस्ट, बाप रे बाप.
Just a ton of ults to work with as well. Nothing able to be forced out of that previous round. The res, the from the shadows, the seekers, all ready to go. Ivy, one away from having that neural depth online. Dambi, one away from having that overdrive.
भाई रीड बहुत गंदी है.
Mid hold कर still.
In the next round, if they can win this one out, if they can keep this going and try to push it in.
Omen मर गया.
Elbow घुस गए, elbow घुस गए.
This stack at top mid.
अरे भाग गया पीछे.
Not going to be rewarded. It is just RB. Alone on the A side of the map.
Mid push करवा
so
दिया.
important here that RB just
अरे गो भी फेंक दी, सब इन्फो निकल गई. इन्फो निकल गई.
Had he gone for that spray, might have been able to find some connection on the trend, but he does not. Meanwhile, Trademark noting the flank and Balan.
Balan के ऊपर है.
Hold things down. Prowler the corner, the flash going to be connecting.
भाई बाप रे कितनी यूटिल डाली. हाँ लीव 2 खा गया.
2-2 है, 3v3.
3v3.
अगर आईवी ले ले इसे.
फेड मारा.
जॉगोमो को ले ले.
अरे बेबी तुम. The enemy fade. X-Ross now dead. Ivy. So much weight being put on his shoulders. Stunned up. Hound down. No. Turns back. He's able to find Trent. Jogamo. Dead is on from on high. Is able to find the
भाई.
Nice रे. Nice.
राउंड कैसे जीते? वो साइपर भाई पूरे साइड पे अकेला घुस के पूरे ओपन में खड़े होके मार रहा था बंदे. हैं?
One away. The Nongshim.
जॉगोमो ने बकचोदी कर दी.
One of their own from sending this
भाई
into overtime.
Is that right as that
जॉगोमो ने उसे उसका सर घुमाया, वो सर घूमते में मार गया.
From Ivy. This right here.
भाई वो खड़े होके ओपन साइड पे मार गया पूरे अभी को.
Ivy somehow some way. I thought he was done after he gets hit by that relay.
अरे G2 का टाइम आ गया.
14 कमिंग और व्हाट भाई मेरा प्रेडिक्शन सही हो रहा है क्या?
They have the end of this series
भाई
in their clutches.
फिर एनएस जीत रही है, ओटी में एनएस जीत रही है कंफर्म है.
This time out, they need the big brain from Josh RT to give them the solutions.
बस इनका वो भी कोच अच्छा है भाई G2 का.
यार मेरा कोच बहुत अच्छा है. दूसरा मैच शुरू हो गया भाई. हेलो.
ठीक है भाई. भाई G2 का कोच इज टू गुड.
To bring this to a conclusion, that might just be curtains for Nongshim Red Force. They have
वो लड़की के बाद जो है ना अपने उसके टीम में लड़की वो थी ना कोच. हाँ उसके बाद ये G2 का टीम का जो कोच है भाई वो अलग लेवल का.
नहीं भाई कोच तो मेरा एक ही फेवरेट है भाई, एलेक्स. एलेक्स है भाई कोच.
और पेपर एक्स का.
हाँ
भाई वो तो भाई छोड़ दे.
You've got those two for sure. I think that's what's going to be real concerning. Those are two really impactful ults.
एलेक्स के रिएक्शन देख के ऐसा लगता है भाई वो एक सिल्वर की टीम को खिला रहे हैं प्रोइंस में.
चढ़ जाता है भाई डायरेक्ट.
One away from X-Ross is now.
होता है वैन के लंडू.
It's a little bit dangerous.
भाई लीफ और ट्रेंट कैरी कर रहे हैं भाई.
I wouldn't be surprised if they try to maybe bait out a little bit utility here.
भाई मिड छोड़ दिया पूरा है. वो फेड जा रहा है चक्कर.
Nongshim into going for one of those aggressive hits that this time they're able to dodge. They're just able to kind of use the cape.
Let's go NS, let's go. OT जाएंगे.
OT भाई मेरे को भी देखना है भाई. OT.
Bit more defaulty here for G2.
भाई next map भी जाएंगे, 2-1 जीतना है. Let's go.
Expecting a set exec here from Nongshim.
अगर मेरी टीम OT जाता है
really going to be falling into that trap.
तो क्या स्कोर रहेगा?
At least not yet.
No, they're being very patient.
15 में खत्म हो जाएगा.
See the breach is up there. Follow up.
G2 मेरे को मोस्टली अगर छोड़ देगी क्योंकि उनको पता है कि उनका हेवन मैप है, लोग कर देंगे.
They want to send out that util. That's great work from Jog.
Absolutely. I mean, they knew he hadn't scaled.
अभी EWC खत्म नहीं होना.
We'll spot everything out, but
रेगुलर कंटेंट इस टीम के बाद.
Caught in the trap. From Balan. It's over outside of A lobby. RB
पे आ गया उसका स्टैक.
Here's that jump peak.
फ्लैश करके पिक देगा. अरे
reposition.
Oh.
Still managed to plant his feet and find one.
भाई चलो अबे रिवाइव हो गया ना.
Going to be infested though. Right back into it as the overdrive, able to find an immense amount of damage on the jaw, but the heal is available as well. Leaf just keep.
अल्ट खोल दे, टाइमिंग हो गया भाई, लोग रुक गए बता. वरना ब्रीच का अल्ट पे स्लाइड मारता स्टन पे भाई सबको खा लेता. नाइस शॉट.
नाइस एंटी X-Ross भाई शॉट भाई. नाइस.
एनएस ऑन लीड भाई.
8 seconds now remaining on the clock.
3v2 टाइम नहीं है.
ओटी
हो गया भाई. ओटी हो गया भाई. ओटी हो गया.
They take this into OT.
तो क्या बोला था?
क्या टाइम आउट लेंगे?
मैं तो क्या पहला टाइम आउट क्यों लेंगे? मैं तो क्या बोला था? अभी टाइम मिलेगा ना थोड़ा ओटी के बाद. मैं तो क्या बोला था उत्कर्ष, ओटी होगा ये गेम.
And even though they get that
ठीक है
res,
भाई साहब guys मेरा prediction on top है
6v5 हुआ है भाई एक तरह से समझ रहा है
भाई prediction on top भाई
continue to slowly rotate over.
टाइम ही नहीं बचा लोग को होल्ड करवा दिया ना स्टन वन करके बहुत ज्यादा रुक गए
the fuck
They go over to this defender's side once again.
हाँ नहीं पड़ा ना
Slightly
हाँ
better on
ठीक
this
है
half of the map.
अरे पड़ गया
Glass
नहीं
cannon.
oh my
It's the op for Baby Bay. I think I'd be basically perma running that with how well it
भाई
went.
एनएस जीत रही है
Just gotta hold the line here as G2 again. You had an opportunity, but you weren't able to get those last two. Now you've got to do it in OT. All reset. Phantoms across the board for Nongshim.
G2 are trying to fight against the script here.
कुछ तो गए
Going to that third and final map.
अरे ले गया बेबी पे
ये मुंह से मार के गया हो
To find that kill, tries to make his exit, but will be spotted. RB just too fast to scale towards backside.
लेकिन उसे मार के वहीं पे डीपी लगाई थी भाई वहीं पे डीपी मार दिया उसने the hell
The plant committed to the slide in. RB, he's playing anti-flash. He ends up getting caught off guard.
भाई ट्रेड अप तो है ट्रेड अप तो है
The bloodbath here.
2v2 और never mind 1v2
Up over top of the box there at Boba. Finds X-Ross and Francis now.
At
Has to
Boba.
do it all. The double approach.
Okay.
Isolates it down in
1v1.
1v1. The right of the
Oh,
wall. Down from Francis. He gets
100
the
thank you for the
push.
2 jewels मेरी जॉन लव यू यार
Get themselves to map point.
Huge work from
भाई मेरी बात सच हो रही है उत्कर्ष
Individual
भाई
brilliance
दूसरी
on
तरफ ये क्या हो गया
display.
भाई इजिप्ट ने गोल मार दिया
अरे बाप रे अभी जल्दी
हाँ 15 मिनट पे गोल मार दिया
Jog trying to break out, but there's a crossfire set up.
इब्राहिम ने मारा यासिर
Love that attempt
बैंड
from
का
Leaf
लंड
as well. It's so cheeky, but
अरे
It is.
it's a little bit too fast on the adjustment. Is Francis
भाई इधर मैच अलग इंटेंस हो रहा है कुछ समझ नहीं आ रहा क्या हो रहा है भाई
again in hand for Baby Bang. Needing to win these next.
भाई सेम कम्स पुश किया अरे पकड़ भी लिया दाम्बी ने अरे भाई जोगेमो स्टन हो गया वहां पे अरे नियॉन डिव भाई पुश कर गया 3 ओ माय गॉड
Gets the third. Trent seized in position. Locked.
भाई 3 खा गया स्टार्ट ऑफ द राउंड में ही
Seen some crazy rounds. Be insane to see Trent and Baby Bay get the 2v4 here.
बेबी पे यहाँ पिक कर पाएगा क्या
Up at the ready. No.
नहीं मोमेंट पकड़ लेगा ऑफ कार्ड में को लग
Very
रहा
well could be
है
behind
आपके
the
बैरल
res.
दिखेगा और स्विंग करेगा देख डायरेक्ट
नहीं 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 पकड़
नहीं
पाएगा
किया नहीं किया नहीं
Just gonna hold the line.
तूने
They
पुश
know
देखा ना
they have
दाम्बी का
the map, the time to
हाँ
work
हाँ
with.
बाप रे बाप और सपोर्ट जो उसको टीम ने दिया है वहां पे बाप रे स्टन
Crazy
हीलिंग
भाई।
फ्लैश
The peek in and Baby
अरे
Bang
दिया पैरों में
sends the
पड़ा
shot
शॉट
into the floor. The swing of the corner and
Here
Trent
again,
hits
yes.
right, finish him
14-12
off. 14 to
भाई
12. Nongshim trailing
गाइस मेरे आज के
players,
प्रेडिक्शंस को क्या हो गए
trailing
मतलब इतना क्रेजी
against
मैं कैसे
G2.
प्रेडिक्ट कर रहा हूँ पूरा
They
गेम
persevere and they push this all the way into a
भाई
third
प्लीज
and
प्रेडिक्ट
final
कर दो
map.
कि जो है
The
अर्जेंटीना भी
final
जीत
slot
जाए
of playoffs.
भाई क्या प्रेडिक्शन लग रहा है आज मेरा इतना
Got the
एक्यूरेट
job done. It's certainly
भाई
was
we are
not
going
easy.
third
G2's
map
the
by
breakdown of this map,
Haven.
But Nongshim showing that they still have a lot
बाप रे बाप
memory
रे
from when they used to run this comp. That muscle memory of being able to
भाई
play
आज के
it,
predictions on
using
top
that
है मेरे
breach really effectively to keep the opponents off balance, setting up those combos for Dambi to get him
भाई
excited.
डाम्बी का वो पुश मैंने तो एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था अटैकिंग में आई मीन डिफेंस में ओटी में भाई हाँ भाई कुछ गलत पुश किया उसने और गलत पुश तो किया उसने स्टन इतना परफेक्ट डाला कि वो जॉगेमो भी स्टन हुआ ओमन भी स्टन हुआ है
दोनों को खा गया
Achilleo saying by a thread, but now they have a
भाई
brand
G2
new
ने
sport
मारा
to work
उनके
with,
मैच
and it's
में
called Haven.
एनएस ने
It's
मारा
NS ने
उनके
मारा
मैच
उनके
में
मैप में
after Nongshim Red Force stave off a
12 down था
multiple
12
गेम
down
जल्दी चालू
था
वाले के
12 10 डाउन था भाई 12 10
ये गेम जल्दी चालू वाला
And now we go to that
अरे
decisive
यार
map number 3 for that
जब तक ये गेम
final
खत्म
slot in
होगा
the playoffs
तब तक
at
हाफ टाइम
EWC
60 मिनट हो जाएगा
अंडर बाय थैंक यू फॉर अनदर 6 जोएल्स चिल्ली क्यों भेज रहे हो मिर्ची
I would say not many of us here on the desk knew.
I'd say 1 out of 3 of us knew. If anything, I'd said I was believing and believe I did. You doubted the breach. You were wrong once again. The muscle memory came.
leave if you tell me that they won because of the breach.
I think it's a fifth of why they won. It's one of the 5 agents.
भाई कास्टर्स लोग बोल रहे थे ना गेम खत्म हो गया कर स्लाडल
नजर लग गई
कास्टर्स ने जिंक्स कर दिया
baby or whomever from an angle and he's like yeah
भाई 12-2 जो टीम कमबैक कर सकती है वो टीम कुछ भी कर सकती है तो मैं समझ चुका हूं
literally straight into baby Bake's crosshair.
Yeah, like don't get me wrong.
और एनएस की मेंटालिटी है
When a win is in OT like this, the execution is never going to be perfect.
एनएस की मेंटालिटी है इस बार दूसरी वैसी गेम जीते लो हारे हुए गेम को पलट दिया लोगों ने
It's less about the breach in itself and it's less
about the push was completely चलवा भाई गलत पुश किया
to execute that as consistently as I would have liked. For me it's more about enabling Dambi.
Complete मिर्ची Dambi का push.
Positions back from 2024 when Dambi was in my mind arguably the best player to not be in that tier 1 franchising. He had all the support he needed. You see him begin to pop. Can you look happier in your face please because we have a map 3.
I really don't.
बस को ट्रोल कर रहा है भाई G2 का G2 को सपोर्ट कर रहा है
No, it was a reference.
भाई वो पता है कहाँ जीती एनएस जो राउंड इन्होंने 12-10 पे निकाला ना
हाँ जब आगे बीच में साइड पे अकेला खड़ा हुआ था मारने के लिए
4 जो निकाला ना भाई
to turn this into G2's favor.
उसने राउंड जिता दिया गेम जिता दिया
was brilliant. I really feel like he stepped up on the stage even from when we saw it last. So I am a little bit sad for him.
जो टाइम एक्सपायर वाला सीन हुआ ना आज सेम MIBR का हुआ था फर्स्ट मैप पे प्लांट कर रहे थे ओटी राउंड पे मोमेंट प्लांट कर रहा था 4 सेकंड थे प्लांट 4 सेकंड में उसको हेडशॉट दे दिया
किसका था MIBR और
LG हां ऑल गेमर्स
Yeah, but to me, it's about the individuals, not so much about the composition, but actually to keep composure. So many of these rounds were incredibly chaotic, but it is Dambi with that aggression. Everybody else following up. Just when we see this replays, just look at the minimap and look at the positions that the people from the players from from Nongshim are having on the map.
इन्होंने बहुत सेक्सी राउंड निकाले एनएस ने काफी G2 जितने भी राउंड जीता है ना वो अपने टीम स्टैक में जीता है क्लच वाले राउंड्स ने निकाले G2
all the way deep down mid.
हाँ ये तो मैं भी एग्री करूँगा.
I've seen that play so many times before from them years ago. They're truly reviving their own.
भाई कितना accurate मारा भी स्मोक थ्रू बेबी बेक को उसने.
उसने उसका जंप सुना और वो टीपी लगाते सुना फट से दिया एकदम.
I feel nostalgic.
भाई मैं तो ये गेम में ना पता है थ्रू स्मोक ना स्पैम करने का सोचता नहीं क्योंकि मुझे पता है मैं ही मार खाऊंगा और मेरे को पड़ती है ऐसे करके इसलिए यूजुअली बहुत रेयरली है कि मैं स्पैम मारता हूँ
भाई ये क्या मारा इसने वॉल देखी ऊपर कर दिया ये
I'm more curious why they think that's going to be better and what they have cooked up there.
Yeah.
मुझे एक ही चीज जानना है मेरे को Valorant 600 हर्ट्ज पे एक्सपीरियंस करना है कैसा होता होगा अभी इतना फास्ट सब कुछ स्मूथ भाई
And it's that
एक डार्ट ज्यादा हो दिखेगा भाई
to the duelist for Giacomo. He was on the KO on Breeze and he did not have a great series or great game here in that last map. It was pretty tough for both him and Baby Bay. Trent leading the line for that.
Under आप किसको सपोर्ट कर जल्दी बताओ.
Not only just the performance now, are those Phantoms coming back on up in the international space? That is what they're going to need to go ahead and quell, have that conversation with their sports coach in the back and figure it out as we send this one over to a short break. When we come back, we set the stage for our final group map. Let's see you after the short break. See ya.
안녕하세요. 농심 레드포스 발로란트 팀입니다. 오늘 유언 목소리 나오는 거 한 맞춰보는 컨텐츠를 해볼 건데 한번 맞춰보겠습니다.
Wait, I have a rock in my shoe.
누구세요?
나 알 것 같아.
누구세요?
오케이.
뭐야?
뭐야 다 달라? 킬조이지. 야 뭐야 5명 다 달라. 레이즈인데? 레이즈 아니야?
너 뭐야?
킬조이.
클로브 같은데?
우와.
이걸 몰라?
이게 클로브라고?
오케이 JJ야.
Oh, there's only 5 of them? Shit.
오케이. 난 준비됐어. 이건 거 같은데? 난 모르겠는데. 나도 모르겠는데.
몰라 이거겠지.
킬조이 왜 이렇게 좋아해?
아니 그 5 of them 했잖아 5 of them.
아니.
우와. 아니 나 데드록 하면서 저런 말을 들어본 적이 없어.
안 돼요. 한국어밖에 안 되는데 어떻게 알겠어 이거. 목소리만 맞추는 거 같은데.
목소리도 못 맞추겠어.
역해가 너무 많네.
अमन उड़ गया तू अबे सोया नहीं क्या तू
सोया
उठ कैसे गया भाई? यहाँ पे थर्ड मैप जा चुका है हाँ थर्ड मैप जा चुका है। बहुत इंटेंस हो गया था भाई गेम, और दोनों गेम ओटी हुई है। नहीं फर्स्ट गेम ओटी नहीं थी, सेकंड गेम ओटी हुई है। माय बैड। फर्स्ट गेम भी मतलब क्लोज ही चला गया था ऑलमोस्ट।
होने वाला है। लेडल किधर है?
लेडल एफ क्या है थोड़ा, अभी जस्ट क्या अभी आया सुसु करके।
Play is in our DNA.
हो गया कमबैक मित्र, ड्रैग रुको दे रहा हूँ।
Whenever we let it out,
कमबैक हो गया लाडल। कहाँ है तुम? हो किधर पहले बात तो गणेश भाई?
किसको?
कौन से डीसी में हो गणेश भाई तुम?
now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it.
है ही नहीं।
Kadir
वेटिंग लॉबी में बैठो गणेश भाई, ट्राई
powered
करता हूँ।
by play.
गणेश भाई थैंक यू फॉर अनदर 2 ज्वेल्स यारो। कल की स्ट्रीम के लिए बचा के रखो गणेश भाई, कल की स्ट्रीम होने वाली है यूट्यूब पे ही। लेकिन कल वॉच पार्टी नहीं है, कल होगी नॉर्मल स्ट्रीम।
बिट्टू का मस्टासी कह दे।
आज तो मेरे को थोड़ा जल्दी निकलना पड़ेगा क्योंकि सेटअप नहीं हुआ है मिस्टेक। आज 1.5 घंटा कब से।
लेडल मेरे को भी जल्दी निकलना ही पड़ेगा क्योंकि मेरे को सोना है।
भाई मैं तेरे से घबरा तो नहीं उठता पता है, तू तो फिर भी उड़ गया।
भाई मैं किसने नोटिफिकेशंस मतलब मेरे को कोई मैसेज के ऊपर मैसेज भेजा, मेरा वो दिमाग मेरे वैसा फिट है कि भाई
पानी भर क्या जानी जाना। अच्छा ड्रैग गणेश भाई ने नहीं बोला था, पर तूने पढ़ा लिखा था क्या? मैंने गलती से पढ़ लिया हूँ। काम प्लास हो गया था क्या टिकट है?
अबे धनुष वेटिंग लॉबी।
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to EWC 2026 Valorant. We're here on day 6. It is the final match of the day and the final match of the group stages. Nongshim Red Force and G2 both 1-1. It was 13-10 on that first map, and then
guys, we are all set for the last game.
Recent map 14-12. These teams have been so evenly matched today.
अबे उसे इसके ऊपर ही जर्सी पहनी थी कांदे.
It really did look like it wasn't going to go their way, but they pull it back. They snatch victory from the jaws of defeat and force a map 3 here. They have put G2 up against the ropes.
I can see that you're very
guys,
excited about
are you
this.
ready for a third map?
No, listen. I think you should, because the most important thing and what we have been highlighting for the entirety of the group stage is how quick teams have adapted to everything. And coming into
पानी वानी भर के सुसु करके इसी लगा मेरे को एक-एक मोमेंट नहीं मिस करना है भाई ये मैच.
Definitely sunset for the side of Nongshim. Both of them
ठीक है गणेश भाई क्या कर रहे हो डिनर में यार.
in their opponent's map pick. And now we're going to go to a third map that is not the same as the first time that these two teams encountered. So now there's no homework and the things go out the door.
गाइस इसके बाद मेरे को दूसरी स्ट्रीम करनी है बताओ.
I mean that's the perfect point. I love
और इंस्टेंट चालू होगा भाई दूसरा यहाँ पे खत्म होगा वहाँ चालू रहेगा.
Essentially between the two of those teams. So now it takes the pressure off the coaching staff and it's more about in-game adaptations. It really is going to be that IGL head-to-head that we're looking for here. So I can't wait to see how this one shakes out.
Yeah, again, it's been hero moments between these two teams. Every single player has had an opportunity to step up and has done so. Even with Danby there, led the server in deaths, but had those clutch kills in overtime to open things up there.
I mean, that's how old school Danby always was. This
Aloo
was a
baguette
guy
की
who
भाजी
was
अच्छा
not
बात है.
afraid to die. If anything, he relished in it. He's in interviews, he's called himself the tank player for Nongshim Red Force because his job is to run in, absorb util, probably die, but get it done.
I तो कोई पता नहीं एरिया में फोन अलाउड नहीं होते.
The reasons why they decided to move him off the Neon, being like, you're so good at
एरिया में फोन से नहीं अलाउड
होते. Many times as a Neon, you're going to be sacrificed
नहीं फोन अलाउड नहीं.
to it because in some of these occasions, the adaptations are going to go through changing the compositions, and I think that Sunset was.
नहीं सोशल मीडिया नहीं भाई.
Did go down a lot
because of more reasons, ना? Because of और more reasons.
Utility just because G2 was prepared, it's a breach. You know, it's not like they're reinventing.
नहीं वैसा कुछ नहीं है.
Easier to play around.
Yeah, very much so. But I mean, I love the.
कुछ और है बात बताता हूँ नहीं.
Even if, you know, it might not have been played perfectly, but I like the.
ये बारिश में हर 2 मिनट बाद सुसु आ रहा है हाँ ना गणेश भाई मेरे घर वाले वही बोल रहे थे. लेकिन वो बात लगे मैं पानी भी तो ज्यादा पी रहा हूँ और ऊपर से मेरे रूम में एसी चालू है तो ठंडा हो रखा पूरा रूम चिल्ड हो रखा.
Haven has been a map where Breach has been very popular.
वो कितने चाहिए पता ना.
You want to see more Breach?
I'm not saying.
तो केरला से लेके आ. बनाना दूंगा तेरे को.
Time out. You
Healthy है
cannot
भाई.
react to a Breach winning a map.
All I'm doing is preparing you winning a map. I'm trying to prepare you for the fact that maybe they do it again. They're not against it.
How about no? So that way they can win.
Don't paper scissors kill.
Maybe. I mean, we have to wait and see because there's a lot of different ways this can go. I mean, for G2 as well, I'm curious what style they will bring out here.
At the end of the day,
इनका प्रॉपर इंट्रोडक्शन ओवरले भाई सब क्वालिफिकेशन वाले मैच पे आएगा. अभी प्लेऑफ्स वाले मैचेस पे आने वाला है. तो 9 तारीख से होंगे ना कल के बाद से उस पर सब प्रॉपर्ली सब कुछ आएगा. उस पर ओवरले चेंज जाएगा.
Haven is a mainstay. I think it's the map that we have had the longest. It's so incredibly annoying, but realistically, all the teams have experience on Haven. There is practically no team where
रिजल्ट की को पता चलेगा हाँ वो वापस.
अबे Haven है.
हाँ Haven है इसीलिए तो मेरे को देखना भी था. ओटी हो गया मैंने पता है स्टार्ट ऑफ द गेम में मैंने पता है इसको क्या बोला उत्कर्ष को. ये गेम मेरे को ओटी वाइब आ रहा है. ओटी होगा और ओटी होगा तो एनएच जीतेगा और वही हुआ. वही हो गया भाई.
It's a little bit lukewarm on the latest results that they have had on the map.
Bye.
If you are to think about it and you think about G2's Haven, you do not say, oh, it's terrible, it's bad. No. In fact, you think about the Phoenix, you think about
डाडल वहाँ पे मैप पिकअप भी तो होता है ना. ये बिहाइंड द सीन ये दिखा रहे नहीं है. ये बड़े मैचेस में दिखाएंगे यहाँ पे नहीं दिखा रहे. वरना दिखाते हैं जब वो लोग टॉस करते हैं कोच आते हैं दोनों टीम में कोच आते हैं.
So looking forward to this, and
टॉस होता है मैप पिक करते हैं.
hope that it's a close map no matter what. I'm kind of down for an overtime here. I'm kind of down to
We got an overtime, big time. You want more?
अब बिट्टू को अपना केला देगा. क्यों इसमें क्या लैंग्वेज है गणेश भाई?
Gluttonous when it comes to Valorant. You know, I'm all about this. Give me more, but ultimately, I got to say I'm still rooting for Nongshim.
भाई क्या रिएक्शन दे रही है भाई?
They need to get this done now, given that momentum of a map to win.
Ultimately, wouldn't be an esports event without.
भाई काशा से उन्हें पता है क्या बोला? गेम खत्म. जहाँ पे एनएस हार रही थी और एनएस उसके बाद से पूरा कमबैक शुरू कर दिया.
feeling the pressure and making sure that he's in peak performance to play.
Better out than in.
It gives us a little bit more time to wax poetic about both these squads and the stakes here. This is Group C, the final group that hasn't locked in their 2 teams yet. They will join the other 7 squads that have qualified on in. And actually, those representatives for those teams we're here.
Cautious gamer ही होता है.
That was going to be over, and we have the draw show afterwards. So make sure to stick around after this match for the draw show of playoffs to see who is going to match up against who.
Oh. इसके बाद मैचअप होने वाला है. इसके बाद होगा. अबे Valorant के ऑफिशियल्स आएंगे. वो मैच जो अभी जितनी भी टीम क्वालिफाई हुई है कौन किसका अगेंस्ट खेलेगा वो पिकअप करेंगे. हाँ वो चिट्ठी रहेगी. चिट्ठी उठाएंगे. चिट्ठी उठा के लोग लेबल फिट करेंगे एक के साथ एक मैच. ये खत्म बोलते ही स्टार्ट पे लगा. हाँ भाई गणेश भाई वही हुआ है. जैसे बात से बोला दिस इज द एंड भाई, दिस इज द फिनिश भाई. और जैसे ही बोला भाई राउंड पर लटका अगले राउंड पूरा गेम में पलट डाला.
It has been not only a long day, but we have had such a long group stage. Most of the matches have gone to a 2-1. In fact, none of the teams that have made it as the first seed of their group, meaning with the 2 victories and 0 losses, have done it without dropping a single map. That is good. That is healthy. That is teams preparing surprises, teams being able to be the surprise as well.
Yeah, so it is Ivy taking a quick break, and we need to go ahead and respect that, given the fact that it has gone such a long way. This has been a long tournament. All the teams flying on in from their respective regions. So as we do that, let's recalibrate here and take a look at all the teams' journeys in terms of their brackets. We could start with Group A and how that one all shook on out, because, again, it has been such an exciting tournament, especially the way that we kicked things off EDG and BBL.
Yeah, absolutely. BBL managed to make it out, but just as the second seed. It was actually 100 Thieves, as we were speaking about a potential for America's team for EMEA. That is definitely what happened in most of the groups.
अब उन्होंने सबसे ज़्यादा गेम खेला ही नहीं. वो लोग एक ही गेम खेले, 2 गेम खेले और क्वालिफाई कर गए. क्योंकि लोग अपर ब्रैकेट पे ही थे और दोनों अपर ब्रैकेट जीत गए.
Why was Sigma Lens अच्छा है बे?
Expecting La Rock being an absolute beast, and as you see here in the bracket, this is actually Group B, the Morgan, what we call the Group of Death.
Yeah, this was the Group of Death for sure as we watched this unfold.
दोनों गोटेड टीम है भाई, ये दोनों गोटेड टीम है.
Say goodbye to Paper Rex so early. Normally they are the team Pacific and their hat on. They are the ones to go very, very deep in the tournament, but they can't do it. Losing 2-1 to NRG and then 2-1 to Common Core. Common Core with a big surprise there. They got a lot of
Group A में 100 Thieves और वो है BBL है.
people here in Paris talking about how great that could have been when they did fall to NRG.
Especially
अभी MIBR है और वो है ग्रुप सी में अपना. अभी इन दोनों में से जो जीतेगा.
In the middle of this 2026. And then they found the little boon of life here at EWC.
अबे ग्रुप बी में वाइटलिटी और एनर्जी है ना. ग्रुप सी में MIBR क्वालिफाई करी ना आज सुबह. अभी इन दोनों में से जो जीतेगा वो क्वालिफाई कर जाएगा. फिर होगी चिट्ठी उठाई. अब चिट्ठी उठाई में फिर कोई भी आपसी में भाई जिस पे चिट्ठी आएगा आपसी में लड़ेंगे.
They can take the rest of the year to come down and actually rest a little bit. To me, the big question is this just a glimpse of what could be for KC? Do we just take that one map and just assume it's not going to happen again? Because I'm kind of tired of that narrative. I want to see a KC
team का player क्या है washroom break पे.
I mean,
heavy washroom break.
They really impressed me with how they played, and I was very.
इसलिए मैच चल रहा
है. Bring back Scream and Navera.
Both of them.
Bring back Bring back New Zero. Bring back Shin. That's what I want to see. 2023
that's where we stop
on this stage.
Yeah, look at that. Producers were like, okay, let's keep moving along as we take a look here at Group D. This is where our title defenders did exactly that. Los Niños, Team Heretics, they go 2-1 by a surprisingly strong AGAL, and then they take care of business against MIBR. On the opposite side of the bracket, this was probably one of the most disappointing showings out of EWC. It was Global Esports getting 5 rounds in both of those maps there against MIBR.
तो MIBR है ना playoffs में वही तो बोल
by AGAL, which set up our decider match earlier today. A close one, but a heartbreaker.
Versus अबे यहाँ पे versus नहीं होगा. इनका पिकअप होगा.
MIBR go 2-1 over AGAL.
और अभी ये गेम खत्म होगा ना. ये गेम खत्म होने के बाद वो होंगे playoffs होंगे. तो कौन किसका अगेंस्ट खेलेगा वो चिट्ठी उठा के पता चलेगा.
that's what you hear us criticizing them because it's
ABCD.
like, man, we didn't even get to see you.
हम लोग C group का देख रहे हैं.
Here, we missed you. In fact, we do. What I want to think, what I want to open the conversation is that MIBR and versus AG.
मैं तेरे को बताता हूँ पूरा चार्ट ही
How
बताता
much can we take away from that? Should that been a 2-0 for MIBR? What is the form that they get in onto playoffs? Can they be the team that does the absent, or they're really going to?
ये है तेरा ग्रुप ए. ग्रुप ए में 100 थीव्स और BBL गई, ठीक. ग्रुप बी में तेरी वाइटलिटी एनर्जी, ग्रुप सी में तेरी जेंटल मेट्स कल गई थी. और आज जो इनमें से जीतेगा G2 या इनमें से, तो यहाँ पे क्वालिफाई करेगा ग्रुप सी पे. और ग्रुप टी में हेरिटेक्स और MIBR ऑलरेडी कर चुकी है. 8 टीम्स है. अभी 8 टीम से भसड़ होगी भाई.
It won't be too much longer before we get into that final map, and
फिर इसमें भी upper bracket,
it started off with this
इसमें भी होगा upper bracket lower.
with Nongshim Red Force defeating the
upper bracket को ज़्यादा बेनिफिट मिलेगा, ज़्यादा गेम खेलने को मिलेगा, नहीं सीधा फाइनल पहुंच जाएंगे.
XLG falling to Gentlemates, and Gentlemates then getting the job done over Nongshim, making sure that they get to play in front of their French fans.
VIT वर्सेस MRBI हो जाए, पिकअप में एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा जाएगा. फिर तो मैं इतना ही बोलूंगा, वाइटलिटी ने ऑलरेडी MIBR को हराया, तो MIBR को भाई वो लोग पहली बार फेंक देंगे.
There was something that I didn't tell you.
Tell me.
And I kind of hoped that it was going to be all gamers making it out of their group, because once I saw the Gentlemates made it as the
हो सकता है, गणेश भाई ने जो बोला है वो हो सकता है. You never know, but भाई वाइटलिटी को ऑलरेडी, अबे वाइटलिटी को पास दे नो कि MIBR कैसे खेलने वाली है. वो लोगों ने ऑलरेडी खेल रखा उनके साथ, हराया भी है. अबे प्ले पैटर्न तो तेरा सेम ही रहेगा ना ऑलमोस्ट. अब अलग चीज होती है, बट प्ले पैटर्न ऑलमोस्ट सेम ही रहता है, क्योंकि स्क्रिम्स करते हैं ना लोग. तेरे को क्या लग रहा है, ये लोग आपसे में नहीं खेलते, आपसे में भी खेलते हैं लोग. स्क्रिम्स होती है ना इनमें, तो उनको पता है कौन सा प्लेयर कितना क्या कैसे खेलने वाला है. सबका अपना अपना प्ले स्टाइल होता है ना खेलने का. अब तो मुझे देख लेगा, मैं टीम सपोर्ट करता हूँ. लेजी अगर खेलेगा तो लेजी लर्क करता है पूरा एकदम, तो लोग प्रेडिक्ट कर पाएंगे नहीं कि एक पीछे प्लेयर रहेगा ही, तो करता रहेगा. हाँ. और नंदन कैसा घुसता है, डायरेक्ट घुस के ही मारता है, वो वाला हिसाब है, तो घुसेगा ही घुसेगा. अग्रेसर भाई डेवलिस सीधा घुसता है भाई वो डायरेक्ट. और मैं टीम सपोर्टर हूँ, मैं एकदम सपोर्ट पे रहता हूँ, एकदम न्यूट्रल खेलता है, इधर का भी उधर का भी. छोड़ दे अभी PUBG का टूर्नामेंट हो रहा है ना, तुम लोग को बताता जरूर, देख पता चलेगा कैसा होता है.
Yeah, I mean very much there's a motto that a lot of them use. You can only control what you can control. You can't control how you're feeling on the day.
And you can't control what you can control.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly it. So you can't try and change the things that you have no power over. You don't have power over if you're feeling well that day, how sharp you are that day even necessarily. So they just got to try and weather the storm and work through this.
Do you know who's incredibly sharp today? It's Leaf. And we expect him to be on the Phoenix League, and I know that you're a very big fan of the Phoenixes that we have had in EWC so far, and I think you will be to see one singular Leaf carry the entire team.
Again, when you play that Phoenix, you have the opportunity to set yourself up. Here we go.
भाई क्या पिक है ये? डिफॉल्ट पिक एकदम भाई G2.
Oh my gosh, the oldest player in the tournament continues to surprise.
यहाँ पे Phoenix नियॉन तो अबे यहाँ पे फिर भी नियॉन है, यहाँ पे तो पूरा डिफॉल्ट पिक हुआ है.
On the duelist.
This is so exciting for me. I can't wait to see this. A double duelist coming out from G2 where Baby Bait is on that jet. This is so classic. Back when he was on phase on that duelist.
उसके जाएगा बचा jet लेते ही है भाई.
Rewinding the clock here, rewinding those years to go head to head with a powerful double duelist on the side of Nongshim. Now they're probably 10 years his younger.
Almost same as नियॉन और वो अलग है.
It will be a difference maker, because if I look at one man to stop them all, it has to be Leaf. We said it about him at the same time.
भाई हेवन मैप gonna be absolute cinema. 3 साइड का मैप, बाप रे बाप.
Yeah, I think
it is what it is.
One thing that I'm excited for here is that in the interview, Baby Bay said that Jorgamo's Phoenix was so powerful. That's why they wanted to do that KO. So I can't.
15-20 मिनट में खत्म करने के लिए 13-0 करना पड़ता है लाडल.
All their opponents potentially in playoffs. 100 Thieves, BBL, Vitality, NRG, Gentlemen.
20 मिनट में खत्म होता है 13-0 में.
And MIBR lows.
और वो भी टाइम आउट लेगा तो उसमें अलग GG है फिर. 20 मिनट तो नहीं होता भाई, 25 मिनट तो लेंगे मिनिमम.
Let's send it on over to Achilles and Paper Thin.
भाई एनएस अटैक कर रही है भाई. अगर एनएस अटैक पे 5 राउंड में निकल पाई ना, भूल जाने जीतने वाली है। मैं तुम लोग को गाइस अभी से प्रेडिक्शन देता रहा हूँ। इनको अटैकिंग में एटलीस्ट 5 राउंड निकालने पड़ेंगे क्योंकि ये पूरा मैप ही डिफेंस का है। I mean attack है, sorry my bad, not defense का। फर्स्ट पिक ले भी लिया। प्रजीत भाई क्या हाल है ब्रदर, वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम।
Slow creep up in this double join available on the A site for G2.
प्रजीत भाई देखो अभी मेंबरशिप वगैरह लोगे स्ट्रीम टिप करोगे तो उसी में ही है बेनिफिट, वरना तो कुछ भी बेनिफिट नहीं है। भाई वॉल बैंग हेडशॉट दिया उसको। अरे 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 दो ले गया भाई। अरे उधर साइफर सी घुस चुका है, वेरी रियलिस्टिक। 3v3 साइफर बहुत आगे जा चुका है मारने के लिए। ले गया और इसको वॉल बैक दिया। ओह माय गॉड भाई एनएस जीतने वाली है। बस नीचे हो गया।
Well slated to take this opening pistol.
Should definitely be there, as you would think. Valen gonna try to keep himself hidden. Has the paranoia, but just gonna try to shoulder kick down Ivy. Doing 1v2 now.
First of many, but it's gonna have to be clean. Any shot from these sheriffs will have him dead. It's gonna be a headshot from Xross.
एनएस ने पहला राउंड ले लिया है भाई।
So 1-0 start for Nongshim.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely have some concerns here.
Guys, prediction लगा first half क्या होने वाला है?
I mean, yes, this was
our first prediction.
Mates were able to press Nongshim on. It was close, 13-10.
But तेरे को स्कोर क्या लग रहा है फर्स्ट हाफ में कितना रहेगा?
Tough go of it. Last outing.
4 all res
to take down Jogamo while he's trying to come down the stairs, but I mean,
NS5
kind of think
अबे फर्स्ट हाफ में कान दे 12 राउंड होते हैं।
And G2 trying to match Nongshim's freak, man, that ain't easy.
8 के आसपास
8-4 तू बोल रहा है मतलब 8 कौन से टीम का होना चाहिए? और एनएस ओके गाइस मेरा प्रेडिक्शन फर्स्ट हाफ 5-7 एनएस का 7 रहेगा, G2 5
Inches way forward into these empty sites.
5-7 लग रहा। अरे 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 क्या स्पैमिंग हो रही है भाई ये?
Another elimination going to Nongshim to look to make this as clean of a 2-0 as they possibly can. And there's the backstab.
पीछे से मार क्या वो?
Sure.
Why not?
एनएस ने केटरस के मुंह पे छाटा मारा है। 8-4 होगा एनएस, ठीक।
I love that Ivy there also just able to free scale through B.
हमारा आइवन का सेम प्रेडिक्शन है गणेश भाई, सेम प्रेडिक्शन मेरा अलग है।
Clean stuff for Nongshim here.
अगर डिफेंस अगर इतने
रुक जा, अभी का प्रेडिक्शन मत दे, बाद का अभी मत दे, 12 राउंड का पहले का दे, वरना जिंक्स हो जाएगा पूरा मैप। मैं नहीं चाहता पूरा गेम जिंक्स हो जाए।
Ivy. All said and done, that is
nice
massive anti-eco for Nongshim. Going to be sitting pretty with the cash. Ivy's going to buy up into this round.
Camera.
We'll go for that Phantom.
अरे
smothered by
ट्रैप पे फंस गया वो।
Able to find that kill. Ivy trying to push this timing. Will flash from his teammate though. Slow his roll. TP into back of
बाप रे पूरा कंफ्यूज होगा कहां पे टीपी मारा हो।
Weapon can be collected. Some damage suffered here. RB down at 54, but
4v4 है.
Plant now in play.
उसका Omen already damaged है.
Okay,
Result खोल भी
out there very aggressively. Many advantages to possibly get Trent down so very low on health. Look around towards the defender spawn, nothing more to be seen.
इनको आईडिया आ चुका है, गैराज से बंदे आ रहे हैं।
Back over onto the site.
Greed अच्छा है लोगों।
अरे अंधा हो गया वो। अरे दो खाता उसके क्रॉसर पे 2 लोग थे भाई। G2 नाइस रीटेक भाई।
Brent surviving, 4 players stay alive.
What is the situation? Who is winning? Is the NS G3 है, लेकिन G2 ने कमबैक शुरू कर दिया वापस से। It might be 2-all.
Able to get into a post plant pretty quickly, use that run it back to buy
Ivan heavy jinxer है।
But Nongshim's retake clean, extremely clean. A good flash on the entry to allow those players coming from back alley to really just walk through with safety. Is the player holding tight against the smoke? I think it was RB not able to really do anything.
next round के लिए.
And my prediction though. First half prediction.
Yeah, and then there was a nice recon dart
AG2
there as well that set up some of those kills at the back of site. So really nicely coordinated.
Cypher का ये गया.
That was a huge sigh of relief for G2. They come through holding 4 guns at the end of that even. So all 4 players on that retake survive. That is
4 guns and also extras committed.
भाई चौके में मारेगा इसको चाटा देख.
It's phenomenal.
अबे ट्रैप टूटा ही नहीं.
Now Jog's got his ult. So you can play a little bit more for retake.
शॉकडाउन मारा लेकिन ट्रैप ही नहीं टूटा.
Oh, I don't think they've seen each other.
He knows about the trip.
Thinking that out.
G2 जीतेगा ठीक है.
Calling for Francis.
अब टूटा ट्रैप.
Be able to disrupt that, but Jogama wise to this. Seen what Ivy's been getting away with. So
Cool जीतेगा और through
to keep his angle covered. You also have Baby Bay quite far forward. There's the fight.
क्या बोला था गाइस जॉगर में मारेगा क्या बोला था.
Has the tools to heal himself back up, but it looks like they still want to try to play forward into B.
जॉगर में पे अल्ट भी है.
चारों एक साथ घुस रहे हैं.
ये अल्ट मार के मारने जाएगा.
Investing the ult, trying to go for this pop. Flash going to be connecting through. He's
अरे मर गया ये मर गया. Oh no way.
Gets himself a second. Trent going to be eliminated as well. Push forward, lead.
G2 got 2v4.
Dispatched in G2. Not going to be finding an easy way back into this round. The plant even shifted away.
भाई कॉल जीरा था वो Valorant मर गया.
Valorant falling. Baby Bay now has to do it all.
वो कॉल जीरा था मर गया.
Check out in towards mid. Will not be able to spot him. Tuck in behind the box. Opportunity to try to split these fights, but on the push. They will have him dead. Francis just dialed in on the angle, finds the kill immediately, and that's 3-1 to start.
NS taking lead, guys. NS जा रही है playoffs. क्या scene है भाई?
G2's previous retake was this one. Just not able to really ever
does not get their things together,
get any momentum behind it because they don't cover.
Ooh.
गलत पकड़ लिया
for Jogamo there.
wall bang
a
बल.
little late. Not sure if some util backed him off there. I mean, they committed so much to Jog. I thought that was great. I mean, they're like relay bolt.
अबे दीवार के आर पर गोलियां जाती है बॉक्स के थ्रू.
You absorb that as a
पड़ती है.
run it back. You're very happy about it. But then there just wasn't any extra layers behind it that you're kind of used to seeing from G2.
मतलब कॉर्ड की तरह वही physics है.
Means timeout time.
नहीं बे.
Josh getting in there.
कॉर्ड का physics is way too different.
Rally the G2 boys who were
G2 जाएगा.
Scared right now. In a way, because
G2 already timeout ले लिया just saying.
Came through, you had 2 rounds to go on Sunset to be able to send yourself into the playoffs. You lose 4 in a row. Now you're here on Haven. You're making a little bit of a comp switch.
G2 ने timeout क्यों लिया इसका भी reason है भाई.
Not working out.
वो लोग का attack पे तो round देने ही नहीं है.
Imagine the pressure for both of these teams.
लेकिन पे pressure बना रहा है समझ रहा है.
Lifting a trophy to not being able to make it to the second Masters of the
तब नहीं
year.
कर रहे.
Have this opportunity. Managed to get the quality.
Artisan mostly करते ही है क्योंकि Artisan भाई बहुत अच्छा mouse pad है.
It's the last remaining representative.
Top 2 mouse pad पे आता है.
Ever present at these events, always make that appearance, but have never been able to lift the trophy themselves.
भाईजान voice कैसे आपको permission नहीं.
Potential early elimination, just like they did over at London.
Yeah, I think that's well put.
अरे trap तोड़ दिया. अय्या.
Trip already gone. Leave.
Do they assess this?
Well,
a couple shots in his direction, but so far going to be unspotted, pushing forward. This man's to get the barrel stuff there.
भाई फ्लैश में घुस के मारा है भाई फ्लैश में घुस के मारा है भाई हेलो.
Is there from Nongshim?
1v4.
Pop of the blade storm, Tabby.
को पता चल गया.
Feeling pretty decent about his odds in this fight is Baby Bay. Tailwinds over to the side. The plant to come in. X-Ross 1 charge away from that next run it back.
Spike down.
Hello.
भाई हो गया spot.
Candid camera. Baby going to be having, you know, a little wry smile on his face.
बाटा मार दिया, बाटा मार दिया.
भाई tease करके मारा उसने. Just saying.
Going from bad to worse, there's going to be a lot of ults on Nongshim's hands. To consider.
भाई timeout लेने के बाद भी हारी भाई G2 बाप रे. भाई फ्लैश में कुछ भी मार दिया यहाँ पे. वो लोग सब अंधे थे पता अंधे में मारा है.
Francis there a little bit of style at the end. You have that operator finally in the Baby Bay's hands. Trent still yet to find a kill. So far, very tricky for G2. That explosive, aggressive play.
Pop लगा ली भाई.
Working really nicely for Nongshim. So Baby Bay is going to go for a timing here.
भाई NS के लिए 4-8 will be a good score. 7-5 भी अच्छा स्कोर आएगा.
अरे मार दिया.
claiming him once again. Hunter's Fury now going to be lit up here from Francis, trying to stop.
ये defensive map है पर ये लोग इतना attack कर रहे हैं भाई.
Defensive में attacking map.
Well, already going to be scratching their heads.
In attacking map.
Unless they can find something like that. I'll say they might have to end up going for a massive save. Jogamo watching his back for now. He does have Ivy dead, and suddenly they might be right back into this one as the curveball will connect on the Dambi. Lining him up the paranoia now. Drive gets popped. Swings around towards back.
अरे दोनों को अरे दूसरा भी खाएगा अरे दोनों लो है दोनों ओ भी लो oh my god good job Neon good job
is trying to find that
दे दिया Dambi on 4K
as Nongshim maintain control now up 5-1.
He's so good at that ult. It's the way
that
he takes his time with it. In fact, you think most players, you know, when they're sending the overdrive, it's just kind of a running gun situation. But watch the way he dips in and out. He uses that cover to get a kill.
US का पता नहीं
He kind of isolates one, then scoots back. Goes for the other. As he's going across, gets them both to half. And come back through. It's so well played by him.
चलो भाई एनएस ने अटैकिंग में राउंड तो निकाल लिया अच्छे राउंड निकाल लिया इनफैक्ट दे लीड भी कर रहे तो और भी निकाल सकते राउंड
Yeah, he has to go huge here.
But they've spotted him, they've given up some space, and now it's going to be.
अब यहाँ से अगर G2 ने कमबैक नहीं किया G2 गई भाई वैसे भी इको राउंड है ये तो राउंड जाएगा ही मोस्टली तो अरे बाप रे क्या था वो एवेंजर संभल हो गया
भाई बैंग कर दिया
on this approach will be able to find one and can be collected.
पीछे से मार दिया भाई.
What use can he put it to?
ये जॉगमो के पास ही गन्ना अकेले के पास
He jumped over the trip of Ivy there.
2v4 है भाई.
बोले इन्फो भी निकल गई उसकी अल्ट जॉगमो पे अरे नहीं अरे डिंक पड़ा उसको वॉल बैंग ओह माय गॉड
He falls to the wayside and Nongshim are looking electric. They're looking damn near perfect so far on this map.
Yeah, it's just quick reads from them.
G2 आ रही है क्या
Feel confident to go see. They've got confident to go see. They've got great post-plant protocols there. They do a wonderful job taking that space here in this round. They go for that quick A check. They know the Bladestorm's over there. They don't want to challenge it initially. So it's a quick pivot over towards B. It's that fast decision-making that they can employ. Obviously, having a Neon makes it even easier. Trent. Actually, Dambi completely avoids that shock. Trying to take a fight.
Oh, that is a dink, and that is.
मर गया भाई जोगे वो मर गया.
Through the wall?
Yeah, he had a moment of brief opportunity.
उसको दीवार के थ्रू पड़ी. दीवार के थ्रू गोलियां मारी.
Francis, weren't counting on him to be able to find that wall bang through window.
Timing. Oh no way.
This little walkabout though will be rewarded with a kill. Let's eat some damage in kind.
Trying to fake that he went doors.
On the swing, RB. He will be able to find him. It's a risky play. Really blame Baby Bay for trying to go for it. He gets the kill. It looks brilliant. It gets the team into an advantageous position, but Nongshim are just looking far too ready.
And now they're going to try to sell a fake over here with Francis. Maybe could throw the drone here.
I don't know why Spike.
भाई सोवा ने यहाँ पे ड्रोन करके फेक कर दिया रिकॉन भी मार दिया ना काफी है वो लोग ये समझ लेंगे ये हिट कर रहा है इन लोग सब सी के बाहर खड़े हैं
Look, it's paused Trent for a moment.
अब साइफर कैमरा खोलेगा इन्फो ले लेगा बस हाँ हो गया बस चल गया सी होने वाला
TP forward. It's a trip as well. It's going to be taken out, but Leaf trying to find that
Bro,
elimination. He doesn't have
उससे दोनों को डैमेज दिया है
Emmy and RB both tagged up to all hell. Recon over the top, and that's going to be him dead.
GG. Oh,
Will draw the Vandal fast enough, gets the punish, but still a player disadvantage. RB around the corner, the paranoia sent flying. Scale 4 now going to be coming in, but X-Ross there, waiting behind the box, finds the kill. Valen boxed in and tagged down. Francis on the flank.
1-7 dominate कर रही है लॉबी
G2.
क्या prediction?
They are in dire straits and they desperately need some assistance.
हाँ अभी क्या पता you never know भाई back to back सारे rounds अभी G2 निकाल ले
Really good. RB kind of gets a sixth sense of that.
जाएगा 10-1
भाई G2 का पता है क्या हो रहा है दिक्कत स्टार्टिंग में एग्रेसिव में भाई मर जा रहे हैं और चौके में तो अभी कुछ भी तुक्का मटका मरा है
Every twist and turn.
9-1
2 is beat to the punch, and again,
9-3 भी हो
selling
सकता
that
है
little extra fake, keeping Trent on the other side of the map.
9-3 Valorant का कर्ज है जस्ट सिंह
They
बता
can
रहा
scale forward and punish him when he goes for the recon dart. All those little things that Nongshim does there just stack the odds in their favor.
ये लोग अभी सेव
Once again on the outlaw.
ओ भाई इधर ही है
पुश करके लेफ्ट में स्विंग करके अरे कर दिया चेक
As the short, he
Oh.
drops that relay bolt, slides across, and now
अरे
slides
बाटा
in.
लेके जा रहे हैं आगे मारने
He wants that punish. He cannot find it. Volley down to the sewer. We'll just hold them at bay for now. G2 still have 4 players on this side of the map. Meanwhile, Francis again trying to
drum up attention.
Yeah, make them think. We're just walking up through the cages here.
Did pull Trent. Got that. You get one. They have to respect it, dude. G2.
Is this enough numbers? Flash onto Baby Bay just a bit on that connection. Meanwhile, Leaf is going to be taken down. Trent will be able to find one, getting himself on the board at long last. Is Valen.
भाई जोगमो ले गया को भाई मैन एडवांटेज 3v2
It's gotten them into a decent winnable position here.
भाई सैंडविच कर दिया भाई एनएस को नो वे स्पैम में ले गया न्यून ने बाटा मार दिया अबे 1v1 Oh my god!
And every time it feels like G2 have caught a break.
G2 का मोमेंटम गया
Oh, they just catch another right hook.
इतना अच्छा राउंड निकाला था G2 ने मोमेंटम गया
It's starting. What do you do? I mean, what do you do? You're playing the round pretty well. Even a wry smile on Valen's face. He knows it. They outthought him this round. They got the right piece.
ये राउंड निकाला था भाई बहुत प्यारा राउंड निकाला था भाई
back very effectively. And then there's this.
न्यून मार गया बेजर मार गया भाई
लगा अभी मोरल डाउन रहेगा.
It's a familiar sensation, I suppose, at this point.
ले लिया भाई दूसरा टाइम आउट
कितना टाइम आउट?
फर्स्ट हाफ में नहीं एक ही 2 ही टाइम आउट होते हैं अब सीधा ओटी में मिलेगा टाइम आउट और ओटी बाद
Then on the same result there.
वरना अभी टाइम आउट ही नहीं है तो सेकंड हाफ में भी टाइम आउट ले सकता
Go against Domby when he's
11-1 जा सकता है. Just saying.
I mean, the way that he's been operating, sure, it's not
भाई
quite as
यहाँ से अगर रीसेट नहीं कर पाई G2 का ही भाई
but
right.
It otherwise does feel like he's starting to re-hit that stride that we were seeing from him at Santiago.
I mean, it's the crazy thing about him is he used the shotguns because
Valen को प्लान बनाना पड़ेगा भाई अच्छा
because it
was broken.
Yes, exactly. But he's always been really good with the rifles. I mean, what the extra layer he's adding now is that he's picking up sniper rifles more often for the
भाई
team.
मोस्ट ऑफ द टाइम एनएस ने ये जगह पे ही पता है पिक ऑफ कर ले रही है ये जगह पे ये लोग को इतना आगे जाना नहीं पड़ रहा है और G2 यहीं पे मर जा रही है पहले उनको आगे आने दो कोई साइड कमिट करने दो ताकि फेक करके भाग सके भाई अर्ली पिक ऑफ में मर जा रहा है भाई G2
When he does that, that's kind of when he's at his best. So
जितना मैंने अभी तक देखा है
just so scary, man. He's so accurate with those phantoms off of the slides. It's absolutely crazy.
अब जाके घुसी है भाई G2 बोल रहा हूँ एनएस एकदम एग्रेसिव अरे काम हो गया अरे हाँ क्या हो रहा भाई
Rightful able to do so, but Jogamo immediately rushing forward. Gets the kill onto RB.
बाकी के तो लॉन्डे साइड पे घुसे ही नहीं तो कम होते क्या अरे हॉग भाग दी भाग दी
Not matter. Xross dead. It's a 2v4. The spike absolutely stranded.
निकाली G2 राउंड
Hoken brought here.
No way.
Eventually going to be rewarded.
Instant trade.
Alan's position. I don't think it's ready here for the moment. So on the scale forward, Valen will have.
Finally, bhai. Finally.
Round win going to be found, but it costs that second final timeout of the series.
भाई मेरा prediction तो मर गया आइवन तेरा और गणेश भाई का prediction हो सकता है
Have to secure these last few rounds.
The crazy thing is this half is actually kind of still recoverable for G2. This is Haven. It can be attacker sided. So if you get a couple more,
but finally time out लेने के बाद एक राउंड निकला
I still have hope. I still have belief.
भाई continuous राउंड निकाला है continuous 6 राउंड निकाला है
maybe doable. Maybe give us another OT or a very close 13-11.
Yeah, but Boone, the Hunter's Fury committed. So don't have to worry about that one. This Baby Bait still with the op in hand, looking for a peek over towards A.
अबे रिवील हो गया यार ये
Unable to find it there as Hunter's Fury going to be lit up and that's
दो को पकड़ा अरे मर गया अरे इसको भी डैमेज दे दिया
connecting on to Francis. Perhaps it was Ivy. Either way, both of them had gotten hit.
Ross मर गया.
It's effective.
Huge amount of value.
4 hits out of that Hunter's Fury. Two that landed on X-Ross, one on Francis, one on Ivy.
X-Ross.
It's been a rough go of it here for Trent, but he just doubled up his kills and might have just secured them the round win off the damage alone. Don't have to worry about that run it back coming through. Get into the updraft, Baby Bay. Playing an unorthodox position, now going to be noted.
Laser cargo, laser. Oh, Trent, hello.
Finds a third. Can't find much more than that.
Oh,
So
last.
much damage.
1v2.
Set up for Leaf.
भाई लीव कर दे क्लच कर दे क्लच कर दे क्लच बन जा पेड़ बन जा
Able to grab one over the top. Here up sewer. Spike still has to be
अबे इसके पास शॉटगन है
He's going to be eating that damage. Broken ankles.
लीव के पास
120 health between them. The swing
oh
on
my
Francis.
god
9-2.
So very ready for it. 9-2.
3-9 आ रहा है 3-9 आ रहा है 3-9 आ रहा है ट्रस्ट मी गाइस G2 3-9 आ रहा है
No chance to snowball.
3-9 आ रहा है सेकंड हाफ में पिस्टल राउंड जीतेगी G2 और वहां से होगा कमबैक शुरू मैं बता रहा हूं देख ले
When you feel like,
तू देख ले
yeah, again, it's another one of those rounds like we saw
Trust me,
earlier
तू
where
देख ले
G2 has a chance. They've given themselves
भाई ट्रेंट ने निकाल ही दिया था यहाँ पे ऑलमोस्ट राउंड यार
Danby has his overdrive. Like I'm in the back of my
तू भी
mind.
तू था
I'm
यहाँ
like,
पे
oh.
मार दी पास उसको
And it's just one of those things. If you don't kill him instantly, if Baby Bay doesn't hit that shot,
right?
Ready है
he didn't. And Danby gets to just
अच्छा Easter egg.
let hell run loose.
Yep.
Oh, for a pacey hit potentially here onto the B side. The running back going to be committed, but will get broken early. Baby Bay able to find him.
teleport
Fast lane set up, and it looks like for now, Nongshim just going to settle for this plant.
अबे वैलेंट पीछे जा चुका है उनके स्पॉन में सोवा को ना पिक ऑफ कर दे ये साइफर दिखा साइफर को मार दिया और सोवा को नहीं मार पाया
Omen को मार दिया
Took that elimination keeps it into a 4v4. RB now TP up top side. Leaf eliminated.
नो वे भाई G2 कर रही है कोलैप्स हो रही है ओ भाई भाई नहीं G2 कोलैप्स हो गई हां 210 210 आर यू सीरियस इतना बड़ा डोमिनेशन डबल डिजिट पे है भाई पिस्टल राउंड G2 हारी खत्म हो गया गेम भाई
This is such a beautiful team.
भाई पिस्टल राउंड हारी खत्म है G2
Because the G2 players have to respect it.
अनस भाई क्या हाल है कल स्ट्रीम क्यों नहीं अरे लाइट नहीं गई थी यार मेरा इंटरनेट नहीं चल रहा था कल अपलोड कल इंटरनेट मेरा फिक्स हुआ अराउंड 4 बजे के आसपास चलो इंटरनेट मर ही गया और ऐसे मोमेंट में मरा कि लास्ट का राउंड चल रहा था जहाँ पे एनर्जी जीत रही थी और वहीं पे मेरा इंटरनेट अपलोड मर गया
Flawless anti-eco for Nongshim. G2 does deny the bonus conversion, but otherwise it's
dominate कर गया एनएस
in a lot of these rounds.
अगर यहाँ से G2 कम बैक करते हैं ना गाइस
outrageously good.
मेरे हिसाब से आज चार्ट पे प्यार नहीं रुकना चाहिए मेरे हिसाब मतलब क्या विटनेस कर लोगे भाई तुम लोग
generational. Look at this. This is one of my favorites. Just love the way he plays this.
I mean, it's very much in the eye of the beholder. A treat for some, an absolute demon for others.
True.
Right now, G2. Gotta be having, just flashbacks to Santiago.
Right.
To the absolute destruction that Nongshim are capable of.
Yeah, yo, अपन ने छोटा सा कल भरा
maybe second thoughts about going here instead of split again. That was a sick Hunter's Fury. I will say that.
It's a good volley.
भाई उत्कर्ष एनएस का पूरा डोमिनेशन पता नहीं क्यों मिस कर रहा है कहां चला गया
Feels like it's far too late. You can start putting up more rounds like that from the offset here. From the pistol. Claim that. Perhaps G2 can get a run like this going.
Maybe. But man, with the way Nongshim was able to take so many of those disadvantageous rounds and turn them on their heads during that half. It's brutal. Brutal for G2. You can see that still a little bit of hope there, but was dashed.
It's been a
भाई दाम भी 18-6 है भाई हैं 6 की केडी में खेल रहा है सॉरी 6 की केडी नहीं माय बैड 3 की केडी में
Yeah.
Concise.
And they had at least 3 rounds in there where I thought, okay, they should have this, and then they just got outplayed. The individual performances of Nongshim shine. That's a tag on to Trent here in a must-win pistol for G2. Not the way you want to start it. Valen even gets a little bit of a scrape.
मार दिया.
शॉट ट्रेड अप हुआ यहाँ पे स्पॉट हो गया शॉट पे अलग
Valen backpedaling, sending out that paranoia.
अरे मरा बच गया वैलेंट बच गया वैलेंट भाई.
Down the spike still, however, going to be in transit. And okay, the camera does manage to get this tag. Had RB been able to slip that net, oh, he could have absolutely destroyed them. The chance, an opportunity. Stabby dead.
बाप रे.
Dambi gaya.
भाई G2 का बस्टर अच्छा है भाई.
Now arriving on the scene. RB not
Yes, अनस भाई होगा भाई जरूर होगा. क्यों नहीं होगा? आज की स्ट्रीम इंस्टेंट चालू होगी, यहाँ पे खत्म होगी वहाँ चालू जाएगी.
X-Ross, one more curveball.
Spike planted.
Works his way up, but it's a high-low setup down below.
Well,
shots flying his way. Looking for that on the peak, but G2 will have their targets. Well selected, well aimed.
ले 4-10 तो हो ही रहा है.
Absolutely necessary to get back into this game.
Yes, and they look pretty efficient in doing it. Meanwhile, Nongshim on this defender side looks like they're kind of a little bit disconnected. This is a lot of isolated play that you're going to be seeing. Kind of players trying to take risks, take moments with those sheriffs. That, you know, Ivy does get it.
यहाँ से G2 गलती नहीं करनी, यहाँ से G2 गलती करी हार गए.
Players just not connecting their shots. That's where the round just starts to crumble. G2 can beat you in that.
भाई one-sided match हो गया तो.
I mean, France is dead.
10-5 बोला था. 2-10 हुआ है.
Camera checking mid, spot out RB.
Oh my God.
Dambi, he's going to be trying for it again. The camera this time is not going to be situated. Tripwire on that A lobby side.
And if G2 just kind of stays confident.
भाई साइफर लीफ मत मरना बस.
So worrying because a lot of
तू जिंदा रह लीफ, तू जिंदा रहेगा तू हो सकता है पे पॉसिबल है भाई. मर गया यारो, मर गया यारो.
That means all that Cypher util on your flanks is gone.
It's going to have to be on a swivel.
भाई एनएस का रीड तो है.
Oh!
ये का शॉट मारा भाई वक्त वक्त. ओके. ओके.
Trent will take RB, but not before Jogomo ends up falling, so still
भाई नियॉन बैकस्टैब आ रहा किसके ध्यान और देखा. अरे नो वे भाई, नो वे. 2v2.
This is already a catastrophic amount of deaths.
एक गन नहीं इनके पास.
Trying to just play this one out, trying to get the
और बेबी लो है बाप रे बाप.
Now suddenly they are very much at risk of losing this round. Not committing the drop down. It's going to be a bit of a 3-2-1. The relay pull hits the stun. We're able to find the one.
Oh la निकाला G2 ने बाप रे बाप रे बाप रे.
That's such significant costs. G2 make it up to 4.
I mean, you've just
a guardian.
Yeah, you've just set yourself back so far for converting this almost must-need bonus coming into this next round. And off the rip there, Dambi.
अबे एशियन प्लेयर्स का वही हाल है भाई. वो लोग वैसे ही रहते हैं. उनको तो कभी नहीं देखेगा कि रेज वेज कर रहे हैं ना.
बहुत अनफेस्ड है ये लोग.
पहले ऐसे ही रहते हैं भाई.
बहुत कम है ये लोग.
और तू हम लोग को देखेगा तो भाई रेज हो जाता है अभी तक.
Still
ऐसा क्यों कर रहा?
Spectre in hand for Valen.
और न्यूट्रल खेलते हैं लोग बहुत ज्यादा. ये राउंड ही बता पाए कि एनएस आगे जा रही है या रुक रही है अभी.
X-Ross, a lot of pressure coming his way. He does have some help with Ivy.
जेट ने देख लिया ऑलरेडी बैक साइड पे. अरे टाइमिंग. ओह माय गॉड.
Shuts down the enemy Phoenix. Damage suffered here by Jogomo as that smoke is going to fall. He's out into the open.
भाई दाम भी अलग लेवल का मार रहा है भाई. क्या हो गया इसको आज? खिचड़ी खाई इसने.
Shipped over to the side and Baby's got him covered.
चाटा मार दिया उसको.
Clean kills.
ऐसा चाटा मारा कि लेट गया.
RB will get forced away, but G2 should have this round in hand. An armory by force there onto Trent. He'll just take the opportunity to still be breathing. Further damage found. The spam should come in, and there you have it. Leaf to clean it up. G2. They managed to make it to the halfway mark. Bonus is
5-10 तो आई गई है. 5-10 तो आई गई G2. मतलब कमबैक हो रहा है क्या चैट? कमबैक हो रहा है क्या G2 का?
Almost goes really badly, but because Baby Base
so close
to the front of the box, when X-Ross sends a flash over, he doesn't
G2 ऐसे ऊपर देख मैं पागल दूंगा.
He's able to bail out the players behind him that X-Ross is trying to swing on. That really saves the round there for G2.
लो जी ये राउंड भी इको है. अगर ये राउंड इको कन्वर्ट कर दिया ना भाई एनएस ने हो गया भाई. खत्म है G2. डिस्ट्रॉय हो जाएगी.
Really a nice collective effort there for G2. Send out a deep smoke.
G2 भी सेम स्ट्रेटजी यूज कर रही है भाई. ये लोग होल्ड कर रहे हैं.
Make it look like they're going to go A again against the eco. This time Nongshim had already kind of thought the same thing. They're just going to keep scaling forward off that drone. There will be that trip there that Baby Bay going to be guarding.
Trying to get the adjustment.
Okay.
Able to find the second kill, but does get a ton of damage. RB
Damn
down to 20, tucked into the
Arey
corner.
baba.
Now G2 widely getting forced away, but Tripwire will further intercept. X-Ross pinned to the corner, will be found. All the cheeky little attempts here from Nongshim, widely getting dispatched.
तू पागलों को स्ट्रीम मत करना.
Get cool, calm, and collected for now.
मैं तो G2 सपोर्ट कर रहा हूँ.
Juggling the gun off the map.
Obviously the gun ही बाहर फेंक दी उसने.
That one up. Smart stuff from G2. Now Nongshim just kind of spreads out a little bit. RB with only 20 out there.
35 seconds remaining. Let's start making a go of this. Ivy and Francis.
Should be okay.
Very
भाई सी क्लियर है.
To the side, Recon has to be cleared. Third ball turned away from Francis. Instantaneous with that headshot.
Shot!
Spike on the floor. Francis.
One more. Oh my god.
15 seconds remaining. The reveal is
भाई साहब तृप्ति निकाल दिया.
Thrifty. Unbelievable.
That is outrageous. They know he's there. They get the confirm off the clear of the recon. And Francis just denies him. G2.
Bro, I'm speechless.
Like maybe they were going to build some momentum. Francis just
I'm speechless,
says
bhai.
No. Forget.
भाई साहब ईगो कन्वर्ट कर दिया.
Just astounding from him. 17, 7, and 5. Chasing the heels of Downby now. There's Baby Bay. Top of the Blade Storm, Joggermo just with that stinger. A quick reposition. And an abandon of A lobby, but a very good kill to be found for Leaf.
It's another early advantage for G2.
Well, the op knows that that's in play. As Cage going to be sent, spotted him out. Neural Theft going to be invested. Leaf wanted to try to capitalize, and Downby, he doesn't abandon the angle. He still ends up overstaying. Gets caught in G2. Right back into this. Shrugging off the previous round loss. Looking for that stability. Leaf is tearing them apart. Baby finding RB. Francis now again. A 1v5 finds the first, but surely not. Maybe if he got a fadeaway lucky shot there, but able to find the pings. Blaze wall set up, just blocking his vision. They know exactly where he's gone. The options certainly limited.
सुबह बोलते खोपड़े खोलते भाई कुछ गलत मार दिया भाई. मेरे को ऐसा मार पड़ता मैं डिप्रेशन में चले जाता भाई.
Knows that they're not going to have that much money, so any more kills that he can get from here would certainly deal a bit of
मैं वहीं से मेरे को ऐसे मार पड़ती मैं वहीं पे कुर्सी उर्सी छोड़ के चले जाता भाई एरिना छोड़ के बाहर.
Given that he just had the knives. Footsteps heard, swing coming out. He will be able to take one down with him. But all the key weaponry will be
G2
carried
कम बैक
over.
कर दी चलो.
It's going to be that stinger.
4 राउंड भागा तो क्या हुआ ये राउंड थोड़ा निकाल लिया बट थोड़ा दिमाग में प्रेशर तो पड़ गया G2 के. लीफ की वजह से निकला है. लीफ की वजह से निकला है राउंड. लीफ ने जो 3 तोड़े ना यहाँ पे 3 तोड़े भाई यहाँ पे इसने लर्क करके. फुल लेजी गेम प्ले कर दिया यहाँ पे लर्क करके मार दिया.
Sometimes he giveth, sometimes he taketh.
मतलब ये फ्लैंक
good as he is.
हाँ,
Sniping can be good, but
टीम से लर्क मतलब टीम से तो अलग ही खेल रहे हो भाई.
In the big picture.
वो तो लेजी हर गेम में खेलता.
अरे
Baby Bay with that op. Just went for the peek angle, just hoping somebody was holding it. Actually, Damby had flanked out a little wide.
PUBG में फ्लैंक करना नेसेसरी है भाई.
वो तो है. इसके लिए हमेशा फ्लैंक करके जाता है.
Quick flick from Baby Bay.
फिर तुम मर जाते हो. Guys 20 लाइक्स में ऊपर का लाइक करो फटाफट से.
Full control of long A with Francis.
50 लाइक हो जाने चाहिए. 50 भाई कम से कम 250 300 जाने चाहिए.
और दिया.
ये दिया डाम्बे ने. Okay, leave with the 2.
Trying to be the one to bear the weight, the burden on his shoulders.
Ivy spot हो चुका है.
Francis is able to find Balan.
अरे leave with the 3. Leave गया.
Trent suddenly
1v2. Ivy की पोजीशन ऑलरेडी पता है भाई इसको. ओ भाई वन टैप्ड. 1v1. So what if दोनों फुल एचपी भाई क्या हो रहा है क्या होगा. अरे टाइमिंग ट्रेंड कर ले. तू कर सकता है. आई बिलीव इन यू.
Come on, Francis.
5 seconds remaining.
अथर्व को क्यों याद कर रहा भाई तू?
Just keeping it quiet.
इसका नाम फ्रांसिस है भाई.
The rotation over to B. It's just leaning in this direction, but maybe contemplating that it's going to be.
अरे सामने आएगा इसके.
Meeting.
Oh my god.
सुन लिया शायद इसने, सुन लिया ट्रेंड ने. अरे भाई 7-11 हो चुका है, 7-11 हो चुका है.
Once again denying Nongshin Red Force from getting up to map point.
Yeah, it's a great play from Trent. Huge.
G2,
He had a rough start to this map. He's making up for it now. It looked like again with this chaos inside of the garage. But
भाई यहाँ पे जो लफड़े हुए ना गैराज के अंदर, मतलब कितने लोग मरे? यहाँ पे 6 लोग मरे भाई, 6 लोग.
I am a little bit concerned that Ivy tries to challenge that fight there. If he had waited just
वो इतने से एरिया के अंदर 6 लोग मरे, इतने से एरिया के.
had the 2v1 trade.
4 दीवारी के अंदर.
भाई उन लोग को एक ही किल कर, एक ही मैच.
अरे पुश कर दिया सी लॉन्ग रीड तो है. एक्स रॉस हेलो भाई, इको था ना इसका, इको था. ओके और एक खाएगा. ओह नेवर माइंड, डबल पिक दे दिया भाई.
पत्ते को मार दे.
Spike now on the floor. And it all comes down to Leaf. A cage even popped. He'll have to wait that out. Flush against the wall. High-low split. Sees where they're both
पीछे बंदा आ रहा है.
Francis on the flank.
50 निकाल दिया. मैच पॉइंट बाय NS 7-12 गाइस. क्या ये मैच ओवर टाइम पे जा सकता है, कन्वर्ट कर सकती है G2? क्या लगता है चैट? क्या यहाँ से G2 बाहर हो रही है? भाई यार G2 का सपोर्ट क्या था यार? G2 हार रही है, ऐसा नहीं हो सकता यार. वैलेंट कर दे यार कुछ चमत्कार. वैलेंट के आईजीएल में मेरे को भरोसा है भाई. यहाँ पे पता है दिक्कत पता है क्या हो गई है? G2 के पास और टाइम आउट ही नहीं बचा है.
This is it. 5 in a row for G2. They're going to get this to overtime. Otherwise, their EWC lives are over.
3 ults to try to work with. An incorrect
भाई G2 पे 3 अल्ट है, 3 अल्ट.
Algamo just making some noise, clears that trip over at Garage. But the lion's share of G2 reaping their way through sewer. Ready to strike.
भाई ये पूरा खाली है, सोवा पे अकेले पे छोड़ा हुआ है.
Got a trail of trips as well. One now going to be cleared out. It's Jogamo.
अरे हक दिया. जोगेमो नहीं कर सकता तू ये. लाडल.
It's going to be RP just holding down M1. Comes away with that elimination. It's an immense amount of damage dealt, but is that going to be good enough?
5v4 है. आराम से किलो जीत जाओगे.
Forces gathering. Trent towards sewer, and all right, Baby Bay will be able to finish the job. That draw had started. Paranoia going to be going in, but Francis wins the fight. Baby Bay eliminated. Fallon now dead. It's a 3v2. Leaf, no corpses to work with, no way to get that neural depth invested. Hunter's Fury going to be going in. RB, you can't body block that side. Trent might have just saved them.
ओ भाई हो गया भाई. ओ भाई ये क्या देख रहा हूँ भाई? क्या हो रहा है भाई ये?
G2's turn. Gonna take a round that felt like maybe they were in the disadvantageous position. You know, they lose Jog early. Okay, Baby Bay gets one, but
अभी भी 4 राउंड है गाइस, अभी भी 4 राउंड है.
Down out of heaven. They get 2. But that Hunter's Fury clutch. Here we go. 4 now.
भाई फ्रांसिस भी 2 के गेड़ी में खेल रहा है. 2+1 2.1 के गेड़ी में खेल रहा है वो. 2.2 के गेड़ी में ऑलमोस्ट.
A couple sheriffs there for Nongshim. Again, just getting aggressive. I think this is going to be their MO here for a couple rounds to see if they can just have a trap that G2 falls into at the beginning.
भाई वो फ्री फायर में मरेगा, वो एग्रेसिव प्लेयर है, वो ड्यूलिस्ट है. उसको घुसना है सिर्फ डब्ल्यू दबा के. उसका रोल ही वही है. अरे इंस्टेंट ट्रेड नाइस. अरे चल गया.
Weapon to be collected.
Weapon secured.
Now 4 rifles in the hands of Nongshim. But how do they look to pilot this? I mean, Jogamo.
4v4 है. 3 तो बैकस्टैप आ रहे हैं. कर दे अंधा. अरे अंधा कर दिया, पूरी टीम को ब्लॉक कर दिया.
Until they reach this position, Ivy
मार गया. ओह भाई Jogamo जिंदा है भाई. पलट आ गई फिनिक्स की. अरे इंस्टेंट उड़ा दिया उसको. Okay, oh!
There's 2 crisp shots and Ivy now has to retreat.
Bye, Ivy, छोड़ दे.
No further recourse. G2 Still
9-12.
hanging in there. 3 more rounds to go to give us yet
9-12,
another
9-12,
overtime.
9-12.
Gotta be a timeout.
9-12 हो रहा है भाई, 9-12 हो रहा है भाई, 9-12 हो रहा है भाई। क्या हो रहा है भाई ये? गाइस क्या हो रहा है? खेलो लोग रहे, धक धक मेरे को हो रहा है।
Both committed in the first half by G2.
I assumed they hadn't used them.
भाई खेले लोग रहे, सच्ची मेरे को धक धक हो रहा है भाई।
A little bit tough here, but this is crazy work from Trent. My goodness.
एक सेकंड, व्हाट? टेक पॉज? क्या हुआ? अच्छा एनएस से
So
टाइम
ready for that second peak. Yeah, there you go. First timeout from Nongshim. They've got 2 to work with. And a lot to talk about here. And you know, G2, just like Nongshim on
भाई
their
एनएस के
attacker
पास
side,
और एक
seems
टाइम आउट है, जस्ट सेइंग।
unstoppable.
तुम लोग को बता दूं गाइस, फॉर अ काइंड इन्फॉर्मेशन। ये तो पहला टाइम आउट लिया है।
Reconnecting with Valen. Give him some more ideas on how to keep this going.
Well, I think the G2 camp, my
बेटे इधर बहुत
assumption is
भयंकर
that
थंडर सा लाइटिंग हो रहा है, क्या बात कर रहे हो?
be a little bit slow at the beginning of the rounds and then look for that opening that Nongshim's been giving them.
दुआ करो बस मेरा कुछ फक अप ना हो बस।
That could be what, you know, Silkanon is talking about here. Like, let's see if we can use that against them by being a little bit defaulty, being really quick with the flanks. You know, don't be afraid to clear some of that Cypher util early if you get in deep and put some question marks into G2's heads. At least make them have to consider some of what's going on the map, potentially. Leaf and Jogamo sitting on their alts. RB does have the from the shadows. Francis a couple away from another Hunter's Fury. They're going absolutely crazy in some of these rounds. He's been keeping Nongshim in this
तो
thing.
वो डूबने वाला है, बारिश हो रही है जोरदार, इधर नहीं हो रही बारिश।
That round, that Sheriff 4K, that one may be the one we're looking at as the reason Nongshim gets into playoffs.
भाई दाम भी ऑलरेडी सी पे सिक्योर्ड खड़ा है, उसको पता है इनको। गाइस मेरे को लग रहा है एनएस को ना अच्छी रीड हो रही है कि वो लोग क्या करने वाले हैं, बिकॉज सी हिट कर रहे हैं भाई G2 जब से राउंड निकालने के लिए।
TP over RB joining it back plat. And it seems like G2 still want to try to shove this one forward onto the site. And they're
बाप रे इंस्टेंट ट्रेड ऑफ्स भाई। 2v1 वो ए से आ रहा है अभी, सी खा लिया पूरा।
The 1v2 versus Valen and Trent to try to bring this
वो अभी तक आया नहीं है, इनको आइडिया ही नहीं है।
भाई जो मैच देख रहा हूँ टीम हार रही है।
भाई क्या हो रहा है भाई, उत्तर जा पे क्या हो रहा है भाई?
भाई 2-0 डाउन चल रही है अर्जेंटीना।
भाई क्या बात कर रहा है?
भाई छोड़ दे।
60 मिनट्स 2-0 डाउन भाई। उनका कीपर क्या सेव कर रहा है भाई।
हाँ ना भाई।
भाई इधर हालत देख क्या हो रहा है। दे दिया 5 HP नहीं। अब भाई हो गया 10-12।
भाई 10-2 कमबैक इन्होंने किया था कल,
अब यहाँ लोग कर रहे हैं आज।
इनके साथ हो रहा है।
ओए उसको दिखा था शोल्डर पे भाई, उसने बहुत बाद में मारा। भाई 10-12 वैलेंट भाई, वैलेंट कर दे, ओटी कर दे। अगर ये ओटी हो रहा है जीत गए भाई G2। रश में चैट G2 जीत चुके हैं। एनएस इतना हैंडल नहीं कर पाएगी।
क्या अबे क्या एक सेकंड, अरे गोल कैंसिल कर दिया क्या? एक सेकंड रुको बे।
You know, you would think that this is going to go to 12-11 and Nongshim's only going to have one more real full buy shot at this.
This time they do not have that overdrive.
No.
भाई इनके टीम में डैम भी फ्रांसिस और एक्सरॉसी मार रहे हैं, बाकी नीचे के 2 प्लेयर मार ही नहीं रहे। हाँ नीचे के 2 प्लेयर नहीं मार
भाई लायबिलिटी है भाई।
ये राउंड तो इको है भाई, हो गया 12-12 लग रहा है। ये राउंड तो G2 से निकालने वाली है।
रुक जा।
Recon will fly. He's still going to be good for 1 at least.
My God.
Sends out the recon. Reveal onto 1. Trent says you can't be doing it again. Flash to the corner. Some spray there from Val.
Bhai, hello.
He's recovered the Phantom. And
let's go.
Let's go. Trent left standing. And not
what?
Let's go.
Thrifty कहते हैं. Thrifty बाप रे.
Thrifty Falcons 13-10. Overtime denied. G2 denied.
What an absolute banger. These two teams fought tooth and nail for this. You have to be so impressed with that.
GG.
And Nongshim players. That was a grind.
NS deserving है। NS deserving है।
Cancel कर दिया।
My heart breaks.
NS deserving है guys।
They come so close.
उसका चाहता था ना NS जीते। हो गया भाई। Deserving।
Roma Global. Roma tournament here this year in
Deserving
2026. G2 will not be joining their other American
भाई
teams in the playoffs.
ओवरऑल टीम को बाहर फेंका भाई एनएस ने उठा के।
फेंका भाई पटना उन लोग को
भाई गोल कैंसिल हो गया है भाई गोल कैंसिल हो गया है
गोल कैंसिल हो गया
गणेश भाई थैंक यू फॉर 2 jewels मेरी जान लव यू गाइस पिकअप्स देखेंगे प्लेऑफ्स में किसका किसके साथ मैच होने वाला है एंड वी गोना स्विच द स्ट्रीम ASAP
भाई आधे घंटे बाद
हैं मैं तो कर रहा भाई तुम लोग देखो
तो भाई हम आधे घंटे बाद खेलेंगे
to send it to OT there, but then Francis is sheriff. Just he is not of this earth.
G2 कैंसिलिंग बिट्टू भाई जीत हो गया भाई
Absolutely incredible.
इको राउंड जीती है एनएस जस्ट सिंह बता रहा हूं 2 इको राउंड जीती आज 2 इको राउंड कन्वर्ट किया मतलब आप डिजर्विंग है भाई ये टीम
all of Nongshim Red Force, every single player across the board having their moments. I mean, Dambi just doing Dambi things the whole way through. What a series, hellishly entertaining. But that's it for myself and paper thin for today, so we'll give things back.
उत्कर्ष तो किसको देखना चाहता है प्लेऑफ्स में कौन सी टीम को किसका अगेंस्ट
Thank you very much, guys. Great cast on the day. And
100 Thieves, MIBR, BBL, M8,
NS versus 100 Thieves, NS versus
Team Vitality.
Maybe a sweaty grip.
अभी होने वाला पिक होने वाला है अभी प्ले वो करेंगे चिट्ठी बांटेंगे अब
And book their ticket to the playoffs and prevent the full Western playoffs. It is Pacific back with some representation here and in that top 8 as we welcome back Big Time and Kukuka.
Listen, sometimes you just gotta shut up and let the other person
don't
speak.
fuck
and
with
in
me.
that case, I feel like that is what I have to do with you.
Goal maar diya.
Santiago. They said they couldn't do it. They said there's no bounce back. They said
क्या मतलब गाइस कास्टर सपोर्ट कर रही थी G2 को इसलिए हार गए
I said that, but that's okay.
अबे 0-1 है
happens. You see the form pick up even when the struggle comes in. It looks like they weren't gonna win on Sunset, but they get it done in 3. They deny the comeback. Pacific haven't gone missing. We're in playoffs. One team is all we need, baby. Let's go.
Agreed.
That's it?
That is it. Listen. No. I like
ले
the fact
भाई
that
तू
this
बोल
is
रहा था ना
limited and that
इसकी टीम
especially
से ये
with
इसकी
how
टीम
this
से आ
last
गई
map
इसकी टीम
went. It was already so difficult. It is the last match that we have in the entirety of the group stage. It's late. These days have been very intense because obviously these teams were already in that situation where they had already lost one match and had to play a bit more to get here.
कास्टर से बोला एनएस ने करके दिखाया कास्टर से जो बोला था एनएस का हो गया भाई गेम खत्म सेकंड मैप पे सनसेट पे वहां से पूरा गेम पलट दिया भाई एनएस डिजर्विंग है भाई एनएस ने इस बार 2 मैच पे कमबैक किया है
They definitely have and we can hear more now with Danby standing by with Gennaro.
Thank you so much, Digan, and thank you, Danby and Maddox, for joining me. Congratulations on that win. That was a series.
अच्छा ये लोग सब एंकर लोग ही है गाइस प्रोडक्शन टीम के ही है जो सामने बैठे हुए हैं.
Is that you are the only team remaining from Pacific in the tournament. From the East in general, CN is also out. What does that mean to you?
일단 정말 대단한 시리즈였고요. 일단 승리 축하드립니다. 첫 번째 질문은 이제 퍼시픽의 유일한 또 생존자가 되셨고 또 동양 전체를 통틀어서 유일한 생존자가 되셨는데 그 유일한 생존자로서 좀 남은 궁금합니다.
मेरा फेवरेट आलू.
일단 이기게 돼서 너무 기쁘고 저희가 아시아권의 이제 마지막 팀인데 딱히 뭐 부담감이나 이런 건 없고 저희가 우승을 한다면은 이제 아시아에서 1등도 되고 전 세계에서 1등도 되는 거기 때문에 딱히 부담감은 없고 만큼 열심히 해서 우승.
MIBR was 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I'm really excited for the win. And that being said, I mean, I'm not really pressured at all. I just don't care like if we are the only survivor here. We're just if this just means that if we win this tournament,
NS Korean team है ना?
Not only that we're the best team in the Pacific, but we're the best team in the world. So, yeah, we're gonna go for it.
I'm looking forward to that, and I'm loving that confidence. I'm gonna have to break it down a little bit though, because Breeze is a conversation that I would also like to have. It was a map that last time against G2 you won it 13-5. This time you lost it 13-10. What do you think was different about this map and this
Korean team
G2 that you saw today?
이제 사실 1매치 브리즈가 사실 원래는 저번에도 한번 붙었었던 전장이었는데 그때는 좀 13대5로 쉽게 이기셨는데 이번에는 13대 10으로 좀 아쉽게 패배를 하셨단 말이에요. 그래서 좀 그 부분에서 어떤 점이 좀 달라졌다고 생각하시는지 좀 궁금합니다.
일단 G2가 브리즈 하는 것도 바꿨더라고요.
그래서
그거를 저희가 너무 의식하다 보니까 저희 플레이가 안 나오고 상대방만 의식하는 게임을 해가지고
스페인 진짜
저희
월드컵.
스스로 만든 게임이 된 것 같아요. 그래가지고 다음 그 선셋부터는 저희 게임만 하자 하면서 들어갔던 것 같습니다.
Yeah, I definitely noticed that G2 changed their gameplay inside the Breeze. So we were trying to focus on countering that too much. So with that in mind, like we tried to overcompensate ourselves. So I think we just didn't play our game. So next game, Sunset, we just had our mind that, oh no, not going to do that. We just play ourselves. We just play our game. And then I think that went on to map 3 as well.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth on that final map. And you guys did have to fight your way out of this lower bracket to stay and to survive and to go to that playoffs. You now get a chance to play in front of the fans. But I want to ask you, what is the biggest learning lesson that you took away from this group stage that you will implement in the playoffs?
확실히 쉽지 않은 여정이었고 그룹 스테이지에서 정말 좀 힘겹게 올라오시게 됐는데 그래도 이제 많은 관중들 앞에서 또 이제 게임을 하시게 됐잖아요. 그래서 그 조별 리그를 통과해서 이제 관중들 앞에서 경기하기 앞서서 좀 어떤 점을 좀 배워가셨는지 궁금합니다.
일단 저희가 저번 M8전에서 저희끼리의 마찰과 이런 게 조금 있었거든요. 그래서 그거를 조금 해결하는 해결을 좀 했었는데 이번에 그 해결이 좀 더 잘 된 것 같고 저번 경기에서 진 게 오히려 더 도움이 되는 단계였던 것 같아가지고 저희끼리 이제 믿음이나 신뢰가 더 쌓이고 이제 경기를 들어가다 보니까 그런 점에서 또 많이 배워간 것 같습니다.
Yeah, last time we faced Gentlemates, I think we had our friction inside the team. So we had to take some time to mend that friction. So the loss, obviously loss sucks, but I think that helped us grow in general. So I think, yeah, I think losing to mates and then winning here actually helped us a lot in the long term. So yeah, I will definitely learn that in mind and play as a team.
All right, well, I'm looking forward to the team play on that stage in front of the fans. Thank you so much for the interview. That's it from us, and thank you, Maddox, for the translation. Digong, back to you.
Thank you very much, guys. And again, congratulations to Nongshim Red Force for holding it down for Pacific. They do get the job done. The 2 wins necessary to move on to 2-7 for Pacific. 2-7. Was 1-7 before, 2-7 now. They get the job done. They're in the playoffs big time.
Double the wins, double the fun. The party's arrived here at playoffs at EWC. I can't wait to see what they're going to be like in front of a crowd.
The best part of that interview to me was he said, oh, on Sunset, we focused a lot on them and not on us. What I want to take away from that is that I think they will not play Breach next time because they were like, oh, we're going to counter you. And it actually didn't work that way. And the moment that they just started playing as a team as they would without the Breach, they realized that they always had it in them, you know?
Yeah, here are some highlights from that last match. And if you're still watching at home, stick around. We have the draw show in just a little bit with all 8 teams and their representatives here. A little bit of smack talk once we pull those teams together. And
thank God that Nongshim has also won, because otherwise it would have been quite a boring draw. We would get so many regional matches, and it's like we just finished the stage and we're gonna have another one. We did not come all the way here, all the way to Paris to have what we have at home.
Yeah, there's nothing I hate more than regional
have some
matches.
Snails and some croissants, you know?
Yeah, Masters London, I'm looking at you. You messed that up there. Too many regional matches. We don't want that here in EWC. We want the spikes. We want the fun. We get to hear what the players' thoughts, live reactions to that draw, which I am very much looking forward to.
Again, it was a story of heroes, given the fact that it was a 10-2 half. Like, Nongshim did the hard work in the first half, and you know, if G2 didn't dig themselves in such a big hole, different story.
You have to give credit to G2. The fight, the bounce back was truly there. They just got shut out by some heroics there, to be honest. But I think my heart bleeds for them because once again, they're eliminated in the group stage of an international. This is a team that is fantastic. I truly believe they have the potential to lift those trophies. We've seen it last year. We've seen it this year. How good they can be, but against these international teams, I will say Korean teams specifically, they have a lot of trouble.
We need thesis
कल
on this.
रोनाल्डो की स्टोरी डाल रही थी, आज मेसी की स्टोरी
Smart
डालेगा.
people on Reddit, on Twitter too, literally did dive into all of the losses that they've had. And Greenwood, they actually all have in common, because it makes no sense. Like, if there are so many rounds that you can grab from G2 being like top tier. This is so.
भाई यहाँ से जो गेम पलटा है ना, बाप
What
रे
would you change
बाप.
from this? It is difficult to find those kind of things.
ये
And then
बंदे ने
you
मार
see
दी
these
भाई
kind of
पूरा.
moments, like there were so many rounds where Leaf just like carried the team to insanity. Same goes for Trent. Baby Bay with the operator, pound for pound, a great team.
But still just falling short, and we'll be looking for answers as they move on back to the Americas in their home stage. But not done yet is Nongshim. It is just fantastic to watch this team recalibrate and rediscover their form that made them the Masters Santiago winners.
I think that's the thing for me, is I feel like they're settling well into the tournament, which is really, really important. They get a strong win, but there's adversity. They lose to Gentle mates there, and now they have to really fight and earn their spot here in the playoffs. But I'm seeing better Valorant from them as we go. I'm seeing smart adaptations. For once, I'm liking what the coaching staff are doing here.
Because by the depression में क्यों यार, क्या हो गया? Chill यार.
I didn't like the role swap at all, but I think they made.
Sounds like jealousy.
आप भी तो चाहते कोई और टीम ले.
Choices throughout this event, which makes me happy to see.
आप भी तो चाहते कोई और टीम ले.
We have representation. Let's go.
There's one of some of the truest smiles that we've gotten here in the tournament. Again, so many rounds, the eco, the thrifties that we were seeing coming from them.
At least Argentina तो जीता, मेसी ने तो जीता है. रोनाल्डो ने तो
अरे अनुज भाई देख लो, मैं तो ना सहता भाई. मैं स्ट्रीम टिप करके आवन को तोड़ता भी. मैं तो ना सहता भाई.
All right, well there you have it. It is Nongshim booking that final ticket. We have our
नहीं, I mean
teams,
वैसा
but
मतलब
before we
at
get
least
to the
उसने
draw,
achieve तो किया.
it's time to
रोनाल्डो
close out
भाई
the
उसका
day
टीम की
with
वजह से
our
भाई
Crunchyroll
ऐसा.
story of
मैं तो ना सहता अनुज भाई.
so I leave it to
मैं ना सहता भाई.
ये नहीं बोलो कि रोनाल्डो की टीम बुरी है. Hello.
The story of the day is this. It's
भाई
map
पर
3. You
उसका
have a
देखना
large
भाई
lead, but it's
जब
slowly
ही
starting
नेमार
to
हारा
fall away. Your
भाई उसका
opponents
टीम
seem
उसको
to be
ये
catching up,
कंसोल
and you're
करने
left
के लिए आया
alone,
भाई.
all on B
जब ही
side.
मेसी
You're on
ये
You've only got a sheriff. There's
जब ही
4
रोनाल्डो
people
हारा उसका
coming
पूरा
towards you.
टीम
It looks like
वही
everything.
अरे अनुज भाई, अरे
The momentum of the game is going against you.
Speed को तोड़ रहे.
Hero. Francis does exactly that. That
हाँ
eco
भाई,
round,
speed
one of the
काली ज़बान.
smoothest I've ever seen.
काली ज़बान
Landed the
नहीं
shot. He was the hero. He broke the back of G2. He
अभी kick
stopped
पे है
their
क्या तू?
momentum
नहीं,
dead in
नहीं.
its tracks. That's my story of the day.
अरे वो और आना रुकना, वो टिकट पर से बटेंगे अब.
Because I remember that, as you said, we have the representatives from the teams here ready for the draw, and Yampi literally went.
Yampi said to
What
me,
was that? What was that?
he said that's one of the best.
कौन सी टीम कौन सी टीम के लिए लड़ेगी उसके लिए पर्चा
I
बटेंगे.
agree with him.
I think the fact that we had the unique
वो
situation
अगर
of
स्ट्रीम
all
खत्म हो
the
जाएगी.
team representatives here doing it in front of them was a fantastic story to take home for Nongshim.
To me, the story of the day has to be that now that we have concluded this group stage, is something that I mentioned earlier. It has been such a competitive group stage.
Yes.
Like, we can only outline maybe 1, max 2 teams that didn't show up. For the rest, we have believed. We've seen new things. We've seen new promises. We've seen so many good things throughout the group stage that I actually think this is the perfect road for a very cool playoffs. Because my favorite thing about this playoffs is that there's no loser bracket. It's like everything all the time, and that I absolutely adore that, because all of these matches go into that third map. All of these reinventions of the teams makes us think that they will be ready for those situations of high pressure.
All right, well, there you have it. The stories of the day. We have our 8 teams, and it will be time for the draw show after this short break. You
अरे break ले रे भाई.
These matchups will be in those single elimination best.
ये देखिए बॉल्स के अंदर है आइवन, टीम के नाम से बॉल के अंदर है. अभी वैसे जो बॉल रैंडम उठाएंगे वो टीम अपने सामने भिड़ेगी. मैं दूसरा ब्रेक लेके आया.
play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. Came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
ना ऐड ना देखिए, गेम हाइलाइट्स ही लगा लेते बराबर, एड्स तो दिखाएंगे यार। हुआ क्या स्टार्ट? नहीं यार, स्टार्ट क्या वेट कर रहा हूँ। रॉक के बाद मैं भी निकलता हूँ। हटूस भाई इतनी जल्दी तू? अबे ड्रैगन बॉल्स माफिक दिखता है, वो बॉल खुलते हैं, बॉल के अंदर चिट्ठी रहेगी, वो चिट्ठी के अंदर टीम के नाम लिखा हुआ है और वो टीम के नाम फिर बोर्ड पे लगाएंगे कि कौन सी टीम किसके सामने लड़ेगी।
The human body was built to move, not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved.
अरे भी तो जाना ऑफिस से। अच्छा एक सेकंड, तुम ऑफिस में हो अभी तक 100 रुपये? ओह, इधर तो बारिश शुरू हो गया मेरे यहाँ पे। अरे 6 मिनट है इधर तो। उत्कर्ष भाई,
भाई चुप हो जा, 2-2 हो गया अब, चुप हो जा।
हैं हो गया, गोल पड़ गया।
2-2 बाबे, 2-2।
कितना टाइम बचा है?
7 मिनट, 83 मिनट्स हो गए।
इधर स्ट्रीम करना
किसी रे
जेचान
भाई, फोन में देख रहा हूँ मैं।
अरे
मेरे पीसी
भाई,
में चलता नहीं है।
ये मैच तुम लोग का देखना, पेनल्टी होने वाला है, पेनल्टी होने वाला है।
भाई पेनल्टी नहीं होनी।
किसने मारा गोल? किसने मारा?
मेसी माय गॉड।
दोनों ने, दोनों ही गोल, दोनों गोल ही मारा। अभी लड़ रहे थे, अभी मर रहे थे, रो रहे थे, और अचानक से देखो मूड कैसे स्विंग हुआ है। यही होता है भाई लड़के लोगों का मूड स्विंग्स। अभी देर में बारिश शुरू हुई तो बोल रहे भाई थंडरस्टॉर्म हो रहा है।
भाई कब से बारिश हो रहा है?
फिर आप अभी चालू हुआ वापस।
मैं नीचे गया चिप्स लेने, तभी तब से बारिश हो रहा है।
अबे हैं लास्ट 24 आवर्स मेरे यहाँ पे 90 mm बारिश हो भी चुका है, और अभी नेक्स्ट 24 आवर्स पे दिखा रहे 68 mm बारिश होगा।
Let's go Argentina, one more goal, 7 minutes. Let's go. दे दो स्पीड का चौपा दे दो।
कितने मिनट में 2 गोल मारा भाई?
4 मिनट में 2 गोल।
ले बताओ।
यस, 79 मिनट कॉर्नर पे हेडर मारा क्रिस्टियन रोमेरो ने, और उसके बाद लौतारो मार्टिनेज ने हेडर मारा था, वो ब्लॉक हो गया, लेकिन मेसी था भाई, मेसी था बॉल डालने गोल के अंदर।
गाइस जो लौंडे लोनावला गए थे भाई बारिश के मजे लेने, लग गया ना सबके। जो लो लाइंग एरियाज पे विला वगैरह थी उन पे पानी घुस गई। बोलो घूमने का मजे का करने का भाई, पानी में मजे कर रहा हूँ, वहाँ पे तैर रहे भाई स्विमिंग पूल के अंदर। स्विमिंग पूल ही बन गया पूरा हर जगह। और बता यार अनिरुद्ध भाई, ऑफिस में तुम अकेले हो क्या?
इतनी रात में ऑफिस में क्या कर रहे हैं? नाइट शिफ्ट?
नहीं अभी निकलेंगे।
हैं टाइमिंग क्या ऑफिस के? मैं नहीं रुका भाई 7 बजे के बाद कभी ऑफिस में।
उत्कर्ष भाई ये कौन सा फैशन शो है भाई?
अरे बर्थडे भाई, जो मैच चल रहा है ना अभी।
एक सेकंड, अबे हैदराबाद में बारिश हो रही है? वेरी रियलिस्टिक अनिरुद्ध भाई।
मेरे यहाँ भी बारिश हो रही है।
अनिरुद्ध भाई वो सांप वाला मत भेजो भाई, मैं ऐसा कुछ देख लूंगा ना मैं मर चुका रहूंगा भाई तड़प के। मेरी अगर कोई सबसे ज़्यादा चीज़ से डर लगता था मेरे को स्नेक से लगता, बाकी किसी चीज़ से डर लगता है मेरे को। वायनाड में फिर से लैंडस्लाइड हो गया, बारिश माफी। अरे बाप रे बाप भाई, मैं केरला बैक वाटर्स देख के आया था गाइस, मुंबई आते साथ मुंबई में बैक वाटर्स देख लिया। कैसा स्विमिंग पूल तो महालक्ष्मी बना। हम यूरोप का शिफ्ट संभालते हैं 111 1 से 11। दर्श भाई सिस्टम अपडेट भाई साहब, अब 1 घंटे रुको। हैं अपडेट करता कौन है भाई? ऑफिस वगैरह की चीज़ें टेक्निकल टीम को देने का ना, पकड़ा के आईटी डिपार्टमेंट होगी ना, उनको चिपका देने का सब। यार गाइस यूट्यूब ने ज्वेल सिस्टम तो डाला है, वो डब्लू है, लेकिन ज्वेल कितने क्या आ रहे वो नहीं पता चल रहा भाई। उसके लिए तो कुछ डाला ही नहीं है लोगों ने क्रिएटर स्टूडियो में। कॉन्करेंट व्यूअर लाइक चैट रेवेन्यू न्यू मेंबर्स वो दिख रहा है, बाकी तो वो है ही नहीं ज्वेल्स वाला ऑप्शन। तो पता चलेगा नहीं एक स्ट्रीम पे कितनी ज्वेल्स आई है। वेरी रियल यूट्यूब ने थोड़ा आधा अधूरा सा अपडेट निकाला है। बिट्टू जब से साउथ से वापस आया हर जगह बारिश, बारिश का देवता हूं भाई मैं। मेरे हाथ में यह बारिश का शक्ति, मेरे एक बोलने पे तुम गीले हो जाओगे। पीछे आईटी ही फोर्स अपडेट लगाते तो उनको बोलो तुम लोग ही फिर पीसी बंद करके जाने का। हमारा टाइम हो चुका है, शिफ्ट खत्म, निकल रहा हूं भाई। मैं तो इसलिए बोला ना, मैं कॉर्पोरेट के लिए मना ही नहीं हूँ। ये सब अगर होगा मेरे ऑफिस में रोज लफड़ोगे भाई मेरे मैनेजर के साथ, क्योंकि मैं तो हूँ टाइम वाला बंदा। मैं जैसे मेरा टाइम खत्म हो मैं निकल लूंगा। उधर सब कुछ छोड़ छाड़ के भाड़ में का पीसी ऑफ हो रहा है नहीं हो रहा मेरे को फर्क नहीं पड़ता। ऊपर के ऊपर वाला चार्ट मिस। हाँ गणेश भाई तुम्हारा चार्ट है क्या पोटिया वाला? तुम तो गलत बात कर गए गणेश भाई। लेट्स गो लेट्स गो लेट्स गो। पिकअप्स होने वाला है गाइस। पिकअप्स होने के 10 मिनट बाद ही मैं पिक पर शुरू कर दूंगा। तो थोड़ा मुंह हाथ धो के आता भाई, मुंह में पसीना पसीना सा हो रहा है जबकि मैं ठंडे में बैठा हूँ।
इधर क्या बारिश हो रही है? मेरे को अंदर तलक सुना है तेरे।
मेरे यहाँ पे वही बंद हो गया, आ रही नहीं आवाज। हो रही है बट इतनी नहीं हो रही।
EWC 2026 Valorant started with all the teams from all the regions till we had 16 worthy teams here in Paris, and 8 of them earned their spot into the playoffs.
It's already been a crazy group stage, but of course, it is time to determine what matches we will have for the opening round of playoffs. Here are the pools. Dion, do you want to explain how this is going to work?
That's right. We have our Pool 2-0 winners here. Our Pool 1 2-0 winners. They are the #1 seeds in that bowl. All 4 teams represented for the 4 groups with 100 Thieves, Vitality, Gentlemates, and Team Heretics. And on this side, we have our 2-1 teams, the squads that qualified in through that decider match as the Pool 2 teams.
Yeah, exactly. The caveat to this is that we're going to start as you think we would. First, we're going to be drawing all of the first seeds and we're going to put them in the bracket in that order. Now, as I'm saying, there is a caveat to this because when it's time to draw their opponent, there are going to be different rules. So we prevent those matches that we have already seen in the group stage. As I'm saying, teams that have played in the same group are precluded from playing each other until the final. this I can explain to you with an example. Let's take, for example, teams Group A, right?
Group A.
We have the winners, 100 Thieves, and the runner-ups, BBL. Imagine that 100 Thieves is placed on first from the first seed, and then the next team drawn is, let's go for Group B, and we get Vitality.
Yes.
This means that neither BBL, which is the runner-up for that Group A, nor Energy, which are the runner-ups for Group B, could be placed in that same part of the bracket. This is no fun if you just win a game and you know, battle with an opponent that you've already battled with.
Yes, absolutely. So it'll make more sense once we start. But again, no rematches until the grand finals, which means this first 2-0 draw is very important for the unique sides of the bracket. So without further ado, well, you can't do it for competitive.
अब guys लोगों को समझ आ गया रहेगा कि pickups कैसे होने वाले हैं, explain कर दिए. With the example, in fact.
Our friend here, Javi from Comp Ops, to do the draw. Javi, come on out.
The innocent hand that is going to be opening
Headphone
the balls, and also
हाँ भाई headphone पहन के मैं वही
the
देख रहा हूँ.
representatives from each of the teams that will be playing. So when their opponents is drawn, we can get the first impressions and what they think about their matches.
All right, Javi, you ready to go?
Yep.
All right,
Okay.
good job, Javi. All right, that was the first test. All right, let's go ahead and start drawing the teams. We'll have the bracket up after we draw all 4 teams. Javi.
Valorant के main events पे Valorant के heads आते हैं, भाई CEOs आते हैं. देख लीजिए.
The first team is
Team Heretics. कौन सी है?
Remember, these are the first seats.
100 Thieves. ले.
100 Thieves. So Group A.
What a great example that you had for us there, Kakuka.
So yeah, now you know that if the next one is Vitality, it will not be either NRG or BBL.
Javi, go ahead, pull the second team. Who will be on the same side of the bracket as 100 Thieves?
Team Heretics.
NS.
You're not gonna believe this.
Team Vitality. अरे बाप रे बाप.
Team Vitality. So the first 2 teams drawn are Team A and Team B winners respectively. Let's continue on to the third one. Team Heretics. They are the winners of Group D. So at least we have that small alteration there. So that only leaves us with one last 2-0 team. Another representative from EMEA that is, of course, very happy to go up against in front of a French crowd. It will be Gentlemates.
That's right. So almost exactly A, B, C, D, but it's A, B, D, C. 100 Thieves and Vitality on one side of the bracket, Heretics and Gentlemates on the other side of the bracket. If we can, we'll have that up there for you on your screen so that you can get a visual representation as we take a look at that right now. 100 Thieves, Vitality, then Heretics and Gentlemates there.
सब लोग ने एक स्पॉट ले लिया. अभी जो लोग गाइस रनर अप करके जीते हैं, प्लेऑफ्स तक पहुंचे हैं, डिसाइडर खेल के, अब इन टीम के साथ लड़ने वाले हैं. तो लोग डायरेक्टली घुस गए थे क्वालिफायर्स में, डोमिनेशन दिखाते हुए अपर ब्रैकेट पर.
It's already been a very longer group stage. So
मेरे को वाइटलिटी टीम MIBR देखना है भाई.
And without looking at that replay from Nongshim, that of course is in that pool as well.
और 100 Thieves भी चलेगा.
For 100 Thieves will
पहला MIBR ही ना उठा ले. NRG लग रहा है फील. NRG MIBR.
It is
MIBR.
And that is completely eligible. So that means that yes, 100 Thieves will be playing against MIBR. It is time to invite some people onto the stage. I believe we have Timotino and Zekken joining us to hear their first impressions for the match.
All right, here they come. Timotino and Zekken, please come to the stage.
Come on. Don't be shy.
Come on.
Come on. You've been here before.
There we go. Go ahead. Step on up here.
Well, Timotino, I was asking you who you wanted to play up against. I think that this is something that you kind of wanted to see. What do you make of your opponent for your opening match?
Ooh, I mean, I'm really excited, you know. These guys, we played them once. We beat them. So
for the
rematch.
We beat them both direct.
What do you have here?
I'm also excited for the rematch. They did beat us the last time, so we want to get our revenge.
America's matchup here as our first one for the playoffs of EWC. Fist bump, guys, and you guys will see you in the server. Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. We knew that the regional matchups is something that we're going to have. We are now looking at the
Team Vitality. मेरे को guys लग रहा है कि Gentlemates बोल रहा है.
to
Team
necessarily
Vitality
be the
अपना इसके साथ होने वाली है.
later, but let's move on because
NS, I guess, NS, जितना feeling आ रहा है.
their opponents.
All right, Javi, spin the balls around. Which one will he pick? There it is.
उनको पता नहीं NS feel आ रही है बहुत ज़्यादा.
I mean, there can only be one team that can play against them.
BBL, अरे बाप रे बाप.
Yeah, and it is not BBL, as we said, because BBL, we're playing against Group A, and they would play very quickly against 100 Thieves. No rematches from groups until that grand final. They will move until the next eligible slot.
Which is Heretics. It will be Heretics versus BBL as the opponents here. So let's please welcome to the stage LaRock and Woot.
Don't be shy, don't be shy. Another regional matchup. Welcome, guys. Woot, you were the MVP last year, but I'm looking across the stage and I see someone that is putting up the numbers. How are you going to send him home with the performance that LaRock is having?
I mean, he's really good. He's having a really good tournament. But we play as a
क्या
today. So.
Yes.
3-2.
That was very team-like words there from Woot.
Yeah, last second हमारा क्या goal?
MVP last year. You're having a great MVP type tournament so far. How do you feel like your chances are against Team Heretics?
Yeah, they are good. They are good, and he's good too. But we need to show the real best EMEA team.
Oh, there you go. Fist bump, guys. You will see you in the
भी चाय क्यों बोल रहे
server.
हैं
Thank you so
बार-बार?
much for joining us.
भाई gamers introvert होते हैं ना.
Funny enough, I asked the players who they wanted to play against, and LaRock told me he wanted to play a different team, but he had a
अबे इसमें upper bracket lower bracket नहीं है, single elimination है. I won.
With this, it does mean that we do know the rest of the bracket, but we will continue on here for posterity's sake and show that we had all the teams in the bowls.
Still waiting for an opponent for Vitality.
NRG आ गई.
Vitality has already, played against NRG, so that will not be possible.
NRG last team का खेल के Gentlemates के साथ.
On to the next eligible slot, and that will be against
Gentlemates
Gentlemates from EMEA. We can see some of the Gentlemates boys that are also come here to watch, but the representative that we have from Gentlemates is Starkso and also Ethan from NRG.
All right, guys, come on out.
पीयूष भाई introvert तो नहीं लग रहे? पीयूष भाई introvert ही है.
Come on, Starkso. You've been giving me everything because you wanted to come on stage. Did you expect? Look across the stage. That man knows a thing or two about Valorant. How are you gonna manage to win against him?
Piyush भाई introvert ही हो ना? Photo नहीं लेता वो.
I'm going for the second title this year for champs, so that's my goal. So really good matchup to face them before our qualifier for champs.
What do you make of the form that they're showing in the tournament?
Good. I like their comps. I like to play against those, so it'll be fun.
You like his neon?
Oh yeah, I didn't watch the neon. Gonna watch tonight for sure. So we'll see.
Ethan, you guys qualified out of the group of death. I feel like that gave you great
अरे
preparation.
कल opening ceremony में कौन-कौन आ रहा है पता है? DJ Snake, Aya Nakamura.
It's not a regional matchup.
Is this the team that you wanted to play from EMEA?
I wanted Heretics, but it's okay.
All right, well, win, and you might have that opportunity to do so. Thank you so much, guys. Fist bump, and we'll see you guys in the server.
Good luck, guys. Yeah, you can leave. You can leave, Starkso. Yeah, I'll get you some more food later. Don't worry.
And there it is, our bracket almost complete. One more slot left to go. It is the team that just won and qualified on in as the second seed. And Javi's safe hands will show us. It is the representative from Pacific, Nongshim Red Force, being slotted in there on that top side of the bracket.
भाई team Vitality NS होने वाला है भाई.
We have Vitality, so let's welcome the representatives onto the stage. Thank you very much, Nongshim, for staying, and thank you very much, Yampi, for joining us. Please come onto the stage. Or no? Do you want to
Come
go,
on
Yampi?
out. You're good.
You shy? Since when?
To come here.
Yeah, but you don't listen to them. You listen to me. How many times? So, you were just watching their match, and you were pretty impressed with their performance.
अबे Leclerc क्यों लिखा हुआ है?
Yeah, amazing opponent. I didn't want to play versus the EMEA team again, so I'm very happy to play versus them. So,
how are you going to stop them? Can they be stopped?
They can be stopped, but we leave it to the match, of course.
There you go. All right. Well, RB선수 감사합니다. Welcome and for joining us in Maddox here for the translations. What do you think of this matchup here against Vitality?
일단 이번 매치업 바이탈리티와 상대하게 되었는데 바이탈리티와 상대하시게 된 소감이 좀 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
일단은 바이탈리티랑 붙게 돼서 좀 신기한 것 같고요. 그리고 또 이제 거기 안에 있는 멤버가 제가 아는 멤버들 중에서 뭐 크로니카 더크랑 이제 다시 한번 리매치를 붙을 수 있는 기회가 생겨서 좀 재밌는 경기가 될 것 같고요. 뭐 그렇게 될 것 같습니다.
Yeah, it's an exciting matchup. I honestly didn't expect it to happen, but I mean, it's glad to reunite with the old guys, like Chronicle, Durka. Yeah, it's gonna be a fun match.
Any final words here, Yampi?
Best of luck. It's gonna be entertaining match for sure.
All right, thank you very much, Yampi.
Russian बोल रहा है entertaining match for sure. अरे handshake कर ले.
Oh, handshake. Oh, okay.
अरे नहीं वो
Thank you very much, gentlemen.
You're free. You want to stay? You can stay if you want, Yampy. Why not?
Let's take a look at the bracket one more time as we have it completely.
Complete bracket आ गया guys.
Now for our playoffs.
Quarterfinals gonna be absolute cinema.
2026 Valorant. It is 100 Thieves versus MIBR Los. Team Vitality versus
एक main match है guys. 100 Thieves versus MIBR. इसमें मसाला मिलेगा. इसमें भी मसाला मिलेगा.
Esports and then Gentlemates versus the reigning world champions.
अरे ये दोनों में मसाला मिलने वाला है.
All the possibilities that we have, I am not completely mad at this. Yes, we have a couple of regional matches, but because two regions have excelled at this tournament so far.
Yep, 4 teams here for EMEA, 3 for Americas, and
कल नहीं है, कल opening ceremony.
representative of Nongshim.
कल कोई भी वो नहीं रखा है watch party.
Santiago coming up huge. The matches will be on
Para
Thursday, so we'll be on a 24-hour
will be grand
cooldown.
finals.
You won't want to miss it at 1 p.m. for the specific matches. Make sure to check the socials of EWC.
Thank you very much for joining us throughout this group stage. We know it's been exhausting, it's been long, but we've been bringing you the best Valorant action here at EWC.
On behalf of everyone here, thank you so much for watching.
हो रहा है इसीलिए नहीं लेता, लेकिन बातें तो करेगा. अरे
अरे
और इसी के साथ गाइस हम लोग पहुंच चुके आज के स्ट्रीम की एंड शुरुआत पे. एंड यस, डेफिनेटली इट वाज अ amazing freaking watch party. आप guys enjoyed my outro देखे. आप guys enjoyed. और यहाँ पे भाई ओवरले कितना बढ़िया लग रहा है एकदम. चैट पे जो आ रही है भाई ज्वेल्स वाले, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ऑल योर लवली सपोर्ट जो तुमने ज्वेल्स के थ्रू दिखाया. एंड कल मैं डेफिनेटली गाइस, कल वॉच पार्टी नहीं है तो कल यूट्यूब पर हम लोग नॉर्मल रेगुलर स्ट्रीम जैसे कि होता है हो करने वाले हैं. इनफैक्ट आई एम प्लानिंग फॉर MSTS बिकॉज ऑब्वियसली फॉर माई ऑडियंस, जो कि हमारी कोर ऑडियंस है MSTS की, उनके लिए लेके आ रहा हूँ कल स्ट्रीम. तो यप, रेगुलर टाइमिंग पे स्ट्रीम होगी जैसी होती है. एंड फिर मैं थोड़ा ट्राई करूँगा जल्दी आने का डेफिनेटली, अगर मैंने ज़्यादा सो नहीं लिया तो, क्योंकि मैं वॉच पार्टी के चलते 3-4 दिन में सो नहीं पाया ढंग से, तो समझ रहे हो. तो देखते हैं अभी, लेट्स सी, होप फॉर द बेस्ट. एंड अभी इसके बाद गाइस हम लोग स्ट्रीम करने वाले हैं ऑन किक. मैं आ रहा हूँ 10 मिनट पे किक पे लाइव स्ट्रीम करने. अगर आप लोगों ने फॉलो नहीं किया, मेक श्योर आप लोग फॉलो करें, डिस्क्रिप्शन में है लिंक, ताकि फटाफट से फॉलो कर लो किक पे. एंड एक्सक्लेमेटर किक इन द चैट फटाफट से. क्या मैच है पे ये भाई, क्रेजी होने वाला भाई. क्वार्टर फाइनल्स के बाद सेमीफाइनल्स में एब्सोल्यूट सिनेमा, फिर तो ग्रैंड फाइनल्स. यू नो क्या होने वाला, बेस्ट ऑफ 5 मैचेस भाई साहब. चलो गाइस, दैट्स इट फॉर टुडे स्ट्रीम. आप गाइस एंजॉयड स्ट्रीम पे, एंजॉय किया, मेक श्योर गाइस लाइक शेयर एंड सब्सक्राइब. मिलते हैं डेफिनेटली ऑन डायरेक्टली ऑन किक पे. आओ फटाफट से लॉन्डो वहाँ पे फॉलो करें हमें, एंड करेंगे वहाँ पे फूम बम और RR, क्योंकि मैसी वहाँ पे जीत चुका है गाइस. आई